Champions, welcome to the Paladins Invitational here at Hirez Expo of 2017, presented to you by Twitch Prime. Now, my name is Vox. This is Hirez Pretty Hair right here, with a hair crew here today to kick things off for day number 1 of 4 days of intense Paladins action. Now, before we go any further, before we get into the meat of things, we do have a couple of things available for viewers watching at home via Twitch specifically. That's
right. You may have already heard this mentioned on the main stage, but Twitch linking, account linking is going to be a big part of the broadcast throughout the weekend. You're going to be available to get a lot of free stuff. Head on over to hirezstudios.com/link to get that started. You'll just be eligible just for watching. You will be able to receive all of those in-game goodies.
Absolutely, and that's not the only thing we have available. If you're after some more in-game swag, we do have a special commemorative digital loot pack for the Hirez Expo event of 2017 available to you in-game. It's jam-packed full of goodies such as skins for Ying and Fernando and Victor. We've got MVP poses in there as well as some sprays, and I love this. Sprays being a recent addition to the game. We have the fantastic ability to, well, when you kill somebody, you can spray on the wall next to them and say, hey, I was here with Paladins Esports when it all began.
That's right. Options for BM is always a good thing to have. And we're going to go ahead and get right on into the action as we head on over to the schedule, be able to lay out what is actually going on here today on the Expo stage.
So let's take a look at the schedule. Starting things off, we are in the group play phase. It's a full round robin for Group A and Group B with 4 teams in, which means we have 6 matches total. 6 best of 5 sets. Kicking things off, first of all, with District 69 versus Team QG, who are actually playing a double-header here, so 2 in a row.
That's right. They will be handed off to play against Black Dragons, and then Black Dragons will have a double-header of their own against #1 seed out of North America, Match Point.
#1 seed, well, #1 in other ways from what they've been telling us. Certainly, there's been a lot of bravado going on social media, but that's not the end of the competition by any means. Let's go to the second half of Group A's phase. It is Match Point following on versus Team QG. QG's last match of the day, which is going to have a little bit of a stress and pressure on them, because here, if they've not made it work so far, then they've really got to turn up the heat versus the veteran team of Match Point. Carrying things on, though, District 69, they'll make a return.
Yep, the matches are only going to heat up from their D69 and Black Dragons. Finishing out is going to be a big title fight between Match Point and D69. Like you mentioned, there's a lot of talk going on between these two teams. A lot of guys from EU think EU seed #2 is better than even NA seeded #1 Match Point.
That's a little bit out there. Match Point, they've been so very confident, but let's not beat around the bush. Let's go straight back through to the first matchup of the day. And as we said, it is District 69 versus Team QG. District 69, they're returning LAN champions, having won the DreamHack Founders Tournament back in DreamHack Summer in Jönköping, Sweden. But let's talk about Team QG first. They're hailing out of China. And, well, they've been a bit of a dark horse under the radar for the most part recently.
That's right. Not a lot of homework to be done on QG. Really only one VOD that was available to us that we were able to do some homework on. They ran into some visa issues coming over here, so not a lot of their core roster, but we do have some familiar faces you might actually recognize from HRX's past.
Now, I was here at last Hirez Expo, and I do recognize a few of those names, but of course, we'll bring you those names when they are available on screen and when we do get into game. For the time being, though, let's head over to our map drafting phase, break it down for you, and see what map the teams will be starting things off on.
So this is going to be a best of 5, but there are 7 maps available in the pool, and each team is allowed to select one ban that they will just take out of the match pool. This will not be played in the series. QG's selection is going to be Fish Market, while D69 has selected Serpent Beach.
You see, I find this very peculiar. Serpent Beach is one of the more popularly played competitive maps for Paladins teams at the top level. District 69 taking that away says to me that they're looking to push QG out of maybe their comfort zone, go for something a little bit different, but it will be Jaguar Falls, which is selected as the first map to play. This one's also popular, but it's a very different style. Very close quarters here.
Absolutely. I think you hit the nail on the head there, D69. They're a veteran team. They're going to be comfortable on any map in the pool there. So pushing QG out of their comfort zone, what they're used to, Serpent Beach, one of the long-standing maps, with Jaguar Falls as well, so all things going to be equal here, I think, in terms of the map draft.
And I do feel like District 69 potentially could pull ahead here just due to their playstyle. We typically see them playing a very team fight-oriented playstyle. They run around as a group and mop up enemies one by one. Notably, one player from their roster, Elven Path, has a history of playing Buck, and in the small confined corridors of Jaguar Falls, he's really going to thrive.
Going to be able to get out of line of sights, and this is a pick not necessarily super favored in the meta right now, so being able to bring this out, District 69, I think, is going to give QG a run for their money here, knock them off balance a little bit early on, and looking to make a statement here in game one.
Well, let's find out how it's going to go in the draft then. District 69 up with the first pick. Who are they going to go for? We see a lot of different openers available to us. Makoa is hovered and locked, so District 69 getting their aggressive frontline on early.
Yep, Makoa here. A great pick all around. Dredge Anchor, one of the most confirmable crowd controls in Paladins here. QG, I watched them in scrims a lot. They're able to work very well off of the Makoa Dredge Anchor, so a good look to take away from them.
Absolutely. Fernando and Cassie locked in for QG. Staples for the Paladins competitive scene. Fernando, just the beefiest champion in Paladins currently, and Cassie, very reliable damage, but District 69, this is where it gets interesting. Androxus and Charlene locked in. And there's one player on D69 who's made a name for themselves on Andro, but Team QG, they're starting to get a bit more sustained in their composition.
Ooh, Maldamba is going to be hovered and locked in, as well as Buck. So taking that away from D69, we'll have to see Elven Path on something different. And Buck was a pick that he played in every game of the EV's Winter Classic.
He's a big fan of the shotgun for sure. I mean, Barrick has the blunderbuss available to them, but it's just not the same. You haven't got that same dynamic with Heroic Leap. District 69 will be rounding off their draft on the left-hand side of your screen, however, with Ruckus and Ying. So electing to go into the second favored healer, should we say, the second favored support with Ying and Ruckus for the double front line. QG, last pick, Victor.
Yeah, looking to lay down that long-range pressure. Victor, very, very good at that. Overall, on paper, though, I think this Buck in particular, he is a flank character. He's looking to isolate someone squishy in the backline. But really, the best target for him to do that would be Shaolin, but Shaolin is so effective at going toe-to-toe with his ability Planet. It's one of the strongest base kit abilities, one of the longest cooldown, and one of the heaviest hitting.
Certainly, when you do go down into Planted, you're firing off several 800 damage shots, and if you confirm that after impaling Buck into a wall, stunning them with your ultimate fire, your Impaler arrow as well, while Buck's flank is definitely going to be going south, and Buck will be sent straight back to base. With this Victor pickup last, though, it is reliable damage, and that's interesting to me. I mean, it's necessary somewhere. You've got Cassie, you've got Victor. There's a great deal of direct damage coming through here on QG, and it is interesting that we're not seeing an AoE damage champion picked up. Evie slipped entirely through the draft as well.
Which is nuts. I mean, she's been at the top of the draft for so long, for so many teams. It just seems like such a staple pick here. The only area damage-based champion in the game is going to be Fernando, and his damage is nothing to scoff at if he gets in your face.
Oh, absolutely, and especially as we do transition towards itemization later into the game, if Fernando goes by unmitigated, well, then he's a force to be reckoned with. That Fireball 2 from Fernando coming in handy versus Ying has built-in anti-heal. But I do want to talk about District 69 with their very aggressive draft of Ruckus and Makoa. Ruckus was a bit of a wild card coming back into the meta recently. Nothing changed to my knowledge, but all of a sudden, he was there, and he was doing very well.
And part of that, I think, was Maldamba, actually, one of the more recent champions in Paladins, coming into his own. People starting to figure out a champion that complements Ruckus very well. We won't see that this game because they're not on the same team, but I think that forced people to play Ruckus more, and in turn, they just started to figure out Ruckus, figure out his strengths that may have not been seen before.
Absolutely. Now, we do have Ruckus paired up with a Ying here. Ying, a little bit less mobile than Maldamba. She relies on, well, she's kind of, you place your illusions, they'll just heal players up without you really having to do anything, but she needs to get established and get kind of bunkered down before she's able to get all that healing off effectively. Do you think this team composition is still going to work with Ying, or were they really looking for the Maldamba here?
I think it'll still work here. Like you mentioned, it does take setup. Ruckus, very momentum-based Ying, requiring some setup time, but I think the Makoa first pick is going to be clutch here. This will allow District 69 to get that odd man advantage, get that early pick, really set the tone, and kind of maybe get QG to back off, scare them a little bit, and buy them that space and that time that they need to get their composition set up.
You mentioned Makoa. We should absolutely talk about why he is so dangerous. You mentioned setup here. He's got a specific ability in his kit that I'm thinking of, I think everybody is thinking of, because it's so iconic to him. Would you mind taking me through that and explaining exactly how we can confirm setup from that?
That's right. I mean, you can see it right there on his player card. The Dredge Anchor is the staple of what Makoa does. He throws it out. He can serve enemies up to his team. They will be stunned for the duration of the hook. But not only that, Makoa can turn while the player is being pulled towards him, and the player will end up wherever Makoa is facing when the duration of Dredge Anchor ends. So it's very easy to just set up kills for Shaolin, confirm damage, headshots from Ruckus. It is an extremely dangerous ability.
And not just that, you said hook and serve. When it comes down to it, we've got to remember that on certain maps, including Jaguar Falls and Paladins, there are environmental hazards. So if you can knock players off the edge using Cassie's knockback from disengage maybe, or even Impaler Arrow, it's great. Now with Makoa, if he dredges somebody, turns 180 degrees, throws them off the cliff, that's a very effective way to get rid of, say, maybe a high health pool Fernando in one shot.
Yeah, it's very dangerous here. Another big thing to look at here is positioning for Makoa and Fernando. Like we mentioned, Dredge Anchor comes with a stun, and big defensive cooldown for QG is going to be Fernando's shield. That's going to be the baseline of their structure, of the spearhead of their point fight. If Makoa can get behind Fernando and land that Dredge Anchor, maybe even throwing him off the map, like we've seen Theo do so many times, it's a great look because it will send that major defensive ability in Fernando's shield on cooldown.
That's so crucial. One thing that we haven't touched on, however, is whilst Makoa does activate the Dredge Anchor, he does stun and pull in their opponent, he's very vulnerable whilst doing so. Could this be an opportunity whilst Makoa himself is immobilized for QG to capitalize on getting some free damage onto one of District 69's frontliners?
Yeah, and this is going to come down to Victor. They're going to have to keep him safe from Perdoza and Droxus, and boy, is that a tall task.
Now, we are assuming that Perdo will be playing Androxus, one of the showstopper players from District 69, the Godslayer himself, who made a name for himself at LAN, at DreamHack with the Founders Tournament in Jönköping, Sweden, in the last summer of 2016, played out of his mind. I do have to wonder then who's going on Shaolin, because we know that Perdo plays a very good Shaolin, and with no buck on the table, we do know that Elvenpath has a bit of a history of playing Androxus when push comes to shove.
And push has come to shove in this situation here. D69, I think, have a pretty interesting storyline here as well. They have some substitute players we mentioned.
They do.
Visa issues from Team QG. Their captain, one of their main role players here, Bugsy, is not going to be joining us. Filling his shoes will be unbelievable. He fills in the tank role, so he'll either be on Makoa or Ruckus. But that's a big point for D69. Fernando is unbelievable. His comfort pick as well as Pip. You know, neither of those are in D69's draft here, so we'll have to see where he is going to come into play.
Now, you see, whilst unbelievable, he is very comfortable on Fernando, is very comfortable on Pip. I think that District 69, although they're playing with a substitute, they've been working with them for long enough now that they're starting to value, okay, let's give them something they're a little bit more uncomfortable on that works better for the team. So I fully expect Umbi to maybe be on the Makoa or the Ruckus, as they are primarily a frontline player. However, can QG kind of take advantage of this? Could they decide that maybe Unbelievable could be the weak link here? We'll
have to see, and you make an interesting point. Could he be on Makoa? This was something, personally, I was watching very closely towards wrapping up at the end of the EV's Winter Classic, because this has been such a staple pick for every single frontliner in Paladins, and we'll have to see if he can do it.
Absolutely. So we will now be getting into game number one, the very first game of today at the Paladins Invitational Group Stage Play. Let's break down your teams for you live on the screen. Fighting out of the blue corner, the left-hand side of your spectator UI is District 69, led by Unbelievable on Ruckus, Perdo, and Androxus. Sheepa will be playing Shaolin, Elvenpath on Makoa, and Jera on Ying.
And for Team QG, Ye Jing will be on Fernando, Mikasa on Buck, Spira on Maldamba, Master Lu on Cassie, and Knight on Victor.
Interesting. Now, Knight was a big fan of Cassie from what I remember reading up about Team QG. Going with the Victor might affect their playstyle, but watch out from behind. Perdo, 4 shots in a row, takes down one. Reversal is up, trying to keep him safe. Buck, very low as well. Netherstep will keep Perdo safe, but watch out, Sheep on the backside, and the kills are just going all in favor of District 69.
Perdo coming around the corner, spooked Master Lu. He dodge rolled off of the map, no pressure. Big whoopsie daisy there from Team QG. 69% already on the capture point objective for District 69. They will be awarded 1 point for this. You can see the scoreboard goes up to 4. First team to reach 4 points will win the game.
So there we go. Objective capture rolling through for District 69, and no real contest on the comeback there at all. Team QG weren't able to really get out their way out of base, and part of that seems to really come down to Makoa.
That's right, 2 minutes and 15 seconds here remaining. Good positioning from both teams. No one stepping too far over the bounds right now. Fernando's shield is going to be up. We mentioned that's a big defensive cooldown for QG. It's now down. The hook comes out. They're looking to go in on this.
Nice Impaler arrow does set up one kill. Can Perdo find the shots? No. Reversal is up, keeping him safe, but no more damage confirmed. But Fernando has overextended, shut down with a headshot, and now Perdo is looking for blood.
Looking to get pincered here. Master Lose have been a rough spot right now. D69, I don't think have given up a death yet. All of these slash lines are still perfect, splitting up QG and pincering them. Heat Haze already starting to come online. That is Shaolin's ultimate ability, the first to come online.
But will it even be necessary here? We're yet to see. Dredge Anchor is available for Elven Path. They do miss the buck, but still pick up the kill on the backside of this fight. Nobody is contesting the payload. District 69 will push this one through for free as the Fernando is too far away. No frontline presence or pressure. And that is District 69 with an early conversion, 2 points up on the scoreboard.
Yep, so they get 1 point for the capture, 1 point for the conversion. It is all or nothing. So Team QG had the chance to defend there. Should they have hold that, they would be awarded a point as well. As you can see on the net worth chart, it is all District 69. Items starting to come out as well. You can see these color-coded here. Red is going to be the offensive items. Things like Cauterize is going to reduce healing. Things like Wrecker, that's going to make the shields fall a little quicker. Blue, that's going to be defensive. That's what players are looking to pick up to mitigate damage. Most of these are going to be Havens right now. Now, Haven, it mitigates direct damage, and that makes sense in this matchup because Fernando is the only one that is area damage based. Every other character in this game is direct damage based.
But still, with that net worth differential, we are seeing Team QG fall behind in credits. They can buy less items, and this might put them at a disadvantage. Early Dredge Anchor from Makoa won't find anything, and Perdo is in trouble.
He is. Fernando just now rejoining his team, but early capture point, zone control, going to be given to D69. That hook is going to be good from Elven Path.
And it converts on a kill onto one. Perdo is diving in, dives straight back out again after taking a lot of poke, but Fernando's been dredged into danger. Barrage incoming, caught by reversal. It's coming through. Here we go. Sheepa closes a kill out onto Yi as well. Master Lu answers back with one, but no, it's all in District 69's favor. Again, at 69% and rising, they are in dominant control of this capture objective.
Elven Path falling lower and lower, but he's going to be safe for now. Just 2 deaths on the side of D69 as they clean up some of these kills, clean up the capture objective, and now 3-0. They have the chance to close out game number 1 here should they convert this payload, and they haven't given us any reason to believe otherwise.
Immortal now going to be used by Fernando from QG in combination with Dread7 to buy some time, keep that Fernando alive, but still with 2 minutes left on the payload push, that's a very early utilization of ultimates that are vital for a clutch defense. Buying time for your team to respawn when the payload gets very close to its conversion point. Maybe a bit of a lack of trigger discipline coming through from QG as they are scared of District 69's offensive pressure.
Yeah, and Dread Serpent missing in that last fight didn't help. Fernando's going to drop. That's QG's frontliner now down. Ancient Rage doesn't have the chance to come out. A little bit of crowd control from Maldamba will shut down Elven Path.
But it's not necessary. The Ancient Rage, which would have kept Makoa alive, the ultimate, which puts them back to 10,000 HP, just not necessary because they can depend and rely on Perdo in the backline. Buck Wild is just going to try and buy Buck some time. He's impaled on top of the wall and shut down, and it's all blue on the kill feed again. QG, they're dropping like flies, and this conversion could end the game for District 69 already.
D69 looking strong. 3 ultimates available to try and convert here. Ancient Rage, Hexafire, and Accursed Arm. All heavy hitting team fight closers. Fernando's going to fall. No one for QG is here. Hexafire comes out just for style.
Right at the end there, used just to pressure on straight through, make sure that nobody was around that conversion point and allow the payload to slide through for a very, very quick 4-0 victory. You can see District 69 on screen right now, looking relatively content with their performance. QG don't seem to be too discouraged, but they've got some figuring out to do because that last game they seemed a little bit disjointed.
There was a lot of big things, easy fixes, I think, for QG moving forward here. They look stoic, they look ready. Master Lu rolling off the edge at the start was not a good one. A couple of big missed team ultimates is going to spell doom and gloom for them as well. But as we head over to the stat screen, we can see just how clean this game was from D69. A total of 5 deaths across all 5 of their members.
Absolutely remarkable. What numbers speak to me as well, low is going to be the solo kills column right here. So this is very important. If you manage to kill an opponent without any other member of your team dropping damage onto them, you get a solo kill. That's fairly self-explanatory. District 69, despite having a lot of eliminations, only having 3 of those, just shows how cohesively they're working together as a unit. They're working as a team, not individual players, despite Perdo going off around the backside of the fight. And this is giving them such an advantage when it comes down to objective play.
Yeah, and I think it's funny that we see Gera on this Ying, the perfect game, 16-0 with one of those solo kills here. So the support from D69 getting a little bored, sitting on the objective, wanted to get into the mix here. But objective time is a category we should highlight here because QG struggling, 4 seconds on one player, 1 on Knight, and only 12 on their front liner, Fernando. So they're going to have to find a way to control the space a little bit better around the point if they're going to stand a chance, because kills don't win games.
So much of that space control did appear to come through from Elven Pass and Makoa. Might be picked up in the next game, Game 2 coming up shortly. But before we get to champion picks, we got to go straight back to the map draft and find out where we'll be playing this second game.
So the 4-0 for D69 on Jaguar Falls. Moving right along, though, going to be headed to the Frozen Guard. It is cold here in Atlanta, and it will be cold here in game number 2.
Absolutely, as we do see Frozen Guard, a map with some long lines of sights. It's a little interesting here. We might see some different drafts come out from District 69 if they're beginning to feel each other. Maybe a Knessa might be picked up, but with the Shaolin being so successful last game, I do expect to see that again at least.
Yeah, but I expect D69 to try and, show flex their picks a little bit here. They don't want to show too much, but they want to show they're looking strong. Get everything warm. Keep everything warm. You don't want to go too long without playing stuff that you're comfortable with, and we'll have to see just what that is as we head into the champion draft.
So here we go, coming up on screen. This time, first pick, well, once again, it is District 69 holding the advantage here. First pick, Fernando is hovered. Will this be the Fernando that we are looking for Unbelievable? Going back to that comfort pick, perhaps?
I expect so, and I like this. They're switching it up. They're figuring it out. They have to try. They're going to need a lot of tools in the toolkit here as this tournament moves along. They got a lot of teams to play, a lot of homework to do. They got to have a lot of drafts ready to rock.
I do like this. QG now picking Makoa and Cassie. Cassie just again a staple of the damage champion class in Paladins, but Makoa did so much work on QG's backline as soon as they tried to engage last game that taking that away from District 69 is valuable here.
Absolutely, and answering back. Evie hovered, locked in for the first time. This is a big talking point, a very highly contested pick in Paladins currently, and Shippa is a master on this character. So you are in for a treat. Shaolin locked in as well. Those long sight lines going to be locked down.
Coming into play, Maldamba once again taken for Team QG. Dread Serpent, their big ultimate with the AoE Fear.
I like it.
Not doing a great deal of work last game, but if better utilized, could be a tide turner. Ruckus as well picked up now, so we're talking about the golden triangle of Makoa, Maldamba, and Ruckus, which competitive play has been going on so much about this past week for QG, but District 69, they're going different here again.
Yeah, perfect. They need a flank, though. Victor and Ying locked in. This is a backline that Buck can get in and mix it up on a lot of characters with not a lot of mobility. Shaolin and Victor specifically, they pump out a lot of damage here, and I think that the key for District 69 is a lot of times as these picks like Shaolin and Victor, you have to recognize when you're not going to get away from a guy like Buck, when you just have to go pedal to the metal and pump out the damage that these guys are so good at doing.
And even if you don't get the kill, if your teammates can clean it up, then you do manage to equalize and you hold steady at least. So on Frozen Guard, let's talk champion dynamics. We're in the Winter Witch's homeland here. Evie, she does well on ice maps, but are we looking at anybody else who's really going to be holding the fort, holding the throne here?
I just like QG's draft as a whole. I think it's a great switch up. Maldamba, Ruckus, Makoa is a sturdy front line. I think they're going to be able to do great things with it. I'm excited to see if Knight's on Cassie, and he is. Mikasa will be on Buck this time around. Master Lu on Maldamba, Yejing on Ruckus, and Spira on Makoa.
Still fighting out of the blue corner, District 69 with Sheepa on Evie, as mentioned before. Perdo this time on Victor. Unbelievable on Ying, makes sense. He's a pit player. He does play supports. Elven Path on Fernando, another staple champion in his pool, and Jera on Shaolin. This one's going to start off early, as always, with some poke from Evie.
Yep, being able to blink in, blink out. Poke is Evie's specialty. Very hard-hitting champion. The first dredge anchor of the game, though, is going to miss.
And that's very important. No setup confirmed, no peel now available. First blood, though, is going through to Team QG as one gets shut down. But Perdo pulled straight into a low HP. Makoa is able to confirm so much damage. Double kill for Perdo. Can he find the triple? Triple kill coming through. No, Sheepa cleans up Knight. And we do see Maldamba slither off to, well, not much safety as they are picked clean by Jera.
And I mean, you just see Perdo aiming down the sights right now. No pressure, no worries, no sweat on his brow. This is a problem for Team QG. This buck, Mikasa, has to get on him. He cannot allow Victor to go uncontested in the backline. Victor, a champion that can do so much damage from long range if left uncontested. They have to turn up the heat on Perdo.
But right now, it isn't damage which is really at the forefront of everybody's minds. It's the dismounting that was coming through out of base, but damage is still there. Jera takes out Makoa. No frontline presence left, with the exception of Ruckus for QG, who does manage to get 1 kill in trade, but double kill again for Perdo, the second time this game. District 69, they look relatively unstoppable here.
District 69 haven't been fighting around the point. They left one to capture it. 1-0 lead, D69. Big fireball, big zone pressure from Elven Path. This Fernando giving up his life, but for a good cause is more than worth it to die to confirm space around the objective.
Absolutely, we are going to see Sheepa try and land some preliminary poke on the players. Actually look for an assassination on Maldamba. Gord goes down, trying to keep him alive, but the damage from Fernando now comes through. Shots confirmed to Maldamba, just the AoE, not the direct impacts, which do so much work. And Ice Storm used in the end, trying to save Elven Path. It does successfully. Perdo will clean up one. Sheepa cleans up Maldamba as well. And a double kill for another player of District 69 is just too much for QG to deal with.
Yeah, you saw that Ice Storm ability come out as the payload nears conversion here. No one really able to contest Makoa just now. Shell spinning back in.
And look at all the damage confirmed onto Makoa as soon as they do enter the objective area. Burst down almost immediately before the shield comes up. Buck jumps in, Buck jumps out again as he will be sent back to base. Surely look at the burst coming through. Elven Path with 2 as well. Double Path. 3 players of District 69 with 2 kills to their name and the conversion as well.
Net worth all in favor of D69 right now, looking near flawless as we head into round number 2. 2 ultimates available. Unbelievable's Illusory Rift. This is an AoE based heal that will keep all of D69 healthy. Only 2 cauterizes on the side of Team QG. That is those red cross items next to Mikasa and next to Knight. This will reduce the healing that Ying is able to do her teammates by 30% for 2 seconds. Currently leading the healing graphs though. Unbelievable, doing a good job on this Ying.
There's a lot of healing coming out from Unbelievable's Ying, but it still doesn't feel much compared to what we might see in other competitive games, and I feel that's partially due to the fights just being so fast. If there's nobody left to heal, yeah, absolutely, they're not close to each other, but if everybody's dead, then there's no damage to heal up.
Rolling in now is Knight, blasted almost immediately, taken off the back. Good pressure from Mikasa though. He's getting onto this Victor. They're making the adjustments that they need to.
They're trying to confirm the kill into Victor, but Illusory Rift was used by Ying in the back end there, just keeping everybody alive. And one by one, QG will fall. Knight has respawned, but everybody's been shut down. They did manage to achieve 40% or 46% on the capture objective though, so doing better than they had done previously.
Yeah, I mean, they're making the adjustments. They're making progress right now, 46, 45, and climbing, but this zone is something QG needs to find for themselves if they're going to capture. You see how dangerous this is. Shippa out here on the CB, dismounting everyone, not even giving QG a chance to get back on the objective. 71, 78, and climbing for D69.
And there's just nobody close enough to close the gap for Team QG. District 69's second capture of the game will be uncontested, as Shippa is just too pesky to deal with, getting kill after kill or distraction after distraction in the backline, and nobody from QG is dealing with them, and this seems to be a really big thorn in their side.
This is just terrifying. Ice Storm comes out. That's Eevee's ultimate, persistent, cripple, and slow, so nowhere to go for the rest of QG as they are cleaned up. Pretty perfect games right now, going for Perdo 9-0. Unbelievable, still perfect at 2-0.
Also, escorting the payload will be unbelievable, as Ying, their deployables do have an extended range in which you can place them to heal up your allies, and therefore this allows your frontline to push out heavily into, well, the frontline of the fight and do a lot of disruption, exactly as Elven Path is doing as they kick off another team fight versus Makoa.
And now, Victor just trying to stay alive right now. Everyone trying to get on his case. They're recognizing that Perdo is the problem, and they're going to take it out.
Absolutely. Perdo, one of the hyper carries on the side of District 69, has been shut down. Back in the fight, there is going to be a Hexafire used, but it's a complete backdoor coming through. Nobody from QG sees it coming. District 69, they slip it through. That's going to sting.
That's got to sting. It's just an awareness issue right now. D69 spreading out the map so effectively. These zones, you can see it on their faces. They're confident. Garrus signature smirk.
And what was really important there as well is I feel like we saw Elven Path on Fernando and Perdo on Victor draw focus fire, force out some ultimates, and everybody went to shut them down because Perdo, well, you got to deal with them, otherwise they're going to kill your entire team. Just left Ying to keep on the payload cart, push it through, and as we go back to the scoreboard, we can probably see that reflected in Ying's objective time from this game.
Yeah, they create so much space here. Elven Path, more traditionally aggressive frontliner. You can see only 23 objective time for the frontliner, quote, for D69. He was off creating space, leaving Unbelievable to sit 14-0, 176 on the objective time. He was just pushing the payload, having a good old time.
Actually did get out healed by the Maldamba in the end, though. Let's check out that healing stat, 16,000 to 18,000. Master Lu doing a little bit more work in that respect. Maybe those cauterized cards starting to come into play, but it just didn't seem to be enough for QG.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit more of Unbelievable was actually just sitting on the objective half the map away where the rest of his team was off zoning, creating space, and no worries for that payload push here. A lot of good damage coming out from D69. 42,000 on Shippa's Eevee, 44,000, the best in the game from Parados. He didn't see much pressure, 20 eliminations, 1 death, the same slash line as Gera on Shaolin.
But I feel like he did at times. We saw Mikasa try and jump into the backline on Victor.
Absolutely.
As Buck try and go for the assassination, but the team responds. District 69 have great communication in their comms. They know when the pressure is coming, and they respond to it immediately. We saw the Illusory Rift come out of Ying as well, so we saw all that AoE healing come through, as well as Elven Path and Fernando peel back just to force Buck out of the issue, and this allows your all-important source of damage to stay alive.
That's right, and you can see just highlighted in Elven Path's play, there are so many ways to play these frontliners, getting aggressive in the backline as Elven Path did. Unbelievable when he's on this Fernando. It's going to be looking to more control the zones around the point. A lot of defensive shields used to provide peel for his teammates. That's incredibly important to do as a frontliner. You don't want to just stand there doing nothing. As a tank, the whole philosophy of a tank is to draw attention to yourself. If you're just standing there and no one's shooting you and they're saving the best for last, you're not doing your job.
You got to get right up there in their faces, but who else got up in people's faces? Sheepa on Eevee. You mentioned that damage stat being out of this world in the previous game. They're sitting on 2 solo kills this game. We'll see if they pull it out going into game number 3. This is a best of 5 sets, or a best of 5 sets in the groups, folks. So let's go and see if District 69's third map up, being Frog Isle, will be the last game we're going to see between these two teams.
So this is the last Temple Rune Bear, a lot of hazard zones. So Makoa, I think, going to be another highly contested pick. You mentioned here as we were going over some of the drafts, Makoa can hook and serve people straight off of the map here. Another Theo specialty on this one.
Certainly, but that's not just all we see with the environmental hazards coming into play. You know who else really thrives on maps like Frog Isle with a lot of edges around, a lot of water which can send enemies soaring into the drink? Potentially Bomb King. Now, Jolt has been reduced a little bit in its efficacy, being brought back in line with how it's meant to be, but Bomb King does have Poppy Bomb, which they can still throw enemies off the map with. Might be seeing that come out in the draft. We can always hope.
I certainly hope so as we get into the champion draft for what could be the last game of the first set of the day. Bomb King, a character that excels in low ping environments, and that is exactly where we find ourselves here today. I can't wait to see if that's going to come out.
First pick, though, does go for the 3rd time in a row to District 69. They're going no nonsense. They want their hard carries locked in. Eevee, the first pick up, and well, I love it.
Yep, it did so much work in the last game ship, but Fernando's going to be hovered, and Makoa as well. So this is the danger in picking up that Eevee first pick, is you have the risk of giving up double front line.
And we know how strong that is on a map like Frog Isle, which has an objective capture zone where it sort of funnels all of your enemies and allies together. So having a good, strong defensive front line is so important. District 69 could elect to go full point break here and just pick up more damage, and that's exactly what it looks like they're going to try and do, as Cassie and Charlene, the 2 Bow twins, are locked in for the team in blue.
So the key here is those they have no fall off. They can do their damage from any range. Eevee as well, and the Eevee is a character that traditionally likes to get up close when she's trying to assassinate, but she has no fall off as well. She is just as content to play artillery style, just lay back into those shields. Maldamba, Victor going to be the response, so some long range pressure coming out from QG as well.
You can't forget about that hit scan heal coming through from Maldamba. Mending Spirits, their alternate fire, will heal up allies over any distance as long as you can confirm that skill shot. And skill shots in a healer, that's no easy feat if you're being pressured in the backline by an Eevee. front line will be locked in for District 69, however, going with Barak and Ying for a double deployable team composition. Both Barak with his turrets and Ying with her illusions could provide a bit of disruption towards that Fernando Makoa frontline setup from QG.
Ooh, the sky's being hovered right now. I would say Drogoz is the pick here, but no, it will be the Pip. Locked in Pip, another support in the game, but not that he specializes in healing. Pip more focused on crowd control, good damage as well.
Absolutely, they do have a massive slow in their kit. They have their Evil Mojo ultimate, which polymorphs enemies into 1500 HP chickens for a limited period of time, so easy to burst down tanks. But we can't forget about the fact that Pip is a source of AoE damage as well. That area of effect splash is great for applying item effects like Cauterize for anti-heal, and also for bypassing the commonly picked up defensive item of Haven.
Yeah, so something from this draft, though, that tells me a lot about QG is they don't favor Drogoz, because Drogoz in this situation is going to be very effective at breaking up Barak Ying, as well as there's not a lot of great counters to it on District 69. Cassie and Shaolin, they're projectile based. There's going to have to be some lead in terms of trying to take that dragon out of the sky.
Especially with the double deployable team composition coming out of District 69, Drogoz's ability to throw out a fire spit, hit it with a rocket, and detonate it in midair for massive AoE damage is unparalleled when dealing with this composition. But maybe they think the Pip is enough, especially with recent changes to their ultimate, so it now goes straight through shields.
We'll have to see if it is enough. Welcome back here, D69 versus Team QG, game number 3. D69 still on the left side of the spectator UI. Shippa on Eevee, Elven Path on Barak, Perdo on Cassie, Unbelievable on Ying, and Gera on Shaolin.
Of course, coming back once again, Team QG fighting out of the right-hand side of your screen, the red corner, I should say. Mikasa will be playing Pip. Yi will be on Fernando, Master Lu, Maldamba, Spyra on Makoa, and Knight playing Victor for the second time this set.
2 cauterizes for both teams, defensive havens, and 1 wrecker for D69, trying to bust up some of these shields, but Shippa getting a good angle. A lot of poke damage could come out here.
That is a lot of AoE damage straight from one shot from Eevee, confirming it from range now as well. Birdo on Cassie will be looking to pick up the first blood here if they can find the damage onto Fernando, but shield is up and available. Still, Eevee will be looking to pressure the backline, diving in and out with Wormhole Blink. First blood does go through to QG as they take out Elven Path, but Birdo and Jera 4 up with a triple kill to Birdo and 2 to Jera. That's the full house wipe, and devastation meets QG.
And we saw great target switching, I think, from Perdo. Fernando got his face. As soon as he popped the shield, Perdo was just like, all right, I'm done with you. He just rolled past him, went straight to the back line, keeping the priority. So we got to see some more pressure come out from the frontliners here if they're going to call the attention.
And that's such an important element of Fernando. When their shield is up, they're dealing no damage, so you can just kind of ignore them unless you're trying to get them off the objective. And speaking of the objective, District 69 uncontested for the latter part of this capture, get the first point on the scoreboard of Game 3 for the 3rd time in a row.
Splitting up this team fight now. Shippa in the back line deep. Doesn't have a lot of cooldowns available. Sword just now coming up. Under pressure, though, is Perdo. He's going to be forced out for the time being.
182 HP, trying to stay out of combat to regenerate, but no, Pip finds him, shuts him down, and that will buy a little bit of breathing room as one of the primary carries for District 69 does go back to base. Jera takes out Fernando before they are sent skywards as well, and Pip too shut down by Unbelievable. Team QG are down 2 players, and still the payload advances headed by Elven Path in this environment. Somebody has to make a stand here and shut down this frontliner.
Just a little bit split up right now, I feel, as QG just getting picked off. 2 of them are diving the back line. Victor sitting way in the back line trying to stay safe. So I'd like to see a little bit more of a grouping come out from Team QG.
Especially when you're putting yourself into a line of sight with that Shaolin Impale coming through from Jera, and then Perdo just following up. Can they find Pip before he goes through into the base? No! With a disengage off the map, pulls down Barak as well. No, Rocket Boots keeps Elven Path safe. My goodness, Perdo finds 2 to close out the conversion, and District 69 matched that with 2 points up on the scoreboard.
And I mean, that was just the perfect play to utilize both of the hazard zone capabilities here, the disengage, but Makoa says, if I'm going down, you're coming with me here. D69 in the lead, currently on the net worth chart, and a big talking point is D69 are getting their cauterized 2s online. That is 60% healing reduction, and they always get it done in round number 2, so that's a lot of early pressure. Even having 2 supports, I don't know if it's going to be enough.
And speaking of early pressure, Jera on Shaolin electing to go into Rekka, Rekka rank 2 now for 150% increased damage done to shields, and that stacks on planted as well, so there's a huge amount of shield tread capability coming from them.
Yep, those shields are going to look like wet paper towels as we head into round number 2 here. Perdo currently on fire, finding so many killing blows. 7-1 right now for the Cassie. QG Knight with some favorable positioning off the start. They got to keep an eye out for Shippa, and there's the Ice Storm.
Down comes Barrage as well. Knight finds one with a kill onto Elven Path, drops some more damage. Perdo will answer back though. Now a polymorph onto the backline. This is the opportunity for QG to capitalize, but they don't find any follow-up kills. They leave their Victor exposed in the backline for Perdo to shut down. No, unbelievable. We'll finish that one up after a missed shot, and Sheepa is now trying to actually respond to the backline pressure coming from QG, who don't seem to know exactly where they want to play this objective fight.
Great job sticking together though and working as a team. QG showing some great adjustments here. Perdo was able to separate Knight from the fight, and I feel like that was a big factor in why D69 are able to take it back right now. Sitting at 51% on the objective, QG didn't get a lot done with that team fight win.
Now this is a very, very interesting use of Immortal here. It is a selfish use of Immortal from Fernando, their ultimate, which will keep them from dropping below 1500 HP for a limited period of time, but it's buying time for the respawns to come through from their team as District 69 climb up above 90% on the capture, but still nobody from QG is actually back on the objective. Nobody has responded, even though Perdo falls. The hyper carry Cassie does get shut down. It is still 3 points on the objective scoreboard to District 69.
Ice Storm available for Shippa. He's doing a great job at charging this ultimate very frequently and also not sitting on it for too long. That's not something you want to do here. Taking a lot of burst damage from Makoa though. Shippa's going to go down. Nicely timed shot out of Ice Block from Spira.
And that's so important, not giving Sheepa the time to soar or blink away, making sure the EV is off the table. Team QG are now poised to make a respectable defense if they can stay out of the long line of sight damage coming through from Jera, who'll rip through, well, the teammates and shields alike with Planted. Look at that damage.
Yeah, it's a very dangerous line of sight he's holding down. He's completely safe while doing this too. Shell spin combination with Shell Shields comes out. Here's the Ancient Rage.
That's the Makoa ultimate coming through, but watch out. Ancient Rage will buy some time around the objective. Such a massive health pool can't be burst down, but still all around them. It is just Spyro watching their teammates fall one by one. They're going to try and Shell spin back to safety, find some damage to Cassie, but forced into Shell Shield again on Maldamba score to try and stay alive. District 69 have a free path towards the conversion point.
I would have liked to see a little bit more aggression, I think, coming out. There's a Dread Serpent that's not really going to find the mark again, but Makoa had full HP there. Nice aggression coming out from Shippa in the backline's going to find Knight.
And we are just left with a Fernando on the objective contesting, who will fall. Respawn comes through from Makoa. Nice dismount blink coming through from Eevee. The Impaler arrow keeps him away. Shell Shield is up. Nobody will make their way towards the objective. And District 69 close out Game 3 and their third 4-0 victory.
Yep, just looking calm, cool, and collected from D69. I feel it was a good thing that we saw a lot of different types of draft coming out from D69, showing their god pools, showing that they're not really forced pigeonholed into any one type of play style.
So this is an interesting point to bring up on LAN especially. We're in the very first game of group stages. District 69 are starting to show their hand a little bit, it feels like, here. Now, since they'll be playing some very veteran opponents later in the set, is that something which you consider wise, or are they coming out with a bit more, maybe some posturing here?
I think these are all fairly standard compositions from D69. They're just making sure everything, all the screws are tight on what they're comfortable with. I wouldn't say any of that is necessarily pocket pick territory.
Well, I would argue that we didn't see Elven Path play Buck.
And that was very strange, but QG took it away from him a couple of times.
That's true, very true. And well, you can't pick a champion that's already been drafted. That's the important thing about Paladins. We have this champion draft phase, but up on your screen right now is the scoreboard from the previous game. Once again, my eyes are drawn to the solo kill column. District 69 with only 2 on their team so far, despite the highest eliminations, which is kills and assists in game going to Perdo at 23. Again, the teamwork really comes through.
Great work. I think seeing Unbelievable on a lot of these supports is pretty interesting to know. It feels almost getting back to his roots, Elven Path, on a lot of these aggressive frontliners as well. And I don't think this is how D69 is going to be playing later into the tournament. So in terms of showing their hand, I think D69 are still in a good spot. Unbelievable. You know, he did a great job on these supports, but was given so much room, really didn't have to do much.
Wasn't pressured out, and that's exactly the kind of environment that you want to start your substitute player off in, right? When they're not under a great deal of pressure, they can get used to the LAN environment again, and they're feeling a little bit more comfortable, confident, and then you put them out of their comfort zone. Then you start pushing a little bit. But QG, they did have a few good picks. One thing that I just didn't feel was capitalized on too well was the Evil Mojo ultimate, but with the Dread Serpent and the Evil Mojo available to the side of QG, that's something which they could potentially pull out later on today in the group stages and make work very, very well.
Absolutely. Only one Evil Mojo came out, but that's going to do it for us here in this first series between D69 and Team QG. We're going to head back to the schedule, take a look at what's next.
So you can see that in the standings on the left-hand side of your screen, District 69 are currently 1 set up. QG 1 set down, and it was a 3-0 victory in the best of 5 game set. Coming up next, however, which will be one of the other international, shall we say, matches of the day. Black Dragons make their land stage in America debut to face off against QG in their doubleheader. That won't be me taking the mic for this one, however, I will be dropping out to allow Nick to come up alongside, well, it's none other than Hirez, one of the designers of this game.
That's right, Black Dragons QG going to be the match up next. I'm personally very excited. I watched a good amount of scrims between these two teams in the days leading up to the Expo. Everything looked very even among the international competition, so we're definitely in for a treat. QG, I think, coming in hot is going to have a little bit of an advantage, maybe.
Okay, and they've played against a veteran team who's won a LAN championship, and absolutely this is going to give them the ability to potentially look to adapt some of their earlier play styles. Once again, for all of you watching from home, we do just want to remind you that we do have Twitch linking available for the Paladins game channel. All you have to do is visit hirezstudios.com/link to link up your Hirez account and your Twitch account, and you have a chance at winning swag and loot in-game just by watching the streams today.
But that's not all. We have the digital loot pack available as well. This is guaranteed in-game rewards. This is a lot of exclusive stuff that you're not going to be able to get forever. It's 3 skins, Ying, Victor, Fernando, MVP poses, sprays, all HRX themed.
Absolutely, and as we said earlier, you can spray that on the wall after you get a double kill, a triple kill, maybe a pentakill, and say, hey,
maybe.
Paladins Esports, I'm all about that. So stay tuned for more Paladins action coming up next. Black Dragons versus Team QG. Stay tuned.
Hey Paladins fans, Hirez Pretty Hair here, and I'm excited to share with you a brand new feature coming to our Twitch channel. Starting today, you can link your Hirez account to your Twitch account and receive the Ying Illusory Mirror weapon skin. Not only that, but you'll be able to receive free in-game rewards just by watching our broadcasts on Paladins game. To get started, head over to hirezstudios.com/link. Select login here and then sign in with your Hirez account. Once you're logged into your Hirez account, you'll need to link your Twitch account. To do this, click on link your Twitch account and enter your Twitch account info. Once you log in, you'll be back at your Hirez account page. With the yes prompt, you successfully link your accounts. Once the link is complete, you'll unlock your Ying Illusory Mirror skin and be able to receive free in-game rewards just by watching our Paladins game broadcasts. It's just our way of saying thanks for being a Paladins fan. Thanks for checking out this quick guide, and we'll see you in the realm.
This is my domain. Time to hunt. Behold the dragon's fury! Here comes the pace! Bring it on!
Come watch the great Evie take down all the people she hates!
Poof! Time's ticking.
I will make this a horrific scene of bloodshed.
Death awaits you all!
week on Top 5 Plays, Team Play Timing, and Total Annihilation. My name is, of course, Vox, and let's get straight into play number 5, which I'm sure you'll find pretty unbelievable, as the pit player themselves returning to the big screen once more with another crazy evil mojo. We'll jump weightless, let's pip chase down 2 and nuke them for a double kill in just a single bombardment. Now they turn to break down the real raid boss of Fernando. The self-proclaimed knight is low, and whilst their shield is mighty, eventually they and Makoa fall too for the team wipe power play. The payload moves. You know them, you love them. The self-proclaimed Fragmaster Stolzy brings it home on Frozen Guard for the team blind conversion. Dragon Punch redirected by more Listo Furnace cleans up Cassie. Heat Haze is popped and Drox is skewered unaware. Revenge is sweet on the druggist who wipes out an ally, and Evie nothing more than a pesky popsicle before a god. Stolzy tags out and Smidgen takes over. McCullough has their crown, but Cuss Cutie's far too stunning for that. The turtle is chewed through by the Goblin Smack, and Buck 2 is no contest for the Mechanical Master. 2-0, easy lead. Another combo play up next. Lazy's Eevee has a spicy dismount that favors the Breeder Squad's positioning. Ruckus advances as Cassie is pulled into the danger zone. Speaking of danger, this danger noodle sees a grouping as Eevee blinks in. Out goes Red Serpent with a scary snowstorm wombo combo. Nobody escapes from Bird's metallic madness, and every single enemy is decimated in a matter of seconds. Steady on there though, Ruckus. Bolt is still in charge. From one end of the spectrum right to the other, this time it's I Drop Bodies fishing the kill. Solo stylist Cassie on Fishing Village. Makoa's hook is baited, but Body's too experienced of an angler to be so distracted. With Troy's herded and planted Shaolin, it's easy pickings with her back to the real danger. Makoa, seen earlier, is picked off when low, and Drogo's round the outside now has no backup. 3 shots and 3 in a row, but Bodies ain't done yet. Aldamba's low, Ruckus gets in the way, but Makoa's chosen chooses the wrong direction to juke. So close to a pentakill, but behind them the Body drops, and Droxa steals away the glory, but the team still comes out on top. We've already seen a god today, but what of the God Slayer? Perdo of District 69, the uncontested land champion, is ready to deliver a mortal blow to their opponents in this week's top play. Eevee slips past their careful defense and blankets the objective in a cloud of confusion, whilst Ruckus is a tasty morsel. Ging is far more delicious. Out of ammo, reversal keeps Perdo safe from Cassie, and the bind time reload allows for the outplay. Slider hand on the other step reloads Perdo again, but the immortal only needs 3 more shots for their first quadra kill. Impressive to say the least, but we're far from done here, and respawns are due. Perdo advances to hold the front line, dismounting where available as District 69 earn themselves the first payload capture of the game. Under heavy fire, they retreat skywards. Higher still to remain out of sight, they poke out Eevee, but escape before Makoa's mobile anchor. Makoa elects to pursue their low-health Cassie, but unwisely so, they don't spy the God Slayer, and with another step of cooldown, Perdo chases down another kill, with credit to Fernando. Oh, what's that round the corner? Ging, dear, today is not your day. Spring is yet to come, and the blossom withers yet again. Eevee stunned out by Bomb King is a simple kill. Blink a little too slow there, easy pickings, and Perdo is hungry for more. Up towards the enemy base with respawns due again, Perdo takes the high ground advantage as the payload pushes on. An ambush is set. Buck and Androxus ready and waiting. Bomb King does redirect, but Eevee sniffs out the danger with a crafty blink. 3 enemies collapsing on Buck. So low, heroic leap helps them flee behind reversal, which keeps him alive and slays Ruckus. Don't feed this monster, their appetite insatiable. A cursed arm destroys Ying again, finds Eevee in flight, and Makoa only pulls their hand closer for a headshot finish. 2 quadra kills, a payload push, and death is all that awaits Perdo's enemies. Thank you for watching this episode of Paladins Top 5 Plays. Subscribe for more videos and check out the Paladins digital loot pack for the Invitational at Hirez Expo in open beta patch 40.
Welcome back, Paladins fans, to the Expo stage. My name is Hirez Pretty here. I am joined now by Hirez Cret, one of our lovely designers. So we're very excited to bring you the second series of the day between Black Dragons and QG.
Yeah, it's going to be a really exciting set because QG, while they had some trouble going up against District 69, every game they were adapting, they were changing their compositions, they were drafting better and better and playing better and better. So I think they're warmed up and we could really see something special here.
I think that's important to note here. QG showing that they can adapt, that they have other things in their champion pool. They have various compositions that they're comfortable running, comfortable drafting. The draft looked good in terms of how they were adapted. They took Buck away from District 69, but in the end, it was D69 with the clean 3-0. But these international matchups, from what I've gathered from the players watching scrims, are very tight.
Yeah, I think they're going to be tight. And, you know, if QG want to get to the semifinals, they need to win this game. And then they need to beat match point. So their backs are up against the wall. If they lose this, it's going to be a very, very difficult road to the semifinals. On the other hand, Black Dragons, assuming they win this game, they could do really, really well going forward.
Yep, and another quick reminder, guys, at home, go ahead and link your Twitch account, hirezstudios.com/link. Get this done early in the day because every minute you spend watching the broadcast is a chance to win some of that in-game loot, some of them goodies. It's such an easy way for you to get free stuff, and we have some other good stuff for you coming in-game as well.
Sorry, I was just staring into your eyes. But if you check out your in-game client, you can get the digital loot pack, which has some really dope stuff in it. We've got 3 skins for you, 2 limited time skins, the Fernando and Victor HRX skins, and then there's the Convention 2017 Ying, which is going to be exclusive. You also have 3 sprays, 2 MVP poses, so there's a lot of stuff in this pack, and it's going to be really cool, especially Fernando's. He's got a special HRX shield that I think is really cool.
It's awesome. It's a great way to show that I've been here since the start. This is all exclusive stuff. It's only here for a little bit of time. Something I'm really excited about. Real talk, this Fernando cosplay that I'm just now seeing in the crowd, that is insane.
Shout outs to Fernando.
It's better than mine, and I'm getting a little bit self-conscious right now.
I'm sorry. You know, you mentioned exclusive content, and I've got one more thing for you. The Winter Wonder chest is only available through January 11th. So if you want those winter weapons, the bow for Shaolin, you can pick those up now in your Paladins store. So lots of really cool content, and as we go through the event, I'm sure we'll be revealing some of the more interesting stuff coming down the pipeline, including, I've heard tell of a new map.
A lot of good things coming here on the Expo stage and for Paladins game as a whole, but I want to get back to this matchup here. You were watching from the audience. What did you like about QG? Aside from their adaptability, any particular standout players for you?
Dude, Mikasa went hard, man. Like,
he did.
There were a few times where, who's the Cassie player for D69 in that last, was it Jera?
Perdo.
It was Perdo, right. And those 2 players were really standouts for D69. There were a few times where Mikasa was activating Weightless, jumping forward and cleaning up those kills as they were low. You know, maybe they went in, they got a double, but then they have to back out. They are getting low in these fights, and Mikasa's not afraid to go aggressive on that pip. I want to see what he can do maybe on other support champions, or maybe, since he is being aggressive, going towards that damage or flank roll and trying to pick up the kills.
Yeah, definitely. Another player I want to talk about is Knight. This is a guy, he's familiar to me. I watched him play Smite back in the day. He played for QG on their Smite team. He's returning 3 of these guys actually returning to Hirez Expo. Master Lu, Mikasa, and Knight. Knight brought out the Anubis on the main stage. He's a very, very renowned Cassie player. He only got to play it once in that series, but he played it very well. Master Lu played it once as well. It was all good stuff coming out from QG, but this match is going to be so close. And like you mentioned, QG in a must-win situation here.
Yeah, if they don't win this game, right, they have to beat match point, which puts them at 1-2. And then they have to hope for a 3-way tie, which they have to tie break and then win. So assuming they don't win this, it's going to be a very tough road, and it also requires winning a very difficult match against match point and then having other people lose in just the right way. So it's very tough. Their backs are against the wall. They have to take this set.
Yep, and likewise, Black Dragons. It doesn't get any easier. This is round-robin group-style play, so every team is going to play each other once. Black Dragons, this is the first match of the day. They want to get things going early. They want to build momentum for their set against match point, which is coming up afterward.
That's right. If they win this game, they're on the way to 2-1, maybe even 3-0, and that could be really good because Black Dragons, the Brazilian team, they want to show how awesome their country is. Brazilian players are very proud. Early on in the show, during the opening ceremony, I don't know if you saw it, but one of their players was holding up a Brazilian flag, very proud of his heritage, and that's awesome because the Brazilian player base for Paladins is so passionate.
It's huge. It's colossal. It's one of the best in the world. One of our favorites. They're so passionate about their country. More importantly, about Paladins. They're always,
That's
they
right.
have the flag they're always representing in our EVs Winter Classic that we just ran. They had some of the best turnout and best retention. There was over 100 teams nearing on 150. That was dwarfing so many other regions. They kept up steam throughout all of that tournament.
The whole
Brazil.
time?
We love Brazil, man. They are all about Paladins.
That's awesome. So, I can't wait to see these Brazilian players play because I don't know if you got to see any scrims, but I didn't, right? So this is my first time seeing these teams play. I can't wait to see what they can do because I think they could really do something special here.
You know, I've done my homework just as much as some of these teams and some of the VODs that I was studying. They like Timbermill, and we could see some interesting drafts come out, especially because we anticipate this series to be closer than the D69 QG set. So this is going to go deeper into the map pool, as this is a best of 5. This could go to 4 or even 5 games here. We'll be very interested to see how the map draft plans out.
You know, you mentioned Timbermill. Is this like a sniping-oriented team? Do they have a Knessa player that they're going to bust out on Timbermill especially, but maybe even on other maps?
That's the important part here. Who is going to be that standout player? You know, Frozen Guard it's a map that has some long sight lines. We saw Shaolin come out. No Knessa just yet here, but that is definitely a pick we're looking to come out. Should we head over to Timbermill? There are a lot of interesting dynamics on a lot of these maps, and
for sure.
And you were mentioning a new map. I'm excited to maybe get a little something on that.
Yeah, well, you know, if you're nice to me, maybe I'll bring you to a playtest someday.
Yeah.
So you know that stuff we're gonna be showing off later. I believe Drybear is in charge of that, so I'm excited to see the sort of stuff that he can show all of us. But you know, I have played it, and I will tell you, it's pretty fun. Yeah, no, I've played it. I'm really special.
Yeah, you are one of them. I'm excited to have you here as a whole. I think it's going to bring a very unique dynamic to kind of that color commentary spot because you have the inside knowledge. You have a look at these champions from the ground up. You've seen all the phases of their development, the ins and the outs.
Yeah, you know, seeing the cosplayers for me was actually really trippy because it's like, oh man, I remember, you know, when we were like modeling you. Yeah. Oh, that's a nice little touch that we added to that gun or whatever. So it's really cool, and I can't wait to see, you know, once our community starts getting really excited about cosplay, I can't wait to see the sort of cosplays that we're going to get from our community members.
Yeah, and I mean, this has been a big year for me, a big year for Paladins, a big year for you as well, coming on the Paladins team as a game designer. Is this kind of realizing a dream for you?
Yeah, I mean, I've been making games since I was a kid, man. I've told the story 3 times to guys, so I'll tell it to the stream too. I was in Vermont visiting family friends, right? I had a friend with me, and we were so bored because I was a nerd. I just wanted to play video games. We had no internet. We were in a log cabin on a lake, right? Nothing exciting to do. You know, you couldn't go outside. You couldn't go hiking. Nothing interesting. No, definitely didn't do any of that.
Can't swim.
So what I did was I took a deck of cards and I made a little card game that we played all weekend long, had a ton of fun, and you know, I don't know, the design bug bit me early, and thanks to the guys at Hirez, I've been able to live my dream for the past few months, and I'm gonna keep doing it.
Yeah.
You know, hopefully till I die.
It's been awesome to see Paladins kind of grow as a whole, as a game, as an esport as well. I feel like I've been with it since its infancy in the closet, and one of the closets at Hirez Studios has all the space they gave us, but we exploded. Here we are at the Hirez Expo, on the Expo stage. It's so exciting to be here, bringing in this matchup, QG versus Black Dragons. Should be a nail biter.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. We are going to go to a brief break though, and the moment we can bring you this game, we will. So stay tuned. We'll be back with QG and Black Dragons in just a few moments.
This is Annalie, hiding in the bungalow. She felt so young the night she was much younger than the other. Feeling like a prisoner there in the light. She stood, she knew they couldn't miss her. And then they took her as her, walked over lifeline. You're all to me, 'cause she wanted me. 'Cause she wanted me. 'Cause she wanted me. This is Ellie. This is Ellie. This is Ellie. She kept quiet, they kept beating her. They felt sad for her, but an order is an order. She was a prisoner there in the light. She stood, but she knew they couldn't break her. And by the shore, the bombs were falling with the snow. You're all to me, 'cause she wanted me. You're all to me, 'cause she wanted me. 'Cause she wanted me. This is Ellie. This is Ellie. Wanted me. You're all to me, 'cause she wanted me. 'Cause she wanted me. This is Ellie. 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 This is Annalie.
Hello and welcome back to the Expo stage. Hirez Pretty Hair here, checking in once again with Mr. Kret. We are all set and ready to go for QG versus Black Dragons. We talked about it a lot, and this is definitely going to be a close matchup, I think.
That's right. I can't wait to see. So let's check out the map draft. The way Paladins works is each team gets to remove a map. They say, we don't want to play this. And then the other team gets to ban one.
Yep.
And then you pick the first map. And then it goes through a best of 5.
We will see exactly how that plays out. QG. We talked about Black Dragons being strong on Timbermill. It would appear as though QG have done their homework. Timbermill going to be their ban. Black Dragons elect to ban out the Frozen Guard and Serpent Beach. So a map that we have not yet seen today.
That's right. Frozen Guard, we did see that. And then Timbermill taken off the table. You were mentioning how, Black Dragons likes those longer line of sights, and it seems like QG is following along with that, that sort of thought, as from what I've heard, Black Dragons are very good at just aiming and shooting their guns.
Yep, so Serpent Beach going to be selected here. This is widely regarded as one of the best maps in game. A lot of teams love this map. This is we almost see this always here in best of 3s and best of 5s especially. So Serpent Beach very well balanced, well designed, widely regarded as the favorite. Verticality, flank routes, all throughout. From start to finish is the important part here, because I ask players, what's important to you in a map? What makes you love a map?
Big Snake.
Yeah, that too, and it's a gorgeous map. It has all of its visual touch-ups, couple layout changes recently as well. But yeah, players, they highlight this map. They say, it's good, from start to finish, front to back, left to right. There is flanks, verticality, all things that certain champions excel at. There's nothing boring about this map.
For me, I particularly like the point fight. I think there's an interesting dynamic, right? There's one side closer to the shore. It's a little dangerous, a little less traveled. But if you go around there, you can get some nice flanks, get really into the enemies, sort of their payload push and their base, and really get around behind people, right? Not coming from the side. On the other hand, you've got the high ground, which leads up into this overlook over the capture point. And controlling that can be very important to get your damage dealers on the high ground, shooting down at the capture point, creating crossfire, and destroying the tanks that are trying to hold that front line.
Yep. High ground going to be highly contested on this map. It almost surrounds the point in sort of a horseshoe shape, so both teams, a lot of times we'll see the team fight not even break out on the point. It'll break out on the high ground, because control of that is going to be so important.
Yeah. So you'll often see right in the center of the map, there's this point where the stairs up to the high ground meet, and there can be some really big fights there, because you're maybe 20 feet from cover, right? You're just uncomfortably far from cover. So if you're caught in that spot, you can have a really bad time unless you've got a more mobile character. And then you'll see the mobile characters going really aggressively to that location to try and outflank their opponents.
Mobile characters, specifically Drogos and Eevee, and Droxus as well, can abuse that verticality, get to those high spots that no one else can reach. It's going to be important to look. Brazil is looking hyped, though. Black Dragons high-fiving right now, smiling on stage. They are ready to go and get into this one.
And that's what I want to hear from a team like this, right? You got to get ready, get excited, get going, because it's your first match of the day. It's your first game of the day, and you want to come in hot. You want to keep... You want to keep going and making sure that QG is staying on the back foot like they've been in their past set.
It's tough to say, because QG team, even through their losses, even when they lost well, I think is the word here, against District 69, they look so stoic, so focused, always communication. There never seemed to be any frustration, any breakdowns here, so it's tough to get a read on them, but Black Dragons don't look shook at all. They look ready to go.
Yeah, they look really ready to go, really excited. And, from what I've heard, these guys, they're great at just shooting their guns, which is a critical skill in a game such as Paladins, right? Like, your strategy's great, and it's awesome that you've outdrafted your opponent, but it doesn't matter if you can't get the kills.
It all comes down to landing those shots. Interesting to see how these players are going to perform in that LAN environment when there's no ping, no excuses, a lot more projectile characters. I think I'm really interested to see Drogos come out for the first time this set, hopefully. QG really didn't want to pick it up. There was, a lot of good situations in when they could have a lot of, deployable nightmare compositions, in which we like to call it, that like to sit on the point. Drogos perfect at breaking those up.
For sure. Now the question is, what do you think QG is going to do when they start thinking about the champion draft, right? Like, in the past, we saw them get really hard frontliners. We saw Makoa, we saw Fernando, and those are characters that don't mess around. They go in, they're big, they're beefy, they put up their shield, and they can hold their ground very easily. When you compare that to Ruckus and Barrack, you have to be a little bit more clever with those two.
Definitely takes a lot of setup time. QG, we know Knight loves to play Cassie. Makoa was a big problem for them in game number 1.
Yeah, it was.
But we mentioned their adaptability. They picked it up in game 2 and showed that they were able to work around it. I think that's going to be, especially as we get later into the tournament, when some of these international teams are going to stack up against the well-established North American and European teams. Playing around Dredge Anchor is going to be the easiest way for them to get a man advantage in some of these fights.
Well, and speaking of Makoa, there's a very important trick that players quickly learn with Makoa, where when you pull someone, they're going to arrive in front of you, and that changes as you turn. It's always going to be in front of you. They always land perfectly there. So, first of all, that means you can pull people off ledges, which we did see once or twice, at least attempted.
Yeah.
But you did see, as that progressed, QG started using that better and better, and they had some really good plays where they were catching Eevee out of position, which is very difficult to do, but that's exactly what Makoa excels at. He's one of the few people that can force Eevee into a very difficult position.
Yeah, Eevee's such a strong
pick in the meta right now. So any way to counter her, any way to shut her down is going to be a good look. Standout EV players oftentimes can really highly affect these fights, getting into the backline, forcing teams into just a difficult situation where they can't ignore it, but they can't ignore the rest of the team sitting in front. And that was kind of what I saw from QG, especially in the previous. They looked very scattered, fractured, almost spooked. We saw a Cassie dodge roll off of a cliff there, and they were kind of scattered after that clumping. But, you know, they got it back together, got their composure. Great follow-up off an Evil Mojo, which I think is another way teams are going to easily be able to confirm kills on some of the stronger teams.
Yeah, so let's talk about these big team fight ultimates like Evil Mojo from Pit, which turns everyone in chickens, or like Dread Serpent from Makoa that slowly fears everyone from a central point where they're stuck running and they're not able to respond. How do you play around that in a game like Paladins?
It's tough, right? Because we talk about grouping up, but that's where things like, that's what prevents it, right? Evil Mojo, Dread Serpent, that's what makes it so dangerous to do. You have to kind of be aware of keeping track of ultimates are a resource in Paladins, right? So
yeah, they are.
When someone uses it, you need to pay attention to the timings of that sort of things, whether or not they're doing a lot of damage. And you can kind of start to guesstimate when, based on their positioning as well, if they're getting really aggressive, you can kind of almost tell when someone is jostling for position to try and drop some of those big team fight ultimates.
And that's really important because in comparison to Smite, where an ultimate's on a timer, in Paladins, you charge your ultimate by dealing damage. So that means the better you're doing, the faster you're going to get your ultimate, but it's not a set time. When you're a pro-level Smite player, you know every character's ultimate timer, and you can look at their CDR items and, you know, very closely estimate when it's going to come back up and all that.
Absolutely.
In Paladins, it's more of an intuition thing, right? You have to like get a feeling for when Maldama's going to have that Dread Serpent, and you want to know going into the fight because it can turn it at a moment's notice.
And ult management is one of the most important aspects in Paladins, right? Because when these teams are so evenly matched, as I think we're about to see here, it is so important to keep track of these, not spend too much on conversions as well, not panic ult, not Immortal to save yourself. And it looks like we are ready to get into the champion draft here. I'm so interested to see what Black Dragons and QG are going to bring out to try and take each other down. QG with the first pick.
Yeah, and QG picking that Makoa. I mean, we talked about it. They've learned it over the course of their games with D69, and I think they're excited to use this, but Black Dragons responding with Fernando.
Yep, both great picks. Taking the Cassie away from Knight. QG loves this pick. So do Black Dragons, able to respond back. Frontliner prioritization, though, coming out from QG. If I'm Black Dragons, I'm trying to take Maldamba away right here to get it out of QG's hands.
Yeah, I could definitely see that being an interesting and strong pick for QG. And in fact, I love that they decided to go with Shaolin the Desert Wind over that Maldamba. I feel confidence here, right? Like, that's what it's got to be.
Yep, and why is it that you like the Desert Wind against Black Dragon's composition as it currently stands?
I like it specifically because they picked it there, right? They said, okay, we could get Maldamba, 2 front lines Maldamba, that's great. They said, no, let's get Shaolin. And that tells me that they've got something planned. So let's let them show us what that is.
I like the Ruckus, the double frontliner with the Ying. I think we're going to see Ruckus try and hold down the point. An important thing that I would love to see happen here is this Makoa providing Peel for this backline, because this is the low mobility, kind of a glass cannon backline from QG, and 2 very dangerous, lethal flankers have been drafted for Black Dragons. Evian and Droxus are going to be licking their chops when they see Victor and Shaolin lining up shots in the backline.
And that's the thing about those flankers, right? At this stage of the game, you're looking at the opponent's draft, and you're like, okay, who's my target? Well, you've got 2 tanks. They're not really your target, right? You'll shoot them if you get a good opportunity. You get some headshots in, and you can get some really good kills there. But it's not what you're focusing on. Ying, she's very slippery. She summons illusions, and her movement ability, Dimensional Link, allows her to swap places with her illusions, and she can do it repeatedly for a short period of time, so it's very hard to hunt her down. But Shaolin and Victor, they're not very mobile.
Yep, they operate from long range. Shaolin has no fall off, but projectile speed. Victor, a hit scan medium to long range damage dealer as well. Cassie, I believe, is the one from Black Dragons. She's got no fall off. She's going to operate at a safe distance to try and chip these tanks down, but there's going to be so much healing and so much damage reduction on this Ruckus, but it's very important for QG to get control of the area of the point, and that's something that they struggled with a little bit in their previous set against D69.
That's right. They're going to need to get in there with their Makoa and the Ruckus and hold down the fort. And if they can do that, they can get the repulse reveal going, which reduces the damage of everyone around Ruckus for a short period of time. Ying sets up her illusions. You've got some very powerful front line that Black Dragons are going to have a hard time cutting through because they really don't have that backline damage, right? Cassie is sort of more of a mid-range damage dealer than, say, Victor or Shaolin. And I don't think she's really the best at cutting it through tanks. She can do it when pressed, but I think she's more about moving around and outplaying people.
So Ruckus, very momentum-based pick. QG, very momentum-based team. It would appear Makoa, like we mentioned, I think is going to be so important in this series to get that early pick and get that momentum rolling for Ruckus because he doesn't have, any big, hefty deployable shields like Fernando does, but he does have repulsive field, but this requires, like we mentioned, for you to be on the point. So Makoa, look for him to go for the early picks. Also a great option to shut down Eevee and Adroxus.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? The Eevee gets pulled. Makoa, after he pulls someone with Dredge Anchor, he gets extra damage on that next shot, and he's going to do about 1,000 damage. Eevee has a very small health pool. It's 1,800. So all you need is one shot or a burst of fire from Victor to kill her. And I think it's really going to be critical that QG gets those Dredge Anchor hits onto Eevee and follows up real quick to get those kills, because otherwise she can just cause chaos everywhere.
And then Drox is also particularly weak against Makoa. His defensive ability reversal, where he just blocks all projectile shots and then throws them back at his targets. That's going to be penetrated, though, by the Dredge Anchor. That's right. And he'll be pulled straight through. Shaolin hitting for 1,000 damage as well. That is some dangerous follow-up. 2,000 just from one shot from Makoa and one shot from Shaolin. No one.
I mean, that's instant, right? There's no time to respond. Even Eevee, who can immune herself, put herself in an ice block, she cannot do it in time. It is physically impossible. So if this Makoa is playing well, it's going to be difficult.
And I think it's a good time to highlight, what Maldamba can bring to the table. Because I think he's a champion that very, highlights well the loadout system.
Yeah, he's very
Paladins.
unique.
And talk a little bit about some of the loadouts for Maldamba, just how loadouts and Paladins work as a whole.
So in Paladins, you have all of these cards. There's 16 per champion right now, and you can combine them to create different loadouts to prioritize different parts of your kit. But I think what's critical about Maldamba is what his kit does. He's got a long-range heal, he's got an area heal, but I think the most interesting thing about him is that when he reloads, he throws his snake. It's a spitting cobra that spits venom and does very good damage for a support in a short range, and then he throws it, and if it hits someone, it's going to stun them. And so there are Maldamba builds that are focusing on that, where you're trying to throw snakes as fast as possible and just hit someone with a stun, lock them down, which is particularly effective against a tank like Makoa.
Yeah, and Ruckus as well, being so slow-moving, stationary on the point. We see Maldamba kind of have a resurgence here. He combines very well with some of these loadouts and items like Deft Hands that increase reload speed even further than his loadout is going to be allowing. And Brazil is still looking very, very hyped up for this match, trying to keep the crowd on their side.
That's right. You can see Brazil is staying excited going to this match, whereas QG, they're more the silent types, right? They're calculating, they're thinking, they're calm, and I like that. After a set like that against D69, I don't think raw excitement is enough. You've got to be calm and collected as you move forward.
Yeah, definitely looking stoic right now is Team QG. Who are you liking, though, overall as a team composition?
Man, it's tough. I really like Makoa. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you a split. I'm going to go with Black Dragons unless it's Plushie Makoa. Because you never bet against Plushie.
The squeaky toy going to be very dangerous for Black Dragons, and I got to agree. I like Team QG's composition. It takes more execution, however.
Yeah, it does. You got to just hit your shots.
The peel is absolutely going to be necessary from this Makoa player to keep Shaolin and Victor alive. If they keep these two backliners alive in these team fights, QG are going to roll Black Dragons.
So we haven't really talked about Ying. I mean, I mentioned her earlier, but one of the things that I love about this character is she's a support. She's not super damage focused, but what she can do is really impactful amounts of damage in a very short period of time if she plays it just right. She summons all these illusions that are going to heal her team automatically, just point and they shoot and they heal someone, and it's really effective at just healing for a large amount of health. But you can also detonate them.
Yeah, we talk about items like Cauterize that really start to shut down the healing as you get into the later game. So that's where good support players start to separate themselves.
Yeah.
Once the healing's off the table, what else do you bring to the table? Maldamba, we mentioned crowd control and stuns. Ying can bring large amounts of burst damage, but it has to be precisely timed because, like you mentioned, that shatters her illusions. That's her source of healing. So a lot of decisions to be made on both of these support champions. Maldamba, he has to decide if he's spamming his reload to keep that rocket stun lock, he's not doing any damage.
That's right. He's not really doing any damage. Very little, at least. I think it's like 50 if you just shot once and then reload.
It depends how much ammo was left in your clip when you let loose the stake. But if you're going for the stun lock style, you're only firing one shot before you're
and
reloading.
You're at close range. So, let's say you're stun locking Makoa, you're up at close range. Shaolin's going to love it, right? You're right next to his tank. He's going to be in range. He's just going to, bam, get rid of you.
Yeah, Cuss Cutie taking Drogos out of the sky. Some serious style plays coming out from Maldamba. And that's how you separate yourself as a support. There are very skilled cap high champions like Maldamba in the game. The hit scan heal is very effective at any range, but it's like hitting a snipe. It is very
especially
difficult.
with an Eevee, right? Like Eevee's flying around, she gets low on health, she's running from a fight. If you're amazing, just turn, right click, boom, you're healing her because it's hit scan. You just have to put your crosshair over and right click, and it's going to heal her for most of her health because she's got a very small health pool.
And that is going to be very important here. Eevee, a character that can self-sustain fairly well on her own. She's got some pretty interesting loadouts based around that, but Maldamba supporting her from afar is definitely going to be important. We talked about QG, how important the peel is going to be, keeping these flanks alive. The key is going to be the battle of the backline right now between Shaolin, Victor, and Eevee and Androxus, trying to take them out. Whoever comes victorious in that part of the team fight, I feel will oftentimes take the team fight as a whole.
Now, Victor is a very focused character. I mean, he basically has two main things he does. He throws grenades and he shoots his gun. You shoot your gun, then you throw a grenade. You throw your grenade, then you shoot your gun. And that's what you're focusing on. So how do you deal with those flankers like Eevee and Androxus? How do you outplay them?
A lot of times, it comes down to the decision to just go pedal to the metal. He has Hustle, which is an ability with no cooldown, but all he does is just increase his movement speed while he's channeling that. But oftentimes, it's not enough to get you away from Androxus, to get you away from Eevee. And all you're left with is your damage. So you just have to say, all right, I'm going to go out guns blazing. Might as well try and take her out with me.
That's right. So for Hustle, like, if I'm trying to get away from someone, I have two options, right? I have to run through the map to try and get away. They're probably faster than me, right? So I'm probably going to die unless I can get to my healers or something, right? Or you find something to run circles around. And, I can't wait to see what this Victor's going to do.
The comps on paper both looking very dangerous, and we'll come down to execution. We are ready to get in game. We've broken it all down for you. Team QG versus Black Dragons. Game number 1 coming at you. Here we go. Let's get this crowd hyped up. Yejing on the point right now. Going to be blinking up onto the high ground. Skullis on the Eevee, showing some long-range fires. Ping's taking down first blood. Goes to Knight, though, taking down Butter. Butter brings down Master Lu with him. And now it is all calm on the first front here.
Yeah, QG going in hard and picking up those initial kills is going to be big. The capture point is at 20%, and it's a nice kill picked up by Mikasa, who's doing very well this game, already 2-0. But Fernando riding back in, and he could get some really big damage. Eevee blinks in as well, able to help clean up those kills.
Ying now isolated in the backline. Black Dragons gonna let her get away. That could come back to haunt them. The healing's gonna come out now. Dimensional linking her way out. Victor doing a lot of damage. Knight under some pressure though. Androxus, you can hear him nether stepping hot on his tail. This is the battle of the backline we were talking about, and there's the peel. It's going to be so important from QG. 2 for 3 in favor of China.
Here's the thing. QG might have done well in that small fight, but they're not fighting on the point. And now Makoa, Ruckus is in there. He's going to be able to hold that ground. Maldamba can't do anything about the mech in his face with those dual guns. Flank around the side from Makoa. Pull, and that's going to be a kill. Spira takes that one, and now the capture point is ticking up in favor of QG, but Black Dragons, they're on their way back in, and they've got to get on here. They've got to contest, because there's not much time left.
81%. Here comes Butter. The frontliners looking to bust things up 90 to 81%. 93 for QG, the winner of this team fight.
Oh, man.
Will reign supreme. Double kill for the Eevee in the backline. Skull is on fire as we are in overtime, but QG still in control of the point.
Yeah, they're on the point. Cassie's got to go in. She's got to pull a miracle here, but she just doesn't have the health. Mako with the pull to lock her down, but overtime is being held off by Eevee. She's so slippery, and Drox is coming back in, but he's pulled out of the reversal. He will fall. Now it's only Fernando. He's got a ton of health, but it's not going to do much as he can't get the kills. Overtime ticks down, and it will go the way of QG.
Yep, and the ultimate's starting to come online now for QG. Hexafire available for Ruckus, but we're seeing a big grouping from Black Dragons right here. Some nice poke damage coming out from Mikasa Shaolin. Here's the Heat Haze. He's going to be fully stuffed, leaving clones as he shoots. He's working his way around the flank. There's a Dread Serpent coming out on the front line, sneaking around the back, though. Mikasa has this arrow drawn. He has the Impaler arrow queued up, ready to find a stun, but again, it's Skullus finding a double kill in the back line.
Yeah, and it's just going to be too late for Mikasa. He's still alive, lurking about somewhere, but Black Dragons were able to clean up, and now they're going to get a forward position. Their plan here is to try and disrupt as much as possible, maybe get some picks, maybe get some kills, and if they do die, they're so far forward that by the time they respawn, they're in position yet again.
Great timing from Knight and the boys to take out Skullus. Coming out of Ice Block, he's been a big impact player for Black Dragons. Mikasa being very careful, working his way slowly around the map. I'd like to see just let some of these arrows go. He needs to keep that movement speed up to have an impact on some of these fights. A very clumped out fight is going to be in favor of Androx's. Death awaits you all. Accursed arm, range from the sky. Doesn't find any kills just yet, but a nice box in the fight is going to go the way of Pings.
Pings was doing very well there, but he will get taken down by Yijing on that Ruckus, who can just gun him down. There's really no way to dodge those shots. Bizka falls to Spira, who on this Mako is making a huge impact, and we've seen him play very well, even against D69.
Holding things down. His support is now returning. Repulsor fail. He's going to go into the Ancient Rage. The Turtle hacking his way through Black Dragons, trying to go for this conversion. 47 seconds remain on this payload push. About 40% of the way left to go here. Skullus in the Ice Block. Dredge Anchor is going to be down, going into Planet, but he's feeding the reversal. He's going to take a lot of damage on the way out. So has a chance he will fall. Skullus tearing things up in the back line. What can be done about this Eevee?
Yeah, Skullus is just doing so much work in these team fights, and he's got to be controlled. That Eevee just can't be stopped if he's just running around doing so much damage. The payload card, 20 seconds left, and QG have to get on it at the 0-second mark to force the overtime and push it in.
They have a nice little grouping here, just trying to get their feet back under them. That's a nice long-range stun. Eevee gonna go down. Ruckus so good at taking out those low HP Eevees as they're coming out of Ice Block. Hexafire's coming to lay down as we head into overtime. There's one kill for Yijing. He's looking for more. He smells the blood in the backline. Impaler arrow, and one more shot is gonna take out Pings.
I'm loving this Chinese tank play. They're just so beefy in the front line, pushing forward. Your sight fails you as Shaolin goes into the Heat Haze, but Fernando is going in, and he's gonna start this fight off right.
We gotta watch Skullus impale air into the wall, but it doesn't come out in time. Eevee's gonna get into the Ice Block, soaring now onto the high ground, goes into Planet, wants to go toe-to-toe with Lakona's Chosen. He's gonna take him down.
And now it's continuing the fight. Skullus blinking up. There's only one member left as the Ruckus will fall. Overtime will end, and a successful defense from Black Dragons ties the game up 1-1.
They are able to hold it, and they will be receiving a point. The payload push is all or nothing, so the defense holding there ties things up. Like Kret mentioned, the net worth is all over the place. This is neck and neck.
Yeah, but the big thing is the Ruckus on top. 2,200 credits is so much, and he's already spent it in quite a few ways. Wrecker, Haven, and Master Riding. And I really want to highlight that Master Riding. We see 4 of them in the game right now, and that's going to allow these frontliners to get to the point as soon as possible.
Yep, they're just trying to beat everyone there. So much setup and momentum is required for Ruckus in a lot of situations. Key ultimates here, though, going to be on the side of Black Dragons. A lot was spent from QG to try and get the win there. We're going to see Dread Serpent available, Scouts available, so they'll have vision of everyone headed in. There it comes out, blinking up, actually getting hooked up onto the high ground. There's the Dread Serpent to find the zone. A great wombo combo with the Cursed Arm. 2 kills going the way of Black Dragons.
All the ultimates coming out, and it's going to look good for Black Dragons as 4 members of QG fall. The 5th is going to drop in just a moment as this turtle is defenseless.
Triple kill for the support player. This is how you separate yourself from the pack. Flame Zito having a huge impact on that last fight with Dread Serpent.
And that's going to be really huge, but all of the ultimates have been spent 50% on the capture point, so QG does have a shot if they can get in. Ruckus activates Repulsor Field, Ice Storm dropped, and it's going to be no more mech as well.
A QG frontliner falling is not a good sign. Makoa's defenseless in his shell spin. There's some nice Impaler arrow to peel, but QG Spira will fall. All things told in the backline right now. Black Dragons in total control at this point.
That's right, QG has not been able to touch the capture point yet, but now they might have an opportunity. The grenade is going to find Fernando as Knight picks up 2 kills, with Bizka falling as well. Ping's taken down by Knight for the triple, which is going to allow QG to get some point time, but here's Evie.
Yep, she's blinking in right now. Needs to be careful. Doesn't have her team with her. Doesn't see Knight right here. Sneaking up onto the Blink's going to give her the bonus damage, but Knight snuffs this one out. He says, I'm headed straight back to the backline. I'm not having any of that. Butters is here, hooked out immediately. He'll go into the shield, but how long will it stand? Those Record 2s are ripping through Fernando Shank. Grab pressure in the backline right now. Skullis, another double kill in the backline. This man can't be stopped. Triple kill for the Eevee player, showing he's coming to play. Could be a quadra here. Ying is highly fortified. Another one goes to Skullis.
Yeah, we'll call it the interrupted quadra. Skullis is such an impact player for Black Dragons, and he will allow them to capture the point. Now pushing forward, they have control of the payload. They need to make the most of this 2 minute 30 seconds.
Has Cauterized 2 online. Skullis getting in deep. A nice Ice Storm's going to shut down a lot of the frontliners' mobility and give his team the opportunity they need to clean it up. But Knight fighting his way back. 2 kills in this engagement. QG are down, but not out. Knight needs one more shot to take him down. The peel is going to be good. Jing keeping his backliners alive.
That was a nice hold from QG, and now they need to fortify around the payload. It's in the first checkpoint, so they've got some great opportunities, and a nice dismount onto Wakono's Chosen of Maldamba is going to allow them some nice ways to outflank their opponents.
Hexafire is available here. There's a lot of protection for this Ruckus right now. Dread Serpent coming out. Mikasa trying to stay alive. He's going to bring down one with him, but it's Skullis once again in the back line. There's a Hexafire on the front line, trying to lay down the pain on the Black Dragons. No kills for that, but Knight is there to clean him up.
I'm loving the way Knight is playing this Victor, but Makoa charging forward, gets the pull. 1,000 health, pulled around and flipped around, and he will fall on that Cassie. Skullis still disrupting though, and he's just doing so well this game. Sure, he's died 9 times. He's got Master Riding. He's right back in the fight.
9 deaths, but 18 killing blows for Skullis. That's the way he wants to play. Brazil's very passionate. He's going all in on these kills, blinking into the backline now. All his mobility cooldowns are down. This is a dangerous spot for him to be in. Gonna sit in this ice block, but he doesn't have any choices to go, and Drox is from the sky, raining down a Cursed Arm. But once again, doesn't really get a lot done with it now. It will all come down to just landing those revolver shots in QG's backline. 2 for 1 in favor of Black Dragons.
Bizka might not be finding the ults, but he is definitely finding those shots, and Ruckus, being the last remaining player from QG on that payload, will fall, and now it's up to QG to hold one more time. 30 seconds left on the clock, so if they hold this and then they maintain the overtime and don't let Black Dragons push it, they will defend this round.
A couple of key ultimates here, looking at Heat Haze from Mikasa, looking at Barrage from Knight, Immortal from Butter, and an Ice Storm could come out again. There's the audio cue for the Heat Haze. Shaolin is invisible for the next 8 seconds. A big shot from Mikasa is going to blow this fight open in favor of QG.
Knight in a bit of trouble. He's trying to hustle away and will get some help from his team, but Sol is giving chase and he will fall. Now Maldamba around the side. Fernando pushes into overtime, but there's so many players from QG here, and all they need is a good hook. I didn't hear the anchor though.
They're split up right now. QG are holding strong right now. Could go off the map. This is a dangerous position for both players. Dredge Anchor gonna miss. Trading out shot for shot. It looks like Spira's gonna back off, but rolling forward, very aggressive. Shell spin towards the edge here. Overtime still ticking through. This 1v1 is eating up. Fernando on the front line, looking to melt a couple of front liners down, but he steps off the payload one more time. This overtime ticking out 2-2.
Fernando in a no-win situation there. Either he dies on the point or tries to loop around and stay alive, but as overtime lasts, it gets shorter and shorter. So he stepped on the off the point for 2 seconds. Overtime ended, and now it's 2-2. QG and Black Dragons all tied up, but the story of this game is Skullis on that EV. QG needs to find a response, but they've all picked Haven. They don't have blast shields to mitigate her damage.
Yeah, Black Dragon's ahead in the damage department. That's to be expected with the heavy hitting lineup that they have, the double frontliner. Not far behind though. Ruck is sitting at 63,000, and oh my god, the cauterizes coming out are seriously starting to affect Flame Zito. He is getting blown away on the healing charts.
Yeah, Flam Zito definitely is not able to heal as much as Ying. She's just dropping those illusions, and now with her ultimate available, she can heal everyone all at once. But it's a flank around from Black Dragons, and they're starting the fight off with a great way to take advantage and get rid of Mikasa.
Butters into face Skullis, 2 kills already. Flame Zito throwing his 2 cents in as well. A Dread Serpent, all of the control for Black Dragons. A clean 5-4-0.
And here's the thing, they've still got 2 ultimates. They've got Immortal for defense, they've got a Cursed Arm for offense, and so I think Black Dragons, they're gonna get this point. QG, it's gonna take a miracle.
54% and climbing for Black Dragons. There's a Ruckus going blazing by with that Master Riding. Skullis caught on his trail, however, sights him out, wants to keep him in his sights, just now getting dismantled. There's the Barrage. That Victor is so vulnerable. Nice ice block, but the final shot from Barrage gonna clean up Skullis.
A Cursed Arm up in the air is going to find a kill onto Mikasa, and now it's just the revolver shots from Bizka doing fairly good work. Fernando pushing forward to the point, but pulled in is Bizka. He's going to use reversal, but he will fall nonetheless as Ancient Rage comes out on the point.
Trying to stay alive, Immortal to keep anyone up from Black Dragons. 87%, this is so close, but QG starting to inch their way back in control of the zone around the point. Skullis, once again, the only one left alive. 25 kills now for this Eevee. He's doing a great job trying to keep everyone distracted, trying to create space for his team to make their way back in.
Mikasa got baited and taken down as the team from Black Dragons converged on their Eevee. Now they're on the point. Ice Storm on the point as well. Cassie shooting down, should be able to get this Ying.
Nice big shot from Skullis, and Pings at the same time will finally take out the support from QG. Skullis looking for more, and Pings is going to be there to support him. Black Dragons 99 on the point, ticking in overtime, but it feels like just a formality as Black Dragons go up with a chance to close out game number 1.
Black Dragons now, if they push this payload car all the way, will win this game 4-2. If they do not, it's going to be 3-3, and whoever captures the next point will win. But Bizka, he's out of position, and I think he's going to die here.
Oh, he misses the reversal, doesn't get the reset on the Nether Step Knight. Gonna clean that one up fairly easily. Still just moving right along. QG not in position to make the defense. They're all on the high ground. They want to just hold their base. They're giving up about half of this payload push, and it's a great hook to pick Pings into the back line and try and start this fight off on the right foot for Black Dragons.
But Ping's positioning is so clean. You just can't catch him out. Flam Zito will fall, though, and Skullis going in, not able to find the hits or find the pick, as QG has fortified their front line, and now Black Dragons are going to have to group up, go in together, and bust this turtle wide open.
Ice Storm now available for Skullis.
How many Ice Storms has he had this game?
That's the point. Here comes another one. He is really letting them rip and getting them charged up quickly here. Is a Hexafire, though, to try and buy some time, and time will be bought. Knight Yejing 2-for-0 in favor of QG. Black Dragons on the back foot after what seemed like a great start.
Yeah, they're on the back foot, and they're not able to get back to this cart. They dropped the Ice Storm there, but there just wasn't enough follow-up. His Butter will fall to Spiro with the help of Knight, who, when he is not getting hunted down by this Eevee, he's pumping out a ton of damage in the back line.
Definitely 1 minute remaining here on the payload push for Black Dragons, trying to close out game number 1 over Team QG. There's Skullis getting into the back line. The Shaolin pick could be huge, waiting on the grenade. The ice block will immune all of that, but impale to the wall, and Knight is able to clean it up.
Yeah, beautiful shot from Knight there as Bizka falls as well, and now there's very little damage left for Black Dragons. Unless Pings can carry this fight, it's going to be tough, but a beautiful stun on Knight will slow down the gunfire from Victor. Ruckus falls as well, now Fernando's in trouble.
They need to keep this front liner alive. Knight needs to be under pressure, and Skullis is hot on his case. He's gonna soar around, but he's gonna miss that shot. Knight's gonna get away for it now, and the support actually trying to body block right now. That's gonna be in favor of the support. He is under the healing rain of his illusion. conversions, he's going to come out on top of that 1v1.
Master Lu with that masterful aim will find the kill onto Skullist, and now Makoa and Ruckus are holding the front line. Ancient Rage is available, but he doesn't want to use it. Dread Serpent comes out. He might not get to use it. Spira deleted on the front line.
Ruckus falling very low, though. Yejing, it's going to be risky for him to go in here. All of his defensive cooldowns are popped, and it doesn't matter. Black Dragon's Mikasa in the backline, however, with a Heat Haze. Nobody sees him, and Droxus is coming. Planted is down right now. Impaler arrow could come out. There's one. Can he find the next? Eevee blinks to safety, but Mikasa threads the needle. Triple kill for Mikasa. The desert wind is blowing right now. Trying to get through this Fernando shield. Goes into Planted and shreds through the front line. Defense going to be successful. Huge plays out of Mikasa.
There is absolutely one reason that did not convert for Black Dragons, and that is Mikasa getting the perfect frags at the perfect time to hold the defense. And now pushing forward, you've got Cauterize 2 for 2 members of QG, Wrecker 3. So Black Dragons are going to have trouble holding this front line, but the key for them has always been the flanks.
And they traded out ultimate for ultimate there. Heat Haze to counter the Dread Serpent. Accursed Arm going to be available here. Immortal going to be available for Black Dragons. 92% on the Ice Storm, so we can go ahead and call that ready to go. QG Knight going to have Barrage available to him. Ancient Rage as well. The tools are in the toolkit, Kret.
Yeah, I think what it's going to come down to is that we just need Black Dragons to flank around and find those kills onto Mikasa and Master Lu. I mean, 90 kills for Mikasa tells me he's a big part of this fight, but Accursed Arm could take him down.
He's got to find more than that. He finds one kill into reversal. No one's really there to shoot it, and a Dredge Anchor from that is going to seal his fate. Trading out kill for kill, however. No one taking a convincing win in this fight. There's one Serpent stun, but will it be enough? Yejing just pedal to the metal right now. Wrecker going to shred through. Here's the Hexafire. He wants to live. He's going to take one down with him.
Ping's able to find that shot right as he rolled out of the way. That was beautiful play from the Cassie from Black Dragons. And now there is some point in time going the way of Black Dragons, but it seems like QG has surged forward, and with their Makoa on the point, it's anyone's game.
Able to take one kill down there with the Barrage, but like you mentioned, not convincing wins on either side.
Oh.
Team QG just starting to pull ahead, threading the needle there. Dredge Anchor is going to give the man advantage the way of QG. Spyro's not done yet. He's going to eat a Serpent stun here, but another confirmed Dread Serpent will take down Maldamba. Ice Storm on the front of the line, though. QG are holding strong.
That's right, 80% on the capture point. Butter with only 250 health, and he's gonna fall. And now who from Black Dragons can down on the point? It's Cassie, but she's not made for this. She's gonna go down, and Droxus as well. And it looks like QG are gonna hold this one, but someone's on the point.
Ancient Rage came out a little early, but it worked out as Dread Serpent was popped. He was able to immune and keep the damage up. Nice Dredge Anchor to cancel out Fernando's shoot. QG holds strong, and they take game number 1 in a close fashion.
That's going to be QG going up 1-0 in this best of 5. If they win 2 more, they will now be 1-1 for today, and that was beautiful play out of Spyra.
There's some smiles coming out, finally cracking there for QG. They are happy with their performance, and now it's straight back to stoicism as they are looking forward to game number 2. Both drafts were phenomenal, I feel, from both of these teams. The execution, like we mentioned, when the execution was there, either team could take the fight. Black Dragons looking a little bit flustered right now, leaning back in their chairs. Communication has to stay high right now. They can't get frustrated. They played a great game. This is not the time to get down on yourselves. I'd be proud of yourselves.
Man, and I think it comes down to Skullist, right? He just did so much in this game. How much damage did he do? Let's check the scoreboard and take a look, because on Eevee, you know, sometimes she's not as high damage as some other characters because she's spending so much time being mobile, but 120k Skullist and Pings were the 1-2 punch of Black Dragons.
5 solo kills, dueling out. Great job from both flankers, BZ and Skullist. 4 and 5 kills respectively there, but Mikasa was able to win a lot of those 1v1s there on Shaolin, and that's just so important when the peel isn't there, because Spira had plenty to deal with on the front line.
Yeah, you know, I think what it came down to was that QG was sticking together, playing as a group, and you can see that in the scoreboard, right? The damage is much more spread out, whereas it's all aggression coming out from Black Dragons, and there's so much damage from Skullist, from Spings, and let's not forget Bizka, who had some really good shots with his revolver. Flemzito, his healing was much lower than Master Lu, but I don't think that's him misplaying. I think he's just going for the stuns.
Yeah, and a lot of that, I think, comes down to his team is going to operate pretty spread out, and there are a lot of flank routes, a lot of line of sight cutoffs on Circuit Beach, so there just wasn't the angle for him to get at Skullis, to get at Beezy, but Ping's obviously going to be one of his targets. Butter as well. Butter with 245,000 shielding as Fernando.
The other thing that's really interesting for me is top point time for Black Dragons is the support Flamzito. He's standing on the point while Fernando is forward zoning, and from there, with his instant fire heal, he's able to support his team from long range. So that can be really helpful, and it makes a lot of sense. But, you know, what happened in that last fight? Why did QG manage to get that comeback?
QG were just narrowly able to escape, I think getting a little bit more value for their ultimates. A huge play. Actually, I thought it was, you know, just a little confidence coming out. Spira pops Ancient Rage, right?
Yeah.
What seemed like pretty early because I think he thought the game was over. Turns out it wasn't. Flamezito comes blazing around the corner, drops the Dread Serpent on point. Thank God he was CC immune, and he was able to get a lot of work done while they were focusing on the CC targets.
Yeah, I actually really like that, right? Like, either we win the game here, or I'm in my ultimate when they step on the point, and it's a win-win for Makoa. The other big ult for me was that Ruckus ult, right? It might have seemed a little weird. He's about to die. He's 1v2. There's a Fernando with a huge shield, like 8,000 health. And he just says, you know what, I'm going to ult. Fernando picks up his shield, but it doesn't matter. And he gets that kill, which then allows QG to fight again on the point in a much more favorable match because Fernando's dead for 10 seconds while Makoa's on the point.
It's a great look because Hex's Fire, it's tough to find a window in which that is the correct situation to use that ultimate there. It requires some setup. Ruckus completely, you know, I don't want to say vulnerable because he's laying down the highest DPS in the game in that ultimate, but he is vulnerable for all intents and purposes.
He's pretty stationary.
He has to just basically stand where he is and just go pedal to the metal. And the decision to do that, it takes a lot of commitment, a lot of listening to the call as both teams are communicating furiously throughout the match.
That's right. And, you know, going to the second game, I think the big question is for QG, the Makoa was critical for them. I think it was probably their most effective pick. But Eevee was critical for Black Dragon, so do you maybe take Eevee, maybe give up the Makoa and see what you can do with her? Because I don't think Skullis should be allowed to play this again.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. One thing from Black Dragons, though, not bringing out the Drogos. We haven't seen Drogos yet today, and he's really the best way in a lot of intents and purposes for dealing with double frontliner.
Sure.
That Dragon Punch doesn't care how much health you are. It's percentage based. Just immediately taking out those tanks can be so important.
Yeah, and with his Fire Spit and a card named Masterful, he's able to spread out the team by using this ability repeatedly, detonating his Fire Spit for big explosions that knock people back. Drogos could be really big here. You mentioned we haven't seen it yet. I'm hoping we see it in this set. Maybe something to pick up for Black Dragons, as I think this double tank is really working for QG.
Yep, and great damage coming out of the back line from QG. That was such a big, important part of their success, and a lot of that, well, they're not quite as high as Black Dragons, but a lot of that was dumped into Butter's stat, shielding 245,000 damage. That may as well be some stats for QG as they were in charge of ripping through that. Mikasa picking up that Wrecker on Shaolin, scaling up his auto attacks to make that shield look like a weight. Pepper Talon still finding 5 solar kills, still looking after himself for all intents and purposes in the backline. Was a beautiful, but would you like to see a little bit less focus on just these low mobility glass cannons for QG?
I don't know, man. I can't. Mikasa had that impact frag triple kill right at the end of the third round, and that saved the game. Straight up, all him.
Yeah, it was absolutely insane. That's a more difficult ultimate to use. It's more of that utility style. It's not just that team fight wipe ultimate like a
I
Cursed
can't
Arm
use it. I'm
or
garbage
any of
with
that.
that
It's
ult.
100% utility. All it really gives you is some invisibility, some misdirection with clones, but it's still all on Mikasa to hit the shots. It doesn't get any easier in Heat Haze.
And on the other hand, Knight is just, the moment he's not being focused, he's immediately outputting great damage, having some really good grenade tosses, and his barrage was very impactful in these team fights because Victor's ultimate, he just drops bombs on the same spot, 1, 2, 3. Well, he can pick different spots, but usually it's in a clump, right? And you're able to disrupt that team fight so much. It's really loud, and it's you know, it just sort of sets you off kilter. It makes you uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's a tough one to land as well. Not a lot of setup for QG, but he was finding the windows to get it done. Another great decision I like from Knight, as we talked about Victor He's not super high mobility, but he's more on the low side. And a lot of times you have to make the tough call to just go pedal to the metal, put my aim against your aim.
Yeah.
To try and come out on top against Skullis, or at least soften him up for your teammates. Because we saw when Skullis went uncontested in the back line, he was going huge. 49 eliminations for the EV player from Black Dragons. Absolutely insane performance, but that's going to do it for game number 1. Let's head back over to the map draft to see where these guys elect to take the series next.
Looks like it's gonna be the Ice Mines, which is our longest map in the game. That means the payload push is very long. It still has, 2, 3, maybe 4 choke points, but you're gonna have to push it a very long way, which means you can't make mistakes, right? You gotta keep that push going the whole time. It's very hard to convert off of overtime if you're only at the halfway point, whereas you might be able to do that on some other maps. And the capture point, well, tell me about the capture point. What makes it unique compared to Serpent Beach?
It's very closed in. There are largely one way in and one way out. So space controllers are going to be very, very important here. Guys like Fernando, guys like Drogos rather, to try and get those fire spits on the line early. We'll have to see who's going to be reigning supreme in the zone control department as we head into the champion draft between Black Dragons Team QG. Game number 2, QG leading the way.
That's right, QG up 1-0. They only need 2 more games to tie themselves 1-1 for the group stages. Black Dragons hovering the Makoa and looking to take it. They will take it away from QG. And I think QG has to respond with Eevee here, man. Like, you just can't let Skullis play it again.
This isn't bad, though. Fernando, very high impact pick on Ice Mines, particularly because of the way his fireball damage scales up when hitting multiple targets. And like we talked about, very narrow entrances to the point zone on Ice Mine, so a lot of those multi-hit fireballs can ultimately win team fights right off the bat. Rounding things out with a Cassie is always a good look for Knight.
That's right, and they are taking something away here. Cassie is getting taken away from Pings, and now it's like, okay, what can you play? How can you do on Shaolin the Archer? And I suspect that's going to go to Pings, right? It's like an outplay-centered, medium, long-range character, so really excited to see that. Buck coming in for QG, so a shotgun leaping flanker that uses healing to stay alive and win those duels. A late pick Eevee for Black Dragon, so QG, Eevee doesn't have the same level of praise she had in the last game, so maybe Skullis will be a little bit worse off?
That's a good point, and QG just, I think picking the Buck here shows that they're just not in favor of the Eevee. Eevee, a great pick.
Sure.
Buck as well, I think he struggles a little bit personally on this because we mentioned there's so much tight corridors, a lot of spaces for Buck to actually bump his head, and just letting that Eevee go after Skullis had the game that he did on it, I think is a rough call.
That said, I don't see anyone where Eevee is going to get those guaranteed kills, right? If you've got a 1v1 Eevee versus Victor, unless Victor hits every headshot and doesn't get shot first, he's going to lose that fight.
Now Maldamba and Ruckus rounding out the draft for QG here. Who you liking on paper before we get into the game?
I want to see QG go up 2-0 in this set, and now's their chance to do it. Black Dragons on the blue team this time. Skullis reprising his role on Eevee. Pings playing Shaolin. Butter on Barrack. Flamzito, the support on Ying. And Makoa on Bizka.
QG, Mikasa, Spiro on Fernando, Yejing once again on Ruckus. Master Lu on Maldamba this time. Knight on his famous Cassie, as both teams rounding the corner to the point here, but first zone control gonna go in favor of Black Dragons. Ruckus falling extremely low, is able to get around the corner, but Butter able to find that kill in the backline. QG answers back. Skullis trades out with Master Lu. Double kill once again for Skullis. How you gonna let the man run it back?
3 for 2 so far, and Black Dragons in the lead with Buck falling. Fernando as well, and Black Dragons have successfully wiped QG. It's going to be a long road back, and Ruck is intelligently waiting for his team as Eevee pushes forward, and she just wants the dismounts. She's safe here. There's so much room to just fly away. I don't know if QG's going to even be able to reach the point.
And Eevee landing a shot onto 2 people. The zone is so strong, 87% and climbing. It's going to be hard pressed for QG to even find their way back into this point area, and they realize that they're just forced to give it up.
Yeah, and I think Black Dragons are going to be really strong on this map if they keep winning those first fights. But they have lost one member, Buck going in, and that's a pretty good trade for Mikasa, getting rid of that carry Pings.
That's Mikasa coming in like a wrecking ball. Not Miley Cyrus, it's Mikasa though. Sent back to base. Ying laying down some fire here. It's so tough to break this, especially against Fernando, when you're forced to clump up. Every enemy hit by Fireball is going to take increased damage, but there's a nice dredge anchor to try and take down the support. He slithers away, but he separated himself from his team. Master Lu is going to fall in a nice shell spin, able to get BZ away from danger.
Knight finds a cat or an Eevee chasing her down, but Knight will be okay for now, and it seems like Black Dragon's pull has stalled as Ruckus is on the point, and Eevee doesn't really like this matchup too much. Getting taken down as Yizing finds that final shot. Now Shaolin can't push in, and with 130 left, it's starting to look grim for Black Dragons if they want to get the 2-0.
We talked about just how long the payload push is on Ice Mines and how long teams are forced to wait when they give up picks. A dredge anchor's gonna miss, however. That's a good look to start off the fight for QG, but it's such a tight corridor here. Both teams struggling to break this. The Ice Storm's gonna come through, not much follow it. Here's Buckwild, he's looking to get into the back line. Mikasa finds one, nice boxed out on the front. Hexafire laying down the damage, laying down the pain as Yezing picks up 2.
Talk about some covering fire. His Spira goes crazy on that Fernando, finding 3 in a row. Buck will help clean up that kill as it goes to Master Lu. And now I think the question, usually the question at this point is, do we use our ultimates to try and convert? Black Dragons did, and I think they're worse off for it.
Ooh, yeah, I'd definitely be inclined to agree with you there. 30 seconds remaining and, 98% of the payload push left to be seen. We've seen some crazy overtimes before, so nothing can be ruled out just yet. Mikasa getting softened up by Planted from the high ground here. There's 2 high priority picks for him, but that's a tough angle to heroic leap into that window. Mikasa doesn't want it just yet. He's looking for the Eevee. He sees the wormhole blinking back. Mikasa just hanging out in the back line, waiting patiently, smartly for somebody to step out of position.
Only 7 seconds left, but Skullis finds a good kill, and we could see overtime here. The tanks from QG are retreating or dying. Buck low health, and he will die as well to a nice shot from Skullis. So there is a chance for Black Dragons. It's just a very small one. That double kill is going to help out, and now they are pushing, but if they step off the cart at all, they will not be able to push it all the way in.
I've seen some overtimes in my day. Skullis getting things off to a great start with that double kill. Has the opportunity for a nice Ice Storm, but needs to be careful. He's poked out very low. Going to be forced to sit in the back line, though. Get healed up. Planet's going to come out. Long range damage. Could be another good opportunity for an Ice Storm here. Looking to get things mixed up as Fernando on the front line. Blink into the high ground by Skullis. Cassie can win this trade if she lands her shot. Mikasa diving in deep, but Skullis is here to peel.
That's right. Now Fernando and Ruckus holding down the point yet again. Eevee's on there to keep it in overtime, but the moment she steps off, it's going to take down, and the successful defense will happen. Eevee had to try and go behind that tree, but she was just out of range.
Smart ultimate holds, I think, from Black Dragons here. Net worth is fairly spread out. All 5 ultimates, however, ready to go for Black Dragons, whereas Team QG only have 3 at their disposal.
That's right, but they're very close to the 4th and 5th. So as long as they use their initial ultimates well, and I think Immortal is key, right? If everyone's dumping their ultimates and you use Immortal, your team probably is just going to win.
Yep, definitely some interesting item selections coming out from both teams. You're seeing some Rejuvenate. What does this card do? This is the first time we've seen it today.
So Rejuvenate is critical for increasing the effect of your healers. As people start to get cauterized, healing is reduced, but Rejuvenate increases the healing that you take from other people. So it's really critical for these frontliners to stay more powerful in the front of the fight. Fernando and Ruckus moving out. They're trying to establish themselves on the point. Ruckus actually pulled in. That's not too much of a problem as all the ultimates are coming out. Dread Serpent, Dome Shield, they're all dropped.
Hexafire coming out. Yejing finds the first kill in this engagement. Immortal to bail him out. It's going to be good. Mikasa finding some good damage onto Pings. He's falling low and lower, 92 health. He will fall. Ancient Rage is available in the back line, and he might need it soon. It's not going to come out. Buck Wild has come out, but Mikasa finding kill after kill. QG with the initial control, and they're going to move out for a forward zone of their own.
And it worked out exactly like I thought it could. QG played that perfectly. Black Dragons dropped their combo, but Immortal mitigates it all. And then Ruckus comes in a little bit later. Buck comes in a little bit later. They find the ultimates, they find the kills, and they find the capture. It is now 2-1 in favor of QG, and they can get a 3-1 if they convert this payload.
One convincing team fight win is all it takes on Ice Mines. The respawns are just so far away. Blink in, blink out from Skullis. Try and soften up the back line, but they're firing on all cylinders right now. That's a long-range hook. QG Knight is pulled all the way across the map and cleaned up by BZ. Mikasa is in the back line, though, waiting for this Eevee to blink in. He's just playing peel duty for his back line right now.
The difficult thing about dealing with Skullis is not only is he blinking and doing tons of damage, but he's hitting shots from range too, and that's when you know you've got a really high-quality Eevee on your hands. Fernando trying to block some shots as his team retweets. 140 on the clock, and QG is going to have to get back on the cart soon if they want to convert this.
Able to take out Ye Xing's Flamecedo Knight, rotating back into the fight as well to take down the impact player. That Skullis is 130 remains on the clock. Kills trading either way. You're going to need convincing wins, though, on Ice Mines. Mikasa just falling back for the time being, wants to find safe haven, the safety of his teammates.
So here I want to see QG just looking to charge their ultimates, right? I think that's going to be crucial. They used them well in the last fight, and they got to keep doing that to build up those credits. Ping's in a bit of trouble. Cassie can give chase here if she has dodge roll, but his Black Dragon's holding the corner.
Yep, Skullis getting into the back line right now. Hasn't found a kill yet. Nice Impaler to keep Ye Xing crowd controlled. Skullis gonna go down. Pings looks like he might be soon to follow here, falling close to 100 HP. Only 50 seconds for QG to get this payload rolling. Pings taken down is going to be a good start. They're starting to roll here, but if they drop one more convincing team fight, that could be it.
That's right. Now, the difficult thing about Shaolin is your movability. You only go backwards, you turn invisible, and it's got a long cooldown, so you have to be very careful. Pings will drop it. He's not here for this fight, and Black Dragons are being pushed back. 25 seconds on the clock. And QG, they can see the end. It's in sight. They just got to keep pushing. And Buck going in with the Buck Wild finds the kill on the Pings, finds the kill on the Skullis. That's huge if they want to keep pushing.
Double kill for Mikasa, looking to keep this momentum up from QG, but this tells me they're looking to spend ultimates. They're looking to convert here. Still have 4 available. Immortal gonna come online. Illusory Rift as well. 3 members down for Black Dragons. Team QG looking to close things out on this conversion, but a big planted. That's gonna be a strong swing. A lot of ultimates coming out on the point. Able to immune it all is Skullis for the time being. Ancient Rage is gonna prove difficult to convert on.
And unfortunately, the respawns have come out, but Immortal is keeping everyone from QG alive, but not for any longer. Spyra taking damage and in trouble as the shots from Shaolin keep raining in. Barrack does have a turret here, and it will result in the kill, and it will result in the defense. It was very close, and while they used ultimates to try and hold it, at least they got some ultimates from Black Dragons, right? They're not completely out of luck and out of resources for the next capture point.
Yeah, but a lot spent from QG to try and get that one done. Ultimate management is going to be so important, especially in a tight series like this one. Black Dragons currently leading the damage dealt chart, but a large portion of QG is not far behind. Very consistent damage across all of QG's members. They're about 45,000 average, and healing much better this time out of Master Lu.
You know, I think one of the big things here is how Scout is relatively ineffective on this map, right? There's one main thoroughfare that everyone travels through, so an ultimate that reveals everyone, which is usually amazing, is less useful. You know where they're coming from, through the big door, right there.
Has to see as they both head up onto the high ground here. 7-7, Knight's gonna scout it all out. Master Riding, though, they're gonna spot Skullis out on the side here. Is getting into the high ground, poking out the support. Lower and lower, Ice Storm is available. He could elect to go into that. That's a long-range shot, combining with Pings. Gonna take down Knight as well. A nice Impaler arrow onto the high ground, takes down Knight. Mikasa falls shortly after.
And it looks like QG just do not have the resources to fight Black Dragons with only that Scout available. The 2 tanks are grouped up, but now they're getting split up. Planet comes down, so Shaolin destroys Fernando's shield. And while QG has regrouped, they can't get to the capture point. They can't contest this, and it will go up 3-2.
Black Dragon just now converting that payload, though. This is where both teams have really struggled, though. The stuff after the stuff, struggling to get the payload pushes on the line. Skullis pokes lower and lower. He's going to be working his way around the back side here as he blinks in on the support. Wants to find the kill, struggling to find anything. So much area of effect healing coming out from Maldamba. He's going to give it another shot, but Repulsor Field giving him so much trouble right now. No one really spots him out, though. He's just free to lay this damage into the backline, just now getting spotted out. 3 kills for QG, 2 for Master Lu, 2 for Ye Xing, and a clean wipe
from the Chinese.
That was a beautiful hold from QG, and now it's all about building up those ultimates. I want to see that defensive play. I want to see Immortal, Hex of Fire, and Dread Serpent all coming back online. So at the 3-3 capture point fight, they can go in hard and heavy and find those important kills.
Early scout coming out in this team fight, spotting everyone from Black Dragons, giving them a better view of the battlefield. Buckwire comes out from Mikasa. He's in the back line, finding 1 kill on the Butter as well. Knight moving back out to some friends. A nice shot around the corner. Master Lu credited with that one. Yejing laying down the covering fire. And this zone is holding so strong from QG. There are so many favorable positions for teams to hold on Ice Mines.
Yeah, this is such a beautiful choke point for QG, and with their double tank, it's so hard to break through. As Barrack, while he's very strong defensively, he's not very good at moving forward. But Black Dragons will move forward nonetheless as Butter charges into the fray. He's going to find Fernando, meet him head-to-head. The shield comes up, and it looks like QG is taking a more defensive posture.
Black Dragons now just getting off the ground. Planet comes out, will force QG back for the time being. Skullis blinking into the backline, a 2-streak for the Shaolin, looking to make it more, finds a pop shot onto Fernando, wisely spots out Mikasa in the backline. Has been having such an impact on his support player, and that's going to be a key pickup in this engagement.
Yeah, absolutely critical. Skullis needs to go big in this fight if they want to try and push that payload all the way. Repulsor field will mitigate some damage, but not enough, as Yijing is low, and Eevee will find the kill and the double. Now it's Fernando moving forward. She does have Ice Storm, but you don't want to use in that 1v1.
It's got to be careful. Ult management going to be very important. 14 seconds remaining here, and Skullis, for all intents and purposes, is just invisible in the backline. QG need to be more aware of this Eevee. Rolling forward now is Fernando, trying to hold things down, emoting on the horse. 2 seconds, 1 second remaining. This is going to be a long overtime if QG can't hold.
Now Shaolin in trouble as Meldamba and Buck are going for him. Barrack is here, but they're just ignoring him as they know the dwarf is not that big of a threat. Push off the cart. QG will successfully defend, and yet again we have a 3-3 game. But tell me about these items. We see the record, we see the cauterize, we see the Haven, but what interests you about this spread?
A lot of the bulldozer coming out from Master Lu here. He's looking to target out those Ying illusions with that card. That is a card similar to Wrecker, but it's to deal with deployables here. So going to increase the base damage of your auto attacks against deployables like Ying clones, like Barrack Turpin. A perfect pickup for Master Lu.
Yeah, I actually like that on Meldamba, right? He's got fairly high in-hand damage. With rank 2, I think he's going to be one-shotting both turrets and illusions, and that could be a big difference in this fight. Talking about the ultimates, you've got 3 on the right-hand side. They're missing Scout. That's not a big deal. 4 on the left, but Immortal is available. So if Black Dragons don't use their ultimates properly, QG can just immune all of them.
Kings has the heat haze available to him. Dread Serpent coming out fairly early. Illusory Rift is on the table. Hex of Fire, both teams laying it all on the line, but getting a lot of work done in the back line is Ancient Rage. Unable to pick anything up. Skullis is here to try and confirm on that kill. This could be a big trade, and it's going to go the way of Black Dragons. Now trading out kill for kill currently in favor of Black Dragons on the point, but QG are clawing their way back.
Mikasa able to slip past everyone, and in this fight, as long as he take down... No, he can't take down the turrets. Barrack able to fortify and hold his ground. It's not going to be very easy for either of the shotgun wielders to win this battle, but Makoa's back. He's got a nice pull onto the Meldamba, and a Nitzer kill onto the Buck.
Dread Serpent isn't going to be available. No ultimates really available. Heat Haze and Immortal is all that's left after both teams coming at each other hard. BZ's going to fall down. Knight on a triple kill. There's the Immortal to keep everyone alive. QG looking to make the stabilization play off the back of Knight. Blink in, blink out. This support is caught out by herself. One more shot from Master Lu. Going to send her back to her grave.
Absolutely awesome disengage to knock back the Ying for the alley-oop and the kill from Master Lu. They have to deal with this Eevee though, and at 93%, it's looking very good for QG to go up 2-0 in this series.
Overtime ticking through now. Nice disengage despite the stealth coming through from Shaolin. He's going to be shut down. Can't reset the overtime. Another game goes to QG.
Let's talk about Knight. Those disengages right at the end were so critical, and you see them there. They're still composed. They're ready to go into game 3. Okay, they're composed and smiling. You can do both. They're not partying, and that's what I like, right? They're not getting too excited yet. You don't want to jump the gun.
On the Cassie there, able to just carry his team through that final team fight. That was a lot of ultimates dumped in the first one, so that really came down to raw skill, cooldown management. displacement as well in that final team fight. QG able to come out on top with all of the big guns down. Haven't had a look at Black Dragons just yet, but they're busy communicating and not looking as frustrated as they were in game number 1 here. But this will be very interesting to see, making sure that they keep morale high. Brazilians very passionate guys as they were coming on stage. It's going to be important to break these guys mentally. If they tilt, I think they're going to tilt hard.
That's right. You don't want to feel defeated before you're already going into the final game, right? You want to go in like, hey, man, we can win this. And I think they can, because Skullist is just carrying so hard. But I think what it comes down to is the Makoa pick wasn't what they needed, right? They took it away, but they didn't use it the same way that QG did.
Yeah, Skullist getting a lot of work done as well. Just providing so much space. BC, doesn't matter who he hooked. He was just allowed to keep his backliner safe, keep control of the front line as well. Pretty even spread in terms of objective time coming out from everyone on Black Dragon. So really just doing their part to try and, you know, get those objectives captured, get those payloads converted. But in the end, it was QG Yejing far ahead of the pack in that regard at 226.
And that's exactly what Ruckus wants to do. He's got an ability that only works on the objectives. So you want to stand there, use Repulsor Field, mitigate damage for your team, because Record doesn't do anything about that. You're just reducing the damage that everyone is taking. And yet again, Master Lu, such a good healer. Not even just a support, it's the healing, man. He puts out so much.
Wow. I'm just now noticing the difference here. Master Lu, he got outclassed a little bit in the previous game, I think, but he really put his foot down this time on this Maldamba. 121,000.
Yeah.
More than doubling Flamezito on this Ying here. Absolutely insane play coming out of the Maldamba player from China. Spirit doing a great job. 205,000 shielding. He was holding down the front line very, very effectively. We saw Butter playing this pick last game, this time on Barrack. Barrack, a pretty interesting pickup, I think, overall, but a great job to pick up Bulldozer and counter what Ying and Barrack were looking to do.
Yeah, I think it really did change that final fight. I mean, you saw the turrets on the point at the end. We switched the buck, the turrets were in the way, and they do a lot of damage. Not only that, but once a turret hits a player, if Barrack shoots them, he's going to deal more damage, and he can actually do a lot of damage in that one shot.
Absolutely.
So, you know, he's looking to burst people down, find the targets his turrets are hitting, and I think Butter was fairly effective on that Barrack, but the win for me was in the ultimates. I think the Immortal immuned way too much from Black Dragons because they were just kind of using everything all at once.
These guys would come out and clash. All 4 ultimates dropped in the first 5 to 10 seconds of the team fight. So it's just so important for these, you know, hard counters to come out like Immortal, make those big stabilization plays. But, you know, we talked about Yejing's Ruckus. This is, you know, shaping up. It's getting better and better as the set moves on here. Repulsor Field was huge. You know, Skullist a lot of times got free in the back line, but this Repulsor Field was able to shut down a lot of what he was looking to do. And now QG up 2-0 over Black Dragons.
And now they're going to look for their next map where they get a chance to go up 3-0 and tie themselves for the day 1-1, leaving Black Dragons at 0-1. It's going to be Jaguar Falls, one of my personal favorites, because there are all these dogs all over the... Wait, are Jaguars dogs or cats?
Cats.
I prefer dogs.
Let's just say it's a good dog.
All right, it is a good dog. There are all these cats all over the map, Jaguar Falls, so you know... Okay, so Falls, right? Here's the thing. There's this very dangerous cliff edge right next to the capture point.
That's right. We saw Master Lu in the previous set against District 69 roll off said cliff, and that's going to prove... Hopefully he's found his way around that this time around. Like we mentioned, QG, this is a must-win series for them. They're already down 0-1. You know, they lost to District 69 in the first series of the day. These international matchups are going to be very important, especially when they're dropping sweeps against some of the NA and EU competition.
You know, it's looking pretty good for QG. I don't know what it is, but they always manage to clutch out that last capture point. We've had 2 4-3 games. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw another one, but I would like to see QG, if they're going to win, start to get more dominant, because this is a team that grows every time they play. And we've seen that nonstop, right? First it was, you know, moving to these picks, dealing more damage, getting more of the outplay, and then they started working together more, and now they've got that ultimate sort of discipline going, which was really critical last game.
It's tough to say, right, though, because Ice Mines is a map that oftentimes forces those 3-3 scenarios. So
sure does.
The narrow win on Serpent Beach, another narrow scrape in game number 2. QG with the momentum on their side headed in to game number 3. The question for me is, though, do they let Skullis get this Eevee again and still no Drogos against 2 double frontline compositions?
You know, I think they do give up the Eevee, right? The Makoa, I think, is a better pick for them. More valuable, because they're just doing so well in that first game off of the serve. Serving it right up to the carries and getting those kills on the Shaolin with that 1 arrow shot afterwards, which just didn't happen for Black Dragons. On the other hand, maybe you take the Eevee away because you know they can't play Makoa as well as you can.
Yeah, both teams showing propensities to run double frontliners here, but like we were just talking about, no Drogos coming out yet. No Pip either. Pip, another interesting change to him that allows him to counter frontliners.
That's right. Well, let's see what they do pick as we head into the 3rd draft of this best of 5 series. If QG plays this one right, they could go up 3-0 against Black Dragons.
Ooh, and they're going to have first pick hovering that Makoa once again, locking it in almost immediately. QG know they want to continue to go with this.
Yeah, you know, there is the question of who's a good turtle, and QG know that it's Makoa. He's been so good for them, but the Ruckus now going the way of Black Dragons, and that has been very helpful for QG. They've done a lot with that Ruckus. Sort of more of a sleeper, but I don't know, man. It's put out a lot of damage for them, and it's helped them out a lot. So now the question is, what's the response? Are we going to see the Maldamba again? I love the Cassie. That was so big for Knight. It was so much better than the Victor.
Picking up another dangerous glass cannon backline is QG. Really not showing propensity to want to pick up these traditional tank counters in that Drogos, in that Pip. But Shaolin, you know, I mean, his kit was, you can talk a little bit about the design of it, but he is very effective at taking down tanks.
Yeah, so the thing is, Wrecker is an item that allows you to deal more damage with your weapon, right? To shield, specifically. Shaolin has this ability planted where he usually yells ready, and he kneels down and starts firing shots really quick. But they're weapon shots. Wrecker helps out, and he just destroys shields with that ability. So he's going to be able to carve through Fernando. Buck and Eevee, man, I think Black Dragons just have to go for this backline aggression again, and I don't think Fernando fits that. Or, sorry, I don't think Ruckus fits that.
Ladies and gentlemen, bless up. It is Grover locked in for Black Dragons. The church doors are open. Krat, talk to me a little bit about this pick.
Man, Grover the tree. He's got an axe that he throws. It deals more damage over range. But on the other hand, he's got a healing aura around him that bursts for bonus healing on a relatively short cooldown. So you have to decide, am I long range filling space with these very damaging axes, or am I helping my team out to heal? And I think he's going to want to position next to that Ruckus, right? Doing some zoning, healing up the front line on the point while he's trying to respond to Shaolin. And it can actually be a fairly good response to the Desert Wind Archer.
Definitely. Grover, the only character in the game that doesn't have to reload. So he is constant area denial, just throwing those axes down to just shut down what Shaolin is trying to do. But both of these teams picking up double frontliner again and still no Drogos really tells me that these international teams don't seem to favor the Dragon.
Yeah, well, we'll see what's going to happen in our next set with that Drogos, as match point will go up against Black Dragons, and I know they can play some fierce Dragon. But focusing on this game, I love the Cassie coming back from QG on Knight, and I cannot wait to see what he can do in this game. It is the 3rd game of our best of 5. QG on the left-hand side, Spira on Makoa, Yijing on Barrack, Master Lu on Ying, Knight on Cassie, and Mikasa on Shaolin.
And Brazil makes some noise for Black Dragons fighting with their backs against the wall. Butter on Fernando, pings on Ruckus, Flame Zito on Buck, Skullis again on Eevee, Beezy this time on Grover.
Shaolin moving forward, and without Master Riding, no one's going to get to this capture point first. Taking him to the left side of the room is QG as Black Dragons are on the point. Shaolin taking a lot of damage, and Skull is going to find that kill.
Laying down the covering fire is Knight from the backline. Disengage creates some space between him and Buck, but he's going to fall. This fight going in favor of Black Dragons as well as the capture point. They are already 50%. Flame Zito finds another one here, and great positioning once again, but the hook and serve off the map. Master Lu going to take down pings. QG Yazing fell off the map. Skullis, great positioning here. Grover trying to hook down another one, tries to come out. Koa over the wall. One shot from either champion's gonna do it. This time it's Skullist.
And I see what Black Dragons are doing now. They're playing big bodies. They've got their big boys on the point. They're gonna move in and just take up space and do a lot of damage. Mikasa falls to Skullist there. Barrack on the point, but he's not set up. And now it's looking very grim for QG. I don't think they're gonna be able to contest this.
Black Dragons in overtime, 99%. A lot of mitigation. There's the repulsor field effects coming out from the Ruckus, and Black Dragons able to convert early.
And now they're gonna push forward. They have control of the cart, and they've got the big bodies to put in the way. QG has to hold here so they can get their Wrecker and their Cauterize online, but pushing forward, it's Black Dragons into this small little crawl space, and they're pushing QG back.
Moving forward, Butter falling lower and lower. A couple more shots gonna do it, but the shield's gonna come off cooldown. He's gonna get it up. Knight is under pressure from the frontliners in the back, dumping headshots. Ping's able to find that one. The payload is moving past halfway. Black Dragons looking strong. Grover able to get everyone topped off before the respawns come through. 1 minute and 50 seconds remain.
Absolute dominance so far from Black Dragons. They're practically spawn camping QG, who just can't find kills. They can't respond. Buck jumping into the Ice Storm will get pulled, but he doesn't care as Barrack is in the front, but Eevee is unstoppable with the double. And it looks like we will have our first conversion of the set. Black Dragons up 2-0 against QG.
Skull is such an impact player all along. 13 streak, net worth all in favor of Black Dragons. 3 ultimates available for them to the 1 from QG.
It's going to be very difficult for QG here. They need credits, they need defense, and they need to break through the big bodies of Black Dragons, because all they're doing, they've got 4 big meaty dudes, Grover, Buck, Ruckus, and Fernando in the front, and an Eevee just killing everyone else. Just let Skullist carry by himself. It doesn't matter as long as we're on the point, we're hard to kill, you can't pick anyone off, and you can't kill Skullist because he's a god.
All those streaks illuminated for Black Dragons as they move out to the point here. It's going to provide a lot of ultimate charge for QG if they're able to take down some of these hot streaks going in, blinking in and immediately blinking out. Skullist doesn't find anything on his first trip in, but Buck Wild going to see if he can get anything done. A lot of ultimates coming out from Black Dragons. They want to keep the momentum on their side, but QG in the lead right now in this fight, 2-1.
Knight going big so far. He needs to find the kill on the Skullist, who's retreating inside the small little room. Ruckus is low. A nice roll. Picks up pings. Skullist is still alive, but Grover will fall, and Knight could just say, hey, I'm going to carry this game too. He's going so big.
Yeah, needs to be careful right now. Butter can't get picked off. They don't want to get their respawn staggered. QG currently in control of the point, 78% and climbing. Black Dragons need to make a move soon. Shut down mid-air, Impaler arrow. Here's the Hexafire, however, is going to lay down a lot of pain.
But shut down, say Black Dragons, 93%, we don't care. Drop the tank ults on the point, heal everyone up with the Grover Whirlwind, and this Makoa can't do anything. He's not doing damage. He's just gonna fall.
Repulsor field mitigating all of that Ancient Rage alongside the Whirlwind from Grover. Blessing up, Spirit narrowly able to stay alive. That's just going to be another staggered respawn for QG. Black Dragons clawing their way. The picks are continuing to roll right now, needing to go big. Skullist in the backline on a 17 streak. Overtime has been triggered, however, so Black Dragons cannot afford to step off the point again.
Knight needs to make a miracle, but he could do it. Skullist is low, but not down just yet. He's going to retreat around the side, and 99% overtime continues. Immortal is Skullist in with a double, but he's not fast enough, and he will, no, not quite fall.
Timing needs to be crucial there. A nice snag out of mid-air will spell the end of Skullist streak, but such an impact player in all of these games on the Eevee. QG just letting him get it time and time again.
And real quick, you see that Makoa ult? When you kill a streak in Paladins, when you end that streak, you get some charge. So Spear is ready to go into the rage yet again. And with a nice pull on Fernando, he's starting that fight right.
3 kills for QG already. Mikasa has 2 to his name. Hexafire at low HP is going to get nothing. Ping's going to fall immediately. QG rolling forward. Nice ice block just to immune one shot. Do-si-do into the hook, though. Master Lu credited with that one, but some fancy footwork from China.
But QG are still behind. It is 1-2 while they are pushing forward, and if they do not convert this, they will still be down 1-3. So they've got to push forward, and Knight needs to keep the carry pants on.
Now rolling in the back line, Skullis is looking for it. 3 men are looking for it. Butter's going to be credited with that kill. Where's the peel? This back line is all alone. The front line isn't making much progress into this Ruckus, into this Grover. A little bit of a disjointed team fight from QG, and Black Dragons are able to skunk this push.
Master Lu holding on for so long, allowing Spira and Yijing to pick up 2 kills. Buck going buck wild, but Knight has returned and he will pick up that kill. And the front line from QG holding it down as Grover's getting held down and taken down. Yijing finding that one, and now Knight, a nice disengage, but it's not enough to get the kill just yet.
Timing is crucial here. Skullis needs to go down, and he will. Knight credited with that kill. The conversion has to come through. The peel on the back line needs to be better for QG, though. All these frontliners in Knight's face right now. He needs help from his team. He's rolling around the fight, doing a beautiful job kiting Black Dragons. Black Dragons absolutely tunnel vision on Knight right now. Spring has come to keep Black Dragons alive. All of that healing from Grover is just going to buy time.
I love the dome shield using to hold down that front line as Yijing pushes forward. They're very close to the capture point, and they could convert. Not too much farther yet. Bizka will fall. Buck on that payload, and he's going to hold for now, but here come the respawns from Black Dragons.
There's the Immortal trying to make the stabilization play for Black Dragons. 5 seconds remain. Skullis finds a pick. Pings gets Yijing on the front line. Spira able to answer back. Knight rolling in. He's going to have to go big. It's overtime, ladies and gentlemen. Scout ultimate available to him, but he's got everyone in his sights right now. A lot of tank to chew through. Repulsor field comes out, and the call is just retreat as Knight staying alive behind the rocks.
Man, it was so close, but Knight just couldn't carry hard enough. And here's the thing. If you recall the 3rd capture from the last map, they went in and only had that Cassie ultimate. Now, granted, they're not up against as many ultimates as they were, but it's still Ruckus and Eevee. That's a great combo all in and of itself. So QG has to play really sharply here if they want to hold it down and stay in this game.
Especially being down 3-1 right now. Such a huge play to convert in that first round from Black Dragons. They give themselves a ton of room for error in the next round here. Black Dragons need to capture a point, however, if they are going to win. They will get no more points off of the defense.
That's right. So it's all about holding this point for QG. They got to capture it if they want to stay alive in this game. But they're running right into the room of death. Eevee is low, but she's going to blink out with just 200. Fernando holding down the front, and it seems like the ultimates have been survived for now.
Ice Storm and Hexafire coming out disjointed. Black Dragons taking 3 for 0 right now. Make it 4 for 0 as QG Knight isolated and alone from his teammates. Skullis is going to be able to clean him up.
Butter just chilling on the point. He moved in, he shielded up, he got low, and then he did his job. He said, all right, I'm going to stand on the point. You guys got this. 60%. Skullis is here too, and it's going to be very hard for QG to push in, but they have to. 80%. They've got to get on this point. They've got to contest. They got to keep this game going.
UG put in a must-win situation. Buckwild coming out in the backline. Grover's hooked and taken down. That's the first step. There's 2 kills for QG. Master Lu takes out Skullis, and that's always an impact player in these team fight. But Pigs has a nice line of sight on Black Dragon. Shell Shield's going to be there to provide some safe haven. For now, QG in control.
QG somehow managed to regain control of that capture point as Spyro finds a nice kill onto Ruckus. But round the back, it's Eevee. She's going big and she's going for the kills. Mikasa not able to stay alive, taken down by the long-range shot, but here's Knight. Just one more shot will get the kill, and he finds it. Now on the capture point, Dome Shield and Whirlwind have been dropped.
QG have clawed their way back. Knight going big in this team fight. 97% in overtime. The disengage says no more. Grover, great job splitting up the healer from the tank. Ruckus is going to fall. Disjointed our Black Dragons. QG able to secure the payload.
Not able to get on that point. Buck just swerved right past, and he's going to fall nonetheless, taking off of that support role, by the way. Bizka is supporting this game, but pushing forward. QG once again want to convert this. If they don't, they're going to be in the same situation as last round.
Dropping a lot of ultimates for it, though. 2 minutes remain on the push. Ping's falling very low. He's taken out almost immediately. Look at QG right now, firing on all cylinders, working as a unit, just looking like an impenetrable Spartan Phalanx right now, coming around the corner.
And the Phalanx is moving up to the choke point, but remember, it's all about Skullist. 26 and 12. He is still a huge force of destruction in this game, and he drops the Ice Storm.
Planet's coming out onto Buck. Doesn't connect a lot of damage, though. This is currently in favor of FlameZito. He's able to find that. Yejing with another double kill on the front line. The front line is going heavily in the way. 3 kills, triple for Barrick. FlameZito just hobbling his way around the corner. Buck falling lower and lower. Doesn't have an answer. Just trying to weave in and out of these rocks right now. Recovery gonna heal him up for the time being, but QG have their sights set elsewhere.
Buck does have some crazy mobility to stay alive there, but QG is still pushing forward, and I'm looking at Knight. He needs to find a kill on the Skullist, but he's so low. Gotta get back to his healers and somehow stay alive. It's a nice pull onto that Ruckus, but the Ruckus has not fallen yet, and Knight, he's still alive as well. No, taken down by Skullist for a big kill.
There's the Immortal coming out from Black Dragons on the front line. This is where they were able to stabilize last time. Skullik finding the picks that he needs to. Triple kill for Skullist right now. QG cannot seem to find their way to the conversion point. They are being chased out of Black Dragon's base with their tail between their legs.
And now they need to just back off or die. Knight will do just that, because they can't get picked off here. They have one more shot if they want to convert this payload into the 3-3. So they got to group up, push in, and getting Skullist here would be a big help, as would getting this Buck.
Already pulls out the Planet cooldown, however. Isolated is the support from QG. Master Lu cannot afford to go down here. Skullist doing a great job buying time, trading out pick for pick. Knight still alive on the front side of this fight, trying to get things going. They're just trying to make it way back to the payload there. Master Lu, caught without his escape, will fall to Skullist.
Not able to reach the payload thanks to the aggressive zoning of Black Dragons, and primarily Skullist, who so far has played Eevee in 3 out of 3 games, and he has gone huge in 3 out of 3 games.
Yep, 4 ultimates to 1, again with just the scout on their side. QG struggling a little bit with the ult management in this game. Black Dragons look like they're saving up to come in with a haymaker and close out this game, get themselves back in this series.
I love the cauterized use from Black Dragons. They have identified that Master Lu is a masterful healer, and they're shutting him down. On the other hand, QG just don't seem to be too worried about the heals from Grover or the self-heals from Buck. But pushing forward, QG with their single ultimate are going to have to yet again pull out a miracle hold. They're looping around the left-hand side of the map, and it looks like they're going to start a fight.
Now dropping the Ice Storm immediately. There's the Whirlwind to combat it. Hexafire comes out as well. No kills just yet. Skullist blinking into the back line, is looking to try and find Shaolin, and he will. Butter credited with that one. Another nice style kill there. Double kill for Knight. He's kiting around the fight, but no more as FlameZito shuts him down.
Knight was trying to go big, but FlameZito nipped that in the bud. Cassie, using a card called Incitement, can reset her dodge roll if she hits the first shot after rolling. And Knight used that there to find 2 kills, but not enough. Now QG, they've got to get on the point again. 80%, and it's getting close. Barrick trying to get there, trying to activate that overtime, and he will be able to, but I don't think it's going to last much longer as Yijing does fall.
Will it all be for naught? Ancient Rage has to come out. This is a must-win situation for QG. The Ancient Rage comes out, hacking through a lot of Black Dragons, but a wise backstep.
And now they're going to back off and then regroup on the point. They have some time, but Black Dragons have to play smart. They can't get picked off and they can't get killed. So low is the Eevee. She manages to blink, and she's alive for now. Does not blink back. Spiral was waiting for it, and he was not rewarded. But pulled is the Grover, and taken down is the Grover.
Could it be again? There's the Hexafire with the Fernando shield, buying a lot of time, but just stepping on the point. Another key pickup, Shaolin, forcing Fernando back. QG are forcing their way back into this capture point fight once again. Black Dragons struggling to get their feet under them when the pressure's on.
But here's the thing, if Yijing can get that ultimate, he could keep his team alive yet again. The Dome Shield is at 92%, so almost available. Overtime is almost done, and QG, they stay alive in Game 3.
They've been stoic on stage. Their will is unbreakable. QG forcing their way. They
are down but not out. One payload at a time. They will claw their way back to try and close this series against Black Dragons.
Black Dragons pushing forward and taking up a defensive position in the alcove around that choke point. They know that they can hold that corner, but now they're going to go in and look for some picks. Fernando burning down Mikasa. He's going to back off and going to be peeled for. Butter dies, but now Buck jumping in.
These Ice Storms not really finding the mark, not too much follow. Nice Impaler arrow to create some space. Goes into planted, landing 3 shot, 4 shot, 5 shots onto Buck there. One more is going to send Flame Zito back to spawn.
Mikasa playing beautifully there. You might think, hey, why doesn't he use withdraw? His back was against the cliff. He just go right off. So he just holds his ground, finds the shots, and finds the kill. Beautiful. And now setting up, it's a nice pull from the Mikoa, but Ruckus does hit the wall. Fernando and Eevee on the point. And watch Skullus here, he's on the right-hand side. He needs to go down, and he does go down as Spyro finds the kill.
Knight needs to get in this fight. His team needs him to carry these fights. There's a nice shot. Knight has fallen here. First kill for the Cassie player from QG. Master Lu taken out. No more healing. Yejing goes down, and Knight forced to dodge roll to safety.
Pings does find 2 kills, and it seems like QG will be staved off for now. But if he can find this 1v1, it's the, very hard to deal with that one. Knight will fall to Skullus in the head-to-head.
Skullus says, watch your feet, boy. Don't want to go off of that cliff like your boy Master Lu. In game number 1 here, 44 seconds remaining on the payload push. Black Dragon just looking to create a zone without overextending here. Now ult management is going to be key as this payload push winds down. Skullus taking some poke and just forced back. You can see the nerves. This is a situation it's starting to get dire for Black Dragons.
Yeah, remember, QG can win here if they push it in, but they can also win if they just wait and use their ultimates on the point. We need to see what they elect to do, but Skullus is low, and he will fall. That's a great way to start the fight and push forward as QG look to cap.
Mikasa comes out, but the planet is so good against Buck. He says, I'll go toe-to-toe with you any day of the week. Hexifier on the front line with a nice angle, but doesn't find any kills just yet. Shell Shield is there, falling lower and lower. Ancient Rage gonna come out to try and make the stabilization play. 4 kills for QG. QG are closing the gap, inches from conversion right now. Cassie needs to stay alive, needs to carry this fight. Buck is all alone. Buck will fall all alone.
Will be QG 3-0 against Black Dragons in their second set of the day. Absolutely beautiful play, and yet they are still calm, composed, and ready to go later on.
That's QG being down 3-1 did not shake them. They took every step they needed to get themselves back in this game. 1 payload at a time with a firework conversion there at the end. You see Knight smiling there. Yeah, he's happy. These smiles are starting to crack as these guys realize what they've just achieved.
Man, Knight just destroying on that Cassie. He was so good, but you know, we can't really just say that Black Dragon wasn't amazing, right? Skullist is so good on that Eevee. But in their next match, they're up against Matchpoint, who will play it. They will play Eevee. They will take it from Skullist. So the question is, what else can he play? Because clearly that's what he favors.
They haven't shown the propensity to want to take any Drogos or Pip, any anti-tank measures on the side of Black Dragons. They were just so close, and you can see the defeated looks on their faces, talking with a little bit of frustration. QG now getting up to shake hands.
And let's talk about this QG lineup, right? Knight, Master Lu, and Mikasa have played together before right here in the Smite World Championships 2 years ago. Knight, you might remember, played Anubis mid, and it was awesome. And, you know, they're really good together, right? Mikasa and Knight make a great 1-2 punch of carry power, especially on this Archer combination.
Absolutely. It's important to have that nice core that doesn't have the landers. They've been here before. They're ready for this, and you see that when the pressure was on, Black Dragon started to show the cracks a little bit, whereas QG are just chipping away. They found their way back in. They have so much damage on all of their kings. Even Yejing getting in there with the Barrack at 117,000 damage.
Yeah, and for Yejing, it's all about the timing, right? He uses his bonus damage when the turret hits someone and deals extra damage with his blunderbuss, and he was doing it at just the right time. He was getting those shots to confirm the kills on Skullist, who did fall 13 times this game, and every time Skullist falls, QG was able to find so much ground because the composition was all in on this one player who, honestly, I think he did hold up under the pressure. He played very well.
Absolutely colossal amounts of objective time for everyone on QG, but that's going to do it here. QG take an important game with their back against the wall. They're able to tie things up on their record 1-1 here. And the next series coming up is going to be Match Point versus Black Dragons, who are coming off a loss and frankly looking a little frustrated.
You know, we talked about it with QG, and now we're going to have to talk about it for Black Dragons, right? You got to stay composed after you lose a game like that, because it was hard fought. It was very close every time for the 3-3. So they can't get in their heads, right? Match Point is going to be much harder than QG if they're living up to the hype, which I think they will. So Black Dragons are really going to have to go hard in this next game.
Absolutely, and it's going to be very difficult if they find themselves frustrated. Match Point, a very mentally strong team.
Yeah.
They are ready for this. They're ready to play the mental game. These guys, from what I've seen, have no land nerves. They're ready to get on stage. They are excited about it. They're ready to get in their enemies' heads with their drafts, pulling out stuff these guys may have never seen before.
That's right, and if you're ready for more Paladins actions, you can link your Twitch account at hirezstudios.com/link, which is going to allow you to get some sweet drops in the chat to help you up your Paladins game.
Yeah, and guys, get this done early. This is a 4-day-long event, and you get this just for sitting in chat, just for being here. We're going to give you the chance at some free stuff, but we've got some awesome in-game rewards as well in the digital loot pack. 3 high-res Expo-themed skins, 1 for Victor, 1 for Fernando, and that convention 2017 Ying is
Yeah,
looking
that's
nice.
pretty sweet. And that's not all you get. You also get 3 sprays and 2 MVP poses that are pretty dope, if I do say so myself. So check out the digital loot pack, check out the Twitch linking, and check out our next match where Match Point will be going up against Black Dragons in just a few minutes.
Hey Paladins fans, and welcome back to another episode of How to Play. My name is Randy, and today we're taking a look at none other than the stealth assassin herself, Skye. Hey everyone, and welcome to the video. First off, we're going to discuss Skye's champion strengths, and I'll talk to you about what she really excels at in Paladins. First off, Skye is the ultimate flanker. She's the ideal candidate to get behind enemy lines and do damage to those characters who are annihilating your team. And of course, that's mainly due to her stealth. Skye, being one of the only champions to have a stealth mechanic in Paladins, gives her a unique and valuable strength to move around the battlefield undetected. Another of Skye's strengths is her point pressure, and that's something that can instantly turn the tide of a fight. Time Bomb, her ultimate, is a great area spacer, and can buy some crucial time for Skye to help clear the point for her allies. Being a flanker with a strong point control ultimate means that Skye can offer a lot to a fight, keeping enemies on their toes. It also means that she can fight well against tanks in many ways, as well as squishier champions, having strong benefits against both at different times. One of the biggest benefits of Skye, and stealth champions in general, is that stealth champions generally get to choose their fights. As a stealth champion, timing and target prioritization are key, and what stealth allows Skye to do is to consistently choose the place and time to attack when her target is most vulnerable. Kinessa, Victor, watch out. It's not a matter of if Skye will find you, it's a matter of when. Time's ticking. Skye's left mouse button is called Wrist Crossbow. It's a small energy bow that shoots out lightning-fast projectiles every 0.1 seconds. However, if you're able to land all of your clip onto an enemy, Skye's DPS is one of the highest in the game, next to Ruckus and Victor. This weapon is best used at medium to short range, but it can still damage targets from a distance, so don't be afraid to help the fight from afar if the battle dictates you can secure a kill that way. That's Skye's main job, right? Skye's right mouse button is called Poison Bolts, and it has quite a lot of functions in relations to Skye's presence in a fight. When she activates her right click, she fires 3 bolts in succession, each dealing percentage max health damage over 5 seconds and marking the target, increasing the damage they receive from Skye only by 5% per bolt. It also reduces healing by 50% for 3 seconds. So, essentially, this ability does damage over time to the target, and that damage is a static number based on how much health they have. Secondly, it gives her normal wrist crossbow projectiles a potential damage amplification, making each projectile up to 15% stronger if she lands all 3 poison bolts. Lastly, it reduces healing by 50% for 3 seconds. Now, although that doesn't stack, it refreshes, and the benefit of landing all 3 onto a target is more based around its damage amplification to her crossbow and the damage over time they apply individually. Skye's Q ability is called Smokescreen, and it's one of her most unique and undervalued utility skills in her kit. The problem is, it's very dangerous to use in its unique and interesting ways, and most people will always use it as a secondary stealth. Smokescreen is essentially a pellet that can be thrown on the ground to create a circular area of smoke. The way the skill is used normally, like I said, is for stealth, but the skill does more than that. It doesn't allow enemy players outside of the smokescreen to see what's happening inside of it, and it also doesn't allow players inside of it to see what's happening outside of it. This allows you to create some really interesting setups with 1v1s or just throwing it onto a point and limiting the vision of those enemies occupying that objective. Overall, I don't really recommend getting tricky with this skill. If you throw it on yourself, get an extra stealth, and maybe confuse somebody in the process, good for you. But use it for that stealth because that's what will help keep Skye alive more so than not. Since I spent a little bit of time on Smokescreen, I'm going to keep things simple for this one. Skye's F skill is called Hidden, and she does just that. When pressing F, Skye stealths for a short period of time, and she's able to position and engage on targets with the utmost discretion. However, if she gets too close to a target, she is revealed, so make sure you keep your distance until you know you're ready to fight. Time's ticking! This line has given people nightmares, especially beginners, as it symbolizes that everyone playing against Skye at that moment is probably going to die. That is, unless they know how to counter it and simply break line of sight with the bomb. When Skye presses E, she places that bomb, and whoever is standing in the radius of the explosion and in line of sight of the bomb will take a large burst of damage. Also, all shields affected will be destroyed, so even if Fernando has his shield up, he'll still take that solid damage number. This ability is great for keeping enemies spread out, forcing other ultimates, buying time for your teammates and you to regroup, or even securing a duel that needs to be won in the flank. Overall, it's a good ultimate, but being able to avoid it so easily, when you know how to counter it, turns a lot of almost pentakills into a 3-second fight timeout where everyone runs and hides, then comes back to continue the fight. To be fair, Time Bomb is all about timing. Go figure. If enemy escape skills are down, their health bars will probably be as well. Here's Skye's basic loadout, and it honestly isn't much different from mine. It allows her to stealth for a lot longer, helps her poison bolt cooldown be reduced, as well as gives her extra movement speed to reposition while stealth. All good things. The big difference in my loadout is that I use the card Nimble Fingers. This card helps Skye's reload speed out a significant amount, raising it to the equivalent of the item Deft Hands 2 all by itself. If you have this card and purchase Deft Hands as well, you'll be much more likely to secure kills on your target and get the finishing blow onto champions that are close to getting away, or ending your killing spree. For items, I typically focus on Deft Hands, Haven, Veteran, and Morale Boost, allowing her to survive more, heal up quickly, reload faster, and charge her ultimate as soon as possible. Loadouts out of the way, it's time for the last section of the video, the tips and tricks. My biggest tip for Skye is to focus down isolated damage dealers. A lot of new Skies will run around in stealth and then choose a tank to attack, or a large group of enemies and shoot at them as if they were some type of full 3k HP champion. Sorry buddy, but you do not have enough burst to kill a full health Fernando before you get focused and killed by their team. Many Skye players need to realize that the only champions you need to constantly worry about are in the back line of the fight. Improve your target selection and you'll instantly improve your performance. Secondly, don't be afraid to do nothing for a while. I know that statement can be counterintuitive. Paladins is a fast-paced shooter, and most other champions have to get going quickly in the fight, otherwise they're at a big disadvantage. But not for Skye. Being able to confuse enemies about your whereabouts is a good thing, considering it makes it that much easier to strike vulnerable targets. Skye can make players uncomfortable and force them to look over their shoulder, never knowing when to expect an attack. So play to that advantage, and sometimes wait a bit before attacking, or take a longer than anticipated route to the flank. This will help ensure you don't get caught out by a group of enemies and better isolate your prey. Lastly, though Skye can kill damage and flank champions best, and please do focus on them as your main priority, know that Skye can also secure kills on tanks quite well. I'm really not saying to start out the fight shooting Fernando. In fact, please don't do that. But 3 poison bolts on Fernando equates to nearly 1500 health taken off the stalwart knight. See a tank running away at low health? 2 poison bolts and he's most likely dead in a few seconds. She can also counter healers well, like Ying or Grok, as she effectively has an inherent cauterize built into her kit. The reduction in healing it provides and quick spammable nature of the ability means that she can reduce the survivability of a target by a tremendous amount, more so than many champions.
Well, that's going to be a wrap on today's episode. Time is up. But if you want to stay tuned to more Paladins content, make sure to hit that subscribe button right now. Also, if you want to stay tuned to my content on my own personal channel, Rain Day Gaming, you can find the link to that in the description below. And if you missed last week's episode and want to catch up on how to play Ying, click the annotation at the end of your screen. As always, remember to never give up, never stop gaming, and I'll see you all next time.
Hey there, Paladins fans. I am Hirez Kret on my high-rise box, joined by Hirez Vox. It's good to be here again for my second set of the day, our third.
Yes.
Your second, too.
Absolutely.
Matchpoint playing their first game, and I cannot wait to see the NA powerhouse, NA's first seed, up against Black Dragons.
First seed in terms of, in terms of grandeur as well. A lot of posturing going on
Sure.
social media. But before we get into the sets, before we get into the games, let's talk about what we can give back to you watching at home on Twitch. We have Twitch linking enabled for twitch.tv/Paladins game. All you have to do is go over and head to the URL hirezstudios.com/link, and you'll be able to link your Twitch account with your Hirez account. This gives you the opportunity to get a chance at winning drops in game just by watching.
That's right, and you can use those drops to pick up the HRX digital loot pack, which has some pretty sweet gear in it. You can check out our limited time only HRX Fernando and Victor skins that come with MVP poses, our Convention 2017 Ying, which is exclusive to any conventions running throughout the entire year of 2017, and also pick up 3 sprays.
Which I love so much. It's that little post on the wall after you kill somebody saying, hey, I was here with Paladins Esports when it all began. But let's take a look back at the schedule, see what matches we've already come to, and what we're going to be facing for the rest of the day. As you said, Matchpoint versus Black Dragons is what's coming up next.
That's right, so we just watched a doubleheader from QG, who found a loss and a win. They're looking pretty good 1-1, and if they pick up their game later today against Matchpoint, they will have a great shot of going to the semifinals. Matchpoint looking to come in strong, and they've got the opportunity to go 3-0 in this group stage as long as they pick up this win against Black Dragons.
Oh, that would put them at a very strong advantage, get them going through the semi-finals very quickly. But Black Dragons, they've just played, as you said, versus Team QG. They were shut down in that set. They won't be going out without a fight. They've got all of that heart behind them, and as a result, they'll be giving this set their all.
That's right, so their best chance to make the semifinals is winning this game against Matchpoint and then their game later against D69. Otherwise, it's going to be a tie, 3-way, 1-2. That's going to be pretty tough. So Black Dragons have their backs against the wall like QG just did. And I think they could do it because Skullist was on fire and he needs to keep it going.
Absolutely, they had a lot of momentum behind them, but let's not beat around the bush anymore. Let's go and take a look at the map drafting coming up for this set of Matchpoint versus Black Dragons.
That's right, and so here we see Serpent Beach will be our first match. Ice Mines removed off the table. It will not be played in this set, and neither will Timbermill.
Now, Serpent Beach is what will be coming up. We saw Skullist perform fantastically as Eevee, if I'm not mistaken, previously with Matchpoint, Black Dragons versus QG. Not quite enough to pull their team through, but it seems to be a favorite map of Black Dragons here. Matchpoint, however, they're very well versed in it too, and they've been running a lot of Ruckus here as well.
We did see Ruckus being very important in the previous sets, able to deal a lot of damage while holding down the front line. He's definitely been a strong pick in this tournament so far. Granted, we're only in two games in, but I think Ruckus is going to be a trend as we continue through this tournament. But Serpent Beach, I love starting on this map because it's so balanced, right? If you have a specific play style, if you're a sniper or a flanker or a close-range damage dealer, there is a space for you in this map.
A little bit of somebody for, or a little position, a little something for everybody. And not just that, there are some environmental hazards around the sundial area of this map, which is a route quite, it's infrequently visited by a lot of champions just because I don't want to go too close to the edge. But if you're a Cassie hanging around there, or a Bomb King or a Makoa, it is exactly where you want to be.
Speaking of Cassie, let's check out the champion draft and see which way she's going to go. But the big question is Black Dragons, they have first pick. Do they grab Eevee here?
Well, it's going to be Makoa that is hovered over. I'd say that Eevee would be a good opener, but Matchpoint, they'll just lock in maybe a Makoa and Ruckus as well. So they're going to take that completely away from Matchpoint. And I love that the opening dynamic that Makoa gives Black Dragons. If they confirm a good dredge anchor, you really have the opportunity to capitalize on that and maybe make it a 5v4 in your favor versus one of the best teams in the world, at least according to their Twitter posts.
Cassie and Fernando are going to be drafted for Matchpoint, which to me says, hey, pick Eevee. We'll play against it. Now, maybe this is just, bravado, right? Maybe they're like, all right, we've seen your Eevee is good. We want to give you your best so we can play you at your best. That's sort of the feeling that I want to see out of Matchpoint, right? Because they are big names. They've got great players, and I think they want the most competitive match they can get.
Absolutely. So Eevee will be locked in by Black Dragons, likely going over to Skullist. Again, Charlene picked up as well, so banking on having almost sniper damage. Not quite Kinessa because Charlene is projectile-based, but a lot of long line of sight direct for Black Dragons. Matchpoint, they're getting close to the end of this picking phase. They're going to lock in 2 more champions very quickly. Grover is hovered. Will we see it again? Ruckus is ready. It will be the Grover locked in for the 2nd game in a row, although going to a different team this time around.
Black Dragons have the remaining 2 picks, but I'm wondering about Matchpoint. Are they going to run big bodies like Black Dragon just did? It worked really well for the Eevee, and I can see it working even better for the Cassie, who's so mobile. But we're going to see Ying and Barrack picked up for Black Dragons. And honestly, this is a fairly standard composition. All 4 tanks are going to be played. Eevee for Skullist, Shaolin for Pings, and Ying is just a great healer. So really, it's on Matchpoint to spice things up a little. They've got the Grover, but maybe they're going to go extra caliente.
Well, I feel like they need some sort of AoE clear at this point. You've got Barrack and Ying, who are double deployables. That's going to hurt Grover a lot because they won't get that bonus damage from distance with their axe throw onto turrets and onto illusions. Drogoz is hovered, and Drogoz is locked in, rising again from the ashes of the most recent patch to be utilized with their Fire Spit for that AoE clear.
Drogoz the Greedy picked up by Matchpoint for the first time this tournament, and I think Greedy is perfect here. Stolzy, you can see him hold up the NA flag representing the US of A. Matchpoint, your North American first seed coming into the Paladins Invitational. And like I said earlier, man, I think they just want to size up Black Dragons. How good are they?
They want to test the waters, although Grover is a bit of a stylish pick going into that. I do have some inside info on the Grover, though. I've been hearing from a lot of teams behind the scenes that they're starting to look to run Grover a lot more than Ying right now, because when Cauterize comes online, it starts to get more difficult. That burst heal behind shields, when the effects of Cauterize have run out, can be a bit more valuable than a very slow sustained trickle versus Cauterize 3, but it's the Drogoz pick, which I think will make or break Matchpoint here. Will the AoE clear be enough versus double deployables, and will maybe the Makoa come into play and try and pull them out of the skies?
Yeah, no, Makoa doesn't really have the best targets to go for. Cassie's good, Drogoz is good, but I don't think he's got anyone he's super directly countering like he would with an Eevee. But we'll see as we head into the match. Black Dragons on the left side of your screen. Maldamba played by Flamzito. Skullist, Eevee for the 4th game in a row. Butter playing Barrack. Pings on that Shaolin, and Bizka on Makoa.
Their opponents, you know them, you love them. They're the North American family favorite. Stolzy leads the charge on Cassie, followed up by Wardoom on Fernando. Dozups brings Ruckus to the table. Smidgen on Grover, and Cuss Cutie eyes the skies as Drogoz. A bit of a switch up there as Cuss is normally the primary support player, but immediately First Blood goes through to Wardoom, and Smidgen picks up Flame Zero as well. Skullers can return 1, but they're stuck in Ice Block, and they are shut down. Matchpoint sweep the board almost entirely and take 33% and rising on the first objective of this game 1.
Was that 4v5? I saw Stolzy go to the point. Was he even there?
I don't know at this point.
I mean, man, like, just the absolutely dynamite play from Matchpoint, asserting their dominance immediately. And now, you know, Black Dragons, they have to respond. They have to put up a fight here, but I think it's going to be very difficult with the way Matchpoint is already playing.
Smidgen very low on HP as Grover. Ooh, almost about to get shut down. Gets that burst heal off and will stay alive. Dozups frontlining with Ruckus. Will clean up Makoa in combination with Stolzy, and the kills just keep on coming through for the team in red. Stolzy picks up the delayed double kill, and now look at Wardoom's positioning, playing the front line of Fernando, getting ready to force enemies of Black Dragons back inside their spawn as the payload will advance.
I love the way Cuss is laying down that suppressing fire to keep Black Dragons up there and in that vantage point, just sort of blocked in, but Cuss will fall. Stolzy, though, he's going to fall as well. Skullist could create an opportunity for Black Dragons to hold it right here.
Skullist did have to retreat right there, but no, they come straight back in. 2 down already. Skullist looking to turn their sights on the Ruckus, who's still trying to backdoor the payload. They will pick up Dozups. No, Pings gets them with Shaolin, and Black Dragons have made their stand versus the overwhelming force that is Matchpoint and hold strong. 1 minute and 26 seconds left on the payload push.
Skullist does fall, though, outflanked and completely taken down by Matchpoint. Point, who do know how to deal with Eevee. Up in the air is Drogoz, getting that height advantage to aim down, and as the Hexafire comes through, Black Dragons are all pushed back.
And they're looking for somebody, anybody. Dozovs tries to find damage. Skullis is actually contesting an ice block behind, though. Misses out so much of that damage and has bought time for their team's respawns to come back through. But meanwhile, Stolzy is sitting up above the spawn, just contesting, just pushing players back. Barak tries to rocket boots in. It's on contest, but Stolzy takes down Shaolin. Double kill for Stolzy, the playmaker. And he pushes the payload through to conversion. 2-0 for match point.
That's right, 2-0 for match point is going to be a great way to start off the series. And that's exactly what they want. They have tested Black Dragons, and I think they are going to feel confident moving forward. I mean, just from that first fight, man, it was so brutal.
And what seemed to happen is that Matchpoint go, okay, we're going to test the waters here. We're going to see how hard we can push and see if Black Dragons bend or break. And Black Dragons didn't withdraw as they needed to. When Matchpoint comes at you with a hammer, you've got to either get out of the way or you've got to kind of pull back and then springboard directly back into them to kind of meet force with force. And I just don't think they appear to have the coordination to be able to do that.
Yeah, man, I don't know, maybe. I think Black Dragons is capable of going head-to-head with Matchpoint, but they've got to use their strengths. And I think it's Skullis. He's the real deal, man. He's finding kills in what I think otherwise would be a very difficult match, and I love the way he's doing that. So they got to leverage his raw skill in this set.
Not just the kills, though, which Skullis was finding. Objective contest was very important just to slow down that last payload push, but it wasn't quite enough. Now, as we will be transitioning shortly through to the second round of the game, Matchpoint up 2 points to 0 currently. Black Dragons need to find a way back in.
That's right. So Black Dragons, man, what are they looking for here? You know, you mentioned Grover is pretty good against Cauterize because you wait for the debuff to fall off and then you use your healing. But I don't know. I think Black Dragons really, it's not about the items as much. They're going to help here as they start to shut down that healing, start to do more damage to the shields. But I think the big thing really is just moving around the map in the right way to make sure that they just don't have to take that head-to-head brute force play from Matchpoint.
So one thing that we haven't really discussed so far, which is important to touch on, is that you said utilize mobility, move around the map. Skullis on Eevee, who's been doing a great job at that so far with their Eevee's blink ability and her saw. However, we've got to tie in the fact that Grover can throw that crippling throw at Eevee just as she comes out of Ice Block and prevent her potentially from getting an escape. So you've got to be very careful with positioning. Although you'd think Eevee would win in a fight versus Grover, do you want to go near them if there's so much other pressure to lock you down?
That's right. Grover's crippling throw can be deadly to Eevee. She relies on her mobility to survive, and Grover can just shut it down completely when he hits that axe that removes her ability to use those movement abilities. The thing is, though, it's all about timing, right? Coming out of that ice block, you need to make sure that Eevee is getting locked down. It's so critical because otherwise she's going to fly away, she's going to heal up, and she'll be right back again.
She'll come back in, she'll drop the Ice Storm, and that's the kind of coordinated ultimate usage that you want to be able to burst down a team like Matchpoint. Although when you look at Matchpoint, they've got so much defense that they can fall back on and rely on. You've got Fernando's shield, you've got the emitter coming through from Ruckus, and you've got Grover with their big AoE burst heal all the while. And this does tie in a little bit at least to itemization here. We talked about Cauterize and the anti-heal properties of that earlier, but when you're dealing with Fernando's big HP shield, that towering barricade, as well as Ruckus's emitter, are we looking for any key Wrecker pickups here to maybe help break through that?
Man, I don't know. The thing about Ruckus that makes him so strong is that Wrecker doesn't really do that much against him. You're going to break through his personal shield faster, and that's really nice. That's really helpful for killing him. But one of his huge strengths is Repulsor Field. Reduce the damage that everyone around you takes. Wrecker doesn't do anything against that. So Repulsor Field in combination with Grover's healing when not in check from Cauterize, I mean, you can make your entire team very tanky.
Absolutely. Whirlwind comes into play as well. Grover's ultimate, your team just won't die. But with mentioning that, there is no counterplay from Wrecker to Repulsor Field. How exactly do Black Dragons want to play around that when it is active?
I think what it comes down to, right, is just not getting caught out of position or baited by the Repulsor Field. and then eliminating everyone around Ruckus, because he is damaged. He doesn't really have peel. You press Repulsor Field, that's it.
Yeah.
You've helped your team, you've done your job, and now you just try and shoot people. So you kill everyone around him, he's got very low mobility, then you just kill him because he's a sitting duck. But you know, the thing I want to focus on here, in that first round, we saw Stolzy playing with a lot of composure. What we didn't see is Stolzy flexing his muscles.
Okay.
And I want to see that as we go into the set. I want to see him warming up. Matchpoint is playing a double header, and in their next match, they're going to be going up against QG, who are 1-1 and warmed up, and they get better every game, right? So I think this needs to be an opportunity for Matchpoint to just really show off their raw skill.
Yeah, they're going to look to dip their toes in the water maybe this game and get wound up. We know that Stolzy is a fantastic DPS player, utilizes most champions actually in the game to be able to do so, although heavily known or heavily favoring Androxus. Speaking of which, no Androxus play being seen right now. Do you find that strange, or are we starting to see a shift away from Androxus in the current champion meta?
You know, it's hard to say as we're going into this tournament, right? We've seen some constant picks. The tank's very common, which is not a surprise. Yang, Maldamba, now Grover showing up. Drogos has been a little bit of a sleeper, and Droxus has been a little bit of a sleeper, but maybe they'll come back later. We just have to see, right? Because I think over today and tomorrow, we're going to see what these teams are doing. We're going to see what they're playing. I think there are a lot of viable options right now for Paladins.
Well, what certainly hasn't been a sleeper, there's two champions that come to mind so far. If we take away the frontliners, it's going to be Cassie and Charlene, which we've seen pretty much every game so far. People just love them for their confirmable damage over long distances. And despite them both having bows, Cassie now with a crossbow with their recent OB40 remodel, I mean, Charlene, they both play quite differently, but they both deliver the same kind of damage.
That's right. So they do have a different lean though, right? Like Shaolin is more medium to long range, whereas Cassie's more medium to short. Cassie's got higher mobility, whereas Shaolin has more control and more damage. With that planted, he can just blast through whatever is in front of him, which is very, very powerful when you're looking up against a strong tank line or, you know, whatever you might want to cut through.
Especially because it can be augmented by Oreka. But you touched on Cassie's mobility there. We saw Stolzy make a couple of hot plays for a double kill earlier in the previous round, where he was dodge rolling all around, resetting the cooldown of dodge roll. And this can bring us forwards to one of the important elements of Paladins, which we don't touch on too much during the cast. There's itemization and everything which we like to focus on, but loadout. Stolzy will be using a very specific Cassie loadout, likely utilizing the card in that, which is known as Incitement. So why don't you take me through what he's going to be doing with that?
That's right. So Incitement is a critical card for Cassie. After she uses dodge roll, she gets additional damage on her next shot. Incitement enhances that, and if that shot hits, you're also going to reduce the cooldown of dodge roll. If you get some of your itemization online for Chronos, which in a competitive match is it's very greedy.
It's a luxury. It's expensive, right? It's 400 credits at base instead of 300, which we see from
You probably
Haven.
want rank 2, so that's another 800. So 1,200 credits, that's a lot. But then you can get a 100% reset when you dodge roll and hit your shot. So you can just roll, shoot, roll, shoot, roll, shoot, roll, shoot. And you can just roll your way through an entire team fight non-stop, which is exactly what a playmaker like Stolzy wants to do. And it's exactly what makes this champion so dynamic.
Whereas on the other side of the spectrum, Charlene, a lot less mobility, playing more from range. We saw good utilization of Heat Haze and Withdraw, however, in previous games today, where Charlene would pop into their stealth from Heat Haze and just be completely impossible to shut down because players didn't know where they were. There's a little bit of counterplay to that with some of those illusions popping up every time you fire, but still, he is hard to pin down. And now, is there anybody from Matchpoint that's going to be looking to directly target a Charlene on the enemy team, do you think?
I mean, it really comes down to Skellist on his absolutely amazing Eevee.
Okay.
I still haven't seen it taken away from him, and I want to see what he's going to play if he doesn't get Eevee, for sure. But, dude, he's really good, right? And he's so mobile. He hits the shots at short range and at long range, which is very hard to do on Eevee.
Yes.
I love the way he positions. I love the way he moves. And if we're going to see Black Dragons win, it's going to be because Skullist comes up huge.
Absolutely. I mean, they're the playmaker for Black Dragons right now. They have to come off huge. And one thing I love about Skull's playstyle on Eevee is that Eevee, as a projectile projectile shooting champion, one of the things she actually has within her kit is she has jump shot inaccuracy. So when you're up in the air as Eevee, when she fires, your reticle bloom will increase, and you don't fire with 100% accuracy like you do when you're on the ground. Now, watching the last set of games, we noticed when Skulls go in, they either blink above people and fire straight down, or they're pretty much guaranteed a shot, or they'll hit the ground, wait for that accuracy to come back to 100%, and then fire. So they're very precise with their aim, and I think that's going to lend towards them being able to take down some priority targets on the side of match point.
That's right, and those priority targets, really, the biggest one is the Shaolin. If you want to kill Stolzy on Cassie, you're going to have to fight him head-to-head, and that's a match that he can certainly win if he hits his shots, which he can certainly do. So it's going to be an outplay from Skullist every time Stolzy dies in that 1v1.
Now, speaking of which, though, if we're going to talk about outplaying Cassie, there is the opportunity for Eevee to look to use a solo Ice Storm ultimate in this situation. Eevee's ultimate, of course, applies a cripple in a wide AoE radius, and with that cripple, Cassie can't ninja away and dodge roll anymore.
That's right. The big thing is, without blast shields, Cassie is going to die in 2 shots from Eevee. If you blink in and you land the first shot, which is very possible because Eevee, if she knows where you are, has a lot of options to get to you, all you need is that Ice Storm to get a single hit, you're crippled, you can't dodge, and it's the next shot, you're dead. So when it comes down to it, Skullist can kill Stolzy if he absolutely needs to, but it's going to come at a cost, as that ultimate is also very good at setting up his team.
Right, it's the setup ultimate, it's the cripple, you have everybody stacked up on an objective, you throw it down, lock them all down, got a victor on your team, that's when you want to use Barrage, because nobody can run away. But if we're talking ultimate equity, is it more valuable to try and set up a teamfight ultimate when you're playing at a bit of a disadvantage if match point are holding the fort down with Ruckus with the Repulsor Field? Or is there going to be more value out of just using a solo ultimate in an environment like this where you want to shut down the primary playmaker, primary carry of one of the toughest teams to beat?
You know, both of those sound pretty good to me if they work, and I think it's going to come down to the decision-making from Skullist to see what he thinks he can do, what he thinks his team can get away with. Now, granted, the solo kill is a lot easier, doesn't require coordination, so that's very helpful. On the other hand, wiping a team using your ultimates is exactly what you want to do in Paladins, especially at the start of the round. It's so critical to get that point time on the objective. And let's talk about this a little bit, right? Teams are going to look to push forward and keep with 4 members and keep 1 person on the point to build up that capture percentage.
Yeah, that's very valuable as well. What we often talk about is some teams, when they play around the objective fight, especially if you have a Ruckus who has damage mitigation on the objective, is you'll send one off to the fight, you'll fight around the surrounding area, but all the while you're sort of trickle capturing and pushing yourself closer and closer towards victory. Paladins being an objective game, not a team deathmatch mode, despite what we're seeing coming out of match point with their brawling playstyle. They do very much keep that in mind. They send that one player, as you said, towards the objective, and that provides an opportunity for the team who is still fighting 5v4 to either capitalize on the team fight or go towards the objective. But where's the split there? Where does it come? At what point are you forced towards that objective?
You know, I think what it comes down to is the question of really how far does the team on the capture point want to zone.
Okay.
If you push too far forward, you're going to put yourself in a disadvantageous position and potentially lose way too many people, right? But if you find the right spot, you can get aggressive, maybe get a kill, that would be nice. And if you die, by the time your opponents reach the capture point and start that fight, you're already halfway back. And that's why zoning is so critical when you're fighting over the capture point in the first half of a round.
And zoning is a little bit of a tricky tactic to actually decide who you send out there. Now, when we talk zoning, we see sometimes your frontliners, your Makoa, your Fernando, push out towards the enemy's spawn to catch the respawns coming through and be a big tanky distraction. At other times we see an Eevee or a Cassie or an Androxus. What's the value of having different classes of champions push out to stall their enemies?
You know, I think there's really 3 key factors in who zones. One is tanks. Tanks are good at it because they're really big, they're really beefy. Sure, they're not mobile, but they're going to buy a lot of time, and it's very hard to just sort of run past them, right? You don't want to do that because you're going to get dismounted.
Run past Makoa, you get pulled straight back in again.
Exactly, and he could do a lot of damage to you if he hits that pull. Then you've got the highly mobile characters like Androxus, like Eevee, like Cassie, and they're just going to move forward. They're going to look for outplays. They're going to look to outflank. They're going to look to waste your time and find picks and kills that they know they can get away with. But on the other side of the coin, there's the question of who do you put on capture point, and for me, I like the really long-range characters.
Oh yeah, now we've often seen, might come as a bit of a surprise, we've seen Charlins there before, we've seen Kinesis on the objective previously when there just are long line of sights directly down the major choke points coming out of spawn from the enemy team, and you can just put your high range characters on, or champions, on the objective, leave them capturing, leave them stacking up points, and they're getting value, they're getting credits from that, they're also popping off shots, dismounting enemies from range. Even Grover works quite well in that environment because Grover has that bonus damage over range, and when you're swinging with Grover from a distance, you are swinging pretty hard.
That's right. We did see Stolzy doing this job the last round, which Kazi is certainly fine at it, but I think Grover is another great candidate. Now, in that case, Grover's a fairly mobile support, so they wanted him to push forward, reinforce the front line, and then fall back if needed, which he can do with his Vine, where he shoots it out, and whatever it hits, it pulls him towards that. He can actually even pull himself to friendly players.
You may have seen I'm thinking about it right now and I'm giggling because of it. You can Vine onto a Drogo's in the sky as well.
Yes.
Nobody expects surprise Grover. When they come from the air, they're a tree. They belong on the ground. You know, you see that kind of thing.
Spider tree.
You're rooted with fear.
Stop.
No.
Yeah, so Grover is really a big pick. We've seen him twice so far. And, you know, the other big thing about him is his ultimate Whirlwind, which is a great way to keep your team alive, especially when you've got a lot of frontline. It's a massive amount of healing each second for a short duration that's going to keep everyone topped off over and over. And even with Cauterize 2, it's more than enough healing to keep your team alive, which is so valuable.
Absolutely, but Cauterize 3, when that starts to come online, I think we start to see a bit of a different story. So
that's right.
Banking on that, with Matchpoint utilizing this sustain from Grover, they're playing, to me, what appears to be a bit of a short game. They want to win hard and fast with their team composition before all of these counter itemizations come through for Black Dragons, whereas Black Dragons, with all of their damage and the setup from Makoa too, do have the potential to take the late game. It's really down to whether Matchpoint is going to let them get to that state.
That's right, but if Matchpoint does reach the late game, they are also going to have itemization to deal with Black Dragons.
Okay.
They've got Cauterize to shut down the Ying and not worry about her heals. And you know, the nice thing about Grover is it's so much healing that even with Cauterize 3, even reducing healing by 90%, you can still feel the effect of Whirlwind. It's not much, but it reduces the ultimate to about the strength of like a normal heal.
So I feel like there's a lot to counter for Black Dragons to Matchpoint, but you raised the idea of Matchpoint also getting their late game itemization on. We haven't talked a great deal about utility items in game so far,
sure,
with the exception of Chronos, which we mentioned is cooldown reduction. What other opportunities does Matchpoint have here to really pick up some items that might augment the aggressive nature of their playstyle?
Man, I think my favorite overall is Master Riding, which increases your mount speed. Now, I love this item for two reasons. One, you get to ride around on a faster horse, which is just fun. And what's cool is there are a few places where you can make some jumps that speed you up, or, you know, some cool little tricks because your horse is faster and you're moving faster, making cool jumps, right? The other thing, though, is you can start to play a little more reckless, right? Because when you die, you're running back faster, you're pushing more aggressively. It's great when you're pushing the payload forward. So I love Master Riding on characters like tanks or characters like flankers that just are going to go into the fight, go ham, get a kill, and then die.
So you don't have to use your movement ability to engage if by the time that the enemy gets to the objective, you're already behind them. I really do like that. One of my favorites, however, is going to be... Well, I'm going to say I'm a fan of morale boost over Master Riding, personally. Nimble, we'll come to that a little bit later. I do like the quick feet, but I am, I'm all aim, no brain, Andro main here, and having the opportunity with morale boost to get your ultimate online faster can be so pivotal in an engagement. If you can charge it for twice in the same team fight, ooh, that's devastating.
Sure, having your ultimate up is absolutely critical in a Paladins team fight, especially because there are certain ultimates that charge slower than others. When you charge your ultimate, you're charging it by doing damage. Some characters, like Meldamba, they would charge their ultimate fairly quickly if they were doing damage the whole time, but they're support, they're close range, so it's hard to find those shots and it's hard to build up that charge. Other ultimates, like Fernando's Immortal, they just charge slower.
Yeah.
And so that's going to be key when you're using these more powerful ultimates. If you want to get them online faster, use them more quickly and start rotating those ultimates in the team fights to keep up the pressure, you're going to want Master Riding. And to some extent, I think Master Riding is great when multiple players from your team have it.
Fair enough indeed. Now, one item, the last one in this utility category, we don't see picked up a great deal, is going to be Nimble. We've seen a few players like to elect maybe going into it on Cassie instead of Kronos, and can you tell me why that might be?
Nimble is a card that increases your base movement speed. So if you don't have great options in your loadout to increase your movement speed when you want to, it could be something that could be really good for you, right? Personally, I like it on a character like Fernando, where I'm naturally slow, but I deal a lot of damage to people who are next to me. So if I'm moving faster, then I'm going to keep them next to me for longer, and I can really get those kills and clean up those fights. Nimble can be very powerful, and it's also unexpected. You're moving faster. People might not be ready for that.
They certainly are. And Flank Nando coming up from behind, utilizing maybe a loadout which has movement speed cards in as well. So they throw out the fireball, confirm damage. They move faster for a limited period of time. We should just clarify as well, with movement speed and Paladins, the highest bonus is the one which takes effect, so that doesn't stack with Nimble. So, but you'll still have a Fernando charging into your backline. It's a very scary thing to deal with, and actually coming back all the way around. That's what Matchpoint opened up with in the first capture objective of this game.
That's right, Matchpoint just charging right in to start the fight head-to-head, and it was an absolute clean sweep. They did very well up against Black Dragons in that head-to-head because there wasn't enough time, there wasn't enough skirmishing for Skullis to really make that Eevee work. The fight was just over immediately.
Well, Eevee's one of those champions that works very well at wearing down your enemies rather than diving in, dealing massive burst AoE damage at once. That's more Drogo's capability. So I got to ask you, going into future rounds, we saw the kind of positioning and pathing that Matchpoint like to take. What can Black Dragons do to avoid that kind of avoid that kind of scenario coming up again in the future?
You know, that's a pretty difficult question. I think it's going to be more on them to answer than me, but I think what they have to do, the end result, is that they have to get the ball back in their court. They have to play in such a way that allows Skullis to take advantage of his extreme skill with Eevee. So they have to find those skirmishes, and maybe that's something that they need a different draft for. I don't know. But I want to see what they can do when they go up against Matchpoint again.
We already mentioned then Skullis looking on Eevee to take out Stolzy, take out a primary source of damage. Now, is there anybody else which you might see Matchpoint looking to take down, or excuse me, Skullis looking to take down on Matchpoint? Any other priority picks?
You know, I think it's going to come down for the opportunities. He's going to go for whoever he can, and we're going to head back into the game in just a moment here. Just so you guys know, due to technical difficulties, we did have to remake this game. So it is going to start again 0-0. Black Dragons on the blue team, Flamzito, Butter, Skullis, Pings, and Bizka playing the exact same picks on the exact same map.
And of course, Matchpoint, you've already heard their names once today. They'll be playing with Dozups on Rocker, Stolzy on Cassie, Smidgen on Grover, Cuskcutie on that Drogus, Wardoom, rounding things out on Fernando. And, well, Matchpoint, they're taking the exact same path they did before, but Black Dragons were waiting for them this time.
That's right, and Black Dragons are trying to hold the front line. Skullis does find a kill onto Stolzy, which I was not expecting, but I also wasn't expecting Smidgen to pick up too. Skullis is still in this fight, but he's one of the only players there, and I think he's just going to go down facing a 1v4.
Skullis just has to get out of the area at this point, wait for the respawns of Black Dragons to come through, and then look to re-engage, but Stolzy's looking to make that difficult. Where's Cuskcutie? Already zoning into the enemy spawn. Cuss, they've all run straight past you, and a skirmish is breaking out around the right side, perspectively, of the Serpent Beach map.
And watch Stolzy here just hitting shot after shot as he finds good positioning behind his front line. Pings is trying to get some shots in, but he can't find the kill. Stolzy will fall, though, as Flamzito comes around the left side, and Black Dragons move into the point. 96% for match point, so they have to stay aggressive.
We're in overtime. We're in Grover time. Dozups, though, has a double kill, and that will be match point, taking the first capture objective of this game. Oh,
wow.
Cuskcutie following up a rocket direct impact with a fire spit opens things up, and the payload push will begin here.
And that's the mechanics we expect to see from Matchpoint, but Cuss, he did get caught out, did not hear the footsteps around the side, and he will die in that 1v2 as Flamzito opened up with the stun.
But speaking of opening up, Stolzy has got round behind everybody as Cassie. Grover goes up, Grover goes down, and Skullis gets taken out by Dozups, keeping the Cassie carry of Stolzy alive for the time being. Payload over halfway, pushed at 1 minute and 50 seconds left on the clock. This is another great look for match point. Black Dragons, they've got a mounted defense here.
Yeah, but they might not be able to as Pings goes down. Dosups finds Bizka as well. Stolzy is low. He finds a critical shot onto Skullist, who is very low health inside that ice block, and does fall to Smidgen with a well-timed axe. Now Dosups, he's going to get this kill on Flamzito. The question is when, and jumping onto that rock will give him the vantage point that he needs. Match point is so close to converting and giving another 2-0 lead.
Exafire has been popped by Dozups. He pulls through a triple kill. Dragon Punch Channel 2. He's coming in. Drogo's looking for the Eevee and Ice Block, but it doesn't matter. Dozups, delayed quadra kill right there. Pushes through the conversion. Match point 2-0 on the scoreboard.
And yet again, we see a Ruckus on top of net worth. He's doing so much damage, he's getting so many kills, and he's standing on the objective. Frontliners gain more credits for standing on the point, and Dosups is going to convert that into Wrecker 2, which is going to allow him to absolutely cut through the shields from Makoa and Barrick, which are weaker than Fernando's.
They certainly are, and Cuss Cutie as well with Wrecker 2, dealing massive damage per rocket. Impact is going to be huge. Take a look at the healing stat on screen for the time being, however, and you can see that Smidgen currently on Grover is well leading those charts. But enough of that, back to the objective. Dozups making a beeline for the capture, but runs straight past it. There's our backline assassination going, and it's not looking good for Black Dragons.
Match point clearly prioritizing the high ground, and Cuss is clearly prioritizing this Makoa, but he's going to find himself in a bad spot with a great stun. Flamzito has excellent aim on that Maldamba, and he will prove it as he does damage to Smidgen. An excellent Dread Serpent will help clean up those kills, but it looks like Skullits is not able to confirm them just yet, and we actually have a player pause coming in by Stolzy.
Look at that picture perfect on screen. Smidgen about to be assassinated, and Skullis starting to find the picks, which they really need to get this ball rolling. We've seen Stolzy picked off several times, but Smidgen is yet to die. Wardoom is yet to die for match point, as well as Dozups. These tanks, these frontliners are just staying alive, and there seems to be nobody that can do any more than just tickle them from the side of Black Dragons.
You know, real quick, I wanna congratulate you on a point well made earlier. You mentioned Eevee go up and come down to guarantee those shots, and that's exactly what we saw Skullers doing as that pause hit. So he's going to drop, and he, in all likelihood, is going to get that kill on a Smidgen, who I think is, you know, waiting in fear. I think he knows what's going to happen here.
I got to ask you, you're a designer. Can we get an Eevee Apple skin at all? You know, like Gravity dropping? The Eevees do a lot of that.
You know, maybe an Apple gun. I don't know.
Okay.
I'll talk to the boys.
Nice.
Yeah.
Excellent. Fantastic. Right now on your screens, we do have the players of Matchpoint just working through a technical issue whilst we do get ourselves back into the game. Matchpoint looking very strong, coming off of a 2-0 conversion. Black Dragons have an opportunity here to capitalize once they do take down Smidgen. And you've only got a couple of frontliners left. Who are you looking to make the pick onto here?
Man, I don't know. I don't think you can pick off Ruckus. Like, I don't know if that's physically possible. He does have relatively small health for a frontliner, but Ruckus has been so strong in this tournament so far, and let's see what he can do.
Oh, hello. We've come back into game, and oh my goodness, Pings from Black Dragons is about to be taken down. The respawn from Stolzy seems to have saved everyone from match point, but 50% on cap gain for Black Dragons. They've taken an advantage and a lead here, and if they can get out of base without being dismounted and without being zoned out too hard by match point, I can see them really bring themselves back into this fight.
Speaking of zoning, an excellent fire spit shot is going to drop Barrick a little low. He is by far the squishiest tank and has a lot of trouble getting into position. Pings out of position will fall. This Makoa in trouble as well, but he knows he has to make it to the capture point, and he knows he's not going to be able to make it there. 96%. And it looks like match point will take this one.
Oh, as well. Smidgen there, saved on Grover by Stolzy, the Cassie carry coming back through. And you're sitting at a, Maldama, that's not quite where you want to be there. Impaler arrow to Cuss Cutie could pull up a kill. But check out the defensive play from Wardoom's Fernando that came straight up. Excuse me. We're looking at Wardoom just popping the shield and keeping his team safe after that Impale hit.
That's right. Wardoom is a very strong defensive player, but Stolzy is a very strong aggressive player, rolling out of position. An excellent blast shot burst onto Skullus. He is pulled, but he is not killed as his support Smidgen will heal him up just in time. Barrack waiting in this room. He actually might get away with it.
He's been spotted out now. Barricade has gone down, running around the outside. Stolzy prioritizes turrets and Dozups takes down Butter. And you mentioned time. Time is now of the essence for Black Dragons, who are looking down the barrel of a 4-0 sweep in game 1 of this best-of-5 set versus match point. They've got a amount of defense here. The Ice Storm has gone down. We've seen one kill capitalized as Smidgen does full on Grover. No more healing for match point, and they are starting to fall. But where's Wardoom? He's in the back of this fight, just disrupting and buying time for his team, but will be forced to retreat here, and Black Dragons have pulled some of the pressure away from themselves.
Did you see it? For a moment there was an opening in match points formation. There was an opening in their defenses, and the moment they were vulnerable, Black Dragons pounced and capitalized. It was an amazing punish, and they might be able to hold here to look for the 3-1, but that will be a difficult road to recovery. Ruckus
no,
with the
especially
Hexifier.
as you said, Ruckus round the corner, drops the damage from the ultimate, but Butter with a double kill so far on the Barrack, tries to lock things down. Dragon Punch comes in from Cuscutie. Your sight fails you, no! Cus spies straight through that heat haze, double kill for the Drogoz player in the skies, trying to find the triple. Ancient Rage now used safely by Makoa, because it is not that Dragon Punch counter ultimate, but they're getting blasted down, whittled down, ripped and torn through by Ruckus, and are forced to retreat as match point just advance unstoppable.
Man, watch the way Dozups is tracking. He is all about the heads. This headhunter is pushing forward with the payload cart, will find the kill onto Pings. And, I mean, is he the carry? I'm getting confused here, right? This Ruckus is so impactful.
I feel like at this point we've had Smidgen on Grover do as much work as some of the carries have as well. Whirlwind comes out in response to Dome Shield, double kill for Dozups again. Taken down at the last second. We're in overtime right now. Match point might be held at bay. Disengage is good, but the conversion push isn't coming through. Makoa does fall. Stolzy and Cuscutie clean up. Can they hold here? All Black Dragons secure it. Pings takes down Stolzy. Cus being forced out, and we are looking at a really long overtime.
It is incredibly long, but the Ruckus is back. Fernando there to hold the front line on Wardoom while Grover's healing up. Dozups gets the triple. He's looking for more and cannot quite get the quadra.
It's gonna be up in the sky. Delayed quadra in mid shield comes out. It's a double kill after a triple kill. Delayed pentakill and match point pushed through. 4-0 conversion. Game 1. GG.
The moment you doubt Dozups, he goes in huge. This Ruckus is unstoppable because it's just all aim, right? He's like, okay, where's the right spot for me to stand? I'm standing in the right spot. Check that off the list. Then he just aims and he just kills.
That's it?
Yeah.
You press your buttons on cooldown. It's Q, E, right click. Yeah, we're fine. Here we go.
Yeah, that's right. And then it's just aim and he's hitting heads non-stop. Excellent play from Dozups, maximizing the DPS on that Ruckus and turning what is a frontline tank into possibly the scariest damage dealer on this team.
Well, you did mention earlier, is Dozups the carry? Well, I think we've got to say yes, because Dozups is famed for 2 champions specifically on match point, now playing a lot more Ruckus, which he started to play as we have seen that brought back into the meta, but he's played a lot of Cassie at a very high level, as well as a lot of Bomb King, and has been the primary carry for his team, despite Stolzy's grandeur maybe overshadowing that at times for a long, long time. But we are now back with the scoreboard match point dominating 4-0 victory. What do the stats tell us, Kret?
Man, I think it's Dozups dominating. 41 eliminations, 59,000 damage. He had some shielding there too. That's nice. Top objective time in the game. The dude is just standing on the point, standing on the payload, and shooting all the dudes. And the problem for Black Dragons, who I think the way they're playing, they are actually a good match for match point, right? They're very skilled players, but their best player is Skullist. We've seen that. And Eevee can't deal with Ruckus.
No, she can't. She's not the best player to deal with him. And if you're playing an Eevee and you're going for the assassination playstyle, then you're not going to be going into necessarily Wrecker to try and have that bonus damage to shields to maybe assassinate a Ruckus. Going to be looking for Cauterize or damage reduction because Eevee has a low HP pool, and that's not where it's best utilized. And I do actually feel like maybe it was the draft which Black Dragons had slipped on slightly here, letting that very tanky frontline through of Ruckus and Fernando, supplemented by Grover. I just felt like Black Dragons needed more damage on somebody, and it's got to come from one of their frontliners here. But Barrack just can't do that if their turrets aren't established. And Makoa, well, they rely on their Dredge Anchor so much.
You know, it's still so crazy to me, right? You see Makoa such a strong early pick, Fernando a strong early pick, but the Ruckus is the one that's carrying the game. So much impact coming in from Dosubs. Really just cannot say enough about that. I do think Skullis could deal with him if he focused on it, but then Stolzy's going to carry.
Right, and you've got to shut down that Cassie, because if you don't keep a lid on them, they will go off like a pot full of popcorn and blast you off to space. But another stat which we can pay attention to here is let's have a look at the healing done by both teams. Maldamba, reputed to be the best healer in game by a lot of competitive players, sitting at 12,000 healing. Smidgen on Grover, who was bottom of the pile for a very long time at 42,000, actually higher healing than 3 members damage dealt on the side of Black Dragons.
We've seen Flamzito play a healer in 3 of his 4 appearances so far, and consistently he is healing for less than his opponents. But I don't think he's a bad player, right? I think he's doing stuff right. He's just focusing on a different aspect of Maldamba. He's looking for the stuns, and he found some great ones that game. He's looking for the Dread Serpent, and he found some great ones that game. So he's being more aggressive, and his team just... I don't think they need to rely on the healing. I think that's just not what they're focused on. Granted, I do want to see what a full focused healer would do for this Black Dragons lineup. I mean, maybe Skullis would just be able to carry even harder.
So here's how it feels to me. You're playing the reload stun Maldamba. You can capitalize on the pulls from Dredge Anchor very well, but if you're playing that into a composition where you who are you going to pull here? You're going to pull Grover, who can vine away.
I actually think Ruckus is a good target, right? You pull him off the objective. He can't use Repulsor Field. He's immobile. If you stun him, he's going to have a hard time responding to it. Sure, he's got advance to move a little bit. And then with the Eevee, right, if she does have Wrecker, let's say someone else has Cauterize, the way Wrecker works is if you hit a shield and you do more damage than the shield has, the Wrecker damage is what goes in the shield, and your normal damage overflows into their health bar, which is very important for a character like Eevee that does so much damage.
They have, yeah, so much burst potential coming out of those AoE shots, especially when confirmed on a direct impact. So there is potential. I feel like Black Dragons had the potential to play around that. However, that's enough of the stats for the time being. We won't keep you waiting any longer. Let's go ahead and take a look at the map draft coming up for game number 2. It's Jaguar Falls.
Jaguar Falls, indeed. God, I love the way you say that. And I can't wait to see what this map is going to do, because yet again, it's balanced. Matchpoint aren't revealing anything here, right? It's like, okay, they're revealing Ruckus. That's already been shown in this tournament. We've seen huge Ruckus play from everyone who's played so far.
They've played Grover, which is a bit of a wild card, but we did see it in
we've
a
seen that
previous
before,
set.
too.
Okay,
there's nothing
enough.
new here, right? Maybe people just in scrims, they found, oh, hey, Ruckus is working really well, or Grover's working really well. I don't think we're seeing any pocket picks. I don't think we're going to see any special strats, because this is one of the 2 most generic maps when it comes to competitive play. It's well balanced. You fight the point, then you push the cart, and that's what Matchpoint are going to try to do when they look to draft their champions.
You mentioned Ruckus earlier. That should be a highly contested pick on the very compact map of Jaguar Falls. Let's head through to our champion draft screen to see if that is picked up first. Matchpoint, first pick on the board. Who are they going to go in for? Oh,
Cassie prioritizing the amazing playmaker for their amazing playmaker. I don't mind this one bit, and I think they still want to just let Black Dragons have whatever they want, because I think Matchpoint, man, I think they're kind of warming up, and I don't think it's BM. I think they think Black Dragons are just good, and they want to play them at their best.
So Makoa and Fernando locked in so far for Black Dragons, taking the double frontliner, which I do appreciate. Not the Barrack we saw last game, so maybe some more damage or utility potential coming out of that Fernando, but Matchpoint respond with Maldamba and Ruckus, the pick which we were waiting for, coming in third.
You know, I was really excited to talk about this Maldamba, and then the Ruckus shows up, and I'm going to talk about that because I love it. Dosups was so good last game. I can't stop singing his praises, and you don't want to hear my singing voice, by the way.
Oh,
but the Maldamba's interesting, too, because you've been singing his praises, and Cuss is a great player. He's a great noodle tosser, serving up those ramen noodles and stunning the enemy team.
I'd consider Cuss's Maldamba absolutely gorgeous.
Absolutely gorgeous. Maldamba is just
gorgeous. Good, like the
oh,
god.
gorgeous, because he
I'm
throws
making
a
bad.
gourd.
Look, I'm European. I'm making a bad pun. Okay,
That was
but let's
great.
finish off the draft for the time being. Charlotte and Eevee picked up by Black Dragons, giving Skullis to Eevee once again is a very wise decision. Androxus and Drogus picked up in response for match point, and I do like taking away Drogus's primary counter of anti-air potential with Androxus, finishing up with Ying this time. Maybe the Fire and Forget playstyle of Ying is going to suit Black Dragons more and allow them to get more utility out of their support here.
Here's the thing, though. This is a single tank composition from match point. Ruckus has to hold the front line. Granted, he's going to have healing long range from Maldamba. That helps out a lot, but it's still just him. And Shaolin can do a ton of damage, so you're really going to have to see the tank player from match point stepping up, playing right. And then there's the question of Wardoom is the tank player. Is Wardoom playing the tank, or is Dosups playing the tank?
Or could go to really anybody at this point. Matchpoint do have a lot of flex potential within their roster. They'll all play a little bit of this, a little bit of that, although I do expect Maldamba to be picked up by Cascuti. Androxus also can be used to supplement the lack of frontline that Matchpoint do have. We can't discount the reversal, but there is a lot of counter potential to that again from Black Dragons with Dredge Anchor from Makoa. And talk to me a little bit about that interaction, please.
Right, so Dredge Anchor from Makoa he's all about pulling people out of position. And there is a great ledge to pull people off of. We saw QG use that. So as they head into this game, Black Dragons need to take advantage of the map to pull people out of position, because if they get Ruckus off the map, the tank is gone for free. Advance won't get him back up. He's just going to be dead. And now Flamzito, Ping, Skullis, Butter, and Bizka are heading back into the fray.
Stolzy, though, is on their signature champion of Androxus for match point, looking for a flank round on the backside. They're going to find free damage immediately. One shot into a shield. Misses 4 follow-ups. This is unusual. A little bit too used to Cassie, I'd say. But First Blood still goes through to the wild card on the back line as they take down one. Shut down by Pings. Eevee, Skullis is in a lot of trouble here, but Dosups comes to the rescue, takes down one, looks for a second kill, gets melted alive by Fernando. Black Dragons come out on top.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. That was absolute domination from Black Dragons. Stolzy came around the side and he missed. He just flat out missed. Wardoom on this Ruckus nowhere near as effective as Dosups, and now Matchpoint have to push in against the 72% Black Dragons.
Now they're trying to take a flank route, and I like this from Matchpoint because they're looking for an avenue towards the objective that isn't being covered, but you got to play into an Eevee, and that's very difficult to do when she can cover so much distance all at once. 99% in favor of Black Dragons. We have it overtime, but now Stolzy's coming online. 2 kills to their name, 4 in total come through for Matchpoint. Stolzy sitting on a 5 streak, 4-1.
And here comes the zone. Bizka was a little bit too far forward and did take some poke, and Drox is going to hold them back a little bit longer. Matchpoint are now holding the point, and they're going to try and get that to take up, but is still close, and if they step off for a moment, Black Dragons could certainly capture this one.
And here we go, overtime, but Stolzy comes round from behind again, lands almost all their shots. Ying is very low. Double kill for Stolzy, triple kill for Stolzy, quadra kill, no, shut down is Stolzy, but Wardoom cleans things up, and that will be the full wipe coming through once again for Matchpoint as they close things out. First cap of game 2 goes through to the team in blue.
And the sleeping giant has awakened. I've been waiting for this play from Stolzy. I've been waiting to see the glory in person, and I am not even remotely disappointed. Now pushing forward, Matchpoint are going to get aggressive around this first bend.
Look at that though,
have
the
his
reversal
ultimate.
play, that was fantastic. Impaled into a wall as Cutie on Drogo. Stolzy steps up and blocks all the focus fire. Yes, Matchpoint are being forced backwards, but without losing players, they're still in a very good place to advance, specifically from Ruckus, who does, in combination with Smidgen, take down the Makoa for Black Dragons. Reversal used again by Stolzy, and the rest of this team now takes their opportunity to clean up.
Stolzy going up above and over the wall does help find a kill for his team. They are pushing in towards the enemy bases. Bizka re-arrives. He's not able to find the pole, actually hitting the wall. And Stolzy, he smells blood. He dashes in but doesn't quite find the kill, though he is not punished. And an excellent gourd will heal him up fairly quickly.
Okay, wasn't expecting the Dragon Punch onto a Ying. That's a little dangerous because her illusions can block the damage, but now Stolzy up in the air again is looking for more. This time finding Focus Fire onto Fernando, getting burst down. They're being shot from behind their shield. They don't know where it's coming from. They're being destroyed here. But now it's all about those ups as well on this Cassie as they take down one. Stolzy is killing players almost inside of their spawn from Black Dragons. There is no contest. The payload rolls through. 2-0 conversion for match point.
And here's the thing. That was looking terrible for match point. It was 99% and they had hardly touched it. And Stolzy was like, wait a second. Do you know who I am? Do you know where we are? This is the Paladins Invitational, and I'm going to take the whole thing. So let's go, buddy. Goes in big with the quadra kill, and now his entire team is on a streak, re-energized by their playmaker and ready to go into round 2.
However, we can't not talk about the ultimate deficit that Matchpoint are currently sitting at, having utilized a lot of them to push that conversion through. All 5 members of Black Dragons here sitting on an available ultimate. That's a huge amount of setup potential coming from Eevee, but there's not a lot of confirmable damage. Who's going to make the plays here?
That's right, but I think Matchpoint is just going to have to go big and make the plays as around the right side, Black Dragons are starting a flank, and the Ice Storm does go down.
It's straight onto Dozups, it's straight onto Wardoom, but Maldamba keeps them alive. Black Dragons are trying to gain some capture control here, and they will succeed. Dread Serpent coming out to help augment that. No, they're being forced away with the fear. Hexafire rips through. Smidgen, Stolzy kills. Wardoom 2 picks one up and looks for blood on Makoa, who pulls in one of the most dangerous champions straight to their face, gets shot down, and another full team wipe for match point.
And Matchpoint has proven that they can play Ruckus more than one way. Dozups hard carrying the game. Wardoom, he's got the second highest kills on his team, sure, but he is definitely supporting and frontlining for his team as Stolzy is going ham. He is 11-2-11. He is alive this game, and he's looking for more, but on the point, Immortal has been dropped, and Wardoom is holding his ground.
Absolutely, you can see Makoa coming back in, though planted is going to be good onto Wardoom, but they're very immobile and do get focused down. Ancient Rage will start swinging, but in the meantime, Stolzy's looking for the support. They can't quite find the kill into Ying, but they will clean up Skullust on Eevee. Ying too, as Stolzy finds the snapshot, and that is overtime ticking down. Capture 2 of this game leaps match point at match point.
It is currently 3-0, and yet this is the closest game I have seen so far.
Black Dragons, they're putting up a very good fight here, but they don't seem to be able to close out the last few seconds of the objective play, and this is coming back to haunt them. Now they're forced into making a defense where Matchpoint can just elect to use their ultimates like they did in the previous round, and somehow they have to find a way to stabilize.
Skullust taken down by a crack shot. Cuss QT with the double kill, looking and will get the triple. Now pushing forward, he could find the quadra with Dragon's Fury if he wanted. He's looking for it with the rockets, but no, pings will go down to Stolzy, taking that one away as Matchpoint pushes forward.
And now who can test this? The Cursed Arm is available. Stolzy goes up. He pops the ultimate. He finds the damage onto Makoa, who's forced into a corner with 3 other players from their team. Nowhere left to run. Everybody from Black Dragons is being shut down. Hexafire ripping through, opening up the avenue for conversion, and Makoa is left. A sitting duck behind the payload for a double kill. Respawns too far away. This is rolling in for free. Matchpoint, they're just unstoppable at this point.
Matchpoint looking unstoppable, feeling unstoppable, but Black Dragons have one last shot if they want to hold their ground. Flamzito will fall. Stolzy flanking around the right-hand side to find an angle, and he's looking for the shots, aiming for Fernando and finding the kill. Sees the 2 carries, looking for more, and it looks like Black Dragons are falling fast as Smidgen picks up a triple, and Matchpoint picks up the game.
Maldamba picks up a triple kill?
Smidgen does not mess around, all right?
We saw several Grover double kills. At this point, I'm scared of Smidgen supporting. This is okay, this is a bit of a swap. Smidgen used to play frontliners.
So here, who are the real carries here, right? We've got Dozups, definitely with the Ruckus. We've got Smidgen, definitely with the Grover and the Maldamba.
Just
Stolzy,
pause for a second there.
He's just here for the clutch kills, man.
I never thought I'd hear that phrase. Is the carry Grover?
Grover carries, dude.
Okay. Yeah?
All right, he's got an axe.
You must be barking mad.
He chops. Stop it. You know, he's just chopping people down left and right. That Maldamba was insane, and he is a support that can do a lot of damage from up close.
Especially with the Dread Serpent ultimate, which we know can do so much, disrupting a team fight, applying that damage steroid on enemies. It is very valuable, and Gore deals a lot of damage too if you stand on it for too long.
It certainly does. You know, we went into this match, and we were talking about a different Maldamba player, Cuss QT, I believe, but he didn't play it. Now, here's the thing. In your opinion, was Smidgen just as good? Was he better?
I think that Smidgen utilized Maldamba differently. We've previously seen Cuss QT play a lot of reload stun Maldamba looking for the CC lockdown, which is valuable against certain team compositions. Maybe Smidgen holds more value with this solo tank meta, where he wants to be a little bit more aggressive, not try and set up kills, but go for kills himself.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, the killer Maldamba certainly did great work because then when you're getting kills, you're dealing damage, you're charging up your ultimate, but really, it's just this Ruckus, man, doing so well. Second highest damage. Stolzy did wake up. He got his first place damage back, as is his comfort zone. With the 34 kills, the first place damage, you know, that's what he does.
And noting Smidgen beforehand as well, sitting at only 20 eliminations or no solo kills, which is sort of expected, very low deaths. But the highest objective time in-game overall, that's very impressive coming from the Maldamba, which is absolutely different to what we saw happening with Wardoom on Ruckus previously. Last time it was, we saw different Ruckus players, Dozeups coming through, just sitting on the objective. Now Wardoom pushing out, leaving your support on the objective allows them to not just heal from range with Maldamba, but also get a lot of credits.
Yeah, for sure, and those credits help out a lot as, you know, taking that early advantage allows Matchpoint to get a large credit lead. Now, this isn't entirely straightforward here, right? Matchpoint got two captures and 2 conversions, which means that a large portion of those credits were not spent, right? They were just in pocket as they raced back to the payload cart to push it forward. But, man, the thing I want to talk about is Skullist, who just isn't able to find the openings. I don't think it's that he's incapable of doing what he did against QG Reapers here. I don't think that he's outskilled. There's just less openings in the defensive line of Matchpoint.
Matchpoint, they just aren't giving an inch with which Skullist could potentially take a mile as well. I feel like we slept a little bit on pings that last game, topping the damage charts for their team, doing fantastically with Xiaolin, but they just didn't have enough follow-up. Look, we've got 2 players dealing a wild amount of damage, 35k and 43,000, but the rest of the team is falling heavily behind, and they just can't burst through all of this healing, which Smidgen will be able to output until late game and Cauterize comes on. So I'm sensing that, again, the double front line for Black Dragons just didn't work out as well as it could have done, and maybe they need to go with just more raw damage to be able to break through all of this.
I don't know, man. Skullist and Pings are just, they're a great 1-2 punch. For me, reminiscent of Stolzy and Dozeups, right? Like, Skullist is your big playmaker who's going to go around getting the clutch kills, whereas Dozeups maybe a little bit more quiet, but he's doing the damage that counts. Unfortunately, he's not able to find enough, as just the tank line is so strong from Matchpoint. We're going to need to see changes from Black Dragons in this next game, and I wonder what they're going to change up.
Well, first of all, they will have to change up the map. That is very certain. 3 games coming up. We've had Serpent Beach, we've had Jaguar Falls. Now we're sticking with the Temple Isle theme overall.
Yeah, the tropical triumvirate.
Right, I love it, I love it. We're going for a vacation on Frog Isle, so talk to me a little bit about this map. What does it bring differently from the previous 2?
Well, it's got frogs, which is a big difference.
Okay.
All right, so you're
okay, so we got serpents on Serpent
serpents.
Beach.
Jaguars.
That's a good dog.
Yeah, it is a good dog.
Okay.
And then we got frogs. So there's definitely different temples on these islands. But the thing about Frog Isle is it's sort of low to the ground. All the structures are low. There are some trees that cover up the sky and cover up those line of sights. But I think this is a great map for a pick like Eevee, where Matchup have showed that they don't really want that. I think it's great here because you can fly above the tree line, get to wherever you want, and then drop down and start attacking.
So considering that now, and considering how effective Skullist has been on Eevee for 2 sets, almost 2 sets in a row now, is this something which Matchpoint might be looking to take away and maybe give that to one of their veteran players like Smidgen, who was renowned for their Eevee player earlier on in the Paladins competitive history?
I mean, I think they certainly could play it. And to an extent, I want to see them play it because I want to see what Skullist does when he doesn't have that Eevee available. But on the other hand, I love watching his Eevee, right? So
Yeah.
I'm going to be happy either way.
Oh, yeah. No, absolutely.
Man, I don't know. I would like to see Match Point put an Eevee in their composition. I think that would be a lot of fun. And I think this is a great opportunity to use it. But part of it is I wonder if they're just waiting for someone that, you know, presents a really good target, right? Maybe a Victor or someone who they think their Eevee could really punish.
Right, we all know about how well Eevee with her high mobility punishes champions with low mobility, such as Victor, such as Kinessa, and the newest champion to the realm, Tyra, as well, who, with their large AoE firebomb, could be a good look to disrupt the double frontline that Matchpoint ran in Game 1 and might elect to run again here on Frog Isle with its very funnel-shaped objective play.
I'm dearly hoping we see a Tyra in this tournament, and if we do, I think it would be a last pick. Speaking of last pick, let's take a look at what these teams are going to select as they move forward in this event to the third game of the best of 5, where Matchpoint up 2-0 can take the entire set.
Matchpoint, they're going to be prioritizing Makoa. Look at the instant lock-in
Changing
there.
it up,
Okay.
and I think they just like the danger zones, right? You can just get pulled off this map.
And there are a few highways as well on this Frog Isle map, so this time Black Dragons will get Ruckus. Will get Fernando if these two picks are locked in. So now the tables have turned slightly. Black Dragons are going to utilize what has been so devastating against them, but can they pull it off to the same degree that Matchpoint were able to previously?
Well, I think we're going to learn how a Makoa deals with a Ruckus Fernando.
Okay.
Right? Because we saw the opposite of this before. So either this is a bad matchup for Makoa and Matchpoint have some trouble, or it's something that they know how to deal with and they're going to show everyone what they do here. But we do have the Eevee hover, we do have the lock-in. This is two awesome things. One, I get to see Eevee from Matchpoint. I can't wait. Two, I get to see something different from Skullist, and I can't wait for that. We have Maldamba and Barrack, and I think Skullist is going to be that last pick there, because I don't think he's playing any of these.
So far, Black Dragons with Maldamba and Barrack hovered over, looking at a very tanky setup. They've taken 3 out of all 4 available frontliners and are looking to get on point and stay on point. Match point? Now that's a lot of points. Match point. Oh, here we go. They need some kind of point break, and this is where it's going to come from. Doze-ups with the Bomb King, most likely, who is renowned for their play and very good at cracking open those objectives.
Hail to the King, baby, up against the full Death Ball composition. You've got AoE healing from Maldamba and Grover, direct healing from Maldamba, Barrack, Fernando, and Ruckus setting up a very powerful front line. They're going to stand in a pile on the point, and they're going to shoot dudes from the point.
Okay.
Bomb King, he's got to break this up. It's all on this Bomb King player. He's the guy that will win this game for Matchpoint.
And they do have a few different tools available in their kit with which to do so, but we'll have to head into game to find out exactly what Doze-ups is going to do. Join us now for Game 3 of Matchpoint versus Black Dragons. Let's introduce the players for potentially the third and final time. Wardoom starts off for Matchpoint on the top left-hand corner of your UI, playing Makoa. Smidgen on Eevee, as we may have hoped. Doze-ups just cheering from the rooftops as Bomb King cuts Cutie on Eevee, and Stolzy pulling in the Cassie carry to round things out.
On the other side, Black Dragons returning for hopefully not the final time. Pings on Ruckus, Flamzito on Maldamba, Skullist on Grover? What? Butters dashing in his Barrack, and Fernando already dead.
First
Bizka.
blood going through to Wardoom there, and now with no Fernando shield, everybody disrupted around the objective. Black Dragons are being dismantled. It's like a Lego set that you've thrown through a washing machine here. Wardoom picks up 2, Smidgen and Stolzy pick up the remaining kills, and Doze-ups did a lot for that, but it seemed that was more Black Dragons just underestimating Matchpoint's ability to capitalize on a little avenue of opening here, and did not give them the berth and respect which they really deserve.
Smidgen going aggressive on that Eevee, but I've got all eyes on the King as round the back he's putting out some good damage, and I think Doze-ups is getting ready to show just how good he is in this game. The Bomb King sails across the map and finds a kill onto Flamzito.
It's the Poppy Bomb mobility now finding direct 6 and a lot of burst AoE damage onto Ruckus as well, but it doesn't matter, as in the meantime we have seen Matchpoint capture the objective 3 times, or rather third time's a charm, and they're looking for conversion again in the base. Will be, well, that's a little odd. It's actually Wardoom on Makoa. They've decided to set up camp here, and they don't appear to be moving.
They don't appear to be moving at all. I love the positioning of Wardoom here. Going to get people from behind, but who will he pull? Stolzy moving around and looking for blood. Dozup's almost going off the map. He's in trouble. The king has fallen, and Stolzy will avenge him. Cuss finding the kill onto Bizka. Stolzy around the back, looking for the barrack, but the repulsor field helping out a lot.
And that repulsor field, it just doesn't stop Stolzy from pulling that trigger on the crossbow. It might slow the death, but Barrack with no mobility is left hopping around going, well, this is my fate. This is my life now. Smidgen will be zoning very safe with Ice Block. And look at the situational peel coming through from Wardoom as they save their team. Doe cleans up one. King Bomb is available, but it may not even be necessary to convert here with Poppy Bomb.
Yeah, they've got 120, so no time to use ultimates just yet. The payload card is so close, it's inches away. Barrack moving forward, but it's not. Oh, it will go down. Skullist is slain, Butter is slain, and match point is up 2-0.
I love what Dozups just try to do at the end there. Utilize Poppy Bomb and its knockback to throw their opponents from around the cart into the air and push the payload through underneath. Now setting up, oh, this is a good one.
Yeah, this is a good little trick here. So those bombs actually sail to near the capture point. He's setting up some traps that very well could get first blood. It has happened. I've seen the GIFs.
Yep, you've seen the, okay, we'll talk about that a little bit later. This isn't so simple as peanut butter, but for the time being, 10 seconds left until round number 2 of game number 3. Match point sitting on all ultimates, only one Hexafire available for Black Dragons. That's a significant advantage going in to this next capture.
It's gonna take a miracle for Black Dragons to hold this capture point here. Looks like the bombs have been spotted. Dozup's moving around, flying through the air, and hail to the king, baby!
Here we go! Dozup finds 2! Wardoom takes another one! Stolzy and Smidgen clean up for the full team wipe! That was set up like nothing else we've seen so far today.
And the BM taunts coming out on the point, but...
where are the sprays?
They earned it. They did earn this.
Where are the sprays?
Man, I don't know, but pushing forward to zone is match point 60%, and it looks like Black Dragons won't be able to find a way back onto the point. Smidgen getting aggressive, Drover going to fall, Dread Serpent is out, and Flamzito's not going to be able to do anything with that ultimate.
You say that though, but Hexafire is back here. Smidgen still though is fragging out, cleans up 2, and is looking for a third, looking for a fourth here. Finds a third kill on a Flamzito, the Maldumba from Black Dragons, and as you said, with overtime ticking down, there is very little the Black Dragons can do to come back into at least this capture, and now must rely on defense, but will they have the opportunity?
Smidgen finding a way in, and he's rewarded big with 2 kills. Now Ruck is in trouble as Smidgen escapes, and the big thing that I love is he's killing turrets. He's looking for those exposed turrets and taking them down in one hit.
That's so important as well. You remove those turrets from Barrack, you remove the potential to mark your opponents and deal more weapon damage overall. Barrack is then left with just their barricade and a short-range blunderbuss, and they're forced to flee beyond the, well, just the monumental pressure of Dozups, utilizing Poppy Bomb's air control to go back up and straight down in place. Meanwhile, Smidgen, though, is going home immortal as match point look unstoppable here.
The 24th streak continues. No, it will end there. Immortal used to stay alive, but Dozup says, no, I'm gonna clean up this one. 1, 2, buckle my shoe as the Bomb King moves forward, and now Black Dragons coming out from the spawn. They have one last chance if they're gonna defend this, but match point up 3-0, up 2-0.
So close. The taunt came out as well, but it wasn't quite the Poppy Bomb we were waiting for. A nice slither brings back the support onto the objective, and now it's all the ultimates coming out of Black Dragons. They've got to defend here. They've got to find a way to stay alive, and it looks like they will for the time being. Butter cleans up Wardoom, but Stolzy is unchecked on Cassie. They're going to look for the Grove around the outside, find the dodge roll, shot, reset the cooldown, try and outplay this Fernando, but they've been missed, and they're being roasted alive, as they will be doing in, or rather by being roasted in Twitch chat in the meanwhile. But also, here we go, Smidgen comes back in, looks for the backdoor play. Are they going to be able to capitalize, or will the respawn proximity be enough?
Uncharacterily missing a shot. Stolzy goes down. Damage on the point. 42 seconds left, but Bomb King is ulting, and Fernando will fall, pushing it in. Match points. Taking the win, taking the set, and moving on to their next game.
They've said it themselves beforehand, and take a look at the players on your screen. The reputed by their words at least, number one
team in the world.
And they're playing like it. I think this is important. They put out so much posture, so much bravado, but they've come into this competition, this championship today, with a lot of confidence. And if you're not playing to be the number one team, you're not going to play like the number one team, and that's huge in this environment.
I mean, you can see the confidence in their gameplay too. Stolzy going big, saying, come on, fight me, let's go, fight me. Dozup's on that Bomb King, playing to the character, right? Like he's this big, goofy, pompous king, and I could feel that every time he threw a bomb. He got the kills, and then he dominated his way through the rest of the match. But let's not sleep on Black Dragons here. They're playing another game today. They are down 0-2, so they have to recover if they want any hope of going to the semifinals. And up against D69 is going to be fairly tough.
And I feel like what's really important here is that Black Dragons have now faced a couple of very tough cookie opponents, and they have the opportunity to really learn from this and adapt in a downtime between their sets to come back stronger and look to go home with one victory and some pride for their country. But the scoreboard, I think, right now says it all. Oh my goodness. Match point. That was disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, it's just non-stop damage, non-stop credits, and non-stop kills coming out from match
They
point.
have less chill than your average Ruckus player.
They do have less chill than your average Ruckus player. That's very true. But man, you know, talking about no chill, Skullist was so good these two sets. The player is just amazing. You know, if they're not able to make the semifinals, and they still do have a shot, right? If they win their next game, 1-2, maybe there's a three-way tie. There's an opportunity there, but it's a long shot. I want to see this guy again, man. He's so good.
I think we will see them again, regardless of what happens in the future. Skullist has proved themselves to be able to battle against giants and to be able to battle against the greats. And with that kind of mindset, that mentality, and now some LAN experience here at the Paladins Invitational at Hirez Expo of 2017, they'll be going home with a lot that they've learned and a great deal which they can teach their teammates too.
Well, let's take a look at where we've been so far. D69 up 1-0, match point up 1-0. QG 1-1 and Black Dragons 0-2. It's been a tumultuous day so far, with QG looking to pick up a victory in their next game up against Match Point. I love watching these QG guys play, but they've got their work cut out for them.
After seeing that set with Match Point, they certainly do. And let's take a look through the remaining matches for today as well. As you said, Match Point will be facing off against Team QG, followed up by District 69 and Black Dragons, closing the day out with Match Point versus District 69, which is one that I think, just in terms of between these two regions, the players and the audiences have been waiting for a long time. But as you said, QG, with their work cut out for them, they've just had the opportunity to see how Matchpoint play. They're warmed up from their earlier sets as well, and they are going to be ready for this. So do you think there's going to be any adaptation which we're seeing coming through into the next set?
You know, I think QG are just going to have to play their hearts out, man. We've seen the mechanics coming out from Knight and coming out from, you know, the other players on the team that have allowed them to be really, really good in these matches. And they're going to need it if they want to get those kills and take down match points. So I can't wait to see this game.
It's going to be a tough cookie to break there, and a tough cookie to crumble. For those of you watching at home, we say thank you, hello from Atlanta, Georgia. And if you are watching, and you should be, on twitch.tv/Paladins Game, boy, do we have a treat for you. We do now have Twitch linking enabled for the Paladins Game channel. So if you want to have a chance at earning some free in-game drops and rewards just by watching the stream here today, then visit hirezstudios.com/link.
And once you get those drops, you can take them in-game to the Paladin store, check out some of the stuff we've got available, like the digital loot pack, where you're going to be able to access quite a few things. You're going to get 3 sprays. You're going to get 2 MVP poses, which coincidentally go for Fernando and Victor, who have limited time skins for the HRX Invitational. Also commemorating your participating in this awesome event, we've got Convention 2017 Ying for you. It's been a ton of fun here, Vox. That's my last cast of the day, but man, it was great watching these games. It was great watching them with you.
It was a really heartwarming moment, but that's not all we have of Paladins and our showcase for Group A today. Coming up next, after the break, will be Matchpoint facing Team QG, who look to take a set of the big ones. Join us very shortly for some more intense Paladins action, and we'll see you in the realm.
Hey Paladins fans, Hirez Pretty Hair here, and I'm excited to share with you a brand new feature coming to our Twitch channel. Starting today, you can link your Hirez account to your Twitch account and receive the Ying Illusory Mirror weapon skin. Not only that, but you'll be able to receive free in-game rewards just by watching our broadcasts on Paladins game. To get started, head over to hirezstudios.com/link. Select Login here, and then sign in with your Hirez account. Once you're logged into your Hirez account, you'll need to link your Twitch account. To do this, click on Link Your Twitch Account and enter your Twitch account info. Once you log in, you'll be back at your Hirez account page. Click the Yes prompt, and you'll successfully link your accounts. Once the link is complete, you'll unlock your Ying Illusory Mirror skin and be able to receive free in-game rewards just by watching our Paladins game broadcasts. It's just our way of saying thanks for being a Paladins fan. Thanks for checking out this quick guide, and we'll see you in the realm. Hey Paladins fans, Hirez Pretty Hair here, and I'm excited to share with you a brand new feature coming to our Twitch channel. Starting today, you can link your Hirez account to your Twitch account and receive the Ying Illusory Mirror weapon skin. Not only that, but you'll be able to receive free in-game rewards just by watching our broadcasts on Paladins game. To get started, head over to hirezstudios.com/link. Select Login here, and then sign in with your Hirez account. Once you're logged into your Hirez account, you'll need to link your Twitch account. To do this, click on Link Your Twitch Account and enter your Twitch account info. Once you log in, you'll be back at your Hirez account page. Click the Yes prompt, and you'll successfully link your accounts. Once the link is complete, you'll unlock your Ying Illusory Mirror skin and be able to receive free in-game rewards just by watching our Paladins game broadcasts. It's just our way of saying thanks for being a Paladins fan. Thanks for checking out this quick guide, and we'll see you in the realm.
This is my domain. Time to hunt. Behold the dragon's furies! Here comes the pace! Woohoo! Bring it on!
Come watch the great Eevee take down all the people she hates!
Poof. Time's ticking.
I will make this a horrific scene of bloodshed.
Death awaits you all! Champions of the realm, Paladins of the world. It's the end of 2016, and whilst it's a short year for Paladins, let's recap the best plays we've featured so far. At the bottom of the bucket, Quasi, unleashing his devastating rampage.
I'm more dangerous than a shotgun. Also, I have a shotgun.
Quasi, who leaps into the fray only to back away upon spying Bomb King's trap and takes refuge in the corridor below to avoid the Grumpy Bomb's stun. Ever watchful Buck advances, clips a headshot but spies better fodder in the form of Bomb King. Before their shotgun, the Monarch's reign ends. Barrick and Cassie will too be taken out by the Trigger Man, whilst the enemy Makoa activates Ancient Rage to buy time for their team to respawn. They play themselves hard, however, as instead of focusing on Squishy's Makoa just flares up Fernando's shield and is cleaned up by Quasi for their 4th in a row. Poppy Bomb over from the skies. Bomb King tries to contest, but is outnumbered and will fall. Stun avoided again. Buck leaps in to clear out Cassie, and as the payload rolls through to conversion, the heroic leap damage is enough to send Victor packing.
Coming up next in 4th place is Prince Danny TV and his true accurate C.
You think darkness is your ally? The night will take you.
Top 5 plays. You know, they say you miss the shots you don't take, and for most players, this applies to some of the shots they take anyway, but Prince Danny TV is a different matter. 3 players slain without hesitation. They turn their eyes to Makoa. The turtle flees, Androxus reloads, and still, every shot connects. Somebody stop this Godslayer. They just don't miss. And even though
Hitting it up in 3rd, starring Bugsy. You can't tame his Drogas.
I will tear you apart!
good things come in 3s, and this week they couldn't be more right. Bugsy power slides in on Frozen Guard, direct hits crashing down, Ying obliterated, the payload advances. Sensing opportunity, Bugsy readies himself, Dragon Punch is charged. Up and over and around, Bugsy loops back in to one-shot the enemy Fernando. Androxus fleeing looks everywhere but up, but rockets crash down for the double. Lazy, you can run, but corners won't save you from the incoming Loogie. So close to conversion, the enemy Drogos walk straight into another direct hit KO. Ying too, followed up with a fire spin. Bugsy wipes the enemy team and rushes their side to 2-0.
Rover Nick is playing with bombs, and he does it so majestically in 2nd place.
My subjects keep saying I'm the bomb. I already know.
Down to our top play this week, however, we've got to go out with a bang. Like Robotics mid-air, King Bomb, Ying blown away in an instant barrack stun down. Take 2 of these and get back to base. Oh dear, Cassie, you shouldn't pick a fight with this Monarch subject. Robotics slays them with a Puppy Bomb and collapses on Drogos from the air. 4 down, only Eevee remains. Stretch, she blinks away, but Robotic throws both themselves in the Winter Witch up and lands the mid-air takedown, an explosive delayed pentakill. You spin those bombs, Robotic, because you have earned it.
To top this year of 2016 off, Lemonade, Kinessa, boom, headshot.
You can run, but you'll only die tired.
Play Playmaker this week, Lemonade is back on Kinessa, on Serpent Beach, and with plenty more frags to hand out. Cassie, good night. I'll see you again shortly, says Lemonade as they scout out around the back of the map, searching for the perfect angle. Jump scoping keeps the shot charge high as they shuffle forwards, and checking the flank, Eevee's guitar barely peeks over the ledge, but for this master of their champion, it's enough information to ready a shot and finish the kill with their toughest counterpick with Kinessa's carbine. The path is clear. Makoa soaks one that is ripped through by a headshot. Ying low goes down to another, and Cassie for the 2nd time falls to a double tap through their skull. Impressive triple, but the carnage is far from over. Lemonade draws back their bolt and readies himself for another wave of respawns. Eevee is the first one to step up to the stage and press mine's place out of Ice Ball she soars, but the bonus damage on the Kinessa's carbine is too much to handle. Whoa there, Makoa. That anchor would have been game Grover. Ally Fernando ensures her is from uncover, and another headshot takes out Cassie with credit to Androxus. Dome shield down. Tempest in response allows Fernando to take the flamethrower turret damage, and with the patient of a saint, Dome shield expires, and Lemonade and Co. clean up the survivors. Really now, Eevee still not learned yet. Well, 3rd time's a charm, and somebody please get that Cassie an ice pack. Another headshot secures this round's final kill.
Champions of the Realm, Anuki here, co-creator of the show. Want to submit your own plays? Check the video description for a link to the submission form and fill it out. And if you've got any problems, try the Anuki TV Discord or Twitter. Subscribe to this YouTube channel and claim your Onyx Stallion mount skin in-game.
Hey Paladins fans, my name is Rene and welcome back to another episode of How to Play. Today we're going to be taking a look at everybody's favorite Vulpine, Pip. What is a Vulpine?
One of Pip's main strengths is that he's got some of the quickest acting, most easily applied, and effective CC in the game with his right mouse button, Explosive Flask. His ability to slow not only single enemy champions, but a large group of them very frequently makes him a valuable little ally and potentially very deadly support with his strong follow-up damage. Secondly, Pip has great AoE burst heals and AoE burst damage. Pip is the OG of AoE. And what that means is that he's one of the best when healing or damaging enemies quickly in an area. Though his heals aren't as substantial or constant as some of the other support champions, he does provide strong burst healing, damage, and CC, which can catch enemies off guard who think they're sitting pretty. Last but not least, chickens. Pip's ult is enough to feed an entire party at the Stannis Farm barbecue, and that's no simple task, trust me. Turning enemies into chickens is not only demoralizing to their psyche, it's a fantastic counter to any champion giving you a hard time. At the end of the day, Pip has a ton of versatility in his kit, decent mobility, and good damage on top of that. But when it all comes down to the wire, even a cute little Vulpin, or squirrel, or raccoon, whatever he is, beats a chicken. Maybe not a squirrel. Moving into the skills section. Pip's left mouse button is called Potion Launcher, and it's a custom launcher that fires volatile potions that explode in an area on impact, dealing damage. The flight speed and trajectory of these potions differs from other weapons, so be sure to note that this isn't the same as shooting Cassie's bow and adjust your aim accordingly. As with most AoE champions, shooting up is a very difficult task. Therefore, being able to shoot down onto enemies to take advantage of your splash damage will make you much more effective in thwarting your enemies in the realm. It's also good to note that Pip does not have any fall-off damage from distance and can't headshot, so a body shot from up close or a body shot from far, far away is going to do the same amount of damage. He will suffer some fall-off if you shoot away from the body and only catch part of the enemy in the splash of your AoE. Therefore, the best thing to do is to aim and hit somebody directly in order to maximize your damage. Pip's right mouse button is called Explosive Flask, and when it hits you, bad things happen. It deals a small amount of damage, but moreover, it slows you by possibly more than any other skill in the game. Oh, and it lasts forever. Seriously, getting hit by this thing literally feels like you can't move, and it sets up Pip to fire an easy potion launcher attack to burst opponents down and take them out quite easily. In fact, Pip's bonus damage can only be activated by shooting an enemy with Explosive Flask and hitting them immediately afterwards before Explosive Flask wears off with your normal potion launcher attack. Firing with your right mouse button, then immediately hitting your left mouse button is the best way to confirm the bonus damage and surprise your enemies, putting them in an unexpectedly bad position to fight back. It's also good to note that only your first shot after using Explosive Flask onto an enemy will create a bonus damage effect. Any subsequent shots following that will not have additional damage added onto them. That is, of course, unless you reapply Explosive Flask. Pip's F skill is called Weightless. For a short duration of time, Pip becomes weightless, as if he weighed a lot already. The dude's like 3'7", and he starts jumping around the map. During this, his movement speed is increased, and he's able to reach vertically up to ledges that were previously impossible for the little guy. This skill also allows him to remove all debuffs on use, meaning if he were slowed by another champion, he would be able to break that slow with this ability. Lastly, this skill can be used while still firing potions, allowing Pip to occasionally activate this in duels just to make it more difficult for his opponents to aim or to get a higher vantage point in order to shoot down onto targets. Also, for your information, you can shoot normally during weightless but cannot use your Explosive Flask. So if you want to slow somebody, make sure you do it before you jump. And if you don't know how to jump, that's pressing the space bar, just so you're aware in case you're super new to the game and haven't figured that out yet. Pip's Q ability is his Healing Potion, and that allows him to quickly burst heal himself and or any allies that are within the radius of his potion when it lands. Remember, you have to throw it at your feet if it's going to heal you. I can tell you many a duel I've seen, even with pro players, where they've accidentally thrown their potion out onto their target they're shooting, as it does take practice to look down while you're frantically fighting someone in between shooting and being shot at, only to press Q and get back into the fight. It's good to note that although the potion's heal amount is capped, it can heal multiple targets who are within the radius, so your healing effectiveness could literally go up 5 times if you happen to position yourself well and time your healing potions so that they hit multiple teammates at once. You can toss this as far as you would a normal basic attack, so having map awareness is crucial in being able to support your teammates from afar and change the tide of the battle. Lastly, but certainly not least, Pip's ultimate is called Evil Mojo. And if you've ever seen Austin Powers, you know it's all about the mojo, baby. Here, he breaks out his most interesting and savory potion, which turns anyone caught in its effect into chickens. Literally, your enemies will lose control of all their abilities and be forced to run around with full control of their movement direction as chickens for what feels like a generation. It does a small amount of damage at the start and resets everyone's health to 1500 for the entire duration. The key to this is that even large health tanks such as Fernando suddenly become susceptible to being killed by 2 to 3 basic attacks from anybody. This is a huge counter to large health pools and champions that just won't go down easily. However, remember that if someone has less than 1500 health, they will still be reset to the 1500 health mark when this ultimate is used. So in rare cases, you could actually be giving enemies a better chance to survive than if they had not been transformed. Try to make sure you don't have to reload during Evil Mojo also, as it can waste valuable time when your opponents are vulnerable and helpless, possibly allowing them to escape your evil alchemy. If the enemies aren't killed, their health will return to what its previous state was before they were transformed. Now that we've covered Pip's skills, let's move on to his loadouts. Here we are again at the loadout section. The basic loadout focuses more on mobility and a greater chance to heal allies by increasing healing potions radius. It also focuses on giving you healing options to regenerate health while using your movement skill to escape, helping to keep you in the fight longer and giving you a better chance at survival. Personally, I like to use this type of loadout, allowing me to consistently slow enemies with my explosive flask and lifesteal off them with my next shots. This helps me when in duels, and when I'm hitting many groups of enemies, it allows me to stay topped off health-wise in case a flanker or damage dealer attempts to take me down. If you want to check out my builds or any other players, go to Import, type their name, and you should see all of their loadouts for that champion. As far as items go, I'm a big fan of cooldown reduction on Pip, so Chronos is a usual pickup. I also favor Morale Boost for the increased chance to chicken enemies, Cauterize for the AoE and easy to apply anti-heal, and Haven for the damage reduction. Now that we've covered the loadouts, let's move into the final section, the tips and tricks. Alright, so my first tip for Pip is to Explosive Flask Potion combo as frequently as possible, and choose targets wisely. A great combo can burn a Cassie down to half health, and make her move slower than a turtle, no offense Makoa, allowing your teammates to follow through and take her out. If that same combo was focused towards a full health Fernando on the point, it wouldn't be nearly as effective, and the slow would be useless since he's standing there anyway. One thing is learning to mechanically fire both shots quickly so that they burst the target and catch them off guard. But the other aspect is utilizing that slow to help your teammates capitalize on weakened and fleeing enemies. My second tip for Pip is to ult key targets to eliminate them easily. This means tanks that have way too much sustain, or healers that are too valuable to their team's success on the point, or even flankers that are on 10+ kill streaks and taking out every one of your backline damage dealers. Being aware of who is hurting you most will allow you to make the biggest impact on the fight with your ult, and that can often be the difference maker in how things turn out. Lastly, Pip is that all-around Vulpin. Pip's a do-it-all man. He can heal, he can do decent damage, he can slow enemies and even hard CC them when his ultimate is available. I don't recommend playing Pip and trying to out-heal a Grover or a Ying, or someone more geared towards healing. I also don't recommend trying to out-damage an Androxus. I think Pip is best played as a jack-of-all-trades. Sometimes, helping to finish off an enemy by using your weightless offensively and healing yourself with your healing potion can mean more in a fight than healing up your teammate who ends up dying. Making the right decisions all the time is impossible, but becoming aware that Pip can do a lot more than his role denotes can make you a very strong Pip player and ultimately increase the amount of fun and success you have in the realm.
All right, well, that's going to do it for me today and our favorite Vulpine, Pip. If you want to see more of my channel, you can check me out at Rain Day Gaming, and that'll be in the description below. Also, if you want to stay tuned to more Paladins game episodes like how to play and other stuff on the channel, make sure to hit that subscribe button. And if you want to see the latest episode that you might have missed, go ahead and click the annotation at the end of your screen. As always, remember to never give up, never stop gaming, and we'll see you all in the realm.
Laying in your bed, fighting ghosts in my head. Wish that I could let you go. Remember all we had. How could we get this bad? Where did we lose our glow? You live, you learn. When your heart is set to burn, fading away until the light will return. Someone bring me back to the time when our hearts unite.
Champions, welcome back to the Paladins Invitational here at Hirez Expo 2017. Brought to you by Twitch Prime. My name is Vox, joined by a brand new face to the casting screen. The casting scene here today, it is none other than my dear friend and partner in crime, Alan, I hold shift, Donofrio.
Well, I have to say, I kind of feel like I'm coming off the bench here. Like
Yeah.
we're halfway through all the rounds, and it's just been I've been watching. I'm almost like Kami. Maybe we'll see Kami come back on stage tomorrow. He'll be coming right off the bench as well. Maybe we won't see him. Who knows?
Oh my goodness, maybe we will indeed. For those of you watching at home, there's something else which you will be seeing very shortly, however. Do not forget that all throughout this broadcast, and just in general, we have got Twitch linking enabled for all of you watching via Twitch at home. All you've got to do is visit hirezstudios.com/link to link up your twitch.tv accounts with your Hirez accounts and have a chance at earning in-game swag just for watching this stream.
Yeah, it's the easiest and quickest way to get in-game items. But on top of that, if you want to spend a little bit of in-game currency and get some exclusives that we've seen just promoted through just this Hirez Expo in general, labeled with that 2017 logo, you can find the Hirez Digital Loot Pack in-game as well. And there's a lot of great stuff there. A number of skins, Fernando's blue shield, and the suit, the full suit.
The branded shield as well. It's got the logo on there, man. It's fantastic. We've also got the Convention 2017 Ying and Victor's limited time skin as well for the Invitational. Everything looks gorgeous. We've got some victory poses, there's MVP poses.
The trophy one.
Oh, fantastic. And the sprays to boot as well. So you can spray all over the walls, say, hey, we were at Paladins Esports before anything else began. For the time being, though, for those of you just joining us, let's take a look at the schedule from earlier today to see what matches have already been played and how the scores are looking for Group A on day one.
And everything that's been going on as far as things for this schedule has been really building up to what this last back half is going to look like. Everything's been 3-0 sweeps. We saw this very regularly as things were really going for District 69. We expected that outcome, I think, mostly. And Matchpoint also flexing in that last round. They get a chance to come back. But the big storyline here, QG and Black Dragons have each played 2. Black Dragons in a little bit of a rough spot at being 0-2, but QG right now has their own fate in their own hands. If they can take down Matchpoint, they'll be sitting at 2-1, and they'll be looking like they'll be a favorite to get into the semifinals.
Now that does sound like a tall order. Matchpoint, the self-proclaimed #1 team in North America and the world, if they're to be trusted, although that is yet to be proven, will be facing QG, who did beat out Black Dragons. Black Dragons put up a decent fight at times against Matchpoint, so I'm seeing a little glimmer of hope there. They might be able to throw some shade their way, and Matchpoint versus QG will be the next set coming up yet. But we've got 2 more after that, and what are we going to be seeing?
The big key is as we build down to match number 6, District 69 will show up on stage one more time to face up against Black Dragons. That'll be almost like, I guess, their tune-up as far as getting themselves re-warmed up. And again, the perennial matchup that we're really looking at in the premier showcase here is this #1 seeded qualified Matchpoint team from North America versus the #2 qualified team in District 69 from Europe.
They are the #2 seed coming out of Europe, but they are your previous LAN champions, having won the Paladins Founders Tournament at DreamHack Summer in Jönköping, Sweden earlier earlier in 2016. So there's a lot of weight behind them, and I feel like a lot of responsibility for their region because they've got such a big reputation behind them. But Matchpoint and Team QG coming up next. We've seen them both a couple of times before, but I wonder if we're going to have any kind of switch-ups coming in the map drafting phase.
You know, the map drafting phase is very interesting, I think, especially as QG takes a look at it, because they have not had the experience to play up, or really, I mean, I'm sure they've done their homework on Matchpoint, but the thing about Matchpoint is they're so well rehearsed. I mean, these guys are incredible. They're 15, now 16-1 since dating back before the EVO Winners Classic. They're 94% win rate on just sets in general. It's 42-5 on maps. You really you don't have a safe pick against Matchpoint.
Which is pretty nutty. So QG take away Timbermill, not wanting to deal with potential EVs, Kness's wildcard champions. We don't see too often Matchpoint respond with Ice Mines, and I feel like they're being safe with this. Matchpoint, we've seen maybe caught by surprise a little bit by the master riding strategy that's come out on this map previously. So just going with what they know, removing the potential for QG to surprise them. Serpent Beach ends up as the first pick, and again, it's very, very safe for them.
Oh, absolutely. And this is a map, Serpent Beach compared to Ice Mine. Serpent Beach, you have a more successful chance at getting a full payload conversion after you maybe capture that neutral center point. Ice Mines is very defensive friendly. So as we take a look at what this dynamic brings with this kind of more open style map, the match in general is going to be interesting based on what picks we actually get here.
And those picks should be available on your screen, starting with Matchpoint hovering Sky. You know, Stolzy has a reputation for Sky. He's looking at the camera. Will it be locked in? No. You tease. It will be Makoa first, which is a relatively standard pickup for Matchpoint, opening the door for them for a whole lot else. Team QG, how are they going to respond?
You know, the interesting thing, when Makoa's picked up, we have seen Fernando be prioritized very early, simply because Makoa, Fernando together, it's the two highlighted big bodies in the front line, and we are going to see Fernando picked up. And actually Cassie, which is great because Matchpoint actually prefers to pick Cassie as their #1 or #2 pick 89% of the time.
That is a very, very frequent pick rate, and that often goes over to Dozups or maybe Stolzy, but now taking it away, putting it on Knight, who we saw perform spectacularly with it earlier today. It's a good look for Team QG. Matchpoint, they're going to have to go back to basics here, and I'd love to see the Sky, but as we wait for the draft to be locked in, I'm feeling maybe Andro. We'll have to see.
The Andro is definitely probably a favorite, I would say, as they're looking at what is viable for those damage dealers to get back in now that the Cassie is offline. But that being said, we have seen the Makoa Ruckus combination very regularly today, and that's what's coming up with the support coming from the Meldamba.
And this is one of the win conditions, the trifectas that Matchpoint have been preaching since they got here. You get Makoa, Ruckus, and Meldamba, you just win the game, supposedly, unless you misplay. To counter that, Team QG will need a lot of damage to try and break through the defense of Matchpoint. Shaolin will perfectly augment that, but as well, taking Ying for sustain, some more of that fire and forget style healing, which we saw Master Lu utilize pretty well earlier today as well.
Very, very well. And Master Lu has actually been really kind of lights out on Ying. We haven't really had a lot of time to talk about what supports have been doing, but his use of Dimensional Link with those illusions to bounce back and forth, you'll see a couple blips and you'll see Ying kind of dash in and out. That's her Dimensional Link. That's her movement skill, and he's been doing a very good job of utilizing that to stay alive.
Makes them very tricky and hard to lock down, but lock them down. Matchpoint will, at least with their final two picks. Androxus and Drogo's coming through, going back with a fan and the family favorite for likely Stolzy. And Drogo's coming in for the area damage and the shield kill potential. I like it. Maybe vulnerable to Shaolin, and especially to Team QG's final pickup of Victor. Up in the skies, you are well, you got a bullseye on you.
Yeah, absolutely. But the thing about Victor, Knight has done a very good job. We've seen him lock down a couple of different triple kills, and I anticipate we're probably going to see him playing Victor this match as well. The big thing about this, as you look at Team QG, this is all direct damage, and most of it is mid to long range. The only thing that's going to be bringing any kind of an AoE real effect, as far as the auto attack goes, is the Fire Lance coming out of Fernando.
So we're likely to see Matchpoint looking to sit on a point hold and run with that kind of playstyle. Team QG, they're going to have to do point break, which is going to be curious when they're trying to run Fernando alongside that. But we know that point break can suffer because of Makoa. You want to sit back, you want to chip down your enemies on the objective and out, sustain them, burn through their shields, and then blast them down. But if Makoa pulls you into the mix and you've got nobody who can peel for you, you're in a bit of a tough spot.
And the other thing that's really interesting about that point, Fox, is the fact that Ying does not really have any burst heal. So if you are pulled out of position, there's really no good way to save yourself without having someone else really sacrificing their health pool to kind of cross that damage between two different bodies.
Can be very difficult. You marked an itemization, and we are about to head straight into game. So let's take a look at the scoreboard, see what itemization these champions pick up. But also, let's break down the players for the final time for Team QG in their third set of the day.
Sporting the red trunks, it will be Master Lu playing Cassie, Mikasa on Shaolin, Spira on Ying, Yi will be playing Fernando, and Knight will be playing Victor.
And of course, match point with War Doom on Makoa Cuscuti, in the Eras Droga Smidgen on Maldamba, Stolzy on Androxus, Dose-Ups on Ruckus, and immediately Stolzy up and over looking for the assassination, finds multiple shots, but Master Lu picks up first blood on Cassie. Knight will be on the, as you said, the victor this time, and although Smidgen trades out for one, this is an early advantage going through. The damage that Team QG has paying off in dividends.
I do not know what Match Point's doing here. They were very scattered across that entire back line. Some people sitting around the bridge, others by the sundial. It was just kind of not really here nor there. It was just kind of all over.
If I could put it in a word, I'd say overconfidence. Oh, hold that thought though. Mikasa is pulled in by Makoa. That opens up the opportunity for Match Point to collapse once again on the objective, and they're still leading the objective capture rate. Smidgen and Stolzy cleaning up. Master Lu goes down as well to Cuscuti, and stunned out by Maldamba will be Yi. Going sent straight back to base. 90% on the capture point, and despite the early deficit, Match Point take control.
And this is where Match Point is going to take the ball and run with it. They're going to sit up right underneath this bridge, find a way to keep them up top or just back towards their spawn so this payload can freely move, and that's exactly what it's doing so far, Vox.
Oh, that reversal could have been huge, but Stolzy can't confirm the damage. Nice jukes from QG to remove themselves from the area. Cuscuti will retreat back to the safety of their team, and some support and sustain from Maldamba with the gourd as they have been poked out very low. But War Doom opens up a kill onto Yi, and this provides Match Point with the opportunity to push through a complete lack of frontline. Cuscuti picks up two, but can Knight turn things around?
I really like the positioning play, even though the Cassie is likely to fall. Triple kill coming out for Cuscuti, and the Dragon Punch now as well, looking for a kill. This is really going to help the payload move if he can find anybody, but there's nobody on screen.
No, and that's really good for the Fernando. Yi from the side of QG able to stay out of range of Dragon Punch, not be one-shot by the ultimate coming out of Cuscuti, stays alive and now can contest the payload because it is advancing very, very rapidly. Stolzy looking for Knight in the back line, can't confirm the kill. Can they find the shots around the corner? Immortal keeps them alive, and this could be the point at which we see QG hold, but no, the accursed arm takes down one, Smidgen cleans up another, and QG Reapers are being dismantled. Triple kill for the hometown hero of Stolzy.
And he doesn't even need to get in the air. He says, I'm okay just sitting on my own 2 feet and using this accursed arm. That revolver coming to life with hitting for big, big, big bonuses. And now you're looking at the net worth, and it's all blue.
Oh, it certainly is, and that will give the team of Match Point a lot of credits with which to spend in the item store in base between rounds. What are they going to elect to go into here to really accelerate their lead?
And like we talked about during the drafting phase, everybody except for Fernando is mitigated out by Haven. You're seeing 4 of those come online, and Stolzy actually looking to get right into that support space with double cauterize. That's 60% less healing coming in.
So Stolzy playing the more true assassin role, not trying to brawl out around the objective, but lock down with some anti-heal, take the support and sustain away from QG. I like it. It might work, but QG have to recognize this and respond to it. Those items are available in the in-game scoreboard for everybody to see, so as they approach the objective, they've got to be watching out for this Androxus on the backside. But maybe it's Cuscuti they should be more scared of, as Hexafire from Dose-Ups ripped through too!
Oh my God, all 4 falling. It is all just left to Fernando, who sprinted out and pulled up the shield and essentially said, I'm out of here, guys. I'm not sticking around, even though he is going to get pulled and brought down eventually here. Maybe not, though. The shield coming up at a very good time, and his team is getting close, but no. He still falls.
Oh, Stolzy gets right up in his face, activates Defiance. The Androxus ult fire for the triple shot burst and just blasts straight through. Match Point 72% and rising. There's no way for QG to get anywhere near the objective because throughout all of that fight, Match Point were capping. They hold the advantage. They get the second capture of this first game. 3-0 on the scoreboard. And now it's all up to QG to make the defense of their lifetime.
It's the defense of their lifetime for sure. The Cinderella story is online if they want to have a chance. The barrage is coming out, so damage is getting confirmed, even though no kills are showing up on your kill feed. Ruckus is very low, and the Fernando's actually going to chase it down, and you're seeing an actual salvo come out to really poke away that Fernando, and the red team now having to fall back as, again, QG finding their health pools is not at a high enough level double the contest.
Hold that thought though. No, the reversal was fed for Stolzy. Ying's ultimate might have kept Knight alive, but no, the damage pushed into Androxus was just too much. On the respawn is Makoa advancing towards the objective. Ruckus too advancing, trying to keep their rate of fire up. And again, hovering this position you talked about, finds a Dredge Anchor shutdown kill. Mikasa, get out of here. We're rolling forwards.
That's the power of War Doom on Makoa. He's been stabilized as having this front line down for match point, and he's showing the strength. That was a max range, uphill hook, beautiful play, and now his team converting. You can see Victor's even saying, I'm sprinting out of here. There's no way I'm going to be able to contest.
Clean up on aisle 3. No, that's just Stolte. He's coming in looking for the double kill. Reversal is available, not going to use it instead. Accursed Arm finds nothing but provides zone. Still, the objective is contested, but with 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock and no sign of this payload stopping, match point are looking at a 4-0 victory.
And a little shaky start near the beginning, but this has been just sheer domination so far from the North American favorite. They've been sitting on social media saying, we're flexing as the #1. They're showing it right now.
And as we see their faces looking at the camera, Stolzy just dead-eyeing the camera there, getting a nice little wave in. Maybe, no, not treating us to that today. Maybe discussing tactics now for the next upcoming match, but what's there really to say after that previous game? Because it was just so one-sided.
And that really comes down to the fact that this team is experienced. They've been playing the game for a very, very long time as a 5-man roster, even really about almost the entire history of the organization being match point. That being said, they have the flexibility of playing any type of character. The tactics going into this next one is copy-paste.
Just go with what works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Exactly.
Okay, so expect maybe some more Ruckus. We did see Eevee come out last time, which would be interesting. Match point can throw that in as a wild card pick, but ultimately at this point, it feels like Match point, they can't be outdrafted. They'll just play anything and still win.
Absolutely. I mean, I would almost see... We've heard some talk. You mentioned it the last time they came on stage. They might be styling a little bit. We saw the Sky was hovered on for a second. We'll see if that ends up being the case. But let's take a look at this match before we go into the next one, as the scoreboard is looking like, I'm sure, as one-sided as what the result was.
One-sided, you say, but again, I'm going to draw your attention to it. Check out that solo kills column. Stolzy leading the charge at 4, but only 2 more for the entire rest of the team, demonstrating Matchpoint's ability to play as a unit. Smidgen sitting at 0 deaths on Maldamba, a bit of a resident sleeper throughout the duration of that game, but sitting around the objective constantly and never contested. Who's going to dive the Maldamba from QG's team composition?
The problem is you can't just dive the Maldamba and be successful, especially what they ran. But that being said, even if you do try to focus out this support, there's just so much peel on the side of match point. You have Fire Spit that'll zone people away. You have the hook from War Doom, which he barely even misses ever, and then that's not going to work. Dose-Ups can just turn around and just start shredding with those dual miniguns. So it's just not really anything that is good, and Smidgen just is really good at positioning. Let's not just say that no one dove on him. He's really smart about when he uses Slither, that intargetable movement ability that Maldamba has, and that's really the key, is that he's so good at knowing the pros and cons of that character.
Absolutely, so it's knowledge of the champion and trust in your team. Their draft might not have been fruity, but Matchpoint had more peel than an orange in that previous game. I do want to draw your attention to objective time for the side of QG. Look how well Matchpoint were able to zone. We saw Yi get in and contest the payload a lot, but Master Lu able to get nowhere near the objective point. 3 seconds was all Mikasa and Knight were managing to achieve. This doesn't seem to be a deficit from QG, just more testament to how well Matchpoint were playing and their positional awareness around every objective.
Yeah, and that's a really big point as far as, you know, what can the Cassie do to even free up the battlefield a little bit to get their team closer towards that payload. She has the no fall off damage, so from any distance, her auto attacks will hit for the same. That's the big key to Cassie when you're looking at what impact to a front line they can bring. But still, the fact of the matter is there's 2 players with 3 on the objective time. The other ones are not even, barely even over 50. It just tells the story that there is no objective really at all when it comes down to converting for QG.
And what can you do when every single member besides Smidgen from Matchpoint gets up and close and personal in your face? 4 members who can split the carry role well between them. Stolzy, we talk about so much. Dose-Ups on Ruckus is definitely nothing to be sneezed at. Cuss Cutie as well on Drogo, sitting at the highest damage in game so far. 39,000 in just 9 minutes and 23 seconds. He is constantly dishing out those rockets and the AoE fire spits, and we saw in the previous game, I think you can remember the second objective, Cuscutie comes back up from behind. They're expecting Stolzy, but instead it's this big AoE burst, and there's nobody who can really counter that. We talked about maybe the anti-air potential of Victor or Charlene, but it just felt like that went completely amiss in the previous round.
Well, the big thing as well is you wanted to, if you're QG, to stay together, stay cohesive, try to find a way to work the objective or at least the map in some favor towards yourself.
Building on that, you've only got one frontliner, so you have to stay behind that one shield if you want to stay safe. Grouped up is exactly what Drogoz enjoys.
Yeah, and he does so well on this map too. And speaking of, it's going to be interesting to see what is picked next as we go to map number 2 in this best of 5 series. Again, QG needs to come out strong here.
Oh, Frozen Guard. Okay, that is a bit of an unusual one. It's not often that we do see Ice Mines brought into rotation this early. Previously, we've seen the Temple Isle theme favored very heavily, but Frozen Guard might just play exactly into how both of these teams want to run these games. We know that Matchpoint have made some showstopper plays on this map, but if QG want to run a very long line of sight-based team composition again with Cassie and Charlene, that could work out very well on this map. And why was that?
The big thing is the fact that this map is essentially, I don't mean it's one alley, but it's almost just one alley. Once you get past the convert of actually getting the payload, there's no way for you to go left or right outside of the mines. And that's a very tight area that most people like to avoid, especially as a full team. Same thing with Ice Mines. This is actually a really good map for a QG simply because you are much more easily able to defend on this map. So if you're not able to capture the point, at least you might be able to get some points back and elongate the game by getting successful defenses.
So will QG run with the same bow duo, or will they elect to go a completely different route? Let's find out, as they do have first pick going into this draft. It's going to look like it's going to be Makoa. It is Makoa. That's unsurprising at this point.
Yeah, unsurprising at all. And the fact of the matter is, QG has been really learning the game throughout this entire day. You've seen them get better and better match after match after match. And Makoa is one of those really easily converted initiating base characters that will allow you off the Dredge Anchor, that hook that he has, to really neutralize and just delete a character instantly. And not surprising, Fernando picked up to counter, and one of their big priorities, Cassie.
This does open up Team QG for the potential of running into Ruckus Maldamba, which is exactly what Matchpoint did previously. We're going to see the Ruckus still by the looks of things, but instead of drafting your very strong support champion, which has been prioritized by many teams so far throughout today, it's going to be Charlene for some extra direct damage. Matchpoint now do have Smidgen or Cuscutie's Maldamba available to them.
And that's really big when it comes down to what can you get an advantage on right now in the draft, as no healers have been taken, no support has been taken, Maldama hovered on, and the Eevee that you mentioned might be coming into play. Indeed it will be.
Oh dear, the Winter Witch on her home turf of Frozen Guard will be rocketing skywards around the Igloo, and notably pairs very well with Maldamba, because even airborne, as long as you can hit those hit scan healer right-click shots with Maldamba, you are able to heal them up in midair. But we're seeing it first here today. The new champion to join the realm, Tyre, will be the final pick from Team QG alongside Ying.
No.
I love this, but oh
No.
my god. Oh,
No.
it will be!
Let's
Stolzy,
go!
you demon! Sky locked in for Matchpoint to close things out. This game is so stylish. I can't hear. It's as stylish as you right now.
Whoa. Thank you.
I know.
I don't have the fancy knot, but at least thank you.
I can teach you.
Thanks later. So, the interesting thing is, so Tyra gets picked up, and they go into Sky, and I'm gonna go away from the style pick. Sky is actually not a bad pick up here because Tyra has no mobility. So if there is a bomb that gets dropped, a toxic time bomb that gets dropped, she's gonna have a harder time getting away from it. Not to mention, there are so many good targets in the backline for Sky to pick apart.
No kidding, and Sky does have bonus % damage of maximum HP when she stacks up her poison bolts. If she confirms all 3 onto a Makoa in Ancient Rage, as long as she's not focused down, she will be able to take out that Makoa in seconds. Works very well against Ruckus too, but still, Sky does have just an 1800 health pool, one of the lowest in-game in combination with Eevee, so she will be subject to maybe an Impaler arrow from Charlene and very easily shut down.
That's the key. The other side of things is what is Knight going to do on Tyra. But let's talk about these teams. Rocking the blue chunks. It will be Spira playing Makoa, Master Lu on Ying. Yi Xing will be playing Ruckus, Mikasa on the Shaolin, and Knight playing Tyra.
Their opponents, a match point, one up in the set so far. Gus Cutie leads the charge on Maldamba. Smidgen will be playing Evie Stolzy on Sky as predicted. Wardoom taking Fernando Dozups on Ruckus. And let's check out where this Sky goes with their master riding bonus mount speed straight to the back line, but there's nobody to be found here.
Yeah, finding the Maldamba though on the side is going to be kind of a nice team up. The ice block on point. It will be first blood to the Sky, and here comes all the damage coming out from Dozups, and a double kill from Maldamba on Cuss Cutie.
Looking for a third one, but Stolzy snaps that away. 2 for 2, and one to finish it off. Full team wipe in a matter of seconds for Team QG. And whilst we have the opportunity and match point zone heavily on the respawns, 4 players forcing out, leaving just Smidgen on the objective. Knight on Tyra going into Illuminate, an item which enables you to see stealth champions from further away. How do you feel about that?
I mean, it's understandable, but I still think unnecessary. I mean, if you have the communication as a team to relate the Sky is here, you don't need it because you should be able to turn around and focus. That just shows how terrified, I guess, they are against this Sky, as the objective is captured, so that timer will count down at the top of your screen, signifying not only the progress that payload's making, but how much time until overtime they have to get a successful push.
Wardoom will be trying to spearhead this charge, just forcing out the issue, finds the opportunity for a fireball around the backside, doesn't confirm bonus damage, is pulled out their shield as well, Planted comes through, Master Lu gets credit for that kill, shutting them down, and Stolzy is forced to retreat, hiding in smoke screens so they can't be easily shut down, but Lightning will be punished for this, yes! Knight gets themselves on the board and takes out the Twilight Assassin.
Yeah, and the big thing about Knight playing Tyra, the thing to keep in mind is the closer she is, that assault rifle does bonus and extra damage. So getting in the face, or at least staying mid-range to the different characters for match point is going to really benefit the damage output from that Tyra. Wow.
Did you see that dodge roll as well? Just getting barely out of the way of Dredge Anchor was Dozups. Disengages the rockets off the edge of the map. Wardoom getting credit for that kill, but nice situational environmental hazard play. Can they find another one? No, Disengage is still down, but Dozups is definitely still up. Finds the bonus damage. Dodge roll shot onto Mikasa. Nobody to contest. They come out of spawn. Tyra shut down immediately. Match point. They know how to combo play.
Absolutely they do. And just individually, Dozups was dodging in and out of projectiles. You mentioned the fact he dodged the Dredge Anchor, but then also dodged the Shaolin and pinned him up and got the bonus damage, plus the life steal, which is helping sustain due to the loadout that he has in his cards.
So let's just talk this Tyra versus Sky matchup once again. You got to remember that Tyra does have an ability in her kit instead of a movement ability, Hunter's Mark, which does reveal targets no matter where they are on the map, as long as you can confirm it onto them. If Sky goes invisible whilst it's active, they will be revealed. Does this make Illuminate worthless at this point?
And Knight is going into a second option of it as well. He saw the net worth was very favoring match point, so I don't know if this is really a very good investment in character credits. But on top of that, it's actually interesting to see the Ying, even though there's been so many deaths on the side of QG, is staying up on top of this healing stat and right there with the Maldamba.
You mentioned how masterful Master Lu was earlier in the game. Let's see if they can help their team pull through a victory. Mikasa takes out Stolzy. Will Time Bomb find a return kill? Knight, as you said, immobile as Tyra is shut down, and now Wardoom is pushing out forwards, trying to find some shots into the enemies. Smidgen is pummeling straight into everybody on QG. As we do see Master Lu fall, this will be another team wipe coming through, and despite the 39% cap for QG, match point will quickly race ahead and look exactly where they're going. Same place again.
Same place again, and it's raising very quickly, and it's going to be very well sustained due to, again, how aggressive this zone is. Everyone's picking a lane and essentially saying we can dismount, we can even pick some fights. As you see, Wardoom is getting right in there as this Fernando, not scared whatsoever, but actually gets pulled by a max range hook from Spira, who's able to convert, helping out, getting 2 kills, and now it's going to be QG coming right back at it. Even though the payload is converted, they have a chance to get some positioning favorites.
It still doesn't matter for the capture, but as you said, if match point can be shut down here, if QG can stem the bleeding, then they have the opportunity to set up a defense under the archways. We do see Dozups looking for Ying. They can't quite find the kill, but here's Stolzy again in the back line looking for a kill. Oh my goodness, I see what you mean about this Ying play. That was ridiculous.
Dancing around the clone because, again, damage is taken by those clones, but oh my goodness, you hear the ticking in the background, and now there's a Dread Serpent as well. It's going to be all in favor of Matchpoint as they try to move this payload forward. A good hook, though, again. The Fernando getting pulled more often than I think he thought he might be.
Wardoom, yeah, he's very vulnerable to these Dredge Anchors. Seems to be overplaying himself a little bit, as well as Smidgen pulled in. Slither is down, looking for the shutdown. Spyro does miss a shot. Immortal comes out from Fernando. Fantastic fantastic defensive ultimate in combination with Ice Storm shuts down all the aggression from Team QG. Double kill for Smidgen, and the rest of Matchpoint will push forwards towards the conversion again. 5 minutes, 45 seconds in. This is looking like it's already over.
It's getting pretty close. We won't quite say it yet because, of course, that's the most famous of last words as we usually have happen. But, again, this has been such a dominating performance. Smidgen doing a really good job on Eevee, usually playing support, showing that he can flex just as much on the Winter Witch.
Now we need to see the heroic plays come out of somebody. Anybody to hold this one down. Hexafire will buy time for Mikasa to take out Smidgen, but Time Bomb used in close proximity. Who's going to fall? Nobody to Stolzy except at the end. Dozov cleans up too. Nobody can contest. Matchpoint roll it through another 4-0 sweep.
Very easy indeed for them. You'd be able to show off and really flex different variety of picks. Again, talking about the fact that Smidgen can go back and forth between support and damage and do really well on Eevee, but on top of that, the Sky being thrown in, really, that's the highlight there, is what we've been kind of waiting for from Matchpoint.
We don't see it often, but what was nice to see is, as you remarked, Sky goes in, drops 3 poison bolts to Makoa, shreds through completely. It was only Ancient Rage in that last push, which did save the Makoa for the side of QG, but it just wasn't enough to hold back the tide that is Matchpoint. They're an unstoppable force right now, and they are yet to meet an immovable object. And I've got to ask you, it doesn't seem to come down to draft in any way. QG, they've got to change something more fundamental if they want to stand a chance versus these Juggernauts.
Absolutely, and we saw them struggle, you know, rather pretty badly against District 69 earlier, but again, that's the first match of the day, and as we have said, and Kret hit it on it really nicely, was the fact that this team is learning and they're really developing very nicely as a squad, and you can start to see they're starting to understand how to best combine ultimates, how other players are doing it live in a competitive environment, and they're doing a pretty good job of at least mimicking and finding their own way to stylize a little bit as well.
I also do really like that QG aren't afraid to pull out the Tyra pick. Now, most teams would find that unbearable. She has very limited movement. She is easy to shut down from champions or by champions like Eevee, but they're going to go with something different to kick things up a notch, to throw a spanner in the works. Matchpoint did the same, but I mean, we've had Sky in the game for a very long time. So Tyra brings something new, but was it enough? I don't know. We'll find out on the scoreboard to see how much impact she had on the game, or if it was a bit of a flop. Let's take a look.
The big thing, again, that I first look at when I glance at these screens is what the eliminations look like throughout the team. You can see there are no solo kills on the side of QG, which again shows that they were not able to find any individual success. And on the flip side, 4 individual kills for Stolzy, which is a success, I would say, for Sky. That's what you want to find, is getting pressure in that back line.
No kidding, and the amount of deaths picked up by Matchpoint is incredibly low across the board, except Stolzy, and as we remarked earlier, Sky, 1800 HP, has to be up close and personal if she wants to do any kind of damage. She's going to be in a vulnerable spot, but the distraction you bring with that is so valuable, and also that's why Stolzy picked up Master Riding to get back to the fight faster with your increased mount speed. On the top side, though, again, let's talk Knight, let's talk Tyra. It's the first time we've seen this champion played competitively in this kind of environment at all. How does she perform compared to other champions that we've seen earlier today, do you feel?
I mean, 7-7 is not bad as an overall stat line for eliminations and deaths, especially considering what just happened.
Especially considering that you're fighting into 2 flankers who are great at taking out immobile targets. That's actually a very impressive stat line considering what you're fighting into.
A lot of that comes down to, A, the team gets a lot of value out of seeing the mark, the reveal that comes with that ability, and on top of that, that bonus damage will help you secure kills a little bit better. On top of that, you can see the damage was actually pretty right up there. Surprisingly, the Makoa had a lot, again, based on a lot of really great hooks. I don't know if we've talked about it much, but once you get that hook and pull them closer, that first cannon blast does a big bonus boost of damage.
Certainly does. Over 1,000 pre-mitigation from items like Haven, and Spyra was fantastic at confirming those objective pulls, especially onto Fernando, but still, Tyra maybe not the solution that QG were looking for. Let's take a look at the 3rd map pick of today to find out if QG can gain an advantage here.
Jaguar Falls. We've seen it a lot.
Jaguar Falls.
Your British is just... Let's not go to Jaguar.
It just is.
I can't... do it again. Let me try and impress you and impersonate you.
Okay. Jaguar.
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 Okay. Yes.
So Jaguar Falls is where we're going to be going. I'm now turned into Vox.
I feel like I need a cup of tea listening to you say that to me. We've seen Jaguar Falls a few times earlier today. It's very close quarters. Ruckus definitely favored here, although I can say safely the Ruckus has been favored on most maps so far. This is actually somewhere where Tyra could be useful. You've got a lot of close quarters areas. If QG want to pull it out again, they could find Firebomb paying dividends towards them.
They absolutely could. And again, Firebomb is great because it reduces healing. in that area that the Firebomb comes down on, which is really big when it comes to, especially against a Ruckus who's not very mobile because he's just got the advance. And on top of that, he's relying on healing to stay in front of that fight. So that's an option. The other interesting point with Ruckus is he's been played in every single match but one today, which is really interesting because you rewind a couple of weeks, even a month ago, and people were barely even touching Ruckus. He hasn't really changed much. People are just figuring out how he works now.
We saw a little bit of Ruckus back in the ESL tournaments a few weeks ago. Notably, a player called Waters was running that a little bit. They're the hipster at this point, running Ruckus before it's cool, but players are quickly tuned in to how to best utilize them. Will Ruckus go to either team at this point? It didn't work out for QG, but it certainly did for Matchpoint. The draft is ready. Let's take a look and find out who is going to get their priority pick first up. Team QG, what are they going into?
I have to imagine, I was going to say they have to establish their front line. They've done such a good job with Makoa, but, you know, Knight, we saw him play very, very impressively on the Cassie, so I actually really like going for the establishment and getting Knight something that he feels comfortable on and can pull out an impact, but again, that leaves Fernando Makoa alive.
But this means that Matchpoint won't be going into Ruckus unless they draft 3 frontliners, which leaves them vulnerable to a lot of Wrecker pickups and a lot of damage from champions like Drogoz. That one-shot potential against these high health pools is so valuable. How will QG respond? They're going to take Ruckus to make sure Matchpoint don't get that opportunity lest they go into Barrack. Maldamba too. QG sitting on a very strong draft so far, but they will have a vulnerable front line.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is I'm looking at Team QG and I'm starting to do the whole thinking is, do they possibly like to continue to go double front line and pick up a Barrack along with the Ruckus? Because right now Ruckus is in a very vulnerable spot to those hooks. I mean, it's just going to be very devastating for him to stay on point and feel safe. Cassie can close distance to help secure a little bit of damage, and of course the disengage, her right click, will help push people away. But it's just going to be interesting to see if they decide to go that way. Androxus and Ying, though, were picked up for match point, which again establishes that damage and support.
Oh, not a Barrack that we might have been expecting. Oh boy, it's Grover. Praise be to the Church of Grover. Pretty hair, I know you're in the audience somewhere. I hope you're happy. This means double support for QG, banking on survivability and sustain to keep their Ruckus alive. But I would have honestly liked to see the Barrack more, because who on Matchpoint is going to be able to shred through shields?
I mean, the thing about it is they don't even have to worry about shedding through shields now. They can all invest straight into Cauterize and start taking away all of that healing. Again, Cauterize is that anti-heal card, and with, again, Maldamba and Grover being the 2 supports, I guess I'm kind of scratching my head a little bit as far as where Team QG thinks they're going to get their value from. They have good damage. Cassie Shaolin can provide a lot of output very quickly. The big key here is if they do not have a front line to set up that Shaolin or Cassie, they're going to have a very tough game.
Well, again, unlike Matchpoint, who have drafted Drogoz as their last pick, Team QG have no source of area damage in their lineup besides Maldamba's Gourd at this point and Cassie's Blast Shot, which we can negate that at this point. Matchpoint, as you said, it's simple. They go Haven, they go Cauterize. It's game Grover for Grover.
I mean, it's going to be very difficult. The key here, and this is what we need to keep in mind, is those items get online late game and they become that much more impactful. If Team QG can find a way to get themselves established early, if they can possibly find a way to go 2-0 on Jaguar Falls here, I really think that they do have a shot to maybe put a little bit of pressure on Matchpoint, get that early net worth in their favor, and see what happens.
Well, I can certainly appreciate that. Maybe Snowball is the name of the game as we do transition into Jaguar Falls. 3rd game up in this set. Team QG on the left-hand side, headed by Mikasa on Shaolin. Spyra picks up Grover Masalu on Maldamba. Yi will be playing Ruckus, and Knight rounding out the draft as Cassie.
And for the North American favorites in Matchpoint, Smidgen on the Makoa, Cuss Cutie will be playing Ying, Stolzy on Androxus, Wardoom, rocking the Fernando, and Doseups will be headed up with the thrust to the skies, playing Drogoz.
Look at this positioning right now coming out of Mikasa. They're very, very apprehensive. All of QG are holding back, waiting for Matchpoint to make a move, and whilst I like this defensive playstyle because it doesn't allow them to get pincered, look at the capture rate. It's 36% and climbing. Halfway there is going to be given completely free to Matchpoint, and now Team QG have a great deal of pressure on them to force their way in. Can they find an opening? No, Stolzy picks up first blood, but he's going to be in a very vulnerable spot.
Oh, the Dragon's Spin, the Fire Spin pushing everybody out of his way. In fact, the big key here is 84% already. No one from QG has even looked at the point, let alone set a foot on it. Now they're finally getting there. And again, you can see the repulsor field coming online is going to give that AoE shielding to a number of their players, getting the damage reduction. But still, there are too many big bodies, and the pull and the peel is very strong. Cuss getting a completion on the kill.
And now we're going to see Stolzy take out 9, advance towards the objective. Needs one more shot into Grover. Wait a second. Stolzy was just outboxed by a Grover, but regardless, I feel like it doesn't matter. He's missing every shot right now on Androxus as well, but it doesn't matter because Smidgen is picking up the dead weight of their #1 teammate. Cleans up 2, and the capture rolls through for match point 1-0.
And that's just, again, comes down to, I understand what QG was trying to do. Be patient, see if they're going to flank, try to get the jump on them, but you don't have the double front line. You don't have the big bodies up front. It's very difficult to break that. Match point electing to go straight for that point, getting that early capture. Now Ruckus in a really bad spot thanks to that pull from
Up goes Stolzy, a cursed arm from the air, drops damage onto Grover, who has been a great deal of trouble. Killing spree for Stolzy. They miss the reversal return damage, but can they find the last shot onto Maldama? They do. Looking for another pickup. Cassie is the one they're going to focus on. Double kill for Stolzy. Knight shut down on a rampage is the monster. He's found his aim again, and Matchpoint are barreling down the highway towards conversion.
It just took a second, shrug their shoulders a little bit. Dragon Punch coming out though, looking to again sit that zone up. It doesn't matter who he takes out as long as they get the odd man situation. He does find the Grover, so not a lot of healing coming out of that little sustained 20 per second, but things going very well again. You hear the Immortal in the background, but so much damage coming out on top of every character on QG. They're not able to stay on top of this payload.
And Master Lu has just got that Dread set up. That might have bought enough time for a defense. The Dreadjagger comes through. Wardoom throws out a fireball. Dozups is in trouble, but the rest of the team is here to rally behind them. And Matchpoint push it through. 3 minutes, 25 seconds into game number 3, and they're 2 up already.
And this is not what you want to see if you're Team QG. All 5 players have a higher net worth, allowing them to invest straight up into those itemizations that are going to counter out the team comp for Team QG. And you can see it. There are 4 cauterizes on board, 3 Havens. So again, investing more into that cauterize. 2 of them have it at level 2 already.
Well, that will be 3 of them as Stolzy has just selected to go into level 2 as well. 60% healing reduction to any champion hit by those 3 champions' weapon attacks. If you're playing Ying, you can kind of spin around in a circle and just fire it and apply it onto everybody. Team QG, I feel like they've got to be more aggressive in their approach this time. They can't hold back as much.
Yeah, you cannot fall further behind than you already are. The problem is they're already fighting from underneath all of this incredible itemization that's coming out from Matchpoint, so it's that much harder. But they need to find a pick right here if they can. You can see that they're putting the Ruckus right on top of the point, but the hooks are trying to come up. The Dread Serpent is available if they choose to use it here, Vox.
Master Lu is getting ready. Dread Serpent spins out. The damage needs to come through. Stolzy is trying to clean up the support for this side of Team QG, but no, the Grover Ultimate Whirlwind keeps everybody alive still. Dozups finds conversion on 1 kill, is shot out the air by Knight, and Stolzy is looking to clean up in the backline. 1 more shot required, and Smidgen will seal it away, but Matchpoint, they're playing as a team, and despite their 42% lead for QG, the team in red, Matchpoint, pull themselves back in.
There's nothing more exciting than hearing all the ultimates get channeled and not seeing a kill feed register any kills. That's just
what's going on.
It's great counter ultimates. But talking about ultimates, the Androxus Cursed Arm looking to burst out and poke a little bit is rather successful. No kills confirmed, but again, it keeps QG from getting into that phase as we're at 99%, and now the objective captured 3-0 and looking to close out and getting themselves a 2-0 match score throughout this group will be match point.
If Team QG need or want to defend here, they're going to have to make a stand sooner rather than later. They cannot allow the payload to barrel down the highway as it did previously. They've got to stall it out in this spawn point choke. But everybody in QG is split up. Stolzy's looking for picks here. Reversal is up, absorbing damage. Doesn't throw any back. Nobody fed it, so great awareness from QG. But still, Cuss Cutie is ready. Up in the air. Dozup is ready. He's looking for a kill on the backside. Finds 1. And QG crumble before the Dragon's Fury.
Yeah, that's another good pick on the Grover. Again, getting that healing just off the board. Don't even worry about it. No sweat, no worries. 1:43 left on the clock. And again, this payload is just moving and trucking its way up the hill and looking to close this out in about 6 minutes.
There's a Shaolin back here. Stolzy has spotted out Mikasa. Elects to never step away because how is this Shaolin going to close the gap? It's a 5v4 in favor of Matchpoint, but actually Stolzy is waiting for the opportunity. Hold that thought though. Hexabar comes through. Will this be the defense that we need to see from Team QG, or will they crumble?
No, it was a great turtle shell shield right there to mitigate all that damage. And now with the converse side of it, Match Point able to just finish and close things out. They're looking real strong. Real strong.
3 4-0 sweeps in a row. Match Point living up to their bravado, living up to their name. Absolutely unstoppable so far. They are yet to meet any form of opposition, and with District 69 being their final opponent today, I'm wondering if they're actually going to at all.
Well, the big thing, it's just so hard to gauge. We're going to get a good look at District 69 as they come up to finish off Black Dragon's Day, who this will be their third match. But the big thing as we look forward is, what can we base on what we've seen so far from Match Point and what we've seen so far from District 69? Both teams have done very well against Team QG, and of course, they're both kind of looking forward to Match 6, which is that highlighted EU-NA showdown that we'll have in a couple sets.
I feel like they're going to be testing the water there, to say the least, but Match Point, they were a little bit of smiles and glee. Now straight back to business, just getting talking. What worked, what didn't, how are we feeling about that, and how can we proceed going in? Of course, facing QG and then preparing for District 69. We can't forget District 69 are a completely different breed, being prior land champions, having beaten out, in fact, the team which beat out the old Match Point team, and that's going to get confusing, which was Warpath Gaming at DreamHack Summer, and as a result, they want to be collecting their thoughts and making sure they don't get too overconfident. There is this posturing, there is this bravado, but at a core, they are very sure of what they know, and they know their limits.
Yeah, absolutely. And to wrap up the day, that's the last match for Team QG. We'll see how they fared in this last matchup. And again, the interesting comps. I think that there's a lot of experience gained here for Team QG as you look at what they were able to bring to the table, what was successful for them, what maybe not so successful. And you can see a couple of characters not even finding their way in the scoreboard for eliminations. Again, showing that maybe Grover double support wasn't the best choice.
Maybe just a little bit. I mean, 21,000 damage isn't the lowest on the team. That's Masalu and Maldamba, but I do feel like they were just missing something central. I said it in the drafting phase. I would have loved to see a Barrett come out to supplement the Ruckus in the previous game. I think that would have forced a lot more of a split between Cauterize and Rekka from Match Point, and given Match Point a much harder time instead of just being able to itemize into 2 single items throughout the entire duration of the game for most of their champions, and having a very cheap and cost-efficient path to counter out QG's draft entirely.
Yeah, and you know, looking back to the experience that both of these teams have had, Match Point has international line experience. They feel very comfortable. They're in North America. Cuss isn't even wearing shoes right now. He's just got socks on. He's just feeling that comfortable. And on the other side, QG has only had a chance to really face up against all gamers in their qualifying set, and now they have the ability to go, hey, let's take a look back at what happened. Where is the meta right now for most of Paladins, and what can we do to either bring our own style to that, or possibly change it, or just find their way in?
And ultimately, that is what it comes down to. It's a fantastic learning experience for these teams, and it will breathe a breath of fresh air into the newly established Chinese Paladins scene, which is fantastic. They can take everything they've learned here, bring it home, and start to dominate the competition there, as well as improve maybe their opposition in a way, build the scene up as a whole, and come back stronger when we do see them in the international scene again.
And going into what we're going to see next, Black Dragons will be facing their final matchup of the day. They're sitting at an 0-2 set right now, which essentially means that things are not looking good for them as far as getting into the semifinal. They will be meeting up against District 69, which again, there's still a lot riding on this. If D69 does fall, it kind of puts them in a spot where they have to go through and they have to either challenge or beat Match Point, because you don't want to be sitting there in a situation where you're going to be going into semifinals as the number 2 seed out of Group A.
Bit more than a puzzle, definitely something of a challenge, but to wrap up the day, once again, what feels like our show match with the amount of history that these two teams have within each other and their cross-regional scrims, Match Point and District 69 to end everything.
Yeah, and I'm really excited to see District 69 has had a lot of time off at this point. You know, they played the first match, and we haven't seen them since. So they've probably had some time to get restful and kind of get themselves re-energized, and now they have a chance to come back out, get back on the computer, start to show that they want to be considered the reigning champions of our last invitational-based tournament in DreamHack, and start to flex on this North American favorite.
I do feel like we also have to mention that now District 69 have had the opportunity to watch their opponents. They've seen Black Dragons play, they've just seen Match Point play a double-header, so they're going to be getting ready and gearing up into some of the tactics and strategies which they saw earlier today. But speaking of things that you can see live from home, if you're watching on twitch.tv/Paladins game, rejoice! We have Twitch linking available for you now. You can earn free loot and have a chance at earning free loot in-game just by watching this stream. All you have to do is visit hirezstudios.com/link to link your Hirez and your Twitch accounts together, and then all you have to do is watch. I mean, that's the dream, right?
That's absolutely the dream. I could just sit and watch great Paladins and get free stuff. Sign me up.
Fantastic.
But on top of that, if you want more free stuff, we just had the Christmas special, but now we also have the Hirez Expo special, where you can find the digital loot pack in game that'll have. We didn't see any sprays, but there's a couple of really stylish ones in that loot pack.
There certainly are. We've got a trophy in there. We've got some logos in there as well, but that's not all. We've got 3 sprays. We've also got a couple of MVP poses for Victor and Fernando, as well as 2 limited skins for Victor and Fernando, and the Convention 2017 Ying skin, all of which are absolutely beautiful. Of course, that was a Matchpoint versus QG. Matchpoint taking the 3-0 victory in the best of 5 set. My name has been Vox, joined here today by I Hold Shift, and we've had now the Hirez Expo special. We're about to have the Shift special, as you're going to return for the next set coming up, District 69 versus Black Dragons, in just a couple of minutes.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to another episode of How to Play. My name is Rainday, and today we're covering the one and only waifu. I don't even know why I'm doing an introduction for this. Let's just roll the tape. It's Ying. Ying, the girl with the mirror. She's one of Paladin's most interesting, unique, and fun champions, and will always and forever be known as waifu. Her looks aren't the only thing that impress on the battlefield, however, as her combat skill and healing as a support is nearly unrivaled. Her ability to heal allies safely is what makes her a dangerous threat. Dealing with 2 Ying clones can be easy if enemies build Bulldozer, but if they don't, it can be extremely hard to target both her and her auto-healing duplicates. She can deploy them at range as well, meaning that she has advantages over champions like Grok or Grover, and she doesn't need to actually be in the line of fire to help support her allies. Secondly, her movement ability is amazing at wasting time. For a shooter that has a lower TTK like Paladins, Ying can frustrate and confuse many opponents by using her ability to teleport around the map at crucial times, often saving her from deadly blows and putting her out of harm's reach. This also means that the enemy has just wasted valuable resources, time, and energy trying to kill her, and is now pretty exposed in battle with nothing to show for it. Lastly, she's one of the only global healers, and that makes for an incredibly powerful ability to heal her teammates from anywhere, even right when she spawns. It also means she can get to wherever her teammates are on the map in the blink of an eye, and there's just no undervaluing that kind of clutch mobility and support. Now that you know her strengths, it's time to move on into the skills. Ying's left mouse button and basic attack is called Illusory Mirror. Ying fires a continuous beam for a short period of time that deals 5 separate ticks or instances of damage. When all 5 ticks of the weapon hit the same target, that target receives additional bonus damage at the end, adding a bit of burst to an otherwise consistent but underwhelming weapon strike. Ying's right mouse button is called Shatter, and it works directly in relation to her Q skill, Illusion. When Ying has illusions on the battlefield, she can choose to leave them deployed or opt out to shatter them, causing all active illusions to chase down enemies and explode for a huge burst in damage. Seriously, this burst can be devastating, especially if you're playing someone like Eevee or Androxus. The damage happens instantly, so if you aren't paying attention, it can leave you in a bad spot, or dead. Ying's F skill is called Dimensional Link. This skill is a very simple skill that allows Ying to teleport to various locations that her illusions are deployed on the battlefield. You will actually teleport to the illusion in the direction you are facing, if there is one. And if there are no active illusions, you will end up teleporting to the location where your last active illusion existed. Many players think that it's random where you teleport, but it can be a great way to escape or chase down enemies when you understand that the direction you are facing is key. Also, you can swap several times during the duration of this skill, so after 1 or 2 swaps, you may find yourself disoriented or in a very dangerous position.
Being wary, careful, and planning ahead on where you deploy your illusions can help to give you a clear route out of battle if things get difficult. The ability to do this consistently marks an experienced and high-quality Ying player. Ying's Q skill is called Illusion, and what it does is it allows Ying to create an illusion that heals a nearby ally for a certain amount of health every second. 2 illusions can be deployed at a time, and each illusion heals from range by shooting a friendly green beam towards any nearby teammates that are in need of health. These can be shattered for increased damage to a target, but hold on, that means they stop healing. Choosing the right time to sacrifice your healing in order to shatter illusions and finish off crucial enemies is a big deal. However, the payoff could be huge. Ying is all about making decisions, and when she makes the right ones, her team wins big. Ying's ult, Illusory Rift, is currently the only global ult in Paladins, meaning that its impact is map-wide and can influence fights from anywhere. At any point, Ying can use E to activate Illusory Rift and spawn a prism on every ally, no matter where they are or where she is for that matter. Each prism heals that ally, and Ying can teleport to any one she chooses, making her mobility absolutely insane and sometimes game-changing. Now that we've talked about the skills, it's on to the loadouts, baby. Here are 2 really interesting loadouts I've decided to highlight for Ying this week. The basic deck provides a few very nice cards, and I would consider very decent as it helps you to gain some extra health, reduce the cooldowns of your illusions, and make each illusion have significantly more health. One of my favorite decks for Ying is called Bird, in honor of the pro player that I stole it from. This deck utilizes a really interesting card called Fracture, which allows Ying's illusions to gain health when Shatter is activated. This means they are much more likely to survive and cause damage to your target before being destroyed. Also, Rewind is a great level 1 card that allows Ying to gain extra illusions for more healing or damage. And the card Mesmerism also increases the distance with which she can deploy her illusions. And if you see a player that does extremely well with Ying in your games, you can use the import feature to find that player's decks and use them yourself. Alright, loadouts out of the way, we've come to the last part of the video, the tips and tricks. Okay, so firstly, it's good to know that Ying can apply significant pressure from a distance. Her damage isn't much, but if you are always firing and always impacting a fight, then your overall contribution will be significant. Being active even while your illusions do most of your healing can make a big difference in adding crucial damage to your team. Don't be afraid to shatter clones either, since sometimes a kill is more important than healing, and taking out a crucial flanker or damage dealer can be all your team needs to swing the fight. Secondly, looking at where you want to teleport is huge. This is big for chasing down kills or removing yourself from harm's way quickly. Being able to rotate and face the direction of your illusion you want to teleport to will give you a lot more consistency in your movement, which can honestly feel like random RNG to most players before mastering this tip. If you just get used to thinking ahead, planning your illusion placements behind walls or corridors that allow for healing teammates out of lines of sight, then you can easily swap to them when the time is needed to heal back up and get back into the fight. Finally, when paired with cheese, a fine wine can taste so much better, and the same applies to Ying. When paired on the point with Barrack or Makoa, her ability to heal becomes an exponentially greater problem. Makoa's shield is great at blocking projectiles from any direction, keeping him and Ying clones safe and hard to hit. When with Barrack, Ying's clones make the enemy team feel like they've walked into a deployable nightmare. Turrets, clones, they're everywhere. It becomes really hard to deal with all of them, and the combined shield from Barrack and sustain he receives from his turrets and Ying's clones makes him extremely difficult to take down, or at least take down quickly.
All right, guys, well, that's going to do it for me today. If you want to stay tuned to me and anything else I put out on my channel, you could follow me at Rainday Gaming. The link will be in the description below. Also, if you want to stay tuned to all of my How to Plays and other Paladins content like Esports Weekly, make sure to hit that subscribe button so you never miss an update. And, of course, if you missed last week's episode and want to catch up on it, click the annotation at the end of your screen. As always, remember to never give up, never stop gaming, and we'll see you all in the realm.
So cover me, 'cause I'ma let you out, I'ma let you in. You're my enemy. If you would let me go, I will let you in. So cover me, 'cause I'ma let you out, I'ma let you in. You're my enemy. If you would let me go, I will let you
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Expo stage for the Paladins 150K Invitational. My name is Hirez, pretty hair. Happy to be back with Mr. Alan I Hold Shift Dono Frio. We're here to bring you the set between District 69 and Black Dragons.
Yeah, and this is an interesting one only because I say that Black Dragon's sitting at 0-2. If they were able to beat District 69 here, and if District 69 were to lose the match point, we would have a three-way tie at 1-2.
Be a crazy scenario here. We are ready. Have you guys linked your Twitch accounts yet? Because you really need to get that done. This is a 4-day event, so you want to go ahead and get this done sooner rather than later. This is a way you can get rewarded just for sitting in chat, just for being here. This is free money, ladies and gentlemen.
You can't beat free money, right?
No.
This is the money tree. This is the figment of our imagination. It's the loot tree. I guess what you should call it.
You can go over to hirezstudios.com/link to get that all set up. Very easy to do. Probably seen the tutorial video featuring me, myself, and I a fair number of times today, but that's not all we've got going on for you.
Yeah, we also have the digital loot pack that comes with a total package of a number of variety of things, including skins, sprays, a couple of great poses, that epic trophy. It's still my favorite. I'm going to say it every time that we talk about it. I love it that much. It's
that
so
trophy
cool.
is dope.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
And that's going to be an amazing thing. You can go ahead and get a game. It's exclusive. It lets you know. I've been here since the start. When you hit them with that trophy spray, a year, 2 years from now, they're going to be like, hey, that guy's OG.
OG indeed. Flexing on him. Flexing on him.
Let's go ahead and send it back to the schedule because we're not going to be done with this. This is not the last set of the day here. District 69 versus Black Dragons about to take place. The big title fight, if you will, between Match Point and District 69 is still yet to come.
Yeah, and that, you said it absolutely right. It is literally the title fight for this group. I mean, especially that we've had a lot of conversation throughout the last couple months of who's better, EU, NA, EU, NA. Match Point's been flexing saying we're the best in the world. Doesn't even matter if NA or EU is better, but of course they have that little partnership going on with Eager right now saying that NA is in fact better. But regardless, we're going to see and find out our first taste of it, as this is our first NA-EU matchup here at Hirez Expo.
A lot riding on this set, though, like you mentioned.
Yeah.
This puts District 69, should they lose, in a bit of an awkward spot here if they close out the day with a loss. The potential three-way tie scenario. We'll have to see if that is going to unfold here as we get this set underway. Heading on over to the map draft, we will see District 69 has elected to ban out Ice Mines. Don't want any underdog comeback scenarios there. Black Dragons banning out Timber Mill. We have yet to see that map today.
Yeah, and I actually really like both of these bans for both teams. Again, like you said, District 69 doesn't want to be in a position where they're going to be possibly facing a much more difficult payload conversion, which would allow extra points to go to the side of Black Dragons on those successful defenses. And then conversely, we've seen District 69, a very aggressive team, take a lot of high mobility, and the verticality that comes on Timber Mill obviously emphasizes that playstyle.
Absolutely. So Serpent Beach will be the selection for game number one. We talk about this a lot. Widely known as the favorite map for all of the teams here. A lot of verticality throughout, flank routes throughout, well balanced top to bottom, left to right, and beautiful to boot.
It's beautiful to boot indeed. It's got that little nighttime feel, a little spoopiness going on. You gotta love it. But the big key here, as far as look at Serpent Beach, is that it does allow for a variety of different playstyles and comp choices, and that's gonna be interesting to see what District 69 brings to the table as we move over to the character select.
Everything is wide open. Any sort of playstyle can be made to work on Serpent Beach. District 69 with the first pick. We're looking at Eevees, we're looking at Makoas, we've seen Fernando, a couple Cassies throughout the day, but it will be Eevee. Likely to go to Shippa, would you imagine?
I have to imagine. I mean, he's more of a flex style player, but he's been boosting this Eevee over the course of the Eevees Winter Classic. The interesting thing here between District 69 is they elect to go Nando, Eevee, or Androxus as their first picks 90% of the time, so prioritizing those three characters.
Cassie, Fernando will be the locks for Black Dragons. Cassie has gone, I feel like, in the top three, never really first too often, but a lot of times in the top three. The international teams in particular favoring this pickup a lot, but that's going to leave some power picks for District 69. Black Dragons, with that Fernando Makoa on the table, they elect to just kind of let it go, though, by the wayside. It's not really worth so much today.
Yeah, and a lot of that comes down to, as you look at the Eevee, we mentioned that Skullist has been doing a very successful job playing that character, so you need to find a pick where one of your bigger carries, as far as damage dealing goes, needs to find something to play. So they're probably going to put him, I'd say likely on Cassie, but a Buck comes out as well. That's a very viable option and a really good pick, I think.
Yeah, taking that away from Elven Path, going to force him into some, you know, uncomfortable, I don't know if I would say that situations here, but the big thing is oftentimes when he's not on this buck, he's still shifted into an aggressive frontliner, and where does this leave Unbelievable in the mix?
Yeah, that's kind of the question, as you would figure he's likely going to play the Makoa, Unbelievable might, but Elvin, you know, there's interesting picks on the board.
I don't know if I've seen Unbelievable play Makoa yet, I gotta be honest.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was just thinking as well, but he does like to sit in the front line, so it really could go anywhere. And this is, again, a situation we talk about a lot with the top teams in the world, is that it doesn't matter what draft it has, someone will play it at a high level. So regardless of what we see, the interesting pick for me here is this Victor going up against the final pick of the draft, which is actually the Androxus. Those are going to be hitting, I think, head-to-head very often here.
Picking into that double flank as well. Picking the Buck, strangely enough, into the Shaolin. Buck kind of gets outboxed by Shaolin in the backline right now. A lot of this is going to come down to Peel. You know, they got to be able to keep Shaolin and Victor safe, kind of low mobility glass cannons in the back line, and that's a very scary dive duo between Buck and Androxus for Black Dragons.
And it really actually allows them to play the map in two different ways. Either, number one, they can get aggressive and they can both commit to either opposite sides or the same side and kind of strong arm one side of the map or the other. Or on the flip side, if they do find themselves in unfavorable positions, they can retreat back to their Ying very quickly. Those illusions that are placed up are essentially big stationary healing totems for all intents and purposes, and that's going to be really key as far as keeping the sustainability of the team, you know, relatively healthy.
Absolutely. Here, the comps are set on paper. Alan, who you liking?
Man, it's just it's tough to choose. You know, if I have to go with District 69 based on the comps, and it looks like, in fact, we will see Unbelievable. And that's really the question mark, is who's going to play the Makoa. So as we look at D69, Perdot will actually be playing the Victor, Sheepa on the Eevee, Unbelievable on Makoa, Elvin Path playing the support on Maldamba, and Jera will be playing Shaolin.
For Black Dragons, BZ going to be on Androxus, Pings on Cassie Flame, Zito on Ying, Skullist on Buck this time, Butter on Fernando. Both teams clashing up on the high ground, vying for control. First blood, though, going to go to Gera. Like we mentioned, toe-to-toe with that Buck. Shaolin's going to come out on top almost every time.
Oh my goodness, and such great healing actually coming out of the Maldamba to keep Shaolin alive, able to sustain and get a little extra damage, and that trade is going in favor of District 69, but the key here is the point is actually in favor of Black Dragons.
Shippa all by himself. Support going to fall as well. Elvin Path on that Maldamba takes a spill. That's going to be a very staggered respawn right now, moving north of 50%. Black Dragons need to capitalize on, so they need to zone District 69.
And they're getting there just a little bit late, but this actually might be beneficial, as Fernando is going to go unchecked around the backside, and if he can get around the outside, he might be able to do a lot of damage coming down. The Cassie's doing such a good job of putting in damage right in front as well.
93% Black Dragons looking like they might dethrone District 69, the reigning land champions right now. D69 finding a pick in this engagement. There's two. Shippa needing to go big here, trading out continuously 1-for-1. We are in overtime here, but Gera making a stabilization play for District 69.
Oh, careful, Fernando. You don't want to be there without your team. If he falls here, it's going to be very dangerous. There's going to be no frontliner, and he falls. A misplay from Butter. That's really big, and now Buck is actually committing. Why are we doing this? You're going to stagger yourselves.
Now, need to be careful about that. Giving District 69 the window. We know they're going to be able to exploit that 33%. It's a long climb back to the top for District 69. Black Dragons taking your advice, Alan, holding off here, grouping up on the high ground, but Butter goes down again.
There's just no damage to help out the Fernando. This is really big misplays time and time again. Black Dragons had such a good chance of getting this first capture point. It would have put him in such a favorable spot, but there's just so much sustained damage coming out of Perdot on Victor. And of course, Jera playing Shaolin has been putting out immense amounts of damage, and now the point finally getting converted instead of for Black Dragons for D69.
He's going to take down Pings, and this just kind of looks like Black Dragons versus QG in a way. Previously, Black Dragons off to a great start, had a lot of things going for them early, but just unable to convert when it came time for push to turn to shove. Shippa on the high ground here, blinking, has a lot of good targets, gonna get 2 pop shots off before he's forced to blink away.
The big thing about Sheepa on Eevee is just you don't know how to deal with him. He gets in, he gets out, he does so much damage, and you can just never track her. She's just so versatile where she moves for him to blink, obviously being able to mitigate from the ice block, and then of course having the soar as well. That's so much distraction ability right just from one character.
Yep, able to Trade out though, staying alive. Was Skullist on that Buck. Impaler arrow onto the low ground. Buck Wild coming out as well. Gonna look for some kills. Scout just to make sure Pinks knows exactly where Gara is. Gara's not really concerned with it though. Illusory Rift is gonna come out from Black Dragons to keep them all topped off. But all intents and purposes, this is a good hold coming out from Black Dragons thus far.
They've already killed a minute of time before this payload gets to the overtime marker, and it's barely left about a third of the way away from that neutral capture point. This is a very good point. They have yet to move this. District 69 has, but still these kills are just continuing to build, and that's going to lead to more credits later on.
Gotta be careful isolating yourself against Shippa. Already finds 2 in this engagement. Get District 69 rolling. The momentum currently on their side with a minute remaining.
Yeah, and this is really key as far as what District 69 does as they move through. They need to find a position where they can get some kills and convert on possible. Oh, so as the Red Serpent comes out.
Coming through. Good CC from Elven Path here. Gara on the Shaolin looking to chunk through these shields, but he's falling lower and lower. Butter's able to convert in the back line before going down himself. Ancient Rage is available for Unbelievable, but his teammates aren't here to support him. He says, I don't need him. Throws it to the wind. Caution has been tossed. Double kill for Unbelievable. He says, Nick, I saw you asking about if I could play that Makoa. Let me show you a little something.
A little something flexing both arms. The Buck coming in to try to get on here. The Immortal is available if you choose to use it, but there's not a lot of fun as far as numbers goes for Black Dragons. It will be a successful push, 2-0.
And yeah, District 69 able to convert there, leading the net worth chart, going up 2-0. It's so big in the first round. Gives you a lot of margin for error, and talk about all the possible score scenarios we could see come off the back of this.
Yeah, and the big thing as far as what that does, it allows, they're choosing to go for defense, is District 69. 4 Havens on board, and this is interesting. Look over to Pings real quick. Tell me what you see.
I see a fat aggression.
Fat aggression.
4 Havens, boys and girls. Don't do this at home. That is a PSA from yours truly.
The big thing is, you know, maybe a misclick. I don't know. We'll give him benefit of the doubt. But besides that fact, the itemization is just too much in favor as far as the focus out of what itemization is coming online for District 69. It's going to make this second point, as far as capturing goes, go that much more in their favor. They're going to be able to sit on point a little bit longer because of it.
Nice hook to open things up here. Butter's just going to dive off the high ground. A cursed arm into Ice Storm here on the high ground, but not a lot getting done for BZ right now. No kills yet, falling in the engagement until Shippa shuts me up and finds 1.
Indeed, it's a 1-for-1 though, so all things said and done, it is still an even fight, even though the payload is in favor of capture point towards District 69. Perdot actually electing as the victor to stay right there with no front line with them, and they're still getting a lot of damage. The Dimensional Link saves the Ying, but things still going very much in favor of District 69.
100 HP left for the fleeing Shippa right now. He needs to be careful getting chased out. Pings on the high ground, though. Nice peel from Gara to be able to impale him to the wall, cleaning him up. Shippa stayed alive and is now coming to have another impact on this fight. Butter falls again. Butter falling a lot of times isolated and alone.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know where the communication is. That's where I'm really struggling as far as, it just does not seem clear as far as what is the objective of the team at any given point in time. Butter's trying to say, let's go, but let's not, because Dread Serpent's right on top of the point to try to convert this at 99%.
And that's nothing against Black Dragons. They're 99%. They were forced to get on, heading straight into Elven past Dread Serpent there. Immortal's gonna buy some time. Black Dragons looking to swing it back their way, and Impaler Arrow Stun is gonna be good onto BZ on the high ground here. Gara needs 1 more to find that, but we are sitting on overtime. Buckwild has just been popped.
Oh, but what a great planet, able to get a lot of damage done, finding 1 kill with the help of Pings. Skullist on the Buckwild does able to get a kill. Jarrett with a little delayed double, make that delayed triple. A great shot from distance, and he's looking for more damage with the help of the Makoa. Fernando again by himself, falling very low.
Pop, pop, pop goes the Desert Wind, putting out the self-appointed knight. Another payload captured for D69 with the chance to close it out.
And they're looking to do that so very strongly. If you take a look just at the KDs real quick, here's 21, 4, and 7. Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous. On a 10 streak, Shippa's on an 11 streak. It just goes to show that these damage dealers are going completely unchecked.
Yep, Skullist and BZ struggling to get into District 69's backline right now. Heat Haze available, just gonna head straight down into the planet, shredding through that. Fernando Shippa poked out very low as he is vulnerable during that ability. Ancient Rage gonna come out on the front line. Unbelievable. Can't get a lot done bit of a missed shell spin there. The hook's going to be good, though. He's looking to clean up pings, and he will.
Absolutely, looking for more on top of that as he's got 2 in front of him with the health pool very low. Dimensional Link will save the Ying, so Flomzito able to get that conversion on the kill. And this is a nice stall here from Black Dragons. They absolutely need to find some pressure, though. It's still over a minute and a half until overtime gets here.
Yep, I'd like to see Black Dragons try and hold this defense without popping too many ultimates. Focus on getting those charged up. Easy under pressure from Shippa, who is soaring over the doorway. Finds one, feeds the reversal, but absorbs it with an ice block of his own. 1v1, Shippa could lose this. Shippa getting soloed after feeling like he was in control of that one.
Highlight for BZ right there. The sub coming in, not even on a prior team. They pick him up to bring him to Worlds, and he shows up against one of the best DPs in the world in that 1v1.
1 minute remaining on the payload push. Skullis pulls it to a really rough spot. Drilled to the wall by Peridot. Ping's in good positioning, though, on the high ground. Here comes Shippa to ruin his day, but he's going to be forced to soar away, and now it's Ping taking it to Shippa again.
Whoa. This is just absolutely saying, no, thank you, Shippa. Get off me. Brush the dirt off my shoulders. Ping's doing such a great job. A cursed arm in the air, though, able to fight a lot of damage. And again, now Black Dragons feeling themselves off these kills.
Woo-wee. That was a lot of damage there. Almost a clean sweep there in that team fight for Black Dragons. Flomzito sitting on a 9 streak, right, but not a lot of ultimates are going to be saved for the next round, and that's the big thing here when we look at D69, who have 3. Now on the high ground, BZ in a bad spot right now. He's not going to be able to find that reset. He's going to find himself sent back to spawn.
But I'm totally okay with this dive. Absolutely okay. Look at the timer. 10 seconds left. They're not even close to the payload. Get to be a little bit careful of possible backdoors, but still they should respawn in time. And you can see Pings, again, keeping the Shaolin away from that payload point. Overtime will get there, and now the payload finally being stat on by District 69.
There goes Peridot. Nice CC chain on a Butters to take him down. Gara, ever consistent on this Shaolin. D69 rolling forward.
This is not looking good at the moment. They cannot stagger these death timers. The planted, ooh, barely not able to finish off Skullis' buck. And now, if you're Black Dragons, you need to do or die at the moment. You have to get there. Dreadsimmer comes out to disengage, and Fernando's dancing around.
Oh, he's dancing, he's eating the barrage. Pops the Immortal to keep himself alive. Heat Haze versus Buckwild. Gara gets the better of that. Elven Path gets the better of Skullis. D69 looking strong. Hook onto the high ground from Unbelievable. Double kill for the substitute, and D69 take it clean.
Man, they were so close to get that defense, and it was so good for so long for the Black Dragons. They just needed the biggest thing for me is it's the point how they get to the objective, whether it's the neutral point or the payload. They just kind of keep coming in staggered, and that's going to keep killing them and really hurting their momentum if they try to establish themselves in some way.
And momentum is the big key word there for me. After having such a strong first team fight there, the first point, getting to 99 to District 69 had nothing, and then to lose that has got to be so tilting, and they were never really quite themselves thereafter. D69, all somber faces. A big point I want to make out, I did like Unbelievable's Makoa here. I think this is a strong thing that we're seeing coming out. They want to get him comfortable on this early against an opponent they can feel they can beat, because this is going to be very important to be able to play this going into later rounds against guys like Burrito, who love this pickup.
Oh, even in match point, who it turns into their drafting system for both teams so far is they need to establish their front line first. And if you cannot have a sizable Makoa up there that gets you that peel, gets you that initiation, it can really kill you. Not the case. Unbelievable saying he can do it.
Both #1 seeds in both North America and Europe have absolutely terrifying frontline players. Elven Path playing a very phenomenal Maldamba, I feel, in that game. He's been very flexible, and that was another big question mark we had for District 69 going into this. You know, with Bugsy gone, Unbelievable being that frontline player, where does Elven Path fit into all of this situation now?
The big thing is we usually establish Elven Path with his ability to flank, but as we look at the score screen, we're going to take a look at the fact that he does very well as support, and he brings an aggressive side to Maldamba because he likes to get those stuns off the reload.
An aggressive side to everything.
That's absolutely true, and even aggressive when it comes to healing. 44,500 in just really 13 minutes. That's a really good number for Maldamba.
So is 30K for Flomzito, because he was struggling early on in some of these previous sets to even get to the halfway point at breaking some of the other support healing. You know, Ying is pretty fire and forget in terms of healing, but he did a good job keeping up this time around with some really big damage numbers coming out from Gara especially.
And you can see that mimicked in the solo kills, the streak, and just total eliminations. 42 total eliminations. I would fancy to say that that's just about every kill that happened in the game. That shows how versatile he is at putting in damage everywhere.
Damn near 100% kill participation. Peridot Also not feeling a ton of pressure, the most deaths on his team, but 9 is 9 in a 13-minute game. 38 eliminations, tags him and bag him, 70,000 damage as well. Good stuff coming out from him. Victor has shown up a lot more than I thought he would in this tournament thus far.
I have to completely agree, just simply because he's in a weird spot. You have to put him in a weird spot. He has to be in that mid-range, and if you don't have a good front line, or if you don't have a good support who's not focusing, he doesn't have the best mobility in the game, and it really could be, like you had mentioned before, a giant bullseye.
Yep.
Victor gets put right on his head because he's just so easy to focus. It's really interesting to see him be played as much as he has been.
Skullist, great job on the buck, but it just didn't have the impact that his Eevee did. Pings, however, on the Cassie, 71,000 damage, second in the game overall, even beating out Peridot despite having 3 more deaths. It's a good sign for Black Dragons that when Skullist isn't on his Eevee, his impact champion there is someone else that they can lean on.
Yeah, and the interesting thing again, Black Dragons not be able to come to the field with their full roster. Marquezine plays a really good Bomb King we saw throughout the Eevee's Winter Classic, not able to get here. Zero was their main tank / support. He had kind of bounced between both of those, also not here. And like we mentioned, Butter, who actually qualified with the team earlier, comes back, and BZ, who is the pickup, has been doing rather well. It's just there's cohesion problems between them. But the highlight has to be for sure Pings and Skullist have been doing such a great job with these damage characters.
Cohesion, a big factor here. Butter, I think especially we talked about a lot of times just going down by himself, putting him in situations where he was isolated, where I just feel he didn't need to, especially during that 99 on the first point. He really just seemed kind of flustered, like he really wanted to get on there. He feels like that's where he had to be for his team.
Yeah, and the big thing is, where do you want to establish your flank, and how do you want to hit it? It just kind of seemed like he wasn't quite sure, or he didn't have his team with him, or there just wasn't, the exact commit that needed to be there for Buck to really shine. He looks for those, he's Swiss cheese. He finds the holes, he fills them up, and really makes sure that he can, he can grab the cartridge and then fill Swiss cheese into your opponents.
Doing just that is Buck. Black Dragon still smiling though on stage, not defeated just yet. We will be heading to Jaguar Falls, the second Temple Ruins variant next to Serpent Beach. D69 looking to keep things rolling. This one's a little more enclosed in terms of the area directly surrounding the point.
The biggest thing we see with the neutral capture point, especially on Jaguar Falls, it is just becomes an alt spam fest round 2 and beyond, especially with having the Immortal, which literally almost covers the entire area with that negatable, unkillable ability that he brings to the table. But on top of that, there also is very narrow, long lines of sights where Shaolin's do really well and Cassie's do really well. So it'd be interesting to see what the priority is for picks as we get there.
Rovers too.
You're really waiting for it, aren't you?
A man can dream. Let me dream.
Man can go to church. That's
bless up. I mean, we've seen it pulled out twice today. Black Dragons being one of them here, so they're more than confident to run it. No double front liner. That was really the theme of the first half of the day, and just a lack of Drogos, I think, overall, excluding match point.
That's the real big key, is the lack of Drogos. And, we haven't really touched on it a lot, but Bugsy not being here was the big shoes to fill with that role, as he was the team captain for D69, had issues with getting himself over here. And he also played a very dominant Drogos. So we've seen District 69 not utilize that character really much at all.
Yeah, and where that's really going to hurt them, I think, is if they ever have to stack up against Burrito, because Burrito going to be able to fire on all cylinders. They're bringing a sub as well, but like we mentioned, their sub is filling a similar role to the man that he is filling in for, which is just not the case for a lot of these guys who are bringing subs, which is many, many of these teams.
Yeah, and it really comes down to the fact of who can you find that builds cohesion and you can kind of work with to be successful on this top tier level. This is the premier stage for Paladins ever so far, and to come through with not having your full roster can be really disheartening and leave something in the back of your mind. Not really the case though for Burrito, as they have, like you mentioned, someone who can fill the role very perfectly, but District 69, who has been proven as LAN champions, trying to reestablish themselves and really solidify them being possibly the best team in the world.
It's been a long road for a lot of these guys, worked very hard to get here, so you kind of stink when governments get in the way, visas, all that sort of issues here. But it is an invitational. This isn't the official World Championships, but I'm sure a lot of teams are feeling like it's going to be that way.
I mean, especially when you're pitted up against a bunch of other international teams, it really does feel that way. It really does feel that way. But that being said, you have to take a look at what Black Dragons has been able to do. They're sitting in kind of a hole, 0-2 so far in the day, but they've been able to show themselves as representing the Brazil scene rather well. I mean, the matchup that they had versus QG really kind of sets the tone known for where does Brazil fit with another region. You know, they're both rather young in Paladins, and they're both kind of up and coming and learning the game more and more as they play up against these big juggernauts. And I think they can, you know, at the moment feel really good about how they've been playing.
Yeah, they've been all really close, really tight matchups in terms of the international scene, and that's just a good sign for the general health of the global scene in general. All these teams being so close to compete. They all came in roughly the same time. You know, NA and EU, we favor them a little bit more just because we've seen more out of them. They've had their hands on the game longer. A lot of these international teams studying them to try and catch up.
Yeah, and especially with teams like District 69 and Burrito who've been together for so long. I mean, these guys are probably close to family, if not already there.
We say that, but it's not even been, what, you know, 6 months, 7 months?
That feels like a long time, though, at the same point as the competitive scene has still relatively
That's basically
young.
the lifetime of it.
Yeah, exactly. So it's really interesting to see the dynamic that they bring as a squad walking up to the computers versus a more, you know, recent, newer team in these international squads that come, you know, forward in here. And it's really, it builds an interesting storyline, I think, for each individual region.
Absolutely. Here, Brazil, one of the biggest, one of the brightest regions here in Paladins. We talk about their turnout for the EVs Winter Classic, how big it was and how sustained it was. There was almost no fall-offs between weeks 1 and 4. They're all so excited, very passionate people, very momentum-based people, which is really, really what Black Dragons is looking to lean on. We are ready to get into the champion draft for game number 2. It's going to be very interesting to see. We talked about the map. We broke the teams down. We broke the map down. It's time to see what the boys are going to bring.
And it's going to be really interesting with District 69 having first pick where they decide to go. And Makoa has been preferred for a lot of these more well-communicated teams, and that's where we start.
Get the Eevee. Black Dragons, it was so good for them. Fernando hovered, but the Eevee hovered as well. I like this. Going for the Fernando. The Fernando was fine. Butters just needs to adjust his play style, his map awareness, his team comp awareness a little bit, and I think that's going to be just fine. But the big adjustment here, switching from the Cassie to the Eevee, I think is perfect.
Yeah, especially for Skulls, who's done so well, showing that he technically and mechanically can be considered one of the better, if not, you know, in the top, you know, we'll say 10, 5 EVs in the world.
Yeah.
He's shown a lot of real good metal playing this Winter Witch.
And, you know, you can say taken away from shit, but District 69 can play a lot of things, you know, so you don't really want to focus on trying to take away from them because you're just not going to be able to get it done. Focus on you, focus on what you do well, and Drogos locked in for Black Dragons for the first time today.
I'm actually really excited to see the combination of Eevee, who's able to dance in and out, and Drogos, who you really just cannot escape from if you get hit by that fire spit. It just makes you feel like you're just taking so much damage, and then if you have Eevee converting on that, it's going to be very dangerous. But speaking of things that are dangerous, and Drox is picked up, you know who that's going to.
Absolutely, and Grover's going to be covered here. Might be blessing up. District 69, though, picking the double frontliner into the Drogos. We will be blessing up as well. Black Dragons putting it all on the table here.
Yeah, and it didn't do them terribly when they used it the first time. The big thing, again, that we talk about a lot with Grover is once the cauterizers get online, he becomes weaker and weaker and weaker. So if you're Black Dragons, you need to find a way to convert kills early and try to get that 2-0 lead so that way you have that itemization in your favor as you go into the second round of the map.
They've got a lot of tools to do it with, though. The double front line for District 69 with the Maldamba, with the... This is a pretty scary draft coming out from District 69 as well.
I knew you were trying to make your way through that without saying, my goodness,
yeah.
That's like almost the picture-perfect draft for how D69 plays. And again, we've seen Makoa and Ruckus be combined with Maldamba. That's just such a huge, formidable, high-powered, high-health pool, high-damage front line. We'll see who's playing what.
District 69 on the left side of your spectator UI. Shippa will be on Cassie, Peridot on Androxus, Elven Path on Makoa. Unbelievable on Ruckus this time, and Gara rounding us out as Maldamba.
Getting back to that support. And on the other side, Skulls will be leading the front with his Eevee. Flamzito will be playing the Drogos. Pings on Shaolin. BZ will be playing the Grover. And Butter again tried to get things put together as Fernando.
4 blast shields coming out for District 69, looking to negate damage coming from Fernando, Eevee, and Drogos. We'll see if it's going to be enough. Peridot charging into the back line with confidence, and he has put between his tail between his legs as he is forced out of this fight early.
Yeah, and actually Fernando did a really good job of coming back and helping out that backline, which actually results in Black Dragons coming out on top as far as the kill feed goes. But Ruckus is still up, looking to keep that repulsor field in the activatable range near objectives. He does back out, though. As you can see, the red team is pushing the front very clearly. Peridot still in the fight, though. You can never rule him out.
Absolutely not. He's moving Off to the right flank here. I don't know if Black Dragons have spotted this one out. He's sitting at about half health. There's one shot. The Impaler's going to miss. That's big. That's a lot of crowd control. 51% already as Black Dragons. Makoa's in, but a rough positioning on that planet. Pings finds himself taken out with ease.
Yeah, Perdot actually coloring outside the lines as he goes around through the waterfall and out to escape with that little bit of health as he gets healed back up. And now Shiva, an unbelievable, cleaning everything up, establishing point control now for District 69.
Again, though, a great start for Black Dragons. Butters wisely this time backing off instead of getting too isolated, but a dredge anchor is going to force Pings to isolate himself and be cleaned up. And this zone is just so good from District 69, sitting on the point all the meanwhile, climbing north of 90 now. This one is all but converted.
Absolutely. Grover by himself. He's able to convert a kill, but a double kill for Perdot. Looking for a third. He gets the reversal. Not able to convert the damage, but it doesn't matter as District 69 is continuing to find damage and now has the payload moving towards that conversion point.
Boom. Taken out of the skies. The Godslayer reigning supreme in the air. Cursed Arm already online for District 69. No one from Black Dragons has their ultimates online. Skullist, however, is getting close. He's been rather quiet this game. We haven't talked about him much.
Yeah, we just haven't seen him really put the impact that we had seen previously. And I think a lot of that comes down to a really good job of controlling space for once for District 69. That's something that we don't normally associate with them as they look to try to be aggressive, as we're seeing happen right now as the Ruck is finding 2, and it's just getting all damage, all deaths coming out from District 67.
The lucky number for Perdot, able to stay alive with that much HP in the backline. Taken down from a big axe from Grover. Here comes the Dragon Punch, though, to try and cut some of the wind out of the sails of District 69. That one is going to connect on Elven Path. Nice isolation here onto Unbelievables. Ruckus, he's falling lower and lower, and he will fall.
A great Dragon Punch from Flomzito, able to get there and neutralize one tank immediately, and then actually led Unbelievable to be by himself, and he was in shock as far as where he was. Not enough charges on the advance to get him out of danger. He falls as well.
Yeah, that was getting close to conversion, and with a lot of momentum on their side, I think it's the right call. Minute still has time to get it charged back up. It's already at 25%, so a good call not to sit on the ultimate too much. You can't be scared into doing that if you're Black Dragons. You need to be smart about utilizing and managing these ultimates.
This little double team that's happening over here is exactly what they need to find from Eevee and Drogos. Drogos does fall, though. There just was not enough damage going through, as it looks like Jera is having a little bit of issue and will be pausing the game. But the big thing we mentioned, Skullist is not showing up as much. What does this Eevee need to do, and who maybe does he need to prioritize as far as finding a target?
It's tough. You know, they first picked it. It's a solid pick. It's been solid for them all day, but this is a double front line coming out from District 69. You look at guys who aren't going to be sitting right next to these front lines. That's Perdot and that ship, but those are great targets for Eevee. Both of those characters can take Eevee in a 1v1. Heck, Perdot's just going to take to the sky and say, good luck hitting me up here.
Yeah, absolutely. The hit scan coming out from that Cursed Revolver is just so much domination. Either you're playing against an Eevee or even a Drogos for that matter. We see a lot of Adroxus preferring to elevate themselves to get that height advantage and, of course, that hit scan advantage. But, okay, so let's go backwards a little bit. Speaking of other characters, Butter's playing the Fernando again, and we're seeing the communication come out a lot better. As you had mentioned, he is strategically backing up to wait for his team and finding areas to push, but it's not breaking the front line of this Ruckus Makoa. It's tough to find areas there, right?
It's not his job, though, as Fernando. He's got to hold the front line. He's not quite the one to break it. This is good, though. This pause is going to give Black Dragons a chance to communicate, maybe figure things out a little bit. Go likewise, though, D69 is going to have the opportunity to chat, to speak, work things out as well.
The big thing here, especially having the Grover on your side, you know, the distance is the big thing. So we'll have to see as we get back into game if Grover can find those long lines of sight and make those axes really start to hurt.
Yep, and nice hit from Elven Path there. Dredge Anchor, gonna be good. Grover falling lower and lower. He's taken out.
Yeah, and that's not what you want to see is the healer down, the long range damage. Sheepa also finding the kill in the air on Skullist, who is trying to soar away. And now Drogo's in an interesting spot, even though Sheepa's low, it's not being prioritized, and the dragon falls to the Cursed Revolver again from the Godslayer. And now again, we're seeing the staggered death times coming out and hurting Black Dragons.
Perdot carrying this team fight right now, about to find his third kill in the engagement, has yet to miss a shot. A Cursed Arm is available. Shippa takes Skullist out of the sky. No one is on the payload. 2-0 up. District 69 find themselves once again.
Did you happen to see when they were pushing the payload and if it said no fly zone? Because Eevee has not been able to stay in the air for really any length of time whatsoever. And as we look back over towards the stats, again, we're talking about how Blast Shield is prioritized, and it can be afforded to get into level 2 with Cauterize support because that net worth is so high.
Damage dealt being led by District 69 as well. Guerra running that deft hands build. What do you think that loadout is going with to complement that?
It's interesting to see. It has to obviously go with the reload that happens from getting the snake that has burst damage based on how much ammo is lost, on top of also having the ability to stun. And you saw just before it went away, Jera is dominating those healing stats too.
Dominating is an understatement right now. BZ, though, is the healer. He hasn't been playing this traditionally, has been. Flame Zito gonna need to step it up on that front as Black Dragons, though. Butters poked out very low and isolated once again, so far away from his team.
Where is everybody? Grover finally coming in, finding a good blossom. On the end, it was come with me or not at all. Hexafire coming out as well, and Eevee almost falls off the map, but still things actually favoring Black Dragons, even though ultimates were used.
There's the Dragon Punch trying to keep it going. Unbelievable picked up as well. Flame Zito with a double kill. Black Dragons take the fight over District 69, 62% and climbing.
Get out there. You have to get out there and be aggressive. Why is Eevee sitting back? He needs to get out and start blinking and dismounting. They're not doing that. It's allowing District 69 to come back together and find these fights. Ancient Rage on the point.
Oh, there it is, but the Whirlwind comes out as well. Planet is going to be good. D69 inching their way back into this fight. Peridot is so low. Someone needs to be aware of this. Taking out Repulso Field comes through, keeping District 69 alive, and by the skin of their teeth, they're able to take control of the point zone once again.
93. Oh, no, later. That one hurts. You don't want to find that. No reversal up, and I don't think that would even help. That is from downtown.
Peridot has not blessed up today, and as a result, he eats an axe to the face right now. Little 1v1 QC going on the side here. Fire Spit is going to connect, but Shippa doesn't eat a ton of damage from here. This is going to be a big trade. Immortal's on the point right now. A lot rides on this 1v1, a big trade.
That's actually a really good trade from Flomzito. Shippa could do so much work and be able to trade back and forth with a player who's probably one of the better carries in the game, is really successful. 99 to 97% though. Overtime is in effect, and the fight still going very much in favor, but a Dread Serpent at the very end.
Just for good measure from Guerra. Wanted to secure that one. Black Dragons were able to hang on for a very long time, a lot more than District 69 probably bargained for.
Yeah, absolutely, and now is the case where you need to find a way, if you're Black Dragons, to come and find either the left or the right to get this flank established so this payload does not move as far. You can see Unbelievable is fine just putting up the emitter and just plugging minigun rifle rounds into the front of Black Dragons.
Shippa spotting everyone out, rolling in, poked out so low, a nice stun is going to provide the peel that Shippa needs to stay alive, needs to stay healthy, gonna get out of combat, regenerate up on this flank and keep up the pressure.
Minute 50 left in the clock as well, and you can see just over, getting close to about 2/3 of the way towards that conversion point. A very favorable spot for D69. Skull is finally coming online. A really nice shot there on Andro.
Serving up Grover right now, falling lower and lower. Elven Path on a 10 streak, takes him out. Hexafire on the point, unbelievable. Send everybody back up. This is the no-fly zone. Nice hook, canceling out the planet and killed almost immediately.
And Ice Storm though with the Dragon's Fury coming out, looking for a kill. Will find Makoa, good value there, plus a Fire Spit. A lot of damage. Flomzito playing well. Perdot cancels it out though. Ruck is still dancing back and forth trying to get this payload, but there's just a lot of damage coming out from both the Fernando and the Eevee.
Eevee laying down shots. A cursed arm says, I've had enough. One shot, two shot. Nice air control as well from Perdot, weaving in and out of those pillars, able to stay alive. D69 able to find the win.
And that's really big. That last fight, I think, is a very defining moment for both teams. If you get that advantage in ultimates and you find the kills, it really does swing. Is it converted? Is it not? D69 had a little bit of trouble with that push, able to show that they are still the stronger team.
Strangely enough, showing that they had more trouble actually capturing the payload than converting it. The payload pushes and conversions were very smooth. Black Dragons have a very strong team point fight, and you gotta wonder, they've been so close so many times. Does communication start to break down? Do they start to tilt after being so close so many times?
It definitely hurts your pride. The big thing, and I need to take us back to what that last point was. They had won such a dominating team fight. They actually had a couple staggered death timers, and they elected to just sit there and not take either the left by Jaguar Falls or even go right up the middle and get some disengages off of the mounts. That's so huge. And not having scout available, not having any kind of a resource as far as where teammates are, that's why the Makoa got in there and was able to wreak so much havoc into what was the backline.
You nailed it. The lack of zone was the demise of Black Dragons. They were sitting at 97%. Literally one more tick would have captured the payload for them, and just in from the left flank blazing came District 69. And I've seen kind of throughout the day, the lack of zone is really what's hurting a lot of these international teams. The confidence, I guess, the lack thereof to be able to separate from their team, move out into the jaws of District 69's base is just not something Black Dragons has shown they're willing to do.
And a lot of that comes from the individual power of having characters that can go and take on odd man situations. Sheepa with 1-on-2s or 1-on-3s, he can handle that. He knows how to survive and still do what his job is there. As we go to the scoreboard, it's going to be interesting to see where those shielding and healing stats are for me personally, simply because Grover was involved with that Fernando, and that's not the healing number I think you want.
Yeah, definitely. The zone. Skullis here, 11-7 on the Eevee as well. Found a lot of damage, but you mentioned he's a great Eevee player, but really is going to elevate you to that next tier is, you know, looking at guys like Bird who can be in the back line, doing that 4v1, distracting for so long, buying so much time, and being able to stay alive, get out. You know, a trade doesn't really matter if he's done his job. He's bought that time, and objective time is just really not strong in terms of Black Dragons. No one's even over a minute.
Yeah, and that's not good. You know, that's just something you need to take a look at as far as we need to establish either someone or some way to control the point. And that's not the communication we've seen thus far. You can see that is very clear as far as what D69 is trying to do. 217 in total for Unbelievable. He knows his role.
Absolutely. He is holding down the objective. 217. Lowest, well, not lowest anymore, Elven Path, actually. He got a lot of work done. You know, frontliners get a lot of credits there for sitting on the front line. So this Ruckus he's fully content. He's a greedy little goblin. He is rolling in the credits. He is very content to do so. 39,000 damage, you know, despite that. Still above Elven Path, strangely enough. Ruckus getting a lot done in that one.
Yeah, and I think this really comes down to the key factor that Ruckus doesn't have all of his abilities if he's off of a point. He needs to be on an objective for that repulsor field to be activatable, and that's really, really big, that 50% damage mitigation. And the fact of the matter is, if you can get right in the face, if someone's trying to contest you and you can just minigun straight into them, it's really hard to stand up to that damage, and that's where that number comes from.
Yeah, repulsor field, one of the strongest abilities, in my personal opinion, in the game. Unbelievable, used it very well. We saw in that last fight, Skullis was just laying shots into Ruckus's mech's butt, but it didn't feel like it was doing anything shot after shot. I was expecting Ruckus to fall, but he was just standing there. He was fine the whole time. It's so much damage mitigation. So now up 2-0. District 69 with the chance to close things out. We'll head back to the map draft to see where Black Dragons will make their final stand.
Fish Market will be the area, and we haven't seen Fish Market today.
That's the first time. This is the first time
yeah.
today. So for those of you at home, this will be a fresh take for all of you. And I guess I would compare this point zone similar to Serpent Beach in terms of there is, you know, sort of that horseshoe surrounding high ground as well, but there is a lot of hazard zone that is very relevant in the first half of this payload push.
And that's where we see the hardest, well, really, the entire payload push is actually pretty difficult because you have the water on one side, then you get past that and you have to go up this hill that is a complete blind hill. You can't see over it.
Highlander style, there can only be one, and this is, you know, it seems fitting that this is where Black Dragons look to make their final stand.
I actually really like this as well as far as a map choice goes. Yeah, I think it brings a little bit something different as far as what play style they're able to do, and as we get back into Champion Draft, we'll have to see what they choose to, you know, go as far either the point fight or maybe payload defense / push. It's kind of almost one or the other, I think, for Black Dragons at this point.
District 69 with first pick. Will they go Makoa? Will they go Eevee? Will they switch it up? They're hovering the Eevee currently, so Shippa, he's going to want that one back. I'll take that, Skullis. Thank you very much.
Yeah, please and thank you, sir. I have some more. And this is really good. You know, Eevee provides so much dexterity in what she's able to do from the front, middle, and back just based on her mobility alone. But what this does is it allows Fernando Makoa to be up, and I really like the choice here for Black Dragons.
Absolutely. You know, win or lose, I love seeing teams just make adjustments. Just figure it out. Keep talking. Figure it out. Double frontliner. It's going to be the look for Black Dragons. 2 options available, and they're almost saying, pick that Drogos. You know, we know Bugsy's not here. You know, pick it. Who's going to play it?
And that's actually really smart on their point because Drogos is actually a rather safe pick here, as there's a lot of really covered angles where he can get fire spits in.
You know, who's a good substitute for Drogos is Pip, and it just so happens that the substitute for Drogos is played very well by the substitute for District 69, and it's going to be the triple frontliner coming from Black Dragons. If there was ever a time to pull out Pip,
it's got to be me. The thing about it is, you know, you're in before, and this, like you had mentioned, is really good simply because the Evil Mojo Ultimate is a polymorph that essentially reduces everybody's health to 1,500, which is big when you look at Fernando, Makoa, and Ruckus, but Barrick is highlighted on and will be locked, so that's going to be one kind of quasi-frontliner going into 3 big bodies.
That is incredibly surprising surprising to me, given the recent change to Evil Mojo that it goes through shields right now. There would be no worries. Unbelievable. This is one of his comfort picks, and if it doesn't come out here, where is it going to come out? It looks like that question's going to be answered by Black Dragons, and it's going to be the... I liked it, though. You know, the pip, it's not... That's the solution for District 69, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Ying going to be the better choice, I believe, for Black Dragons.
Yeah, pip would have been the problem, I think, in that case, just simply because you need to keep these frontliners healthy, and Pip's not going to be able to do that. The healing potion is just not enough sustained heal to keep those big health pools up and very fruitful. So Ying's going to be able to put down a couple of, you know, illusions to kind of sustain that. The big key, I think, when we look at this Ying is when is the best time to trigger the illusionary rift, that little orb that heals everybody at when it gets activated. That's going to be really key to keep this front line up and sustained.
Absolutely. A lot of communication, you know, running this triple front line, the rotation of shields and mitigations has to be near flawless from Black Dragons, and communication not the strong point, I would say, given the isolation, the fracturedness of their front lines in the recent games.
Absolutely. And the other interesting kind of storyline here for District 69 is they have a good mobility on the flanks from Eevee and Droxus, but Shaolin's going to be a little bit vulnerable here because the only front line is Barrack, and his barricade is not the biggest as far as in terms of relation to what the point capture size is. It's a very wide area. So Dome Shield would be very good to get rid of this front line, but barricade and turrets, it's going to be interesting to see how he stands up.
And there could be a couple of different ways Black Dragons plays this comp. Do they all sit on the point? You know, you give that comp to Burrito, we're going to see Thiel out there. We're going to see Lazy on Fernando. They're just going to be in your face. So that's another thing we haven't really talked about that could definitely happen. We'll see Skullis on Cassie, Flamezito on Ying, Butter on Fernando, Beezy on Makoa, and Pings on Ruckus.
And for District 69, Unbelievable will be playing the support with Meltdown, Perdot on his Androxus, Sheepa on his Eevee, Elven Path will be playing Barrack, and Jera will be playing Sha Lin.
Perdot looking for the angle here. Going to get right in Cassie's face, but not before First Blood. Goes to Black Dragons. Nice disengage. Was going to be negated out by a Nether Step. Skullis and Perdot, does he choke again? Big reversal!
Huge reversal, and just barely scratched the chin with the Dredge Anchor. Almost pulled the Perdot Androxus in. That would have been a big pick, but again, this is really nice. A nice central focus on the point, which is exactly what Black Dragons need to make this comp successful. They're over 60% already, Nick.
I think just for morale, these guys really need to capture this point, and they're looking to do it 66% and rising. Nice hook onto the high ground, but canceled out. Gera with a double kill. Gera with a triple kill, quadra kill for Garen. Just doesn't have the line of sight for the Penta.
Still chasing it down, though. You can see he's a little bit hungry as he's going right in with that bow, but still, everyone backing up. This is good. This is good communication from Black Dragons. You just got beat up a little bit. Regroup, come back at this point. It's still possible to grab this.
And they are coming back in force. Very coordinated. I like the look, but Butters, once again, Fernando all alone. Nice Paladins Invitational, so you can get that in that digital loot pack there. Ice Storm comes out from Black Dragons. It's not going to be a number from District 69, excuse me, 99% for D69 as the last members are cleaned up from Black Dragons. That's a triple kill for Perdot. Quadra kill for Perdot.
Oh my goodness. Everybody's getting their share of 4 today. Usually good things come in 3s, but it's coming in 4s right now. Perdot and Sheepa and Jera all doing very well as far as the damage stats go. And the interesting thing with the Deft Hands is coming online right now from Aldamba, and you're seeing these little mini stuns come out of that reload mechanic.
That's going to be very important, and a lot of easy targets, frankly, to pick off. A lot of these frontliners are very easy for guys to hit, especially very skilled players like Unbelievable. Perdot, uncontested on the side flank, going to be laid down, covering fire. Big groupings, though, and Repulsor Field can't come out because the payload's not close enough. No, the missed Nether Step. It's not going to be the best case scenario, but Butters all by himself once again.
Yeah, and that seems to be the trend. The motif of this whole matchup is where's Butter? Oh, he's way out there. And things not going well on top of the positioning here for Skullis and Pings as they both fall. Ying going to be the next one as Dimensional Link will keep her dancing, but not for very long. A double kill, looking for 3. No, Perdot will not get that 3rd one in the timer point, but Fernando again by himself, dashing in and out. But it's not going to be dashing through the snow and dashing through to death. It's really the key.
A lot of heat transfer. A nice stun coming out. Couple of cleanup kills here. Black Dragons just spear feeding credits at this point. D69 up 2-0. Another close call lost out on by Black Dragons.
My favorite thing about this new UI is how shiny these kill streaks are. And
yeah, they really bring a lot of attention to the fact that you're getting blasted.
I mean, the big thing is, again, not in how well they've been able to put damage for players at the top of the list, including Barrick, which we don't normally see, but the fact of the matter is they're good at positioning and knowing when they're safe to do so and get those kill streaks up higher.
Yep, only one ultimate for Black Dragons, Hexafire on Ruckus, whereas D69 are sitting on 3 Dread Serpent, Ice Storm, and Heat Haze. A lot of setup for District 69.
Yeah, and the interesting thing as well for Black Dragons is that last healing stat. Flamzito's been really kind of hot and cold, coming on lately though, doing really well to keep this front line as sustained as possible with those illusions, which are essentially healing stations for all intents and purposes. But again, the key for Black Dragons is can they get to point together?
Nice adjustments here. Butters getting into the back line, just buying some time, getting some free objective point. He's gone down a lot of times anyway. Great job isolating Perdo, though, not letting him flank them out. They're trading out 1-4-1, and this is currently in favor of Black Dragons, who are already above 70, now 80% on the point.
Yeah, just keep this up if you're Black Dragons. The Dread Serpent actually comes out as well, but it's not the best positioning for it. District 69 will get a chance to come back. You see the Dome Shield on the point right now from Barrick, and Ruckus is actually continually getting stunned from the Meldama, but here comes Ancient Rage.
BZ putting his foot down, saying, I've had enough. I don't want to lose this point. Elven Path, you get out of my way. He's on landing the cannon shots. BM kill with the Dredge Anchor.
Loving it, and now Sheepa's going to try to sit there to keep this overtime in contestation by blinking in and out and doing a really good job of getting damage. Everybody's low. This is really good for D69 if they can get there, but no one's left alive. D69 falls, and now 2-1. Black Dragons coming back.
Black Dragons are hyped about that one. Fists are in the air. Brazil has taken a point off the reigning land champions as they now assume the driver's seat of this payload for the first time in this series.
And this is where this comp is going to come online. Ruckus can let this payload essentially push him forward if he's got help with him, but everyone's committing to jumping in. This is good counter reaction from D69.
2 kills already in the engagement. Perdo with 2, Elven Path with 2. They can't be stopped. The momentum, the counter swing from District 69. 3 for Elven Path in that engagement. He's on a 5 streak.
And that's really big, again, coming from a Barrick who has no other help or support as far as the health pool or shields go up front. So really good for him to rocket boots in. That's his mobility skill. We see him kind of dashing right in towards it and setting up a turret and really doing some extra damage.
This is a hell of a zone coming out from D69, trading out 1-for-1. You think D69 were looking to push the payload in this situation. Elven Path just going to back up right now. Perdo looking to deal with this. Fernando is in the back line. Butters gets obliterated.
Again, Butters, why? Why, man? And again, look at this. Great. The conversion of damage on the reload mechanic from Meldama. That's that stun that we've been talking about. And man, goodness, it's just been such a good play so far from Unbelievable, getting those stuns to land. Again, Ruckus is getting absolutely targeted by these.
Long range noodle, don't matter. Unbelievable. Showing he can play multiple characters, really flexing that champion pool in this series 1-for-1, but buying so much time with this zone is District 69.
Yeah, under a minute, getting closer towards 50 seconds until overtime. In this corner, this little sequence of this little S-turn coming up is very, very hard to get this payload to move, and then you have to go up and over the hill. So it's a very unlikely push. If they can get some kills and find some momentum, though, it's not exactly impossible.
Yep, Butters out on the payload, just getting things rolling just by himself, as he's done so often in the past. 2 kills, though, for D69. Looking to cut this payload push short once again. Great positioning. Is he going to send Garrett for a swim? No. He will stay dry for now. The desert wind doesn't want to be made into an oasis.
Yeah, water too cold is what he's saying as he dipped his big toe in the ice right there. Not going that way. No environmental kills this time. 10 seconds left until overtime. Again, you can see the zone coming out. This is what one of the things that District 69 really does so well that we did not see mimicked by Black Dragons in the previous map, and this is what we're talking about when it comes to aggressively zoning out your opponent.
Butters always finding a way to the backline, though. He's going to trigger the overtime, but so fractured right now is Black Dragons in terms of their grouping. They're just being picked off one by one. This frontline comp really wants to operate together, and they are not doing so. As a result, will take a clean spill.
And now 3-1 as well. But the big thing here is this net worth chart we're looking at as far as itemization credits go. It's actually, the Black Dragons catching up just slightly, still very much in favor of District 69. The clear split 5-5. And you can see the items getting purchased up there for them on the left side of the screen. Master Riding coming out for a couple of characters we haven't talked about yet.
Another big thing to look at here is all the ultimates are on the table. Now in the set against QG, Black Dragons really had the hair trigger with their ultimates. A lot came out at once, and you know, District 69 is going to be able to make the call. They have that snap communication where they can all back up and really just mitigate that via lines of sight, via the map.
And think about the combination that District 69 has in front of them. They have the Ice Storm, they have the Dread Serpent, they have the Dome Shield, they have a Cursed Arm. That's just so much control, centralized, and then damage. On the flip side, Ancient Rage, Immortal, Illusionary Rift, all counter ultimates. We'll see who uses what better.
Scouted out as D69. Ice Storm on the high ground. A Cursed Arm is going to get largely mitigated by Repulsor Field regardless. D69 finding 2 kills. Defiance, Dread Serpent, Reversal, all connecting for District 69. Convincing wins all around.
Yeah, Mortal not able to be triggered. Ancient Rage not able to be triggered. Illusionary Rift was triggered just before Ying died, so no value from those defensive ultimates, and that's what happens when you allow D69 to get all this damage in.
They're going to have to find a lot of value. Unbelievable going down. It's a good start. Only north of 50 is District 69. Black Dragons could find the win. Impaler Arrow into that plant is going to be good from Gara, but finding a good flank, and Pincer is going to be Perdo.
So much free damage. No one was communicating where the Androxus was, able to get a lot of pot shots off, and Sheepa cleaning everything up. No worry to spill about cried about spilled milk, rather, as he's getting everything swept up on top of the point.
And it's going to be a stun lock. Able to find a slight window, though, going into Ancient Rage, getting that crowd control immunity. BZ finding one. He's in the back line, looking for more. Back to his normal HP. Pugera will be chipping through that momentarily.
Yeah, all these stuns that are coming up from Meltdown, this has to be so frustrating. Deft Hand 2 plus Snake Pit, the card that gives that bonus reload speed, allows him to continually chain stun just by himself. What an impact play.
Overtime ticking through for District 69. Have the chance to close out the game. The set. Immortal's going to keep canning it. Cassie up for now, but Ship was able to find the better of her. Here comes the shield. They're going to tear through that rather quickly. Both frontliners, though, looking like they might be able to clean up Elven Path. Triple frontliner Repulsor Fear coming out as well. That's a lot of mitigation.
99 to 99. Not a lot of ultimates on board. Black Dragons has a chance at converting this again if they can find the kills. You can see Maldaba's right up front, but again, Jared doing so much damage unmitigated.
Oh, and able to trade out. Cursed Arm, though, from Perdo onto the high ground to the face. Eating that accursed arm. He is going to be sent home, and playing a great pseudo frontline with that reversal. Just a few seconds of frontlining is all of that they needed from their Androxus superstar.
And that's just really good to know that you're essentially baiting that, right? You're going to dash right in there and say, hey, free Androxus. Just kidding. It's not going to happen at all. And District 69 closing out the set. Black Dragons going to fall at an 0-3 set score from Group A, but still, they had moments in that last game that was really exciting.
They found the payload. They were hyped about it. They were ready to go. They had fist pumps in the air. The crowd was hyped to see it. D69, though, going to come out smiling, and they have a monumental task ahead of them.
Oh my goodness. This is the show that we have been essentially building the storylines for. 2-0, 2-0, both of these teams. It's not just who's better. This is semifinal placement too. Whoever wins this goes as the Group A winner and the #1 seed, which will obviously give them a little bit of an easier track, at least quasi-easier track as they move into that last 4 teams.
That is correct. So with this win, District 69 and Matchpoint have both secured their places out of the group stage, but like you mentioned, going to be very important, that seeding. No one really wants to go against the #1 seed coming out of Group B. If they don't have to, the easiest way possible is always going to be the best way possible. Plus, you'll be able to see, kind of do your homework a little bit as well.
Yeah, and that's the really kind of, I won't say the big advantage, but an advantage of being able to play in Group A first is you get the whole day tomorrow to really take a look at who you think might be getting into the semifinals from Group B. The big thing here, though, again, is we're really going to get a strong test. Both Matchpoint and District 69 have had great games today so far. And this is the clash of the Titans as we finish out day. This is just day #1. Hello?
Yeah, absolutely. Both D69 and Matchpoint looking rather infallible for their groups, and this is going to be a tough one to call. This is the title fight right now. Hopefully no one ends up looking like Ronda Rousey after this one.
That would not look good going on. Regardless, both of these teams have officially locked in their spot in the semifinals as 2-0, 2-0. So as we take a look at what District 69 does well and what they might be able to carry, here is that total. Again, my big thing from eliminations is you look at it, everyone's very close. Not a lot of solo kills. This again shows that they are very comprised and very cohesive as far as how they approach either a point or a payload.
You know, it worked out. We talked a lot in the draft about why no Pip, why no Drogos, and, you know, frankly, neither of us had a good answer for it. Like we said, you put Burrito, you put Match Point on this triple tank comp. D69, they got to find an answer for it.
Oh, absolutely, and you had already kind of suggested one and possibly a Pip pickup. But again, we saw another instance with Unbelievable going with Deft Hands on the Snake Pit build with the reload. So as we come back through, taking a look at how we finished off the day with the schedule coming up is going to be, you know, interesting to see what that path has looked like if you're just joining us late.
Yeah, the international teams all fairly tight throughout all of their series. D69 Match Point seeding is telling the truth, telling the story right now. In the driver's seat are the number 1 and number 2 seeds coming from North America and Europe, the most experienced team. Looking good, though, on all fronts. Guerra, surprisingly not top damage to me. Shippa able to pull away with that one. He just looked like he was doing so much damage with those uncontested planets.
Well, the big thing as well, when we take a look at the damage that it does not include damage onto shields, and he did have Wrecker 3. So when we have Makoa's shield up and you have Fernando's shield up and those just melt, you just immediately instance with how much damage is being put into those shields. Doesn't show up on the scoreboard, though, for us.
And only so much can be speculated at this point. Let's head on over to the schedule to look at the standings. What's to come here. Match Point and District 69 securing their spots, their transitions out of the group stage into the semifinals. Seeding, however, still yet to be determined as the heavyweight bout of the night is yet to come.
And we've seen nothing but 3-0s so far in maps. I do not anticipate seeing a 3-0 in this last matchup. No way.
Best of 5. I think it's about time we went the distance here. We'll have to see who can find their way should that, should push come to shove.
I think it's going to push come to shove. I mean, these two guys are going to be really vying for who can establish themselves first. District 69 has that aggressive play style, although they're working in a little bit of that 2-tank meta. Match Point, they're ready to flex. You know they're going to come out looking for blood.
They both, we talk about the EU meta, we talk about the NA meta a fair bit. And it's almost weird because there's the polar opposites in both regions. I would say Match Point being the more aggressive of the 2 top seeds, whereas District 69 the more aggressive of the 2 top seeds there. So it'll be interesting how to see both of those teams clash.
Yeah, and speaking of things that don't necessarily have to clash, you're viewing plus extra things you can be grabbing and showing off to people just by linking your Twitch account to our Hirez website, hirezstudios.com/link. We'll get you all those in-game unlockables for just enjoying everything.
Yep, just for sitting in chat. We want to thank you guys, give back to you. Appreciate you being here with us on the Expo stage, but also pairing so well with that is going to be the HRX 2017 Digital Loot Pack. 3 skins, 3 sprays, MVP poses, all kinds of glorious Paladins HRX team stuff. What's your favorite? We saw the Fernando HRX Invitational skin. I was about to say, Butters, one of those times when he was out of position, the shield comes up, and I was like, ooh, that's hot. That's kind of hot. You still out of position, though. You still done goop.
It's a beautiful silver lining. It's a gorgeous, sparkling, shimmering. I have to say, on top of that, we also have a really great Ying cosplay here, and you can also see a Ying commemorative skin as well for the HRX 2017.
Absolutely. All kinds of exclusive goodies. We are very excited to bring you Match Point versus District 69. A lot of pride on the line, a lot of seeding on the line for this matchup. Stay tuned. Do not go anywhere. This is what you've been waiting for.
Hey Paladins fans, and welcome back to another episode of How to Play. My name is Randy, and today we're taking a look at none other than the stealth assassin herself, Skye. Hey everyone, and welcome to the video. First off, we're going to discuss Skye's champion strengths, and I'll talk to you about what she really excels at in Paladins. First off, Skye is the ultimate flanker. She's the ideal candidate to get behind enemy lines and do damage to those characters who are annihilating your team. And of course, that's mainly due to her stealth. Skye, being one of the only champions to have a stealth mechanic in Paladins, gives her a unique and valuable strength to move around the battlefield undetected. Another of Skye's strengths is her point pressure, and that's something that can instantly turn the tide of a fight. Time Bomb, her ultimate, is a great area spacer, and can buy some crucial time for Skye to help clear the point for her allies. Being a flanker with a strong point control ultimate means that Skye can offer a lot to a fight, keeping enemies on their toes.
It also means that she can fight well against tanks in many ways, as well as squishier champions, having strong benefits against both at different times. One of the biggest benefits of Skye, and stealth champions in general, is that stealth champions generally get to choose their fights. As a stealth champion, timing and target prioritization are key, and what stealth allows Skye to do is to consistently choose the place and time to attack when her target is most vulnerable. Kinessa, Victor, watch out. It's not a matter of if Skye will find you, it's a matter of when. Time's ticking. Skye's left mouse button is called wrist crossbow. It's a small energy bow that shoots out lightning-fast projectiles every 0.1 seconds. However, if you're able to land all of your clip onto an enemy, Skye's DPS is one of the highest in the game, next to Ruckus and Victor. This weapon is best used at medium to short range, but it can still damage targets from a distance, so don't be afraid to help the fight from afar if the battle dictates you can secure a kill that way. That's Skye's main job, right? Skye's right mouse button is called Poison Bolts, and it has quite a lot of functions in relations to Skye's presence in a fight. When she activates her right click, she fires 3 bolts in succession, each dealing percentage max health damage over 5 seconds and marking the target, increasing the damage they receive from Skye only by 5% per bolt. It also reduces healing by 50% for 3 seconds. So, essentially, this ability does damage over time to the target, and that damage is a static number based on how much health they have. Secondly, it gives her normal wrist crossbow projectiles a potential damage amplification, making each projectile up to 15% stronger if she lands all 3 poison bolts. Lastly, it reduces healing by 50% for 3 seconds. Now, although that doesn't stack, it refreshes, and the benefit of landing all 3 onto a target is more based around its damage amplification to her crossbow and the damage over time they apply individually. Skye's Q ability is called Smokescreen, and it's one of her most unique and undervalued utility skills in her kit. The problem is, it's very dangerous to use in its unique and interesting ways, and most people will always use it as a secondary stealth. Smokescreen is essentially a pellet that can be thrown on the ground to create a circular area of smoke. The way the skill is used normally, like I said, is for stealth, but the skill does more than that. It doesn't allow enemy players outside of the smokescreen to see what's happening inside of it, and it also doesn't allow players inside of it to see what's happening outside of it. This allows you to create some really interesting setups with 1v1s, or just throwing it onto a point and limiting the vision of those enemies occupying that objective. Overall, I don't really recommend getting tricky with this skill. If you throw it on yourself, get an extra stealth, and maybe confuse somebody in the process, good for you, but use it for that stealth because that's what will help keep Skye alive more so than not. Since I spent a little bit of time on Smokescreen, I'm going to keep things simple for this one. Skye's F skill is called Hidden, and she does just that. When pressing F, Skye stealths for a short period of time, and she's able to position and engage on targets with the utmost discretion. However, if she gets too close to a target, she is revealed, so make sure you keep your distance until you know you're ready to fight. Time's ticking! This line has given people nightmares, especially beginners, as it symbolizes that everyone playing against Skye at that moment is probably going to die. That is, unless they know how to counter it and simply break line of sight with the bomb. When Skye presses E, she places that bomb, and whoever is standing in the radius of the explosion and in line of sight of the bomb will take a large burst of damage. Also, all shields affected will be destroyed, so even if Fernando has his shield up, he'll still take that solid damage number. This ability is great for keeping enemies spread out, forcing other ultimates, buying time for your teammates and you to regroup, or even securing a duel that needs to be won in the flank. Overall, it's a good ultimate, but being able to avoid it so easily, when you know how to counter it, turns a lot of almost pentakills into a 3-second fight timeout where everyone runs and hides, then comes back to continue the fight. To be fair, Time Bomb is all about timing. Go figure. If enemy escape skills are down, their health bars will probably be as well. Here's Skye's basic loadout, and it honestly isn't much different from mine. It allows her to stealth for a lot longer, helps her poison bolt cooldown be reduced, as well as gives her extra movement speed to reposition while stealth. All good things. The big difference in my loadout is that I use the card Nimble Fingers. This card helps Skye's reload speed out a significant amount, raising it to the equivalent of the item Deft Hands 2 all by itself. If you have this card and purchase Deft Hands as well, you'll be much more likely to secure kills on your target and get the finishing blow onto champions that are close to getting away, or ending your killing spree. For items, I typically focus on Deft Hands, Haven, Veteran, and Morale Boost, allowing her to survive more, heal up quickly, reload faster, and charge her ultimate as soon as possible. Loadouts out of the way, it's time for the last section of the video, the tips and tricks. My biggest tip for Skye is to focus down isolated damage dealers. A lot of new Skies will run around in stealth and then choose a tank to attack, or a large group of enemies and shoot at them as if they were some type of full 3k HP champion. Sorry buddy, but you do not have enough burst to kill a full health Fernando before you get focused and killed by their team. Many Skye players need to realize that the only champions you need to constantly worry about are in the back line of the fight. Improve your target selection and you'll instantly improve your performance. Secondly, don't be afraid to do nothing for a while. I know that statement can be counterintuitive. Paladins is a fast-paced shooter, and most other champions have to get going quickly in the fight, otherwise they're at a big disadvantage. But not for Skye. Being able to confuse enemies about your whereabouts is a good thing, considering it makes it that much easier to strike vulnerable targets. Skye can make players uncomfortable and force them to look over their shoulder, never knowing when to expect an attack. So play to that advantage, and sometimes wait a bit before attacking, or take a longer than anticipated route to the flank. This will help ensure you don't get caught out by a group of enemies and better isolate your prey. Lastly, though Skye can kill damage and flank champions best, and please do focus on them as your main priority, know that Skye can also secure kills on tanks quite well. I'm really not saying to start out the fight shooting Fernando. In fact, please don't do that. But 3 poison bolts on Fernando equates to nearly 1500 health taken off the stalwart knight. See a tank running away at low health? 2 poison bolts and he's most likely dead in a few seconds. She can also counter healers well, like Ying or Grok, as she effectively has an inherent cauterize built into her kit. The reduction in healing it provides and quick spammable nature of the ability means that she can reduce the survivability of a target by a tremendous amount, more so than many champions.
Well, that's going to be a wrap on today's episode. Time is up. But if you want to stay tuned to more Paladins content, make sure to hit that subscribe button right now. Also, if you want to stay tuned to my content on my own personal channel, Rain Day Gaming, you can find the link to that in the description below. And if you missed last week's episode and want to catch up on how to play Ying, click the annotation at the end of your screen. As always, remember to never give up, never stop gaming, and I'll see you all next time.
Champions, welcome back to the final set of the day of the first day of group stage play for Group A at the, well, it's the Paladins Invitational at the Hirez Expo 2017. I'm sorry, I laugh at my own jokes. I'm back again, Hirez Vox on the mic, joined by Hirez Pretty Hair, who took us through the previous set of District 69 versus Black Dragons, but now, well, we've come to what we've all been waiting for. It's the international showdown between Matchpoint and District 69. But before we get to that, for those of you watching from home, we've got a very special promo, which we're currently running for you.
Yep, that's right. Twitch Prime is our title sponsor. We've got Twitch linking set up at hirezstudios.com/link. This will give you rewards just for sitting in chat. We just want to say thank you. This will be the last time we remind you to do this today, and that's why it's so important to get it done, because this is a 4-day event. You want to get in as early as possible.
It certainly is, and we know we've had a lot of viewers on twitch.tv/Paladins game, but if you're after something a little bit more meaty, which you can guarantee yourself in-game, don't forget to check out the Hirez Expo digital loot pack available in-game now. It contains a lot of great swag for you, which is themed around this event. We've got 3 different sprays, which have recently been introduced to the game, which are Hirez Expo themed. We've got a couple of MVP poses for Victor and Fernando, and we have 3 great skins. And why don't you give me a rundown through those real quick, please?
Yeah, the big thing here is that they are themed for the event. HRX rocking that Paladins Tahiti blue, looking so fly. Victor, all the teal, the big shield. We saw it in the last series, actually. One of the Black Dragons guy was running Invitational Fernando. Ooh, it was so hot. We were joking because he was out of position, but he looked so good doing it.
Absolutely. No, that's exactly what you want to see, repping the event that you're playing at. That pride that we've come so far with Paladins Esports is so fantastic. But as we do close to the end of this day, let's take a look at what matches we've seen so far on the first day of group stage play here at Hirez Expo.
That's right. We'll be able to take you through that. Matchpoint was so strong in their set, and I think that's kind of the big key point here for me heading into this set, because District 69 frankly wasn't as clean as I anticipated going up against Black Dragons.
Oh, I caught a couple of their games, and Black Dragons got themselves on the board for the first time in that final game, which is fantastic to see, starting to get a hold of District 69, starting to take them apart, and this opens up a few different possibilities. Obviously, District 69, they're playing with a substitute, but still, maybe there are cracks in the armor.
That's right, and you can see the standings over on the left side, and this is the first half of the group play that led us here. D69 sweeps all through the first half over QG. Black Dragons went down 0-3 against QG. Matchpoint looking clean against Black Dragons here. So thus far, Matchpoint and District 69 have secured their spots in the semifinals out of the group play, but the seeding is all but to be determined.
Certainly is. On the other side of things, for the remaining matches of group play, Matchpoint took a 3-0 victory over Team QG. District 69 with a 3-0 over Black Dragons, who notably did give them some trouble, as we just discussed. And this is what it all comes down to. Thursday, match number 6. Matchpoint, the #1 seed out of North America, versus District 69, your previous DreamHack Founders Tournament LAN champions.
A lot of pride on the line here for these two teams. American flags draped out on all of Matchpoint's PCs as we head into the map draft stage of our final series of the day.
Timbermill is taken off the table first by Matchpoint. Of course, there are a total of 7 maps available to us in Paladins, so we're having each team take one out of that available pool before we go through to picking. District 69 take away Serpent Beach, which is a little surprising because that's been a priority pick for them throughout most of their games today, but maybe they're trying to go for something that Matchpoint don't feel very comfortable on here.
Maybe they just wanted you to think that. Now it's time for them to ban at Frog Isle, however, going to be the selection for game number 1 here. Notable plays on this map was Dosup's Bomb King in the set.
That certainly was the case. That Poppy Bomb air control which Dosups was able to display was absolutely phenomenal, disengaging from their opponents up into the air and then dropping straight back down again to keep on throwing sticky bombs onto the targets after throwing grumpy bombs. Fantastic stuff coming through from that carry player for Matchpoint. However, on the other side of things, District 69, they're certainly no strangers to this map, especially not if they get an Eevee on their team as well. And there's one player who will be looking out for to draft that priority pick.
Yeah, Ship has been looking so strong on that all day, and that's been frankly, who they've been leading on Shippa and Peridot, getting their signature picks very often here, where Androxus is going to be, I think, one of the more contested ones here between these two teams, especially, you know, looking at Stolze and Peridot. They're really going to be vying for this.
Now, you would argue that Frog Isle is not the best map necessarily to run Androxus on. There's a lot of open space where Androxus can be poked out. He deals his best damage up close and personal because he does suffer from damage fall-off. However, with this much Androxus reputation on the line, I mean, these two players, Stolze and Peridot, do you think they're still going to elect to go into the Godslayer here and try and pick up that champion to defend their titles?
I think they really will, man, honestly. So much pride is on the line here, not only for the regions, but vying for who's better at the champion here. It's a very fun time to play Androxus on this land setting with low ping. There is no excuses, just you and your aim versus him and his.
No, you pop reversal and straight up it goes. Better watch out, though, because we have seen all teams looking to draft Makoa as another priority pick, and we all know about reversal Makoa's Dredge interaction. If you pop it up, you can get pulled through it, so it's not the ultimate save that most Androxus players might consider it to be initially.
And that's a clutch point here, because we talk about how that's going to be a contested pick. Whoever gets Makoa is really, they're going to have to second guess whether or not they want to pick it into it as well. We've seen a lot of double frontliners through the day, even to go so far as seeing a triple frontliner come out in the previous set here. I'm interested to see how District 69 is going to deal with this, because frankly, I just feel like they avoided it entirely, and against a strong team like Matchpoint, they're going to have to make some type of adjustment in the draft.
And we'll see exactly what that adjustment will be as we head through to our draft picking for Game 1 on Frog Isle between Matchpoint and District 69. Matchpoint, finding out of the blue corner, have the first pick. Oh, that was fast. Immediately, Makoa, the turtle, moves.
That's going to be that. So D69, they have to ask themselves the question, do we go pick up Fernando? Do we grab Androxus as well? As like we were mentioning, it's just not the greatest pick ever on this map, much less into Makoa. D69 taking their time with this one. Fernando and Ruckus going to be locked immediately. And the response I want to see out of Matchpoint here is at least the Maldamba taking that away.
Oh, you can't give Fernando, Ruckus, and Maldamba to District 69. They'll just run away with it. Now, we do know that we do have a history of Jera playing some good Ying, but still not the support healer that she used to be. Matchpoint looking to hover a Cassie. There we go. Maldamba with Kono's chosen, taken off the table. Cassie locked into, so Matchpoint have secured reliable frontline, reliable damage, and some very reliable support and sustain for their team at only 3 picks in.
So District 69 now have the pressure off them, I feel, to pick up that healer now with Maldamba on the table. Shaolin, the Desert Wind, going to be hovered, and Androxus, the Godslayer. Do they dare pick it into Makoa? Likely to be played by Wardoom. Shaolin and Androxus will be the selection from District 69.
Now Matchpoint are left with 2 picks to finalize their draft. One thing that is missing from their draft so far is going to be AoE damage. Eevee, who used to be the first pickup throughout the entire duration of the Eevee's Winter Classic tournament, has slipped through to a 4th or a 5th pickup for these teams. Will Matchpoint elect to go into the Winter Witch? She is hovered for the AoE damage. Buck 2. And let's talk about this for just a moment, because if Buck is locked in, this could throw a spanner in the works for District 69. Where is their flank pressure going to come from now besides Androxus?
It's a good question. These are both great pickups, not only just inherently, but against District 69 in particular. Elven Path really hasn't had the chance to play Buck at all today, and the Sky gets hovered, but no, the swift lock-in of Ying for D69 to lock in their team composition.
And I don't think we suspected anything otherwise. Ying, very necessary to supply some sustain to the side of District 69, but one thing that is missing again from D69's draft is going to be AoE damage. Fernando, the only champion which can provide that in the form of their Flame Lance, which means that Matchpoint can very easily itemize against the damage type dealt by District 69 by going straight into Haven, which we've talked about considerably early today. I've got a question for you, Nick. Would you consider Pip here to be a good pickup, potentially?
Against District 69...
Or rather, District 69 with Pip instead of Ying.
I don't really like it, considering Matchpoint only have 1 frontliner. Cassie is extremely MOBA. Maldamba, I think I give it to Cuss to have the reaction time to be able to slither out of an Evil Mojo, and the rest, the flank is going to be so spread out. There's just not going to be a lot of grouping up, I feel, for Matchpoint. So I don't know if Evil Mojo is really the best look.
Potentially, although that slow from Pip can be delicious, but instead Ying with more sustain, just more reliable sustain with your drop and your fire and forget support champion picked up. Overall, good compositions from either team. Ruckus going to District 69 has been an important win condition of many teams so far, but Matchpoint, they play it regularly, so obviously they know how to break it. How do you think Matchpoint are going to approach District 69's composition, and how do you think they're going to start off that initial point fight?
They're going to look for a clutch dredge anchor onto either Shaolin or Androxus, I feel. When talking with Matchpoint prior to this event, you know, we looked at Wardoom a little bit, and this is the relatively new member of their roster who came back into the scene after taking a short break, and Matchpoint just really sat down and said, this is a guy that is going to make any team better, so we may as well pick him up, and it's going to be a lot on weight on his shoulders with this Makoa to be able to get those clutch dredge anchors onto those key targets shutting down. I'm looking at Perdo on Androxus. That's the most comfortable I think anyone on District 69 is going to be.
You got to shut down that hyper carry, though. You mentioned Wardoom, and I do just want to raise a brief point. Matchpoint only dropping one set since the summer circuits to Team Eager in their region was the week that they first picked up Wardoom, and now Wardoom's come a long way and gelled with Matchpoint very, very well since then. But considering that they were the weak link in the team at that point, do you think there might be a deficit there going into LAN championships? Will they be getting some of those LAN jitters, a little bit nervous?
You know, all of Matchpoint, I'm pretty confident. It doesn't seem like a lot of nervous guys. They seem very confident. Wardoom is quiet, though. Wardoom is kind of the black sheep on this team for me. He doesn't seem like he fits the kind of personality bill of the rest of them. He's quiet, he's calm, he's cool, collected, plays on, I think, the highest sensitivity out of all of the players. I was watching him get his setup. He's got this piece of paper, right, with just, it looks like when your teacher allows you to bring one note card in for a test and you have so much just crammed on there. He has everything down to a T, getting set up, and he plays with mouse acceleration, a high DPI. It's actually pretty insane.
Mouse acceleration, that's a very rare thing for a lot of FPS players to really pick up, and to explain to those of you watching from home who don't know what that is, it's something which is often shunned by a lot of FPS players. The faster you move your mouse, the further you turn, so it makes it difficult for a lot of players to hit those sniper shots, those precision shots, because if you want to snap between player to player, then obviously you snap quickly and you'll way overshoot your target. You know, if it's what you're used to and it's what you want to run with, perfect. And for a player like Wardoom, who's going to be playing these tanks, often known for their Fernando play, that could be a very good pickup if they want to do a quick 180 and pop a shield up to defend their team.
Yeah, frontliners not often highlighted for having to be highly precise, but Makoa so much rides on that cooldown, that dredge anchor, and it is a precision skill shot with some travel time, with some lead time, with a lot of intricate mechanics alongside of it. A lot of follow-up can be very deadly. A lot of international teams leaning on that setup early on to give themselves the man advantage, so that is exactly what I think Matchpoint is looking to do. And this is game one. You know, a lot of momentum's riding on this Pride, like we mentioned here. None of them want to give this up. I feel like these are pretty try-hard drafts from both of these squads.
You're not wrong there, although the one champion I do feel that really stands out in the entire draft overall, out of 10 different champions, is Buck.
Agreed.
You got Eevee? Okay. You got a high mobility flanker that can get to the backline, try and put some pressure on Ying. I'm just wondering what Buck's actually going to do here. Who are they going to dive on District 69? I don't see any single target which they can jump on. There's no Victor, there's no Tyra, there's an immobile champion. Ying has deployables that she can move around on. Buck's going to have their work cut out for them unless they work very well in a duo with their Eevee.
You're totally right. That's the question here. And just I want to speculate a bit about who's going to be playing who on Matchpoint, because a lot of flexibility here. Smidgen largely plays the Eevee, but largely plays Maldamba as well. Cusscutie, being that Smidgen I assume is going to be on Eevee, I would put then Cusscutie on Maldamba, but then who's going to play Buck, because that's where Cusscutie would normally fill in.
Very curious indeed, although if we want to draw some parallels perhaps to their European counterparts right across the side in the red corner, Perdo, known for their Androxus, Stolzy, known for their Androxus. Did you know that Perdo is a Grandmaster Buck?
I did not know that.
He is a very good Buck player.
There's no portrait for that.
It is very terrifying to see that locked into a lobby, because you think, oh, it's a Buck player. You know, I can deal with these relatively well, and then
Perdo,
you find out it's Perdo, and you die.
You cry.
Yeah, no, your team just loses. They look at Buck and go, Okay, how do I deal with this? He plays Buck to a level which a lot of other players don't. Elvenpath known for their typically aggressive play, Perdo a lot more selective, so I could potentially see Stoltzy filling in that role.
Yep, you can kiss your elo goodbye, Wardoom. Actually, you know, I could see Dosups on Cassie, Wardoom probably on Makoa there. The Buck it's the wild card. Like you mentioned, it doesn't seem like it really fits into this composition. It doesn't really seem like it fits into what Matchpoint like to play, but Shaolin gonna be the best target for the Buck, but he's gonna have to keep track of Planet's cooldown and not leap into that.
And especially not leap near a wall. We've all seen today how devastating Impaler Arrow can be if Shaolin manages to confirm a stun onto a flanker who's trying to get into the backline. But with Eevee and Buck to deal with, I think these two could work quite well as a pincer duo. You know, one comes from one side, the other one comes from behind. And if you do manage to land a couple of shots under Shaolin from both champions, well, that should be most of the primary source of damage taken away from District 69. I do feel like there's a lot of pressure resting on the shoulders of Shaolin because they are the only real long-distance damage coming through for the European team in red.
You know, one thing standing out to me from District 69's composition as I look through these ultimates is there's not a lot of team fight power. All they've really got to bring it home is that accursed arm. There's not a lot of setup on the side of District 69. They've got some firepower here with Hexafire, with accursed arm, whereas the opposite is the case on Match Point, I feel, where they have all the setup they need, but nothing really to drive it home.
But the thing is, if you combo maybe Ice Storm and Dread Serpent from Eevee and Maldamba respectively, I think you can still get a lot out of that just with your default weapon shots. And don't forget about Buck's Buck Wild ultimate. Double damage for a limited period of time, resets all cooldowns, reloads your weapon to full. That can definitely be used to clean up a couple of kills. And well, we combo that with Maldamba's 20% damage steroids onto enemies hit by Dread Serpent's Fear. That's starting to get a little bit dangerous.
Absolutely, and these tanks are going to start to fall. Repulsor Field from Ruckus is going to be a big team fight cooldown to be aware of. I wouldn't be surprised if Unbelievable played it here, but I anticipate that we'll see him on Fernando, as this is his comfort pick. This is the big matchup of the day, and D69 want to lead with their best foot forward.
And I do think you mentioned it right there, Repulsive Field. That's really the sink or swim element for District 69 for me. Ying, she's relatively consistent regardless of who's playing her at a top level. Androxus, well, we know that they're going to be consistent because it's likely going to be Perdo, Shaolin as well, but Ruckus and that Repulsive Field. If Eevee comes in, looks for an ultimate, if Dread Serpent is dropped, that's going to be what helps keep the entire team alive. You combo that with Fernando's Immortal. I'm starting to see the sustained composition come out, if you know what I'm going for. Ruckus can keep their team safe with 50% damage reduction. Fernando keeps them from dying. Ying with their ultimate too will keep everybody alive and heal them back all up from the Immortal Ultimate's threshold. District 69 are going to be a tough cookie to break down, and Matchpoint are going to have to depend heavily on itemization if they want to break through their defenses.
Crowd control versus sustain and mitigation. Going to be an interesting split here. I imagine most of District 69 will go into Haven there. Eevee, though, that's going to be the wild card. Smidgen, like we mentioned, likely to be on this one, looking for clutch pickups here. Maybe he goes for Shaolin, and maybe Buck is just going to focus on Ying, because Shaolin versus Buck, oftentimes going toe-to-toe, will go the way of Shaolin, all cooldowns aside.
And then we start getting into a little bit of mind games with the defensive itemization coming from these two teams. Obviously, Matchpoint don't feel much of a need to go into blast shields, all of the primary source of damage from District 69 being direct, not AoE, but you're playing a Shaolin who might be targeted by backline assassination. Are you in an environment where actually Eevee is the primary threat to you, and maybe you can be the one blast shields on the team because you want to stay alive and maybe turn the tables on her if you get a good planted combo off?
That's the question, right? And this is, you know, I find myself in this situation sometimes as well, where you really don't know who's going to be targeting you out. And sometimes this forces you to wait to buy your defensive item. You know, in Paladins, you can only buy one item from each category. So if you really want to get the most bang for your buck, you want to be absolutely sure who is targeting you out in this team fight. And even, you know, granted, once you commit, you know, Matchpoint in District 69, they can see that. They can make the switch. They can communicate and decide who wants to be the target prioritization.
So we do talk often then a lot about defensive items being the first ones picked up by many teams just because you have more survivability. If you stay alive for longer, you've got more cooldown rotations available to you. You just deal more damage overall, and that can make a break or team fight. But with District 69 not exactly knowing how this game is going to play out, they could ease in with some damage itemization, I feel, instead. Now, what have we got to play into? We've got Makoa's Shell Shield, but that's not really much of a shield when you have all players focusing it. It's a bit paper thin. I'm expecting heavy cauterize to come out of District 69 and very early.
Gonna have to definitely lean on the anti-heal. Big thing we haven't yet talked about is the possibility of resilience here. Maldamba, you know, we've seen Cuscutie serve up the hot, fresh noodles before, and we'd likely see him to do it again. It's very, especially good against Ruckus, forcing him to stop firing, reset kind of the wind-up mechanic that he has on those miniguns. So D69, if they can't decide what defensive card they want to go for, they could just go for the reduced crowd control.
And I do like the idea of that. The reload stun coming through from Maldamba is definitely something to take into account. And of course, once we get into game, the players will have their loadouts locked in. So by examining those on the scoreboard, District 69 can get a better idea of what style of play match points Maldamba will be running. But again, it's a lot of guessing games, a lot of mind games for both of these teams because nobody's quite sure who's going to be running who until we get into the game. And Matchpoint, they're a team of flexible players.
Absolutely, and Fernando's Immortal going to be so clutch in mitigating a lot of the wombo combo setups, the hard crowd controls looking to come through for Matchpoint, and that's why I really think Resilience might be a good look for Unbelievable here because Dread Serpent, you know, being able to reduce the amount of time that he is feared, he's going to come out of that ultimate, and it's just going to be able to buy time for him to get out of the ultimate, save his teammates, get into the Immortal, where as opposed, if you're not picking up the Resilience, you're going to be crowd controlled and burned down for that entire duration.
And I think we saw that earlier today. Fernando taken out before they could use Immortal. Also, for example, Makoa taken down before they can activate Ancient Rage because of Dread Serpent's Fear could be a key element to go into. Whilst we have the opportunity, though, we want to shout out again District 69 from Europe, like Burrito, who'll be appearing in Group B tomorrow, playing with a substitute on their roster because their team captain, Bugsy, couldn't make it here today, which is very unfortunate. They picked up Unbelievable, and he's got a bit of an unbelievable story himself, and I want to take you on a journey here, Nick. So Unbelievable, fabled for their pit play back in the early days of Paladins, finished in 4th place in the DreamHack qualifiers on Fate Esports. Then moved to Team Viral. In the full circuit, finished in 3rd place. Now, District 69, the 2nd seed out of Europe, and facing potentially the #1 team in the world. Could they look to make the 4-3-2-1 shuffle and dethrone some gods?
I mean, Unbelievable. He's been brought up, you know, for a reason. This is a guy I've enjoyed watching on some of those lower tier teams. He really was a standout guy, and it's tough to do as a tank. It's tough to do as a support. You know, Stelzy always holding W, making hot plays, getting the frags. It's very easy to bring attention to that, but it's just the little things that these supports, that these frontliners do that really make the difference. And you know, D69 are smart guys, the reigning lane champions here. They brought him here for a reason, just like Matchpoint brought Wardoom in for a reason.
You did mention, though, and we'll come to that and again in a second, but District 69 reigning land champions, they have experience of this style of stage. In fact, DreamHack Summer in Jönköping, Sweden, that was a big stage indeed, surrounded by a lot of noise, a lot of distractions. Still remain cool, calm, and collected, but versus Black Dragons, they were the only team to really let a point slip through. And as I said right at the beginning of this draft, showing potential cracks in the armor, if Matchpoint are going to capitalize on that and focus down any single player on District 69 to try and open a fight up and open up some of those cracks, who are they going to be looking to pick?
I think, you know, they look at Unbelievable. If they can break him early, break his confidence on this stage, that's always a good look in terms of mentality shift, and he might be the one to do it. You know, if no one's stepping out of position from D69, I'm looking at Gara and Perdo, unlikely the Shaolin and Androxus. If they're just in position and Unbelievable's the only one within range of this follow-up, I mean, he's going to be the one that they're forced to look at.
No kidding. You want to shut down those hyper carries. You do want to shut down those wild cards because they can be potentially devastating if they go unchecked, and especially if they get into your backline. Perdo, notably, a player who has a habit of doing that on Androxus, and when they do start hitting their shots and they do start confirming damage, then you've got to turn around and deal with them very quickly, and that's what a lot of District 69 appears to depend on, forcing the frontline-backline split and forcing the focus to be split in several different directions, allowing them to dismantle their enemy from multiple sides, push through aggressively.
Yeah, and I mean, Perdo even has an interesting storyline. You mentioned he played on high ping, low FPS, and no one really gave him a lot of credit. And then when he got to the LAN environment where all things were equalized on the playing field, he has that breakout performance.
And I love this as well because we saw Perdo go through, take down Torpedo at the time, who were pretty much undefeated on an online setting, and then face, and this is a good one as well, I just love this story. We saw Gaming at the time take on Warpath, Stolzy versus Cuscutie, back in the days when we had mirror matches of Androxus versus Androxus, Cuscutie getting the better of Stolzy in this environment. And then Perdo will take Andro and wiped the floor with them. 3-0 in a best-of-5 grand finals set to end it all at the Founders Tournament, which was absolutely unbelievable.
We're going to be very excited to bring you this set. We're having a bit of an issue on stage right now. We're going to work on getting that sorted out. All excited to bring you this set. We're going to throw you guys to a quick break and get you right back into the action.
Welcome back, champions, to the realm, to Vox and Pretty Hair's Storytime Cafe.
Stay a while
We are
and listen.
very happy to tell you that we are about to get back into, or rather into, Game 1 of this 6th set of the day between Matchpoint and District 69 here at the Paladins Invitational at Hirez Expo 2017.
This is the most anticipated matchup of the day by far. Both of these teams, a lot of pride on the line here, ready to get in the game. We've seen the draft broken down just about every possible angle.
We can squeeze some more out of that somewhere. You know, there's some champions which we haven't really fully discussed. There's some players which, you know, they have flavor picks that they pick in ranked or casual games or...
I feel like this series right now is a metaphorical tube of toothpaste.
Okay.
And we've rolled it all the way up from the bottom here. There is no more to squish out right now. We are headed into game. Let's get this series underway.
And without further ado, for the last time, or rather for the last set today, let's introduce your teams. Fighting out of the blue corner, it is Matchpoint. Cutie will be on Maldamba. Wardoom on Makoa. Smidgen on Evie. Stolzy picks up Cassie. And Dozup takes to the skies and the ground as
Fighting for both pride and seeding. District 69 out of the right side of the spectator UI. Unbelievable on Ruckus. Elven Path on Fernando. Perdo on Androxus. Shippa on Cha Lin. Guerra grinding things out on Ying.
Initial itemization coming through relatively standard. Matchpoint elect to go into the damage itemization, which was not what we predicted. Everybody on D69 being defensive. Nice dredge anchor starts things off, but Wardoom takes a bit of poke in return. Into the backline goes Buck. Can they find anything? I don't know, because Smidgen's being pressured out. Elven Path and Perdo pick up 2 kills. District 69 hold an early advantage.
Stolzy needs to make a decision here. It looks like he just wants to get out. A wise choice, falling back. Just clutch pickups right now, unable to convert on the dredge anchor. Wardoom was the first to fall. D69 with the initial point control, 42% and climbing, but Matchpoint are 5 strong.
And look at this, Smidgen being poked out early initially. Flicker will keep them healthy, but onto the objective again is District 69. 69% and rising. Matchpoint have got to get on now, or at least very, very quickly. Who's going to make a break for it? Dredge anchor might kick things off. Onto the objective is Evie, but they can't find a way in. 93, 96, 99. Evie comes from behind, but she's taken out before she can contest into overtime. District 69 come out strong with initial capture point control.
Elven Path keeping things rolling right now for District 69. Kills are flowing for D69. See him pushing forward right now. Perdo right hot on his heels, keeping the picks staggered for Matchpoint right now. Feet cut out from under them, staggered and broken. Can D69 keep Matchpoint on the back foot?
Maybe if they can capitalize on the back of the dredge anchor. Reversal isn't good enough, but it is to confirm the damage back onto Wardoom. There's a trade coming out between these two teams, but Matchpoint aren't putting up a defense yet, having lost one of their frontliners, and now they are hard pushed to try to shut anybody down. Nice Jarlin, arrows midair. Buck and Evie going to be punished for that, but Dozups comes in, picks up the double kill on Buck, and is hunting for even more blood.
Dozups doubling down for the double kill. Needs to find more here. Just not looking for it. Will find it with the heroic leap, finding his angle and blowing it wide open. Matchpoint right now leaning on Dozups here to break things open in the backline. Smidgen struggling to get it done right now as Evie, but all 5 members are returning for D69.
Oh, and Dozups confirms another kill onto Sheepa. Gets punished for it, but has taken out one of the primary carries of District 69. Where was this Matchpoint all the time during that initial capture point control? The payload, nobody's near it. District 69 forced back towards their base, waiting on respawns. Matchpoint looking like they figured themselves out.
Evie has to go big in this game, finding a nice pop shot onto Shaolin, but now pressured out by Elven Path. You know he's going to continue to keep this up. The dot ticking through, misses a blink onto the high ground, is going to be forced to take the stairs.
But at least has some healing from Flicker as well. That card which does heal Evie every time she blinks, and blinks back with Wormhole to keep her in the fight. Dredge anchor comes through on the opponent, who gets shut down by Cutie. Elven Path dives on in, but he's outnumbered, he's outmatched, and will go down to Smidgen. 25 seconds to go. District 69 have got to find an answer to take this into overtime because they are being shut down from every corner and every avenue.
Stolzy going big, finding a triple kill for the American Match Point squad, looking so strong right now. Bit of a lone wolf, but this is how Stolzy prefers it. Holding W, making hot plays, holding mouse 1, 3, 2, 1, ticks the clock, and no one from D69 anywhere close.
But check out what District 69 did at the end of the round. 5 ultimates on the table. They don't want to give any additional ultimate charge to Wardoom, who did use Ancient Rage previously, only sitting at 13%. So they stay in base, not giving credits to their enemies, not giving kills to their enemies and ultimate charge. A very wise decision from the veteran team.
That is what it comes down to. Ult management so important when all the skills are equalized for all intents and purposes. Everyone so good at this level. The Wreckers, though, starting to come through for Match Point, and this could prove to start to be a bit of an issue for D69, as their front line is going to get more and more fragile as the game moves on. Likewise, Elven Pass already hitting the mark there on the Cauterize 2 alongside Dosip, so anti-heal coming out in a big way just 5 minutes in.
Now watch out for Wardoom, dashing ahead with Master Riding 2, trying to find an early dredge hacker, does actually miss, and now the deficit with the ice on Multiple could turn things up.
Nice.
Rampage and Stolzy takes out Pearl, Bennett turns it off, takes out another with Smidgen, it's unbelievable falls, and is looking for more. Damage comes through on a Shaolin, drop backwards to safety, and retreats round the corner, trying to avoid any additional poke.
Great trades for both teams on the ultimates. No one taking a convincing win, however. Smidgen going down is going to relieve a lot of pressure off of D69's back line, and so is that dredge anchor missing. Moving in with the shell shield, Stolzy has got to go big.
Oh, the planted comes through. Jara cleans up Stolzy, and Match Point's primary carry has gone down. District 69 established back on the objective again, 60% and rising. Wardoom looks to make a move, but they've got no ultimate, and they're under half HP.
He's so low right now, cannot afford to get back in. Match Point again, making a wise call to give it up. It's a tough call to make, but it separates the men from the boys here. They don't want to feed any more credits, any more ultimate charge than they have to, but we are in overtime. Match Point making moves.
And we see Androtis come around from behind. Purtle looking for the kills. Elven Pass takes out Wardoom. Unbelievable kills. Smidgen as well. Match Point have nowhere to run. They're forced into the enemy's base. Stolzy shut down by Purtle. Overtime will tick down. 2-1 leads the scoreboard again for District 69.
That was absolutely huge, that trade between Perdo and Stolzy, because there were so many more low targets for Stolzy to rip through. They may have been able to make a comeback play. Wardoom, though, just under so much pressure, unable to find the dredge anchors that we're so used to seeing out of him.
And I just wanted to point out as well, when that dredge anchor came through, we saw them pull Ruckus in, but at the same time, Makoa was immobilized and took so much focus fire during that. District 69 min-maxing everywhere they can. Bucks diving into the backline, but it just doesn't matter. Shiba trying to hold the avenue, is waiting for Eevee to blink in, gets the shutdown kill on the Smidgen. This could be a conversion if the respawn stays staggered.
This is a struggle right now for Match Point on the back foot. D69 target prioritization is on point. Stolzy's falling so low, needs to stay alive in this situation. Dredge Anchor's gonna pull one up onto the high ground, but here's the accursed arm.
Oh no, but the shell shield blocks all the damage. Stolzy comes back in with the kill. Unbelievable. We'll be trying to frontline this fight, but the rest of the team are falling all around them. But Dozups and Wardoom clean up. Ancient Rage Makoa swinging along with their anchor, takes out everybody, and that's a full team wipe for the team in blue.
Match Point able to find the angle once again. Dosups specifically, when he goes big in the backline, he has the most killing blows in the game right now. Tied surprisingly with Gara on Ying, but he has been the clutch factor right now. Smidgen just not getting it done in the backline.
Well, they do have their Ice Storm ultimate available if they elect to go in. 55 seconds and falling. District 69 close to conversion, need to be held at bay before they can get towards the objective and build up momentum. Notably, unbelievable City on the Hexafire, excuse me, could be some trouble, so Smidgen decides to make their move, but they find nothing. Dread Serpent comes through, and it's all mitigated by Match Point, and everything is blue.
Lockdown not going to be coming out here. Stolzy trying to lock down some more kills. Wardoom does a double. Disengage, mitigated by the shield. Doesn't matter. Elven Path still going to fall. 25 seconds left on the clock here. Ultimates are being used close to the end of the round here. So again, District 69 going to be heading into the round likely with the ultimate advantage heavily in their favor.
And also, I feel like Warden can hear what we're saying right now, because those dredge anchors, which were missing earlier, allowed him to pick up 3 kills on the back of that fight. Now sitting at 5, 6, and 8 for a frontliner. That's a very respectable slash line. And again, District 69 take the high road, give up that capture fight, and don't feed their enemy any advantage.
Both of these teams, you can tell the respect between them. Match point making pretty early calls to give up on capture points. Likewise, District 69 staying back off payload pushes they just don't see going through. That was very close as well. That was almost one more fight. Probably would have spelt the conversion for D69, but they back off. Still in lead of the net worth charts, however, match point. These late game items are starting to come through. So much anti-heal from District 69. Cuss Cutie is gonna have to bring more to the table.
But they are very tanky themselves, and we can see that match point are getting late game itemization on 2, and they have the damage now to break through District 69's defenses. Repulsive Field is all Unbelievable can bring to the table at this point. Early dredge anchor will miss from Wardu. Who's gonna make the opening play?
We'll have to see. It has yet to be seen. All the cooldowns available. Here comes the Hexafire, mitigated by the Fernando shield, is going to be buying space. Unbelievable finding the first kill in this engagement, finds the second as well.
So Unbelievable sitting on 2, looking for more, though back to the objective, stacking up capture for that team. 40% and rising is dredged into danger, but Advance will get them to safety, and all the while Perdo just swinging at the team planted from Shiva comes through to lock off an angle, and again match point on the back foot on the objective fight. Somebody's got to go in.
Nice bait though to get the repulsor field out early. Smidgen got in the back line, forced Unbelievable maybe nervously to pop it. It was just one of them. No one was in danger of dying. D69, however, no one from match point can get on the point. 3-2 reads the slash line.
It feels like a bit of an impossible fight. If you try and go head on, you go straight into Ruckus. If you try and go from behind, Charlene is waiting for you, as is Androxus, and the Godslayer looking to potentially capitalize on the 3-2 scoreline with a conversion for the first set win. Accursed Arm is available. Will Perdo make their move?
Just so strong on the objective is D69's composition. Missed heroically from Dosup's gonna keep both him and Stolzy pinned in a corner for the time being, and meanwhile D69 are able to find 2 picks in this engagement. They continue to roll forward, momentum on their side.
And if District 69 want to keep up the momentum, I don't want to see kills coming through. I want to see heavy poke. Apply Cauterize, back off, keep everybody low on the side of match points so they can't capitalize on conversions from the skies. Death awaits you all, counted out by the ancient rage from Makoa. So tanky, but he's being burnt down piece by piece. Immortal comes out from Fernando. Elven Path keeps the team alive. And red team are in the advantage. District 69 looking to break through.
Colossal amounts of mitigation coming out from District 69. It just feels like it never ends. Match point, as they have done 3 times before now, able to find the stabilization play late into the payload push, but these defenses are not going to win this game.
Absolutely, they can equalize to 3-3, but they've got to focus on the capture fight. And one thing which Matchpoint have been doing every single defense is using their ultimates. At this point, I feel like that's something that they have to save. But with 55 seconds left, now counting down once again, and District 69 pushing towards the payload, will they have that luxury?
This is the closest they have come with the most time left on the clock. Here's the Dread Serpent to start things off.
And up and down goes Dozos, but your sight fails you. Shaolin is in their Desert Haze. That nobody can find them, nobody can see them. Shiva picks up 1. Solzy and Cuss Cutie, though, notably answering back, but Unbelievable is on the payload. Hexafire is ready. Solzy dives on in, but Hexafire isn't even necessary. They will fall down. In goes Makoa, and now it comes, ripping and tearing through their opponent's shell spin. Will not get you out of danger, but the respawns keep on piling down one by one.
They all fall down, however. All the King's forces and all the King's men couldn't put match point back together again.
District 69 flexing their muscles. The second seed team coming out of Europe makes you a little bit apprehensive tomorrow if you consider what Burrito are capable of, but on land, they are a completely different monster. Elven Path, deep in conversation with the rest of his team, is eager to talk about what happened that game and prevent maybe some of those missed payload conversion opportunities from happening again.
I don't think Elven Path stopped talking that entire game. I would watch him during these team fights. I can't see his mouth, but I can see his forehead. His forehead is doing all the talking. His face is just contorting the entire duration of these team fights. You can tell he is the leader. He is stepping up for his squad.
Absolutely, calling the shots, making the calls where necessary to allow his team to capitalize on some of the avenues of entry which were opened up. But rather than avenues of entry, it feels like Matchpoint that last game couldn't find any to get towards the objective despite their late game itemization.
They didn't have, I feel, the best composition. A lot of flank pressure. We highlighted this during our Epic Odyssey during the pre-match breakdown, but the picks just didn't seem like they were falling in the right spots there. Smidgen's Eevee not quite hitting the mark, sitting at about 4 and 8, I think was the last time I saw his slash line Buck. Joseph did well on the Buck for all intents and purposes, but could he have done better on something else? Maybe a Bomb King even ripping through some of these frontliners?
Potentially, and we'll have to find that out coming up next game. But for the time being, let's take a look at the stats from game number 1 and give you all a breakdown of what just happened. And let's see, interestingly enough, Stolzy living up to their name, topping the damage charts overall. But check out Sheepa's Charlene, and that's a player which I think we should talk about because they were waiting for the flanks.
Definitely, there's 75,000 damage. Great management, I think, of Planet. Given that there wasn't a ton of CC on this District 69 squad, firepower and mitigation was the name of the game for their team fights here. And the objective time for this ruckus, 283, where we barely saw anyone break 30 seconds on match point, and that was Dosip's, the squishiest character in Paladins.
I think that Unbelievable at this point is actually glued to the payload. I mean, one thing which they did very well was jump on the payload close to the end of conversion and then use Hexafire, because you're being carted along and all of a sudden you are a true roving death machine. That's a very scary sight to face. Often players will try and utilize the payload hitbox to hide behind, duke out some of that damage from Hexafire. I love the sort of instinctive counterplay to counteract that that, how should we say this, environmental hazard?
So much damage from everyone on District 69. Gera, 51,000 on the Ying. Not far behind Elven Path and Unbelievable on these aggressive frontliners. Everyone from District 69 was playing extremely well there, and that's going to be game number 1, ladies and gentlemen. We'll have to see where the rest of hopefully this best of 5 unfolds. I'm hoping we go the distance this time around because these games are intense.
Matchpoint need to make an adjustment here. District 69 with a 4-2 victory on Frog Isle. The next map up will be Frozen Guard. We're going blue, and maybe we're going to see some different styles of team compositions come out. We're yet to see a Kinessa today.
Yeah, no Kinessas at all. With Timber Mill banned, this is likely where it's going to happen, if at all. I mean, the sight lines are long here. It's just a matter of peel, composition. It's dangerous to pick against D69 with such premier flank players like Shippa on Eevee, like Elven Path on Buck. I feel like people are just trying to take Buck away from Elven Path, and he's really stepping up, being able to show that he can play something else.
Well, he made a name for himself on Fernando during those DreamHack qualifiers, utilizing Master Riding at the time, or rather Equestrian, to mount up, get into the backline, and play the flank Nando we've known to come and love. But going back to Eevee and Sheepa, now if Matchpoint want to run a range damage composition, if they want to elect to go into something like Kinessa and have that high power one-shot potential if you hit a headshot with your ultimate active onto most champions, then I feel like they have to go for an Eevee early into the draft. But then again, this allows District 69 to potentially get that trifecta of Makoa, Ruckus, and Maldamba. It's a bit of a risky move there.
Can they just try and deal with the potential flank pressure coming out? Matchpoint's still smiling though, and you specifically mentioned this, Warden, one of the best Fernandos you think in the world, and I'm inclined to agree with you. So he could provide the peel that they need, the relief from this flank pressure. These Kinessa players are good enough to the point where they can win the Eevee versus Kinessa matchup if given the space to do so. We saw in top play of 2016, Lemonade just getting it done by himself.
Oh my goodness, Lemonade is unbelievable on Kinessa. And you know what? They're a player who's come up through the European scene recently, made it towards the top of the Eevees Winter Classic. Wait for them to come into play in 2017 competitive. But for the time being, who else might play that Kinessa role very well on Matchpoint if they elect to go for it?
It could be Dosip's, could be Stolzy, Cuskcutie can play it. All good options. That's kind of the strength for match point here, I think, is their flexibility in terms of how many people can play their power picks. But then we look at the draft from last game, we see things like the Buck. We see ourselves questioning a lot. Who's going to be on this? You know, this guy really only plays this when it comes to match point here. And I feel like with us being left with those question marks, it kind of means it's not going to be the strongest draft at a match point.
Yeah, match point are probably going to be asking those same questions themselves. District 69, though, what they ran worked out very well for them previously. The Fernando, the Ruckus, everything like that was perfect. Matchpoint had great success earlier today, however, putting doze-ups on Ruckus. Do you think we're going to see that pick stolen away?
You know, you asked me, heck, a month ago, 2 months ago, how much we be talking about Ruckus here, given no changes. It just blows me away how this guy has just come into his own. Team's really just, I think, starting to figure out Repulsive Fear more and being able to manage that more effectively is just huge. I mean, when that came out, I looked at it, I was like, man, this could be really good if teams start to figure it out, and they are.
They certainly are. One thing which I always want to see with Repulsive Field, of course, for those of you just joining us on the broadcast or new to Paladins, that's an ability that Ruckus has for their alternate fire. When you're in close proximity to an objective, you can provide an AoE shield, which gives your team 50% damage reduction, which is huge in a team fight. And Droxus Accursed Arm, that's 1,000 damage to only 500, taking 4 shots just to kill a Kinessa. Fantastic for a big fight. Also utilizing that well would be Maldamba. They got a very specific card which they can elect to go to in their decks called Possession, providing you with up to 18% damage reduction whilst you're healing an ally with Mending Spirits. You pair those two together, due to the additive nature of damage reduction in Paladins, that's a very tanky snake, and considering Maldamba's health pool as well, they're very difficult to kill.
Gets up to 96% damage reduction.
That's kind of nutty.
During Repulsor Field.
That is ooh.
The unkillable master.
Wikono's chosen. You combo that as well with the reload stun lock build from Maldamba, utilizing Snake Pit for that initial 20% reload speed reduction or reload speed increase, and a couple of deft hands, as we know we love to see those deft hands come out flying the past the shelf Maldamba. And then you have a third frontliner, potentially. It's pretty devastating.
Absolutely. Is here Frozen Guard. I'm just thinking about Ruckus on this map, though. I'm not sure how the deal is going to work out for him, especially if there's a Kinessa. We saw this come out a little bit earlier in the day. Kinessa, when she gets the space to operate on Frozen Guard, is just so scary, just being able to blow up tanks, pin them to the wall from such a safe distance and space. Control was really in favor of District 69. Do we see Matchpoint overcorrect and try and go for a little bit too much of that this game?
You said a specific buzz phrase there, and honestly, Matchpoint, and that was pin them to the wall. Matchpoint, they might like to go into that, but one pick which I think might help them do this better than Kinessa, we've seen a lot of them today, it's Charlene. They fulfill that semi-sniper role. They've got projectile-based arrows, but they still deal massive damage over distance, and it's incredibly devastating. So I do expect to see that come out again. And honestly, I feel like at this point, we're going to see Charlene prioritize over the flavor pick of Kinessa just because they are a little bit more survivable.
Quite literally pinning people to the wall. Be very interested to see how this champion draft plays out once we get in. Both teams kind of still discussing here. D69 looking confident, nodding their heads a little bit. Gara just chilling out right now. Doesn't want to expend too much energy. About to sip on that water a little bit here. These American flags looking good, though, still from Matchpoint.
They certainly are, although I've got to be asking you the question, is it wise to put them on top of a computer? Matchpoint going to have to find some other way to vent if they can't expel their heat from the top. And speaking of which, Fernando was played very well last game. It's going to be a priority pick potentially for District 69. Now, there are a couple of different loadouts which we've seen Fernando run recently in competitive play. They used to run a lot of the Fireball loadout where you'd kind of throw out your Fireball, have Incinerate fall for max cooldown reduction on that, and then chase after your enemies. We're starting to see a bit of shield cooldown play come back into, well, play. Is there a specific favorite that you know that certain players prefer?
I know that I love the chase down type of build when he's able to supplement his movement speed with a low cooldown Fireball. I think Wardoom prefers to play that style. He's a pretty aggressive guy. A lot of Fernando players are unbelievable. Is kind of the premier defensive one, but Wardoom has the ability to flex both ways, and that's really kind of why he is cemented his status as sort of that top-tier frontline player.
That certainly is the case. So the map draft brings up a lot of questions. The players bring up a lot of questions for the champion draft as well. But for the time being, Matchpoint, they looked so strong early in the day. They looked so strong early in the sets. They put a lot on the line by declaring themselves #1 team. They went in with the attitude that they wanted to win. One game now down to the second seed out of Europe, District 69. How's that going to make them feel?
Well, you see Matchpoint very confident going into this one, very loud, confident in themselves. Can they keep that up?
Very
right
American.
Now? They're pretty quiet.
I'm European,
here.
I can say that.
I'm thinking it comes down to when they win a big team fight, if they're able to get loud again, very hype team. I wouldn't say easily tilted because a lot of like passionate teams can be easily tilted when things don't go their way, but I see a lot of mental strength across all 5 of these guys.
What I'm hearing is momentum is important. Once they get rolling, they can keep rolling, but if they can't get that initial momentum going, they find it difficult to start up from zero. Starting from cold, I mean, they're very warmed up today, having just played 2 earlier sets, but still not against the same caliber of competition that District 69, your previous LAN champions, provide. Maybe they're running into a bit of a hitch here.
Absolutely. Now looks like we're starting to get things sorted out here. What adjustments exactly are you looking for Matchpoint? Personally, I didn't like the Buck pickup too much. I thought the flank pressure was just trying to force the issue that just wasn't there.
I don't like the double flank, especially that late in the draft. Eevee and Buck picked up as the 2 final picks for Matchpoint. Who are you going to dive on into? It's absolutely... There's nobody to really capitalize your flank pressure on. Eevee's just generally all-round good. You can jump in to Makoa's shield or behind Fernando's shield, drop some pressure, but Buck relies on being able to chase down enemies. But at last, the draft is on screen. Matchpoint have the first pick for Frozen Guard. Who will they select? Aha.
Nice.
Yes.
Going for the Fernando first. Going to be important to control the space around this point. Plus, Wardoom's so good on it, unbelievable. Taking that away from him is always a good look.
To respond, District 69, we've seen it flip-flop back and forth. They go with Makoa, drafting the Charlene early too, preventing Matchpoint from taking that away. And Charlene was such a pivotal pick for D69 last game, waiting for Eevee to blink into the backline. This almost dissuades the Eevee pick at this point, I think, because Smidgen just couldn't seem to handle them.
I think D69 is starting to figure that out. They're saying, you know, we're not going to pick up Eevee. Let's feel these guys out a little bit. We're up a game. Let's see if they'll take the Eevee away from us, or if we can just have the space to draft. And Cassie and Drogo's going to be the selection. I think that's going to answer that question. Still not forced to lock in the Eevee.
So Drogo's with their one-shot ultimate potential on Dragon Punch. A great counter to Makoa and Ruckus. No immortal ultimate from Fernando to keep those frontliners alive. District 69, well, when that ultimate's used, one of them will die. They respond with Ruckus and Maldamba. They have the Makoa, Ruckus, Maldamba trifecta, but at Matchpoint, they're not done yet, and Droxus is hovered. Grover is hovered. Grover is locked. I am thrilled to at last cast a Grover game alongside you.
Bless puns incoming, ladies and gentlemen. Just prepare yourself for some Grover times, game Grovers eventually, and God knows what else you've got cooking up in that lovely head of yours.
Routing plays. We'll come up with some stuff on the fly, folks. I feel like I need a book. Instead of a book of rhymes, I have a book of Grover puns at this point, although Tyra provides some great opportunities. Similar to Tyra, however, in her playstyle, is going to be Victor, the final pick for District 69. And at this point, that's a safe pick to lock in because there is not much of that highly focusing flank pressure coming out of Matchpoint. They've got an Androxus, but they're going to be spotted out and focused down early. So Victor is a very open pick. Still, though, District 69, all direct damage.
They've got an Androxus. This is not an Androxus. This is
oh my goodness, forgive me.
Matchpoint, ready to teach Peridot a lesson, seeing if he can win that matchup against the lone wolf. Cuss Cutie will be on Drogo. Stolzy on his comfort zone. Wardoom on his, and Fernando Smidgen on Grove Street this time. Doseph's on another comfort bit. Matchpoint looking comfy going into this one.
One game up so far then. The opponents of District 69 with Sheepa on Shaolin. Unbelievable once again on the Ruckus. Perdo takes the victor up in arms. Elven Path on Makoa, their comrade, and Jero will be on Maldamba. Round the backline is Stolzy immediately getting 2 shots onto the Shaolin, but poke is returned and Stolzy is forced to flee.
Both teams just kind of ring around the rosieing around the point. Currently no kills yet. We are over a minute into this game here. Parados sitting safe, great positioning from the Victor player to stay safe. Spots out Stolzy, doesn't want any part of that. Here comes Planted to beat back match point once again. Still no kills.
This is just ridiculous at this point in time, but a big Dredge Anchor could open things up. Unbelievable, picks up first blood off the back of that. Doze Ups is coming from behind, but they've met every player of District 69 right to the face and are forced to go around the outside, round the outside of the objective to escape that pressure. Now Ruckus is on the objective, and a repulsor field is going to start to come into play.
Wardoom falls, Stolzy as well, and they gave it up before match point. Likely to give this one up as well as they pass 79%. D69 are looking like they have this one done and dusted. Nice dismounts coming through from Shippa is going to make this difficult.
But hold that thought. Matchpoint do get themselves on to the objective. Fernando going to be leading the charge. Stolzy picks up one around the backside. Unbelievable. Try and lock things down. Stolzy finds a double kill. Stolzy's looking for a triple kill. The repulsor field is active, but still Unbelievable will fall to Smidgen. Game grower, they say. Stolzy gets the double-double. Cleans things up, and a 99% to D69. Matchpoint are back in the game.
Locking it down. Stolzy proving he is not just any old Androxus. Forces out Planted as well. Another big cooldown down Matchpoint. Here's the zone, the lone wolf. Stolzy holding W. Not even forced to ultimate. Matchpoint claw their way back and take the first payload of the game.
What a turnaround from the previous game on Frog Isle. Now advancing forwards. Smidgen's cleaning up players left and right, it seems. Oh, Dragon Punch channeled in the wrong place. Cuskewty going to use that to get out of dodge. Was hoping the shield would last a bit longer than it did, but straight back the objective, sitting on currently 33% ultimate charge. That'll stack up very quickly once again.
Absolutely. Not connecting with a player means not all of this ultimate charge will be expended, so not a bad call. Again, Matchpoint showing they can make the difficult decisions when it matters most. Cuskewty able to make the most of a bad situation despite a defensive Dragon Punch coming out, but
round
there's
the corner,
saved by the bell.
Whoa, that was close, Cuskewty, and the fire spit follow-up is good, but not enough to knock somebody over the edge. Now we will see Wardoom trying to frontline, just jumping up and down, blocking all this focus fire coming from Ruckus, but is impaled into a wall. Unbe gets two, and Ruckus advances. Matchpoint are forced to withdraw.
Stolzy falling down early in that team fight is never good for Matchpoint. So much rides on his performance, fight to fight, and then a mischarge from Wardoom, a rare misplay out of the frontliner from the boys in NA. Cuskewty going to be staggered far behind as well. Going to take some time. A minute still remains here. A missed Dredge Anchor and a forced reset from District 69.
And whilst we have the opportunity, I just want to talk about how well Unbelievable has been playing these last two games on Ruckus. Primarily that Fernando and Pit player. They've really taken this new champion into their stride. Hold that thought though, Impaler Arrow hits Wardoom, and Matchpoint's wind could be taken out of their sails if we find some picks here.
Forced into the Immortal all by himself. Wardoom just trying to buy time for a shield cooldown to come up. Doesn't need it just yet. Trying to find these long-range shots, but unable to do so. Unbelievable. Getting aggressive on the Stolzy. Hill's going to find him 300 HP in the backline. Everyone's ignoring Unbelievable. Repulsor field comes out. If Emitter comes up as well, that's 300 more HP for him. He's shredding through, forcing out the Whirlwind.
Smidgen will be being brought low. Impalement to a wall. Takes focus fire and goes down. Unbelievable. That was, well, rather unbelievable. And I feel like I made that joke a few too many times, but great play coming out of the substitute for District 69. 7-1 and 2.
Who are you saving there, Smidgen? He's going to be down for the next round there.
Spring has come, and also so is a successful defense as we are 1-1 on the scoreboard. District 69 are back in the game.
We've got one ultimate for Matchpoint, ladies and gentlemen, whereas District 69 sitting on 5 ultimates. So a 5-1 swing for D69. They can find 20% of the value here and still come out even. Damage dealt going to be led by Cuskewty. This is what we're kind of used to seeing from Drogos. However, a lot of confirmable damage onto the point with that fire spit. Cauterized 2s starting to come online. If we could take a look at the healing charts, we're going to see right now Maldamba way out in front. Dara, he's running the stun build as well, and he's still getting it done. This Rover just not hitting the mark. I don't see it coming on any line better with these Cauterized 2 coming through in round 2.
You certainly can't underestimate Maldamba's healing. Initial point fight, gonna be a bit of a dance again. Dredgeanchor will set things up, the reversal straight out of that is good. A match point respond. No, they're getting chased out of the issue. Stunned is Stolzy, about to fall down, but the heal from Grover is good to buy time. Perdo takes some focus fire grenade over the edge, will help clean up Stolzy, however. And again, District 69 are taking initial control, but we've seen this story before.
That's with one ultimate used as well. The Dread Serpent, the only one down, and it's already back to 25%. Perdo needs to have the heat turned up on him. He is under no pressure right now. 2,400 HP on this Victor. Will fall easily if they can get some pressure onto him. Gara, though, Wardoom's on the point. Stun's gonna miss. Hexafire comes out. I don't know if that was a bit of a misplay. Trusted him to hit the stun.
And it's just buying time, but we're still into overtime as Unbelievable is being pressured slightly now. Ancient Rage used by Elvenpath will buy more time for the team. He finds one, but it's taken out by Stolzy. 99% again, and Unbelievable, the last one standing. It's the same old story as Doe cleans up the ruckus, and I can't believe it. They've done it again. Match point. They're still here.
Because he's Doyo. He's the greatest Cassie ever. And whether you wear the sweater or not, 99% for D69. But once again, match point refusing to fall without a fight.
Now District 69 must make their way back on. An early Dredgeanchor comes through, but Cuss Cutie held Dragon Punch that entire fight, takes down Elvenpath, and it's just a solo ruckus to contest. He can't even reach it. The first bit to zone. Match point 2-1 with a successful capture for the second time in a row.
Clawing their way back, the comeback kids. Fire Spit putting the pressure up on the point. Nice cleanup from Dosups there. Double kill for him, and that's going to create some space for match point to get this push rolling. Ultimate's starting to come online for them. They will have those available to try and break this first choke. You can see them approaching in the distance. Unbelievable, doing his best to hold it down.
But all the time, Cuss Cutie is just locking off angles with Drogos, pummeling out rockets and fire spits whenever available to provide constant lock off. You can't have Unbelievable stepping out if they're losing half their HP in 1 or 2 shots, and as a result, Cuss Cutie's zone pressure is so important to that team. Perdo knocked back by Fire Spit, and now we come to the meat of the fight. Back through the choke, out into the open. Will Matchpoint push through, or will they be shut down?
Yikes, Cuss Cutie going down, and it looks like the call is to back up right now. Matchpoint don't want to get in a staggered respawn scenario. This isn't the longest walk back from spawn, but it is up there on Frozen Guard, and Matchpoint need to make every second count if they have a hope at converting. At D69, Smidgen gonna reposition with the Vine. Stolzy is looking for the backline dive against Perdo.
But he's going up. He's silent. He's not being found. Perdo is using Barrage. Stolzy's looking to charge with the ultimate. No, impaled. Straight into reverse to keep himself safe. But Stolzy's at 1100 HP and a lot of trouble. Trying to find shots, and now a Cursed Arm is available. Impaled again, but up to the sky. Damage rains down. 2 shots, 4 shots, 2 kills. Looking for a third. Will they get the trade? Jara gets the stun lock. 1 more shot. The outplay comes through. But here we go. Unbelievable on defense. No, shut down by Gus. Hexafire taken out. Matchpoint looking for the conversion. It's so close. The respawn from Elvenpath is here, but there is no Ancient Rage. It's all looking blue for Matchpoint. It's all looking blue for District 69. And as soon as the staggers keep on rolling, they should be able to get a conversion. But Wardoom is back. Sheepa comes in, and he's making the plays.
Cuss Cutie hitting like a truck. He's taken down. Smidgen falls down as well. Can D69 against all odds stabilize here? Repulsor field comes out. The respawns are here. It looks like they're going to be able to do it.
And make like Shaolin, withdraw is what Matchpoint are saying. I thought that was going through. That should have gone through. But Unbelievable with the unbelievable defensive play. Every member from District 69 not going in together, but one by one to extend their contest. And then that repulsor field at the end sealed the deal. It's all tied up at 2-2.
Insane. Shippa, I think really, he's who I'm pinning this to. Able to turn it around. Taking Cuss Cutie out was a big factor that Drogos was hitting like a Mack truck. And you can see that Shippa has pulled ahead of Drogos here, 68,000 to 67,000. This is neck and neck in the arms race, and these late game items are really starting to come through. Some luxuries even
you could go so far as to say for D69, going to be favorable positioning themselves with these Master Ridings.
But that is match by match point. Wardoom holding Master Riding 2 and Smidgen Master Riding 1. I feel that's appropriate for Grover. They do die very quickly, although Tree's not repeated for their movement. Initial point fight breaks out. Wants this roundy outside. Take a look at Wardoom coming from behind everybody. He's looking for the play, but still nothing really gained.
Favorable positioning right now. Where is the pressure on this man? Wardoom totally set it out. Dread Serpent's gonna come through to buy the crowd control. First to fall, Dosup's looking to swing things back. Dosup is going to fall this time.
But that was perfect play from Cassie, buying time for that team. Doesn't matter though, Sheepa picks up 2, and District 69 advance onto the objective. Again, will match point make the turnaround?
To stabilize, they've done it twice now. Can they make it 3? If they give up this capture, D69 have the chance to convert right now. A lot of big streaks for D69, however. Shippa on 7, Unbi on 8. Another Master Riding coming through to reinforce the front line. This zone is just too strong. Match point not really looking like they want to go after this one.
93, 96, no, stalled at 93, it's from behind. Wardoom does it again, comes in, takes out Sheepa. Immortal use on the objective. Makoa in Ancient Rage will try and keep it rolling, but match point, they're doing it again. Whirlwind cancelled, but Elven Path has no backup. And oh my goodness, I cannot believe it. Stolty gets a reversal, reversals a Barrage 2, and takes down Podo for the trade.
Huge trades. Another big note is, while it was canceled out, the Whirlwind Ultimate did get used. Smidgen will not have that available to him. This is going to be neck and neck. 3 members from D69 clawing their way back in, but here comes the Hexafire.
Up in the air, completely unnoticed though, is Cuscuity, drops the damage, takes out 1, but he's stretched into doom. Shut down. Stolzy is left to try and hold this down for their team. Reversal will be good. The planted fires in, but no, he's forced off the objective at the last second. Almost the clutch play. District 69 get their first capture of the game and are looking for conversion to win.
Shippa once again in a clutch situation, finding the shots where Stolzy, a couple of clutch misses there onto the support. The Maldamba was able to stay alive. The reversal didn't connect, and Stolzy's life was claimed. Wardoom, though, really switching up the play style, and I love it. The backline dive Fernando is here. We see where he gets his name.
I feel like we're playing a bit of a game of hide and seek with Wardoom right now, but it is effective at buying time. It is wasting a lot of time, and in that time, Cuscuity picks up a double kill. Dozups takes down Sheepa, who you've got to be scared of, and match point, they've brought themselves back in, and they are looking to make a successful defense.
Getting super aggressive right now, playing a lot of hide and seek in the background, like you mentioned, but it's fine to trade out your life to get District 69 to fall so far back. By the time D69 is on this payload, Dosup's respawn is already going to be able to come through. Stolzy trying to pseudo frontline right now with his reversal, but the timing's off, and Shippa again coming in big when it matters most.
Oh, Smidgen did not get around the corner in time, has fallen 2 players down for match point waiting on respawns. The payload once again moving. Unbelievable does not have Hexafire, and we've seen that used to convert conversions before. It's up to him to try and charge it before they reach this all-important point. Will he be able to do it? I don't think it's going to matter because Sheepa is going off ridiculously.
A lot of zoning coming out from Elven Path right now. Wardoom needs to get back on the payload. Dread Serpent there is going to be able to crowd control, and this payload is itching. It's going to find its way through. D69 staring down match point right now saying, what's good, baby? We up 2-0.
Ridiculous. Right at the end there, I love the Maldamba ultimate. Don't need the Hexafire if nobody can reach the payload because of that hard crowd control. Maybe Resilience, which we talked about earlier, would have been the better pick. But District 69, now we at least started to see some grins there. They're feeling a little bit more confident, and there's good reason to suggest why. What a comeback.
Match point still not looking too shook. Dosups stared down Elven Path back, gave him the thumbs up, the nod, saying, okay, we got this. We're not out of this yet. Never tilt, never get shook on land environment. Elven Path bumping up and down in his seat right now, rubbing his little hands, his little Russian hands together.
Taking a big drink of water there as well, but you can see the head nods looking confident. Match point, they're still waiting, they're discussing. They're cool, calm, and collected for the time being. And folks at home, please do remember, this is a best of 5 set. which means that Matchpoint have one more opportunity to be able to try and bring themselves back in, go for the reverse sweep, and claim their #1 spot coming out of Group A. But they've got a tall order ahead of them.
And they have shown they have the propensity to come back. A lot of good ones there on Frozen Guard, and they're going to need it now more than ever. We can head on over to the scoreboard here to see Cuskey 107k damage, able to take the title away from Shippa there, but just such an impact player though on the Shaolin. It's crazy. He's really kind of emerged.
And here's the difference. Cuscuity, 107,000 damage, Sheeper 105, but look at the eliminations. Cuscuity was dealing a lot of damage, which was then all healed up by Jera, who has 107,000 healing. And here's the important factor. You can deal as much damage as you like. If you don't get those killing blows and you don't even manage to zone because of it, then your damage is useless. It's effective damage, which is important here.
You know, I love him like a brother, but the Grover here, I just don't know about it. Outclassed by 70,000 healing. I mean, you can look at Maldamba, brings a lot of crowd control to the table. Once Cauterize is online, Grover just doesn't have it. He does bring crowd control in the way of a cripple. But who are you looking to cripple on District 69? None of these characters are particularly slippery.
Not at all, and in this environment, with the amount of healing which Smitchen was able to put out on Grover, I would have preferred to see a Pip pick up. I think that fighting into Makoa and Ruckus, maybe that Evil Mojo, the Polymorph Ultimate, which Pip has as a support, would have been more valuable. But then again, we got to remember that as soon as Elven Path cracks out Ancient Rage, then it's not really going to do a great deal.
Not at all. Like you mentioned, the eliminations very split up right now. Shippa able to confirm a lot of his kills, whereas Cuscuity was just finding a lot of poke damage. Gonna head over to the map screen for what could be the final time of the day as District 69 look to close out the series against Matchpoint.
The stage is set for game number 3. District 69 with 4-2 victories over their opponents of Matchpoint. Jaguar Falls will be potentially the stage for the final showdown. It's come out a lot today, often fairly late into the map draft, leading us to believe that maybe it's not something which teams want to dive into very early. And again, I'm not so sure. We thought we might see some interesting picks like Kinessa. Really what it seems to come down to is that every single team is just running with what they know works, with the exception of Grover. I do feel like Matchpoint, they have to try something new, however.
Yeah, Jaguar Falls, not one of those end of the spectrum maps in terms of what type of team comp is going to excel here, but I will say it leans the way of frontliners as the area around the point, and even the spawn is pretty compact as far as the tight corridors. There are a lot of flanking routes as well.
I have one champion, 2 words for you. Bomb King. On Jaguar Falls, you can run out of the way of the Grumpy Bomb, yes, to a degree around the objective capture area, but you've got environmental hazards, you've got a bit of verticality, and with District 69 liking their double frontline setups, who better to initiate a point break than His Majesty himself?
I mean, Doe was on fire with it earlier. I love the pick personally. They've already secured their trip to the semifinals, fighting for seeding right now. With their backs against the wall, could we see a pocket pick strategy come out? Bob King came out a little bit earlier, but it seemed more for style points from Dosubs here. I don't know if he's going to pull it out in the serious situation Matchpoint now finds themselves in.
I feel like that if you're going to pull it out at any point in time, if you're going to go for that Cinderella story, the reverse sweep, if you're going to go for the style points, if you're going to play for the ego, not for the position, then now is as good a time as any. Anything else that you think we might see on Jaguar Falls?
To touch on Bomb King one more time before we move on here, it could be a good look to pull it out here, because this is where you're going to test the pick. Like, this is the team that is going to test this. Matchpoint can play it here, try their hardest, and really ask themselves the question, is this pick going to work for us moving forward? Is this something we can lean on? Beyond that, you know, we could see but we haven't seen the Elven Path Buck come out, I don't think, at all today.
I do feel like this is something which has just been dropped off for the most part. Unbelievable picking up Ruckus has been a good move. That means we need a second frontliner for District 69. Elven Path is just filling that role, so no Buck pick necessary, because the flank damage then either comes out of Perdo on Androxus or just doesn't come out at all.
Definitely here. A lot of potential setups. Dread Serpent, Immortals, huge area effect. Ultimate super effective here on Jaguar Falls as they cover most all of the open ground around the point, as well as, you know, some of the flanks, some of the exits as well. So those will be highly contested pick. Wardoom looked extremely good on it, but frankly, Unbelievable's Ruckus was very good as well. And it's a very manageable pick, especially for a substitute player. I don't know how much longer we want to continue to call that. I'm ready to stop sleeping on Unbe personally, but it's very, you know, easily, you know, Elven Path can call for repulsor fields for emitters anytime that he feels ready.
And Unbelievable will also be able to make those decisions themselves if they see a big fire spit or Loogie incoming, if the Curted Arm happens, just keeping the team alive. Okay, let's not beat around the bush. We've got a monster to hunt for District 69. Are you expecting to see the Monster Hunter come out today? Again?
Not here.
Not here?
Here. Not
Oh, come
now.
on.
We saw it brought out only.
Would you consider it to be a terrible decision?
Almost as bad as that pun.
Okay.
But all speculation aside, we are going to get into the champion draft here for what could be the final time between D69 and Matchpoint. D69 leading 2-0.
Makoa, the first pick, locked in for the team in blue. 2-0 is our set score. Matchpoint must respond. Fernando worked out okay for them previously. Oh, hold that. Okay.
Yeah, troll.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. Go on, Solzy, please. Make my day. Tyra and
Those
Sky
ups.
hovered.
Look
I do
me in the
expect
eye.
this to be swapped to a Fernando, maybe a Ruckus as well. There we go. Fernando locked in as the first frontline pickup for Matchpoint, and Ruckus
Okay.
follows suit. Ooh, predictions on point.
I like this here. Matchpoint forcing District 69 to adjust, to draft reactively to them. They're saying, we know your Drogos main isn't with you right now. Pick this the way. D69 almost seems to taunt Matchpoint, daring them to pick Eevee in the last set. We'll see if the Drogos is able to come through. Matchpoint looking to create themselves some space to draft with their backs against the wall.
D69 have gone into Charlotte and Mandamba, relatively standard so far from what we've seen. Cassie hovered, Eevee locked in for Matchpoint. They don't want to give that to Sheepa on this map, and Cassie drafted 2, likely going over to Stolzy. Matchpoint have a strong draft so far, only waiting on their support pickup at this point. Now, they could go full supportless, no heals, just full aggression. I think that they'll be waiting now to see if they're going to pull out the Pip
Bitey.
or the Ying. Oh, Bitey in the crowd. He's leaning forward. He's looking excited. Grok is being hovered over. Nope, it will be the Pip pick. I'm sorry, Bitey. That totem just doesn't do enough for District 69. Pip and Androxus locked in as the final 2 picks. And giving that once again to Perdo is going to be a good look on the mobile map of Jaguar Falls.
Ying going to be the selection for Matchpoint to help them round out. Unbelievable. I think going to be on this Pip this time, making the switch up to counter Matchpoint's comp. Matchpoint have dared them. D69 have accepted the challenge, and Droxus also locked in here. Not going to be a lot of great targets for him, I feel, as Cassie can take the 1v1, especially when it's Dosups in the driver's seat.
We haven't seen Unbelievable on Pip yet today, have we?
We have not.
We are in for a treat, as long as it is Unbelievable who will be playing Pip. They have run a very... It's gotta be. It's their signature champion that they've played so much of right from the very start of Paladins. Also makes use of a very curious loadout. There are certain cards in Paladins which are very important in your loadouts. Obviously for Pip, we're looking to reduce the cooldown of Explosive Flask as much as possible so you can apply bonus damage on your following shots. Maybe you can get Acumen Lifesteal following up with that, another card in Pip's kit. But also, Unbelievable likes to be doing a lot of damage on the support champion, so he'll run a card which allows you to reload 3 additional shots when you use Explosive Flask, making it so you never have to let go of left mouse button. And as we do get into game for potentially the final time today, District 69 will kick things off with their draft. Ellenpath, Unbelievable, Perdo, Sheepa, and Jera on the champions we just went through. And of course, their opponents Matchpoint are ready to meet them head to head.
Dosups on Ruckus. Fernando will be played by Warden. Smidgen on Eevee. Cuscuity on Ying. Stolzy on Cassie. Without further ado, a bit of an awkward spot, and Drox is forced another step out and around the hazard zone. Nice Dredgecker will pull Ying. Dimensional Link immediately away.
Look at the headshots coming out of Perdo. So far, it's a good look, but Smidgen kicks things off with a kill onto Unbelievable. Now, no support for District 69. They've got Poke, but they don't have Sustain, and Sustain is the name of the game for Matchpoint. 2 Ying illusions on the objective. Combined with the repulsor field, that's a very tanky composition.
Where's the pressure on Shippa right now from Matchpoint? He's going uncontested in the backline right now. He picked them
apart last time. Match point, however, making great progress on this capture point, 84%. They only need a small window here to close out this payload capture.
The respawn did come back through from Unbelievable, however, on the objective we're sitting on double healing for District 69. Match point have to make their way back in. Who's going to lead the charge here? Will it be our Fernando? I think that's going to be the case. From the side as well, Dozups and Ruckus getting ready to advance, but is getting poked out so quickly.
Wow, he is being absolutely shredded, decimated. Great positioning here from Unbelievable. He's content to just lay down the covering fire. And in match point fashion, District 69 making a big comeback on this point. Stolzy giving his life for it. Wardoom gonna continue to hold it down.
But Unbelievable stays alive. Elven Path picks up 2. 96% for match point. In comes Ruckus, but the reload stun from Aldama. They're forced away, straight back in. Get over here, says Elven Path. Overtime is ticking, and it's looking like it's going to be District that take the lead.
Very, very close, however, here from District 69. Gave up a lot of point control early, able to swing it back in the later stage of that fight, and Smidgen's gonna go down. Elven Path with a great dredge anchor to pull him in. Ultimate starting to come online for D69, Accursed Arm, Evil Mojo, and Ancient Rage.
Speaking of Evil Mojo, check out the itemization for Dozups and Wardoom really quickly. They're going into Resilience to reduce the duration of crowd control. They do know, and Polymorph is about ready to be used, potentially for a conversion here. Big opportunity, but Unbelievable has great trigger discipline and holds on, waiting until the payload gets closer to conversion because they know they don't have much time.
Bit of a rough spot now. Gonna be able to get around the corner, however, doesn't need that weightless online trading out kill for kill. Shippa going to fall. That's a big pickup for match point. He's been ripping them apart from the backline. Someone's got to find a way to pressure him out. They don't have any dedicated flank pressure on him right now. I am looking at Smidgen.
Oh no, but speaking of flanks, Berto comes from behind, cleans up Dozups, and is looking for more. Polymorph comes through to Fernando. Unbelievable, takes out Wardoom immediately. Berto is sitting on the Cursed Arm up into the air. Here it comes. Cassie round the corner will be blasted. Only a slither of health remaining in the headshot to finish. That's way too much to deal with. Payload looking towards conversion, but here comes an ice storm.
Closer and closer into the payload. A lot expended from District 69 to go for this, but a lot of tankiness has returned from Spawn. Perdo very, very low. Doesn't have anyone to hit with that reversal. He's going to take a spill. Hexafire coming out. Dosups laying down the law.
Unbelievable on the outside, trying to stay alive. Is being melted by Fernando here and will fall to Wardoom, but still 45 seconds left on the clock. One more push opportunity as Sheeper appears to have reached a bit of an impasse here with Fernando. Oh my goodness, that impale!
Going down immediately. 36 seconds still remain on the payload. Pip telling him just what he needed. This could be what District 69 needed as they look to make their final closing push against match point.
But only Hirez is available. Hold it. Blasted coming through. Dread Serpent will be used as well. Immortal to counter. Nobody from match point is going down. Perdo is sitting and waiting, however. And with Dozups picking up Unbelievable, it's going to be close. I think match point, they still are going to hold here. But a nice stun allows Shiba to take out Smidgen. It's icy on the cake. Will Shiba make it in time? We are in overtime. Planted will allow Wardoom to be shut down by Jera. Oh my goodness, can they pull out the Wonder Story here?
That would be absolutely an insane comeback. Getting crowd control right now. Dosups doesn't have anywhere to go. Pinned to the wall, quite literally here. Shippa is going to fall. Elven Path trying to stabilize for his team. Get this payload converted.
Oh my goodness, from behind again, Cuscuti trying to contest on Ying is shut down, but Fernando, Wardoom is holding the fort for the team, waiting for respawns as a payload is touching the conversion point. Repulsor field chickens do stay alive. The Resilience keeps everybody up as they come out of the polymorph, and all of a sudden it is looking like match point may be able to hold, but Cheaper is trying to turn that one around. Double kill, triple kill for Shaolin, trying to find the quadra kill, but Bono steals it away and the payload pushes through.
Absolutely everything expended from both teams trying to stabilize their District 6. That was one of the longest overtimes I think I have ever seen.
Since we had that ridiculous Eevee matter where she just used to blink in and off the objective and keep on taking it over and over again, the Resilience pick up worked, though. I think that's what's crucial. Rank 2 for Dozups and Wardoom came online, allowed them to stay alive through Polymorph. There's just a bit too much pressure from the District, but I love the strategy, and if it comes into play again a second time, Matchpoint won't be caught so off guard.
Shippa is tearing them apart on the damage charts right now. Cuscutie keeping his team in it, but these guys, these rounds are so long and they're getting so many credits here that there's almost always cauterized 2s online, multiples for both teams, and these healers really get shut down in the second round.
Scout will be activated to kick things off by Solzy, looking to reveal all enemies. And Matchpoint, they're being very cautious here, just trickle capturing on the objective, and that's exactly why. Smidgen blinks in, gets stunned, but Wardoom comes to the rescue. Nice defensive play.
Resilience is coming into play hugely here. Perdo is as well. There's a nice dredge anchor into the Maldamba stun. Gonna buy some time. Dosa pinned in a corner between a rock and a hard place. He stays alive for now, but then falling shortly after.
Perdo will be waiting around a corner. Unbelievable. In the back line, just cleaning up Wardoom, who's a bit out of their depth. And Illusion's being eliminated by the Pip player. The support currently for District 69, but it doesn't matter. Smidgen and Stolzy look to clean up the blue team. 89% and climbing. It's Matchpoint through and through.
Zone right now is going to be the name of the game. Matchpoint, get it done. Capture the payload there. 2 big kills to keep everything staggered from D69. Stolzy, when he finds a flank, has been relatively quiet this game. Not too many insane plays coming out of him, but just solid stuff throughout. Cuscutie forced into Dimensional Link early, and he is still under pressure. 55 HP, but Stolzy's got his back for now.
Oh, an unbelievable look in the wrong direction, or did they? As Elven Path comes to the rescue. Wardoom taken out too. This payload push isn't going anywhere, and Matchpoint, they'll be waiting on respawns, giving District 69 the opportunity to breathe.
You know, I didn't think I'd be saying Ruckus was such a big playmaker here. I never thought I'd be talking about resilience, but here we are. I really think once these level 3 resiliences, 90% crowd control reduction for Dosups and for Wardoom come through, it's going to be really a struggle for D69 to keep the picks rolling in the way that they have been in the past.
Red Serpent comes out, but it's not enough. Into the back will be the Hexafire. Dozups picks up 3, tries to find Androxus, who is forced another step away. Matchpoint crack the base of District 69 wide open and are looking for conversion. Very aggressive Cassie play now from Stolzy as they're trying to hold down the line of sight.
And note here the clock. So much time. They have time to spare, time to wipe if it's even necessary. Not looking like it's going to be that way though. Cuscutie falling lower and lower. Smidgen with the first kill in this engagement. Immortal though from Wardoom's going to keep everyone alive.
And the Polymorph chickens are still going. Unbe falls to Wardoom as well. Elven Path tried to hold on the front line. Ancient Rage was used and Perdo is picking up kills. Blue team, District 69 have held through that onslaught, but still so close to conversion and one last opportunity to push.
I would love to see if we can swap to the items real quick here to see if Doe and Wardoom are going to be able to get the Resilience 3s online. It's going to be so important coming down to the wire here with all this crowd control. Smidgen eats a dredge anchor, but Elven Path got stunned at the exact same time, so it gets canceled out for the time being. Matchpoint just trying to find a way to break the base.
Cuscutie, probably not the best player you want frontlining that. Playing a Ying, playing a support, not in the ideal position, but Unbelievable is in the ideal position to pick up Stolzy. Look at this elevation, allowing Pip to capitalize on their AoE damage and drop heals from afar. A little bit difficult under the bridge, but they're still able to drop so much damage on their opponents. With that dredge anchor cleaning up Dozups, it's looking like this will be a successful defense. District 69 about ready to hold at 3-1 match point.
That's not good. Giving up those conversions in round 1 gives you a ton of room to work with. D69 going to benefit from that defense point here, but now they're in a position they need to capture a point if they're going to close out this game. Match point have to hold here. No Resilience 3s online just yet. No level 3 items for match point here. And, you know, is it coming into play now that Dosups and Wardoom don't have this late game mitigation online? Is the Resilience going to be worth it?
Potentially, if it's all about the ultimates, but District 69 can play around that. Okay, we've got the ultimates. Let's use them on the players that aren't going to be reducing the duration of crowd control. Smidgen, Cuscuti, Stolzy take out the damage and then mop up the tanks afterwards, but you'll need a pretty heavy mop for that. There is a lot of health to chew through. Let's kick things off with initial poke coming out of Unbelievable as a big flank is coming out of Makoa.
Match point split up right now. This is risky if it doesn't pay off. Wardoom is in the back line by himself. Finds one. Smidgen with a long-range artillery shot. Finds two. Wardoom now going down.
Double kill for Smidgen as they manage to pick up Unbelievable too. Jera will respond. The nice stun comes through. Elven Path capitalizes, takes out Stolzy. Meanwhile, match point are set up with double illusions and Ruckus on the objective. 60% climbing. Elven Path must contest.
Cauterize online. Gara can't heal as much as he could, but can still bring that crowd control. Red Serpent comes through. A Cursed Arm is online. Double kill for Perdo in the back line. Unbe finds one as well. 66 to 42 on the capture objective. D69 taking control.
We talk about Stolzy, God Stolzy of Paladins, but what of the God Slayer? Perdo, 16 and 7 currently ready to make the plays. We've equalized capture objective. Match point are about to be shut out in the 3-0 sweep, but onto the objective they come. And here's the polymorph capitalization through. And District 69, oh my goodness, the resilience though, it keeps them alive.
Wardoom trying to stave off the damage with the Immortal, but falls soonly after the duration, and Dosa finding one onto Perdo. Unbelievable, trying to stay alive. Overtime is ticked through for match point. They could hang on here. No one sees Elven Path though. He's so close to being dead. Smidgen takes him out. Unbelievable is getting in there, and Shippa now returns.
Watch out for that planted, but it's Jera who makes the plays. Wardoom cleans up Unbe. It's 90 to 99%. Pretty much neck and neck at this point as Wardoom is being pressured out. Shippa landing some shots, but everybody steps off. Match point don't go down. They get the capture for the payload and keep themselves in this game, still holding on, clinging on for dear life.
You cannot break match point mentally. They will claw their way back into this match if District 69 give them any room to do so. 2 minutes remain on the clock. D69 will not benefit from a defense point here. The rounds will continue. We will see another round of play regardless of outcome.
At this point, I feel though the match point they have to equalize here. They've got to match 3-3 on the scoreboard, otherwise it's 2 more captures and they cannot have another 2 captures that close neck and neck. Again, it's not safe enough. It's too much wiggle room, but Stolzy goes in trying to make the plays.
Absolutely, and you can see that late game mitigation starting to come into effect. Elven Path was so caught out there, but still took so long to kill Wardoom in the back line right now. That Resilience 3 starting to come into effect right now. You see those Maldamba stuns just aren't lasting as long. It's absolutely insane how this card has just come into its own, come into have such an outlandish effect here in this game. This heavy crowd control composition drafted from D69 is being mitigated so masterfully by match point.
I can't believe it today. We've seen Illuminate, we've seen Tyra, we've seen Sky, we've seen Grover, and now we're seeing Resilience, which arguably is the most effective pickup we've seen all day. And it's funny because I was talking to some of the devs a little while ago saying that when Maldamba Noodle Stunlock build first came out, they started picking up Resilience. It was working really well. I didn't think we'd see it because the players value damage, mitigation, or reduction so much. But here we are at the Hirez Expo Paladins Invitational stage. It's working.
It absolutely is one of the less common items in Paladins here, and Brainday's a big fan of this one, near and dear to his heart, and he always likes to rub it in my face once these items start to become meta, and I'm sure I'm gonna get a mouthful after this one. I see him pointing to me right now. I know it's coming.
I completely believe it. Me too as well, you know, and I often ping questions over and get a shrewd reply and saying, you'll see, just you wait and see. Same thing with Ruckus as well. I never thought we'd see Ruckus on a world stage, but again, here we are.
I mean, it's a safe way to bet, right? You can preach it till the cows come home, but they're eventually gonna come home, and you can just say I was right all along here. But this is absolutely a lightning charged match from Match Point and D69 right now. I can't give it to anyone convincingly here. Right when you think D69 have it under control, Match Point just take it back.
Right, at the last capture objective that we just saw, Polymorph comes through. You think that the frontliners are going to be shut down, but Resilience pops up, Immortal comes out, everybody stays alive, and then giving up the capture by stepping off in overtime, and that diminishing return reset comes into play. That's a tough cookie to deal with. So match point is 3-2 in favor of District 69. As I said, I feel like they've got to make the conversion here, but how are they going to go about achieving that?
I agree. It puts them in a tough spot, especially when so much was spent to get the capture initially here, where they're going to have to use most of this round recharging their ultimates. I mean, we saw one hell of an overtime in the previous round. It took 3-4 waves of respawns, 2 rounds of ultimates to break that last 10 feet of match point. I don't see District 69 being any less sturdy on defense.
Feels like they're just throwing things at the wall here at this point with the amount of ultimates we're seeing go one after another used right at the end of the round. This is so uncharacteristic of what we're used to in Paladins, but in a LAN meta, in a LAN environment, on a world stage, anything can happen. It's quite remarkable. Jaguar Falls is where it all could end for match point, but they're looking for that Cinderella story opportunity. And we talked about earlier how they're a team based on momentum. Once they start winning, they just keep on winning. So picking themselves up here could be big, and that's going to fracture District 69's confidence just a little bit. They've never been contested at LAN.
It's tough to get a read on these guys sometimes when they are so quiet. District 69 just looking stoic, almost like Team QG. They break a smile every once in a while. But match point, you know, so mentally tough here. They're really being tested as far as how far can these guys push before they break in. How will they react to a loss, more importantly, in this situation?
It's going to be tough if that comes down to it, but the game isn't over just yet. We come down to this conversion, potentially 1 to 2 more capture objectives. We know that the polymorph just isn't working at this point, but it does bait out Immortal quite well. District 69 have the opportunity to capitalize on that right now, so potentially should we see some more hesitant and cautious play come out of them instead of the usual kind of aggressive style that we're used to seeing?
You bring up a great point here. With these resiliences online, Unbi doesn't want to bait his team into overcommitting because Matchpoint, War Doom, and Dosups are likely the targets, but they're going to pop out of these chickens very quickly. You know, I said 90% crowd control reduction, but Evil Mojo has a minimum capped duration at 2 seconds, so it is still a surmountable amount of time. They're going to pop out of it, though. D69 likely will be very excited to try and get these kills. The blood, they can smell it, but if they overextend, Matchpoint is going to punish it.
And I think what's also important is that you made this remark earlier about players hearing Evil Mojo coming. There is an audio cue, and utilizing Repulsor Field beforehand, that was definitely something which we encountered as I saw chickens surrounded by those bubbles. 50% damage reduction, that's very difficult to deal with at times.
Very much so, and Repulsor Field so important for those chickens to keep them alive. Like you mentioned, you can see the visual cue. It looks kind of like an energy field type of bubble around the chickens, keeping them safe, and the Immortal likely to follow up after. But when it's not available, I mean, it's going to spell doom and gloom for Matchpoint.
That was what was just holding right on at the edge, but then again, the Immortal is coming through, and well, that's what really tells the story. District 69 versus Matchpoint. Are Matchpoint as immortal as they made themselves out to be? Or are the LAN champions from the previous LAN stage going to come out on top? That's something which we're still yet to find out.
It's going to be a very interesting question here. You know, win or lose. How do both of these teams bounce back? Matchpoint after talking a big game. D69, if they lose, they were up so heavily. Do they go on tilt after this? They've shown a great flexibility in their champion pool. A great flexibility in just in-game adapting is so important in Paladins, especially as these items come out to counter. You gotta counter, you gotta fight back. You cannot be knocked out. You know, you can't have your feet cut out from under you with one punch.
It's certainly a back and forth. There's that mid-match adaptation through itemization, through play style, through loadouts. Once you see who's playing who on the team, there are so many little intricacies that we can get in and out of with Paladins, but ultimately, sometimes it just comes down to raw skill, raw aim, and what I think is going to be important, you said Evil Mojo, minimum polymorph duration. Can District 69 capitalize on that duration, use some of their ultimates like a Cursed Arm and get a shutdown kill onto an all-important frontliner, or will Matchpoint be able to hold on?
Stolze, I feel, has been relatively quiet in this game, not calling out his name too much, not a lot of big team fight ultimate coming from him. He's only got Scout on the Cassie. It's all about finding the angles for him, but D69 oftentimes looking impenetrable, calling out Shippa. I feel on the flip side, we're calling his name a lot, saying no more pressure needs to be applied to Shippa. He has had absolute lights out performances in almost every game of every set today.
We're so used to seeing them on Eevee, who gets up close and personal, has that mobile blink playstyle, playing from very far back on Xiaolin now, expecting Eevee to come in. And one thing that I've noticed is that they play such a good Xiaolin versus Eevee. Do you think this knowledge comes from their ability to play Eevee, or do they just adapt this well to every situation?
I think it's being able to see inside the mind of these Eevee players. You know, it's a very pattern-based character, which is where, you know, teams like Burrito have a lot of strengths with it because they have two guys that can play it at such a high level with very different patterns and play styles. It keeps their enemies on their toes.
And Burrito, that's the first seed coming out of Europe, who is in Group B that we will be seeing tomorrow in the Group B stages. I'm very excited for that. It contains the teams Burrito, Iga, the wildcard Abyss from the side of Oceania and Nocturnes. But for the time being, I just want to break to you that we did encounter a spectator issue, and due to technical difficulties, we had to finish this game without being able to bring it to you live. But we do want to congratulate the team in green. Match point, hold on. And they're looking like they have a way back into this.
Clawing their way back, never going down a fight. Match point remaining
Never gonna give you up.
Broken, never gonna let you down. Never gonna run. Anyway, match point still with the flags on the
keep
PCs.
Going.
They are looking very confident right now. I like how this communication is still happening, though. It's not frantic, but it looks confident. It looks like things are starting to fall into place. They're starting to figure it out. They're starting to chip away at D69, whereas if we look at them, it's not a lot of communication going on. They're kind of, you know, looking around at each other, trying to figure things out. You know, this is when being up 2-0 and then losing, it can be a huge momentum swing, and D69 have got to bounce back and fast.
As we've said, District 69 uncontested at LAN, 3-0 sweeps in best of 5 sets for the time being. At DreamHack, now encountering difficulty. That's going to take a bit of the wind out of their sails, but not just that. Match point, they're going to be feeling strong from this as well. And one point I want to touch on for District 69 specifically is that Unbelievable, they had their pocket pick. Of Pip. That's a bit of a tongue twister there, and it got counted out entirely. That leaves District 69 feeling a little bit uncomfortable potentially.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, right? Because that was a big decision for Matchpoint to make, you know, foregoing that built-in 30% mitigation late game on the Haven. We saw it was doing work for Elvapath. He was caught out for what felt like 5 to 10 seconds, and it still just took so long to chew through all of that HP. Matchpoint, they've really shown that they have the ability to make the tough decisions, when to let payloads go, when to go for conversions, when to pick up the tough items that are really, really situational.
I feel like at this point though, and you remarked on Makoa, who just didn't die, Makoa feels like the honey badger of Paladins. He just don't care. He just stays alive, but didn't stay alive for long enough in the end. With that in mind, Matchpoint, they found something that worked, but it wasn't anything different in the draft that we've not seen previously. It was a difference in itemization, just demonstrating why that is such an important factor in Paladins and how you can adaptively counter your opponent at their every move. I love it.
Firing on all cylinders, everything coming into play in these high-level series. Loadouts, itemization, draft is so important when, you know, for all intents and purposes, the skill, the aim is much or more or less equal across all these guys. So much strategy comes into this, and you know, Matchpoint have guys that have played shooters. They've got guys that have played MOBAs. They are strong on all of these fronts in this hybrid type of environment that they are now placed in. They're really shining.
I hear they have guys that have played the action MOBA. You know, it's a game called Smite. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but I hear that there's something going on here at this event today that might be relating to that. It's something about the main stage.
Yeah, over on the main stage, the Smite World Championship is taking place, and there have been some electric series as well there. We saw a Latin American team upset one of the North Americans. It was bound to happen eventually. Hasn't happened yet in Paladins, but you never know what could happen tomorrow.
Well, as you said, we've got a LATAM team playing tomorrow, Nocturnes Gaming. We'll see if they can throw a spanner in the works. But also tomorrow is going to be the other wildcard team, Abyss from Oceania, mainly Australia, who looked so strong within their region. And was largely discounted by other teams from the rest of the world, came here to scrim in North America and look very strong, but we'll have to catch up with that tomorrow for the Group B stage. For the time being, we're ready to go back to our map drafting for game number 4 of this best of 5 set, number 6 of the Group A stages.
Oh boy, Ice Mines. Don't have to wait to the end of this series to see that. This is the first time that a series has gone to game 4 today, so both teams going to be forced to pull out everything. And, you know, if you're in Group B, this is a time to take notes when both of these strong teams have their backs up against the wall. What do they do? How can you break them under pressure? If I'm Burrito, if I'm Abyss, if I'm Eager, I am taking notes right now.
Well, basing this off what we've seen previously in competitive play, you pick Fernando, you take Master Riding 3, and you've got to go fast. You surprise the entire enemy team with a quad fireball, dealing 3,000 damage immediately, which can be very tasty on Ice Mines. And let's relate into that a little bit. Ice Mines brings a new dynamic to the champion itemization, shall we say. You're very far away with the spawn point from the objective and the payload push as well, so Master Riding for increased mount speed is very important. But whether they can utilize that or not is a different question for the time being. Let's head through to our champion drafting and see who will take an initial advantage in our mind games.
One step closer to the game unfolding. Match point hovering the Fernando. You mentioned such an impact pick on Ice Mines, and Wardoom, I think, is going to be more than happy to pick up the Master Riding and get to the backline. He loves to get aggressive. He loves to mix things up and put the pressure on characters that traditionally just aren't used to it.
Well, that was fast. District 69 in response. They go with Makoa. They go with Ruckus, and based on Unbelievable's previous performance on Ruckus, I feel that that's the safest option. They don't want to let this come down to the wire. District 69 are wanting to close out in 4 games, not 5, where they could potentially lose this set. In response, match point, Charlene and Cassie, the Bow brother and sister, shall we say. Cassie, with her recent remodel to a crossbow, is going to be firing away, maybe up close and personal. Charlene from range. How will D69 respond?
You know, whether the match not have it in their heads or not, Shaolin, a great pick to take away from Shippa. And if you're going to take away Shaolin or Eevee, I would lean towards taking away the Shaolin because I feel that match point just play it better when compared to the Eevee. Cassie, pretty solid on every composition, in every lineup. There's always someone that can play this.
District 69 did counter with Maldanva and Androxus. The Maldanva, relatively normal as a staple pick at this point in competitive play. Androxus 2 probably going through to Perdo. We've seen him demonstrate his skill. Match point, you mentioned Eevee earlier. They get both, but now they've elected for Pip as well. Hold that thought. What's that I see on the right-hand side of my screen? Ooh, Your Majesty.
Give your king a big hug for District 69. Eevee taken away as well for match point, taking the Pip as well. So Unbe likely to be on the Ruckus this time around. A nice draft against the double frontline composition from District 69, but do D69 just go straight back into the Resilience, counter this out? You know, we could have seen the Drogos come out from Cuscuti.
Potentially, but remarking on Resilience, I don't think that's going to be a priority pick this time. You know, you've got a lot of mitigation here, and if you time your King Bomb ultimate correctly, you can just blow all of that away. It's going to be interesting to see how District 69 itemize, however. We know that Bomb King is great at killing shields, but and there's not much healing coming out from Pip. I do feel like they have a very easy and clear path of what to go to, but there's a great AoE and direct damage split coming out of match point, which will force D69 to make some very tough decisions.
Yeah, they're, you know, for the first time forced to decide between not only Haven and Blast Shields, but the Resilience pickup as well to get rid of all that crowd control. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, game number 4 between Match Point and District 69.
We've said their names already. We'll say them again. Match point from the left-hand side of your screen. The blue team with Wardoom, Cuscuti, Dozeup, Stolzy, and Smidgen on Fernando, Pip, Cassie, Shaolin, and Eevee.
A couple of wreckers coming out from Match Point right now. Dozeup and Stolzy looking to blast through a lot of the shield, but frankly, there's not that much on at District 69. Makoa and Ruckus don't have the greatest of shield, but spotting out early on the high flank Elderpath's going to mix things up.
Oh, that planted though. The Impaler arrow onto Makoa keeps Eevee safe. The retreat comes through from Match Point. First blood goes through to Dozeups, and now Perdo is forced to retreat. Round for the back comes Wardoom, but Dozeups is uncontested in the back line.
Guerra finding the big spill there in the backline. Smidgen finds Perdo as well. Match point. Take control of this initially. This is going to be a very staggered respawn. If they can clean up Unbelievable, he's trying to find the retreat, and it looks like he will for now, falling so low, but now just falling. Long range shot from Cuscutie is going to be good. The zone could be deadly from match point. It is so dangerous to get staggered on Ice Mines.
Zoning is the name of the game, but also make like Shaolin and withdraw here. We see Androxus dive onto the objective. Reversal is up to keep everybody safe. Grumpy Bomb provides some zone for District 69 as well as they look to recap this objective, but nobody is focusing Doze-Ups on their legendary Cassie. Jera about to fall to the bloodshot auto combo. Elven Path pulls danger straight in close. Is Unbelievable enough to hold down this front line? Let's find out as Doze-Ups is trying to survive.
Hiding around, laying down shots. He's going to be spotted out. Narrowly escapes right now. If he falls, this is going to be such a staggered respawn. This is very bad for match point. He gets spotted out and collapsed on in the back line. Doze-Ups taking a key spill in a very, very clutch situation here. Match point need to find their way back. I mean, District 69 has done it before. Can match point swing back?
Potentially. One thing, though, that did go unnoticed, has gone unchecked for quite some time, is going to be Doze-Ups Cassie. So, we talked about it a lot a little while ago. It was definitely something which we used to see a lot of, but had recently fallen out, going primarily to Stolzy through recent tournaments, and now sitting on Cassie, back with the Hunter's Daughter in their hands with their recent visual rework, their recent visual remodel. Doze-Ups still feels quite at home here.
Yeah, he just caught in a rough spot. It was good positioning. It was a nice pincer maneuver. Potentially, that could have been pulled off, but just falling a little bit short was at match point, and then it puts Doze-Ups in a rough spot, and you know, nothing against him. That's the situation where you might need to make one of those tough calls where you need to feed, you need to just run in there, you need to die, you need to get back with your team ASAP, because every second counts. Ice Mines is certainly a game of inches.
And that's a min-max sort of strategy, which a lot of teams
Very
will do.
much
It's,
so.
okay, we've got our respawns. Do we want to sit here and drag it out? No, let's go back together as a group. Let's all just suicide on the point. Let's be lemmings. Let's jump off the map just to get ourselves back together as a team so we can push through at full HP. Although there is risk with that strategy as well. Coming back from a spawn, you're at risk of being dismounted and reaching the point late and taking a lot of zoning poke at the same time. And match point in that game, we're running a Pip who has that AoE dismount potential. It's a bit of risky business.
Yeah, Cuscutie played it very well, found a very long-range pick onto Unbelievable that I thought was going to be the end of that point contest coming from District 69, but he was able to find his way back to the point there. Cuscutie was able to find his way back to the point as well. In the end, it's D69, though. The mitigation is really coming through in a big way from Unbe. He's really coming into his own on this ruckus.
Nick, I just have to say this. You should know by now, it's not over until it's Grover.
There's another one for you, ladies and gentlemen. The man can't be stopped. Never runs out of puns.
I feel like I'm going to be thrown off the stage at this point. Like, literally thrown off. Just get out of here. Get the puns away. I've been hanging out with Target too much recently. But for the time being, we are just waiting for a technical difficulty to be resolved with the teams. You can see our admins hard at work, trying to figure out exactly what's going on and get us back into the game as quickly as possible. Such a nail-biter of a series. Matchpoint still looking for that Cinderella story, and District 69 are starting to fracture.
Absolutely here. Looking like they're ready to get back in game. Ladies and gentlemen, straight back into the action. Without further ado, the point looks like it has gone the way of District 69. They were able to find that first point capture here. Match point looking to hold.
Maybe not as broken at the seams as I thought, but Matchpoint are coming back in strong, and this is important. Initial payload control going through to the defending team on Ice Mines makes it very, very difficult for the attackers to push through. There's great opportunity to zone. District 69, though, they're grouping up together and they're getting ready to push. I like Matchpoint's decision to just get out of the area and let them push through.
Matchpoint right in the hole there. Doze-Ups finding one clutch shot there up onto the high ground. Mortal isn't yet available to save anyone's life. Nice impale into the wall, though, deep in the back line. Elven Path finds himself pinned to the wall.
He finds the Elven Path back to base. Doze-Ups, though, picks up two with successive shots. Looking for a third. Nope, that goes to Stolzy. The double-double comes through. The Bow Twins coming out strong With 1 minute and 23 seconds left on the payload push, it's barely moved out of its spawn.
Stolzy looking really strong on this shot lane right now. Pops the heat haze. Want to get the aggressive zone going. Not just that, he's going to take a couple of people with him. Shippa on the back line picks up Dosup. Stolzy raging forward with Wardoom at his side.
2 down, Wardoom cleans up a third in the backline. Cuscuity takes down Shippa, who was trying to backdoor capture this payload. Elvenpath made it through, but they're like a fish out of water, a turtle out of water with no backup. Shell spinning towards where they think their team might be coming from, and Stolzy's just waiting at this point for the opportunity to strike. Takes them out, 45 seconds remain, District 69 is staggered, and it doesn't look like they're going to solve that issue in time.
Stunned against the wall was Elvenpath, now staggered, similar to how Dosups was in the previous situation. Nice stun onto Doey. He's able to get onto the low ground, rolling around, kiting this ruckus. One more dodge roll coming out, seeing Cassie's mobility come into full effect here. Can he keep this up? Dosups rolling around like a madman.
What incredible Kaising play come through from the Cassie Grandmaster himself. Dozups, the granddaddy of the Hunter's daughter, showing you how this champion was meant to be played. Look at that Chronos item in their loadout as well. This is the playstyle they're going for, and they are so fantastic with it.
Yep, that item looking to just smooth out those cooldowns between rolls, so Dosups can always have a very strong hold. Coming from Mass Point, fist bumping each other. They're ready to keep this going. Net worth still in favor of District 69, however.
Well, net worth will be counted out as we get onto the next capture objective. Dozups did have 800 credits available to them. They might elect to go into Chronos 2 for that instant cooldown dodge roll reset. I feel like their item choice is going to be so imperative during this time, but look at the amount of credits which the rest of Matchpoint were able to achieve. Smidgen going straight into a Haven 2 here. Dozups has Chronos 2. This Cassie is going to make you motion sick.
Yeah, the net worth not really going to spell too much of a distance here. Healing is definitely in favor of District 69, but this is to be expected as we get to those Cauterized 2. Wardoom's already got Cauterized 2 online, so it's going to be about what can these supports bring outside of the healing.
Well, hopefully some support, but oh no! Dreadjanker starts things off, but pulled into a wall. Will be the Fernando. Polymorph came out, no kills still despite all of that, but it's a Dread Serpent which starts things off as Pono picks up one. Hexafire starts to tear through enemies. Unbelievable's looking for opponents to frag, but Dozups finds 2 for a return kill. Immortal used by Wardoom. Who's gonna come out on top?
Mindy getting so much. Dosups finally goes down. Stolzy goes down. Wardoom goes down. District 69 with another strong payload contention coming out. About to move north of 50 points. Smidgen can't afford to go down here. Getting so staggered from the rest of his teammates. Big reversal onto the high ground. D69 are looking strong on offense.
And there we go. Elvenpath dives through to provide some initial zone. Let's check out Shippa as they poppy bomb enemies backwards, saying, "You shall not pass." Uncontested capture on the return. District 69, 2-1, are now pressing out aggressively, and they're looking for the opportunity to push through as much ground as possible before the respawns come back through.
A stretch anchor on to Cuscuity. 3 ultimates available for District 69. Dread Serpent was just used. Hexafire was as well. Shippa laying down some good poke. Grumpy bomb the zone out and shut down this flank. He's going to force Match Point out of the alleyway.
Dozups is ready and waiting, however, the dodge roll cooldown reset misses. They're like a sitting duck and taken out very quickly. Wardoom does make things happen on the backline, however, and that is the support for District 69. Eliminated Jera, not having a good game. 1-8-2, that's a lot of deaths for somebody who's normally so survivable.
They're giving up a lot of precious distance on this payload push, however. Wardoom's going to mix it up with Ruckus, but Ruckus just so tanky is finally going to fall as those mitigations have now worn off. A minute and 30 seconds remaining on the payload.
Your Majesty, we await you, but the rollout is long. Pipsies are coming, Weightless is away. No equity gain from the ultimate coming out of Shippa's Bomb King. Not available for the next capture objective or even the next fight. And with a minute and 12 seconds left, realistically, District 69, they've got one more push left in them.
Frankly, a big swing and a miss from Shippa's Bomb King there. Misses the ultimate, gives up a pick for free. A minute still remaining. 4 and 8 on this Bomb King. Shippa really starting to struggle for the first time today.
And that's the first time which we've seen Shippa play Bomb King in a while. Not a meta pick, coming out as a wild card here. And at 4-8-2, they're not having the best of games. You've got to be able to capitalize on those ultimates. And even if they'd hit a stun, where was the follow-up going to come from in that environment?
Absolutely, I agree with you 100%. Grumpy Bomb is going to come out the zone. Cut's going to walk into it, no follow-up. Appears to be coming through, but they're now starting to smell the blood in the support water. Now Cuscutie taking a spill.
Stolzy is getting forced backwards. Dozups and Wardu both electing to retreat rather than fall in this environment, but Dozups will be taken out by Sheepa. He's heard what we've had to say about his Bomb King, and he's mad. 15 seconds left. This one's going to be an overtime push. Can Podo find the kills on the top side? Let's find out. With support in hand, it's going to come down to the wire.
Grumpy Bomb comes out, create that high zone. Here's the evil mojo, there's the accursed arm. All the cards are on the table. Peridot finds two, Cuscutie finds two. Overtime ticking through, still a long ways to go. Grumpy Bomb is going to be eaten by Cuscutie once again.
Oh my goodness, Sheepa coming into play. That zone from Grumpy, massive now, sticking bombs. The objective finds the detonation, but Stolzy will survive. Who's going to contest in overtime? Nobody is around. Smidgen has taken out Jared though, and Wardu has returned immortal, but it's too far away. Still, match point, hold on, 2 kills from Smidgen, and it is neck and neck around the objective.
Peridot needs to be taken out here. He's so low, they find the conversion. That is huge for District 69 on Ice Mines. Not where you want to be for match point. Those conversions are so hard to come by, give you so much margin for error moving forward. Now D69 just need to pick up one more capture point, and they will close out the set.
Alvin Path, meanwhile, on Makoa, sitting relatively high up in the net worth chart. Second, in fact, has elected to go into Master Riding 3. A big credit commitment, but if they find an early dredge anchor, something which is certainly worth it, as everything could come down to this last capture objective.
Yep, these ultimates going to be online in a big way for D69 as well. Hexafire, Ancient Rage, and Dread Serpent. Really all they need, the setup and the firepower from D69. If the zone is going to be good enough, one team fight could be all they need. Heat Haze and Ice Storm. There will be some nice setup, but not a lot to drive it home if you're match point.
Alvin Path actually took a peculiar route round out of spawn there. Didn't find the avenue they were looking for. One straight into Smidgen, straight into 4 misplays coming through from the team in red. Hexafire and Dread Serpent used, however, and Unbelievable is trying to capitalize on that, but gets shut down by Dozups.
Dozups has to go big here. 1 stick from Shippa, 2 sticks from Shippa, and it's going to be good. Stolzy tries to go for the impale, doesn't quite get it done. King Bomb still on the table, a lot still in the tank for District 69. No one taking a convincing win in the team fight just yet, but match point have a long way to climb back from strong. Wardu really can't afford to go down here, or this is going to be District 69's cap, I feel.
But Wardoom is not going to be sitting on Immortal. Ancient Rage used by Elven Path to chase down backline targets. Grumpy Bomb, King Bomb, every single bomb comes out of Bomb King. Sheepa looking for the zone play. A stun comes through onto Stolzy. He's not going to make it through to the objective without taking a lot of hurt. And we are in overtime. District 69 poised to take it all. Will they be able to achieve it? Overtime ticks down. District 69 take game 4 and win the last set of the day.
Both teams clapping. Match point still with a smile on their face. They're happy about it. They're not upset about their performance. I'm sure they wanted the win. Elven Path chanting, pumping his fist. D69 cracking some big smiles.
And well deserved. What a comeback performance from Match Point, but what a solidification of District 69's skill right there at the end. A great defense, a great conversion. Magnificent for the final capture.
Absurd. A lot of sportsmanship coming out from both of these teams right now. These are guys who've been playing together for a long time. A lot of friends, good buddies here. It's not over for either team by any means here. Match Point will just move into the semifinals as the second seed out of Group A here. D69 going to take the top spot, securing themselves the easiest road potentially to the finals.
And so for the last time today, let's take a look at the final scoreboard here. And it's about as close as it gets. All of the stats, with the exception of objective time, going to Unbelievable, who again I'm sure is actually glued to the payload. At this point I think he's playing Ruckus and Bolt a lot, so Ruckus is sort of, maybe the payload's magnetic, he's actually stuck to it. 197 seconds of objective time spent there, but the eliminations are very close indeed.
Absolutely, you could say he's bolted to it, you know, trying to get in the pun game
okay,
as well.
Okay, I'll allow it, I appreciate that. I'm going to have to think of a comeback. I do not have one.
Cuscutie, 40,000 damage on the pit.
Here at 13,000, just very different support styles coming out from both teams right now. A lot of healing on the side of D69, a lot of crowd control for match point, but in the end, it proved to be the sustain on top.
Absolutely. Not a lot of damage for District 69, just utilizing their ability to sit on the point and get the kills that matter. Match point went off. We had champions and players like Dozups and Cassie just go wild in the backline. Stolzy dropped massive damage on Charlene as well. But ultimately, again, you can deal out all this poke, you can dish out all of this damage, but if you don't find the kills that matter, it's all over anyway. Paladins is an objective game.
So as we head on over to the schedule here to kind of summarize what has happened here. Like we mentioned, important to note, neither team knocked out from this series, just seeding secured. D69 flawless through the group, 3-0 match point, nearly there, 2-1. QG found a win over the Brazilians Black Dragon, who sit in the bottom of the tank there, unable to find a win.
And otherwise, we can see the group play, how it went. A lot of sweeps across the board. The only contest is set today. This final one right at the bottom of your screen between Matchpoint and District 69, setting the scene for how the semi-finals will go. But we have our first two semi-finalists. We're still missing another two. And well, we'll find out about those tomorrow for Group B's group play as well.
That is correct. As you can see, the header reigns true tomorrow. Team Eager versus Team Abyss will be the first matchup of the day. A very tight group. I think this is going to be, dare I say, even closer than what we saw today. Even more fireworks coming out. Abyss, a big question mark. I'm really interested to see if they can crown themselves, live up to the height of kind of the top dogs of the international scene outside of NA and EU.
But following on, Abyss will again face another international team hailing from Latin America, Nocturnes Gaming, for match number 2. And then we see the first of Burrito Esports, the team that since DreamHack has not dropped a single set of online play, and they will be playing a doubleheader in match 3 and match 4, coming through with match 4 versus Abyss, where again the Oceanic team can test their mettle against one of the best teams in the world based on their online performance.
Absolutely. Burrito going to be playing against Abyss. Eager will take on Nocturnes Gaming and then gear up for the title fight of the day, Burrito versus Eager. And a lot can be assumed from what has transpired here today. Matchpoint, a team very dominant over Team Eager throughout the online stages and qualification process. Burrito, a team very dominant over District 69 during the online qualifications. And if history is going to tell us anything, it's that if Burrito can beat D69, or if D69 can take Matchpoint, Matchpoint's been cleaning up Eager. Burrito should have a nice and easy win.
But that's not all that comes into play. We did see Burrito on their old team of Torpedo, 2 different members, choke at LAN during the DreamHack Summer Founders Tournament. They do have a different roster now, playing with 1 sub. Unfortunately, Sun Commander able to make it here, so they do have Bonka in as well, and maybe that'll add an extra degree of stability, or maybe it will be a little bit more weight on one side and upset the scales of fate.
Speculation aside, one thing is all but true today. Go ahead and get your Twitch account linked to your Hirez account at hirezstudios.com/link. That is for getting rewards, just for being in chat, just a thank you here. That's the last time we're going to remind you to get it done today. This is a 4-day event. You want to get in early. You want to have as many chances as possible. Stack the odds ever in your favor.
Also available to you in-game is the Hirez Expo 2017 digital loot pack containing 3 skins. Limited for Victor and Fernando, exclusive for Ying, the convention skin. We've got some MVP poses for Victor and Fernando as well, and some sprays themed around the entire event, including one of the trophy. And if you haven't seen pictures of that yet, I would definitely try and check them out on Twitter. I'm sure that some Paladins devs and the Paladins account has been tweeting out some images of those as well. It looks absolutely gorgeous. That does bring, however, day 1 of Hirez Expo 2017 to a close. We've seen the entirety of Group A. We'll be back tomorrow with Group B. My name has been Vox, and we'll be back tomorrow opening things up with Hirez Pretty Hair.
Absolutely, that does it for us on the Expo stage, but Hirez TV is still broadcasting some Xbox semifinals over on the main stage, so make sure if you're watching here, go finish up the day watching over there. We will be back same time, same place tomorrow.
Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Hirez Expo will be closing in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Please make your way towards the doors. In 5 minutes, you need to be outside the doors of the ballroom. Otherwise, you will be locked in here for eternity. Eternity. And Snowpocalypse 2017.